And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here!
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, we freaking love our Fridays. We treasure our Fridays. We got people around the office. They live and die for Fridays. We got neighbors saying, is it Friday yet? It's Friday. It's Friday, and yet I'm coming to you with, like, I can't believe, like, we have no good news for you on a Friday. Like, it's all bad. Like, the Giants haven't signed anybody. The 49ers got blown out in Seattle. And last night, the Warriors suffered yet another indignity. And I think the reason I'm bringing this up, Marcus, is our intro, which, you know, we can discuss at a later time, our intro. You hear Mike Breen going, bang, bang, Steph Curry from downtown. And right before the show, I was prepping for the show, reading all these Steph Curry quotes from last night in Dallas. Bro, we're a long way from Mike Breen shouting orgasmically at Chase Center. So, again, it's a Friday. I don't want to bring you down. I want to be high. I want to be up. I want to be happy. Where's my Bob's Donuts? So after all that, happy Friday, Marcus. Good morning. How are you, buddy?
Happy Friday. It's not a Mike Breen bang. It's kind of like one of those like Looney Tune fake guns where like you pull the trigger and the sign pops out that just says bang.
I'll just say pop.
Yeah, pop.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of banging going on last night, even though Steph Curry did hit 8 3-pointers last night, but the Warriors lost on the road out in Dallas. So I guess really the good news this morning is simply that it's Friday.
Yeah.
That's the good news.
We'll take
it's Friday.
We'll take it. And we're about to start hosting a Super Bowl here in the Bay. I mean, it's going to suck because one of the teams is going to be the Rams or the Seahawks.
Yeah, the other one's going to be the Broncos or the Patriots.
Right, exactly. I got my version of suck. He's got his version of
Dude,
suck.
everybody's
right?
mad in the Bay. Even the leftover Raider fans still here in the Bay Area.
it
Nobody
literally-
likes any of the teams playing for
Totally
the
agree.
championship.
There's not a single one of these Final Four that anybody in the Bay can get behind. Unless, I guess, you're a San Mateo head and you love the Bradys. You grew up with the Bradys and you have leftover Patriot love. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is Tom Brady even rooting for these Patriots?
I mean, really, the most rooting interest I've heard from either a 49er fan or even a Raider fan, probably Maria Lopez saying she's rooting for the Rams just for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay. You know what?
Yeah, you got Jimmy
You know
G.
what?
Get your Jimmy G jerseys ready.
You just gave me maybe the only reason to like have to get in Maria and Jimmy G.
That's
I'm
it.
in.
Uh-huh.
You needed to buy. You needed to sell me something. I'm buying.
That's it, dude. I need Maria and Jimmy G to lock eyes one time down at Levi Stadium.
Jimmy G came up in my jock blog last night, which I had an interesting situation with the jock blog. So I was like, okay, I got to write this because I don't want to write. Sometimes I delay it till Friday. If I can take you inside the lab, everybody, for the lightly read jock blog. It's supposed to be once a week. Actually, I'm not even sure contractually if I still have to do it. By the way, I just remembered contractually if I still have to do it. When I got hired, did you know this? Does everybody know this little known fact? When I got hired, Tony Salver's like, and another thing, you're going to write for our website. And at the time, I was like, we got a website? Yeah, you're going to write for it. He goes, I got an idea. He goes, you're going to write. He goes, you're hired. He goes, I love your writing. You're going to bring it to us. He goes, I can see it now. He goes, Murph's Musings. Bro.
Murph's Musings.
I need some applause on this, by the way. I can see it now. Murph's Musings. Dude, it was a Tony... And I was like, okay, I guess I'll do the musings. Dude, Paulie Mack used to roast Murph's musings a lot. I mean, and it was just like dude, what the hell are we doing?
And this was like a weekly thing?
Oh, yeah. I'd be like, I got to muse. I got to muse this week.
Are you not amused by my musing?
The Jock Blog, though, came about, I think it's affiliated with Provident Credit Union deal or whatever. Chris Young, you know him. He'll work a deal.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Young, and he'll make you work.
Oh, dude, he'll make me write jock blogs.
And he'll pay you less.
I'm not even good at writing.
Work. I'm kidding, CY. I'm kidding, buddy. We've done a lot of work together. But anyway, the point is I was writing the Jock Blog. I was like, I don't want to write it on Friday, which sometimes I do. I delay it. You know, this buttoned-up guy you work with here, the guy that you think is such a, kid did all his homework and polished the apples.
Yeah.
Bro, I was the king of delaying the homework.
Really?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
That does shock me. That is surprising.
I specifically, it's all the way through college.
Yeah, see, because I think I've asked you before, why do you wait to release the Jock Blog on a Friday? Because I never did homework on a Friday, which is usually why I showed up on Monday without having my homework done. But, why not get it done earlier in the week, Murph?
Well, that's like, did you get your homework done earlier in the week?
Absolutely not, exactly. But I'm the C's to get degrees guy.
No, I've been a delayer. I've been a delayer, buddy. All my life I've been a delayer.
You like working with a deadline.
Yeah, I do. Deadline spur action.
That was always my excuse for waiting for the last minute.
Deadline spur action, as I was just saying to my friend Mike Dunleavy and Buster Posey.
Oh, yeah.
How about a little action there, buddy? Anyway, so I was right. Okay, I was like, I'm going to write. I'm like, what happened this week? And I'm like, Niners. I wrote a lot about the Niners. What are you going to say about the Niners? Then I was like, Giants. I'm like, we just had 25 minutes with Tony Vitello. I don't feel like killing the Giants right now after we had be like, hey, get us Tony V. Let's do 25 minutes with him. Thank you. Now let me kill you on the Jock Blog, you know?
Now let me rip the
Sometimes you got to play the political game. You know what I mean? You got to play the political game. Like, somebody does you a favor. You don't turn around and slap him in the face.
Scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
Young Tone, you got to learn these lessons, buddy. You know, sometimes somebody does something, you're like, you know what, I'm not going to say that. I'm gonna pass on that. And I said, besides, really, honestly, right now, the Warriors, Jimmy Butler, Kuminga situation is probably front burner, right?
Yeah.
So I decided to write a Jock Blog based on the Dos Equis most interesting man in the world return.
No, you did not.
Calling Jonathan Kuminga the most interesting warrior in the world. I'm like, we got it in 1 week. We got the Dos Equis guy and the return of Kuminga because of the Butler injury. So, dude, the crazy thing is, though, I had to run an errand late afternoon, so I didn't file it. So I left it on my laptop screen, and I had to do this thing. Whole nother story. Had to do this thing. Took a lot of time, and I was like, you know what? I'll just send the Jock Blog in the morning. I sit down. Kuminga gets hurt. Yo! Taking out the Jock Blog at the knees, almost literally, because he twisted his knee or hyperextended
Taking out the Jock Blog at the knees and ankle.
And you know what I did? I sent the damn thing anyway.
Ooh.
I just added a line like, even though he got hurt Thursday night,
we've got an update to the story.
I left it. So if anybody missed it last night, if you're so depressed about the Warriors and you stopped tuning in because Jimmy Butler went down, they lost to Dallas last night. They had a chance to win the game. They were leading for good portions, and they just collapsed down the stretch.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Draymond Green.
Well,
kind of deflating the game yesterday. Of course, he ended up fouling out, but yeah, that first flagrant where he threw an elbow into the gut. After that, things really fell apart. He had another hard foul on Max Christie a couple minutes later.
You feel like he changed the momentum?
It felt like he definitely took the air out of the arena last night.
Could very well be. It was 102-101 when he elbow. I didn't think that was a. Did you think that was a flagrant?
I didn't think so, man. I mean, it was an elbow to the chest. It wasn't to the face or anything.
They wound up not calling it a flagrant. They wound up, but it's kind of slowed the momentum down. Then he doubled down with the Max Christie one.
Yeah, within minutes, and that's when Dallas really got hot and took over and stole the momentum of that game. But not blaming Draymond Green. I kind of just did blame Draymond Green, but I see a lot of people are still frustrated and upset, but it's like, we know who Draymond Green is. Yeah. Like, everybody's like, how much longer can you put up with this? I'm like, well, Steve Kerr's only signed for another year, and Steph Curry is only going to be playing for maybe 2 or 3 max. So you're going to deal with it for another 2 or 3 with Draymond Green because that's who Draymond Green is. And a leopard or a cheetah or it's not going to change its stripes or spots or anything. This is Draymond Green.
If you're still asking about Draymond Green 15 years later, bro, you are a little slow on the pickup.
A little late to the party.
The answer to the question is they've ridden with him for 15 how much longer? What do you mean how much longer?
Yeah.
We spent half our life with this guy. He ain't going anywhere, all right?
Dude, we're on the back end.
It's like, my God. So just accept the fact that he is Draymond. He's going to be Draymond. But anyway, so Kuminga gets in and immediately, starts looking pretty good. Couple of drives to the basket, fouled and won. Does it again. Drives to the basket, fouled and won. And did you see him? I don't know if you were watching in the second quarter when this was happening, because sometimes is there anything less meaningful in the world than the second quarter of an NBA game?
Probably the first quarter.
I was about to say the only other answer is the first quarter of an NBA game. I've always joked for years and years and years when I've been like driving around and you get a first quarter partial. Sometimes RC will give you like a first quarter partial. Yeah, down in Phoenix, Suns are beating the Lakers 12-8. I'm like, bro,
all right.
You just gave me the most useless piece of information in the history of sports. But anyway, he had those 2 and 1s. And did you see his smile? Did you see him? He had this big smile on his face. And the smile, I was like, this is my interpretation. It's like interpreting art. Like, how do you interpret art, right? He was like, I could have been doing this for you all along. You know what I mean? Like this is what I do, fools. You know what I mean?
I kind of had that same feeling where he had that look on his face. Is like, you see how easy this is, Steve?
Yeah.
You see how I've scored 30 points in the last 30 minutes I've played?
Yeah. And sure enough, right before he went on air, Chris Haynes of NBA TV, he had a report saying his camp said absolutely no question he does not want to be a Warrior. Shout out Slapshot, trade me right. blanking now, Young Tone.
I mean,
the goalie.
He
buddy.
still wants out.
Even
No
though
question.
it wasn't. Yeah. So here we are. But the point of the jock blog goes, well, it's going to be the most interesting 2 weeks in the world. Like, what's he going to do? And if Kerr's leaving at the end of the year, which it's a strong possibility. We don't know, but there's a real good chance this is Steve Kerr's last year, right? If Kerr's leaving, why doesn't Kuminga see a life here post Kerr?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question for me because it feels like the organization is going to have to make a decision between Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga. And the obvious answer seems like Steve Kerr, but we know how much Joe Lacob wants that second timeline. He loves Jonathan Kuminga, loves Brandon Pajemski, blah, 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 all that good stuff. The X factor here is Steph Curry. How much longer is he going to be around? Because if Steph wants to play 2 more seasons, I'm guessing he wants Steve Kerr as his coach for 2 more seasons. That would block Jonathan Kuminga from being on the roster for the next 2 seasons.
I mean, maybe. Who knows? Maybe Steph wants something new, different. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
all possibilities. Hell, we were asking Bobby March earlier this week if it was ridiculous to think about the fact of trading Steph Curry to rebuild and recoup a bunch of picks. And he goes, look, it's not an insulting question. If that's something that Steph Curry wants, then yeah, maybe they go down that path.
Yeah, I'm here to tell you guys, and I put this on Twitter just the other day because I found it in my pile of newspapers the day Montana got traded. Bro, anybody can get traded. Anybody. Joe Montana got freaking traded, all right? Willie Mays got traded, so that's all you need to know. So anyway, and Curry had some comments after the game late last night, where he's sounding like he's coming to grips with some stuff. Sounds like he might need to go see a therapist, quite frankly. Man. Like, he's like, man, he had stuff like, we have it up. He's like, I don't need... he said they asked him about the future. He's like, I can't get into existential thoughts right now. He's like, we can't let things spiral. He's like, there's no question this is so difficult. I mean, it's so tough. They keep trying to create these little fragile little houses out of popsicle stick and glue for him, and then somebody bumps into the table, and the popsicle stick house comes down, crashing down. Yeah. So, well, listen, that's all the bad news, but the good news is 2 things. 1, it's Friday, and 2, one of the greatest San Francisco Giants relievers of all time, Sergio Romo, is listening right now and just texted. He said, good morning. I know it's early, but can I get some Murph's musings? That's what he said.
Hell yeah, Sergio.
Serge.
What up, Serge?
Good morning to you. But what's Serge doing up early? Is he doing some calisthenics?
Dude, he's up grinding, maybe doing a little yoga.
Maybe he's
stretching out.
Is he working on a comeback?
Ooh.
Comeback
I mean, the Giants need some help in the bullpen.
I ain't lying. Hey, listen, he was never a velo guy.
It doesn't matter, dude. That slider still spins. I can guarantee you that.
I find out Sergio now, he's probably hitting balls into a net because he's got the golf bug right now. So, or getting his kids ready for school. So, good morning, Serge. We'll get some musings for you. All right, on the other side, we'll get the guest list from Young Tony. We'll get back in a Friday good mood on The Sports Leader.
Trade me right now.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. The question of the day. So Jonathan Kuminga left the game last night with an ankle/knee injury. He's getting an MRI today. If it comes back clean and he's healthy and ready to play, should the Warriors just sit him until the trade deadline? Don't forget, trade deadline is on February 5th at 12 noon, smack in the middle of Papa and Silver. You want to keep it locked right here on The Sports Leader. You can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-KNBR, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Final seconds. Get it in, and that will do it. It's a season-high 4-game winning streak for the Dallas Mavericks. They take care of business in the fourth quarter to knock off the Warriors 123 to 115. Despite 38 from Steph Curry, the Warriors have now lost back-to-back games.
I know sports and this league, things can change overnight with an injury like that to a guy like Jimmy. It happens all around the league, and teams have to figure out how to go through it. I guess it's just our turn now, and so it's no secret. This is difficult for everybody trying to accept the reality of what's going on.
Damn, Steph. We'll turn it up. 2000s Friday. We start local. Let's turn it up, man. Papa Roach out of Vacaville, California. Yeah, they're all from Vacaville High School. And we opened with wanted to fire it up a little bit with a little noise. Last Resort. The name of the song. A little meaning behind this, buddy, because it looks like the Warriors are at their last resort. It's my Papa Roach impression right there, buddy. I don't know. This is kind of hitting me right now. I feel good, but it's kind of like screaming into the Warrior void. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell's going on? You heard a disconsolate Steph right there. Man, oh, man. But, yeah, 2000s Friday. We'll see what the gifts are. This was early OOs. Papa Roach, a little bit of... I know people have complained we don't play enough rock and roll. And so maybe a little bit more today, perhaps.
Well, we'll start off Friday with a little rock and roll, Murph. Thanks for putting me on game. Obviously, I know this track, No Papa Roach. I had no idea that they were from Vacaville.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not like, Papa Roach, they're not like the Beatles. You know what I mean?
and this is coming from a guy that reps Vacaville on my shoes every single day, Murph. My Nikes have Vacaville, California written on the tongue of my shoe.
If we want to start going down Vacaville memories, bro, one of, if not the greatest moment in my youth sports coaching career happened in Vacaville when we, from the losers bracket, won the section all-star tournament and moved on to NorCal's with 6 straight nights in Vacaville.
Damn.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Epic. I mean, they could do a movie on the things that happened and the different twists and turns and emotional speeches that we gave and adversity we faced and late nights in Vacaville, those hot summer nights under the lights, knowing I had a radio show the next morning, driving back, sometimes on 3 and a half hours sleep, but just on pure adrenaline as we, those were magical days. Thank you, Vacaville, California.
The Papa Roach run. I like
Papa
it.
Roach run,
Papa Murph taking the team on.
Yeah, and in Vacaville, buddy, in Vacaville.
That's
so
awesome.
Anyway, yeah, man, you heard Steph. He said it's very difficult to accept the reality of what's going on. What is the reality of what's going on? Is it what we said to Sam Amick? Is the dynasty dead? And Sam kind of hesitated and said, yeah. I mean, Steve Kerr said over Christmas break when you and I were taking about 7 weeks off, by the way, another full week worked. I'd like credit from all the listeners. I'd like them to send us gifts for working a full week.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'm planning on working a week next week, too.
Look at you.
Yeah.
I might
Can't stop me now.
I might double down and go 2 weeks in a row.
Can't stop
Maybe
me now.
3.
Like Lou Gehrig and Cal Ripken, buddy. But anyway, while we were off, Steve Kerr said, well, we are a fading dynasty. Well, let's call it what it is. And we're like, yeah, duh. And now would you say fading went to faded? I mean, fade to black, perhaps?
Well, here's the thing, dude. We've been talking about the fading / end of the dynasty forever. Hell, post-2019, during COVID, we were talking about whether or not the dynasty was over. Then they came back and won one in 2022, took down the Boston Celtics, and we're like, yeah, the dynasty lives on. And here we are now 4 years later, still talking about the same dynasty. In my opinion, the dynasty kind of had a jumping off point once Klay Thompson left. And we saw Klay last night, only 6 points, not like he put on a big show or anything. But like to me, the dynasty was about Steve Kerr and the big three, throwing Andre Iguodala and all the surrounding pieces, strength in numbers and all that good stuff. But that departure, getting away from Klay Thompson, kind of signaled the end of the dynasty, so that this was an extra chapter, like extra credit on top of everything. And that's why we talked about maximizing that Steph Curry window, even without Klay Thompson. Which is why I was hyped last year that they went out and got Jimmy Butler. So I almost view like this chapter as like an addition, like a bonus movie that we're getting at the back end of Steph Curry's career. I don't know if it really factors into the main dynasty, but I get, for the argument's sake, whatever you want to call it, it's coming to a crash and burn this season, just like we saw last year before they made the trade for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think in sports history of guys who did like tack one on late. I mean, maybe the 22 title was the one that was tacked on late, you know? I mean, Brady had a whole second career.
Yeah.
I mean, that was bonkers. Like the Brady story of the first part of his career versus the second part, like people have isolated him from like 20. What is it? What was this? When did the second one start? Like 2013 or 14? When did he start winning those Super? I lose track because I don't want to think about.
Oh, you're talking about like the second part of New England, like even before Tampa Bay.
Before Tampa Bay.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
When he went on that run, beating Atlanta and all that, and the Rams.
Thanks a lot, Kyle Shanahan.
I know. Kyle catches a stray.
He's been catching strays for years. For years, my friend.
But I mean, it is hard to tack that one on for sure. And we knew it was so fragile, and Jimmy going down is enough. Now, again, per my jock blog, you know, is there any scenario where Kuminga steps into the Butler void and becomes the most interesting Warrior in the world, right? Well, last night he twists his knee and his ankle. Somebody wrote in on the text line, do you think he's faking it? No, he's not. You saw it. He definitely twisted the knee. And they said it wasn't serious, and like they have another game, was it Saturday in Minneapolis? Is that when that is? I didn't triple check on that.
Yeah, they got back-to-back versus Minnesota, right?
I think there's a day off in between.
Okay.
I think they go Saturday, Monday. Warriors. It's a weird one, but anyway, the point is that I don't know if he'll play Saturday.
Yeah, Minnesota, next two games.
Okay, is it Saturday, Monday?
Let me double check that for you.
Sorry, I meant to check that right before we came on the air. Yeah, it is. It's Saturday, Monday. Yeah. We got that right. Saturday at 2:30 on ABC. It's an odd situation. T-Wolves are 9. T-Wolves, by the way, are one of those teams. Right, are only 3 games in the loss column ahead of the Warriors. Like if the Warriors are a serious team, they would go win these two. You know, I mean, at worst split them, but definitely not get swept. If you get swept in this baseball series, as Fitz is calling it, you can definitely start to you can finish driving the knife into the heart of the Warriors. Will Kuminga play in those games? Can Kuminga step up and be that guy who not only boosts his trade value if they want to trade him by February 5th to get something good, but also maybe there's a scenario where he fits in and Kerr steps aside and he stays. I don't know. A lot of things can happen, but him twisting his knee and his ankle sure didn't help matters. And boy, we'll play more Steph sound for you as the morning goes on. He didn't sound happy last night.
No.
They said he lifted weights, took a shower, meandered over and talked to a small handful of writers and said things like, yeah, it's very difficult to accept the reality of what's going on. Mm-hmm. You know, sounds like, it's like what Woody Allen said. Oh, I can't quote Woody, can I? In Annie Hall, when he said a relationship is like a shark. It has to constantly keep moving forward or it dies. And he says to Diane Keaton, rest in peace, Diane. We miss her. He said, what we have on our hands is a dead shark. And I think maybe that's what we have on our hands is a dead shark.
Oh, really? I didn't know sharks couldn't stop moving.
That was the story, that a shark has to constantly keep moving or it dies. Maybe Warsofsky can use that.
Yeah.
Tonight, for the field trip, which leads to the horns, let's bring on Tony right now. Natural transition. Because apparently there is a caravan of youth and energy and teal heading from Daly City to San Jose. And this kid is on board. Good morning, young Tony.
What up, Tone?
Good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, we're doing that today. I think we're going to take Caltrain down. We were debating driving or Caltrain. It sounds like Caltrain's the move.
So where help me out, man. I know Caltrain on 4th and whatever.
I heard San Bruno is the stop that I think we're going to pick it up on.
And so how many people are going?
Myself, Michael Connell, Austin Scott, Jack Loader, and then Mari, the head of everybody at Digital, is going to join us as well.
So you're the only non-digital guy
She's
going
to drive. Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Can't you rally a few more troops?
I mean, do I want to?
Shouldn't Copes? Isn't he Mr. Teal now?
Yeah, he's all in on the Sharks.
He's on air till 6, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, the game's at what? When does the puck drop?
7.
All right, bombs on down there.
Hop on Caltrain.
Are
He
they
doesn't
gonna
have a car.
Are they going to start doing pre-games from the Jackson San Jose for like they do Harmonic?
Yeah, they should. I mean, they got a bunch of Jack shows coming up, which, by the way, spoiler alert, I think we'll be down in San Jose for the 49er draft show down at Jack's.
Oh, wow. That is a heavy promotion.
Yeah,
right
that's
there.
a heavy promotion. You said Jackson. It's the first thing that
We
popped
still
up
have
in my
Moscone
mind.
Radio. Moscone Center Radio.
We got to get through the big game first.
All right, Rangers Sharks 7:00 puck drop tonight, and should be a dandy.
Yeah. I was watching some of the highlights. Their first game they played the Rangers, it was at MSG. It was the 5th game of the year. It was the first Sharks win of the year.
It's the Judy Jupiter game, bro.
That's right.
That's when they're in New York City.
Yes. That was the pregame. Yeah.
You might want to revive that for the cooler of content in honor of them playing the Rangers
We
again.
could, yeah. Matt Rempe is like their Revo, their enforcer. Matt Rempe's 6'9". They got into a little bit of a
6'9".
nice. Yeah, a nice fight, if you will. It's kind of a decision 10-9 round, if you will, but Matt Rempe probably got the best of Revo there. And then Celebrini had his second career hat trick. It was a really good game. Went into overtime. Will Smith with the OT winner. 6-5, the final.
I mean, New York Rangers, to me, have always had one of the great logos in sports. I love the red, white, and blue with the Rangers diagonal thing. And it's just a classic, and it's a classic franchise, and it's a classic fan base, and all that good stuff. So there will be Ranger fans in the house, brother. Get ready. Even with the Baby Sharks winning over the Bay Area, Ranger fan will be heard tonight.
Yeah.
You might hear a pot fan sucks, buddy. You know the whole deal? Yeah.
I don't think I know the whole deal.
Well, you should just go in there and go,
I think, wait, was this what Dave was telling me about this morning? When 1940, their first...
You blew my whistle there.
Oh, the Dodgers suck? Oh, okay.
Pot fan sucks. We need to teach young Tony about pot fan sucks.
Yeah, we'll put him on
My
game.
whistling wasn't very good because the caffeine has dried out my lips.
Oh.
How you good whistler?
Early on. I'm a decent whistler.
I'm dying. I died. My lips dried out.
It's the
It's
same chant we do at Giants games, but a little different, Tony.
Potvin sucks. Dennis Potvin was a goalie that in New York who was the object of ire for Rangers fans, and he used to play for the Islanders. The Islanders were the big rival. The Islanders were also the dynasty that won all the Stanley Cups in the 80s. They were the dominant team. The Rangers were downtrodden. They hadn't won one since 1940. But the Rangers fans didn't matter. They just chanted Pot Van Suck. And that was in the 80s, right? Early 80s. This is 2026. If you went in tonight and in the beer line or whatever, just whistled what I just did, a dozen Rangers fans walking by would yell, Pot Van Sucks. That's their secret code, buddy. So
they had that chant when I was there January 3rd, and I wanted to yell Dodgers suck because Marcus and Copes have raised me the right way, and now I know the chant.
The Giants don't do that.
Oh, no, they definitely do. They do it for Dodgers suck. Yeah, during the game, especially when
it's not a cultural.
When my guy Steve Hogan is out there with the piano, he definitely does it.
Yeah, I hear it all the time, Murph.
Guys, you guys are comparing Mount Everest to a small hill. Pot Van Sucks is one of the most iconic chants that has swept the Eastern Seaboard for decades. Giants fans have been afraid to say Dodgers suck. They do beat LA, which I freaking hate. I want more Dodgers suck. You don't get much Dodgers suck. Oh. You're getting a little bit more now. A little bit.
Yeah. I would
say, little bit. I agree it's there, but it's not
nearly
nearly to the level of Pot Fan Sucks or not nearly to the level of what it should be, quite frankly.
I would agree because there's still times at Giants games where like people around us start laughing and be like, "Ooh, what was that?" And then we teach them and then we tell them next time around.
It's there, but it's like minimal.
Yeah.
People would rather say beat LA, which I don't like. I'd rather say Dodgers suck.
Dodgers suck.
But it's not. It's not nearly.
It's not as popular as beat LA. I get your point.
Yeah. Which I'm with you guys. I prefer Dodgers suck. but it hasn't swept the park. It's not the whole park doing it.
No. You're right. But hey,
Yeah.
we're starting a movement
Well,
on the morning show.
I agree with you. My buddy preschool dad Peter, who's a hard-bitten East Coaster, thinks we are the softest MFers of all time because we do beat LA instead of Dodgers suck.
Dude.
He's like, what are you guys doing? He goes, can we say Dodgers suck? Can we just call it for what it is?
Come on,
If you
dude.
go to the game with Copes does it every time.
Yeah, well, that's just Copes.
Yeah.
Is the whole stadium doing it?
That's more of our pocket. I get what Murphy's
Yes,
saying.
yes.
Like I said,
I
just like
understand.
you just learned a year or two ago,
That's fair,
there are
yeah.
still other fans around us
Yeah, dude.
getting in on the party.
You can't touch Pot Fan Sucks.
Pot fan sucks.
Pot Fan Sucks is one of the most iconic
Yeah.
chants in American sports.
Come on, dude. We need to get back to the day where people look at the Bay as battery chuckers at Candlestick. This is what Tony Vitello was talking about, making it uncomfortable down at Oracle
There you
Park.
go.
Yeah, get the battery chuckers back out there.
916 wins with the text of the day already at 6:33. He goes, more musings, less whistling. That's a great one. Oh, dude, I died on the whistle. Yeah, somebody said underwhelming. I'm usually better, but the coffee definitely sucked out my the moisture from my lips.
Yeah.
I'm not a bad whistler, but that was bad. Yes, I agree.
Shout out Too Short, blow the whistle.
Maybe I should take another. Maybe I should get a couple cups of water and try again.
You got to wet your whistle.
Some people are asking, was that the Andy Griffith theme song? If you got another, what did young Tony learn today? All right. What do we got
right,
with
what do we
guest
got,
list?
Tony?
Sponsored by El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership. We are family. Wait. Never mind. All right, go ahead.
Dodgers suck. All right,
And the Dodgers suck.
we got to get going. Brian and Bobby's best bets any minute now. Tony Vitello, we're going to replay that interview at 6:50. Tony Mavs going to join us at 7:30. Gary St. Jean, 8:15. Cooler Content, 8:30. We'll check in with Greg Bell, who's covering the Seahawks for the News Tribune, and then go national with Omar Ruiz, reporter for the NFL Network, at 9:15.
Okay, let's do it. That means Brian and Bobby go next?
Yeah, right around the corner.
Brian and Bobby are hot. Hot. Let's go. Brian and Bobby
Dodgers suck.
suck. On the Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brian and Bobby gave me the opportunity to really learn.
It's Brian and Bobby's best bets.
You guys are Hall of Famers in my book.
On the Sports Leader. But wait, who the Or Brian and Bobby.
Brian and Bobby coming in 2000s Friday. So we're keeping it a little bit more on sort of that like 2000s, what do you want to call it? Just sort of like that rock. Would you call it rock, I guess? Linkin Park. No, we lost the lead singer of Linkin Park, didn't we? Chester Benningfield was his name. Yeah, this was a signature song of the OOs. Would we say we're numb after some of our picks last week? I don't know. Or numb after the 49ers lost 41-6 to Seattle. It's a good one, though. Turn it up, man. It's a whole generation. Was this for your high school years? Or
right when I was like middle school. I'd say my older sister and her friends definitely bumped some Linkin Park.
All right. They were... They had a little run there.
Oh, definitely.
A little run.
Yeah, you're right. There was kind of that era. I almost call it like Vans off the wall tour rock, where there was a lot of bands like Linkin Park, Green Day, kind of that sort of vibe. Where it's not heavy metal or anything, but I'm not sure exactly what I would call it. Kind of like skate rock.
A little heavier than Kelly Clarkson.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, there you go. But anyway,
not in the same category at all.
Papa Roach and Linkin Park Numb. On a 2000s Friday. Let's go here. Brian and Bobby about to dine in. And by the way, Overnight Dave, listen, give me a segment. I'll get something wrong. Overnight Dave corrected me. Of course, Potvin was not a goalie. I said he was a goalie. You know why I'm confusing it? Because the other Incredible Rangers chant was for their goalie, Ron Hextall. Ready for this? The Islanders goalie, Ron Hextall, crashed a Porsche into a tree and almost died in a terrible incident. Rangers fans, when he came to the Garden, chanted, "Buy a Porsche, Hextall, buy a Porsche." Buy a Porsche, Hextall, Dude, this is like, they're savages. Absolute savages out there.
Buy a Porsche.
And then we go, beat L.A., beat L.A. So anyway, we'll make Dodgers suck the credo of 2026.
I need more Dodgers suck in my life.
We're not even going to talk about last week. We're just going to move straight to this week, all right? Conference championships. We are now both picking games because there's no more college games, believe it or not. Even though college played all the way through Monday, January 19th. And by the way, can I get one more riff off here?
Oh, please do.
There was a movement on social media that people were pissed. I saw Portnoy and Barstool trying to get out in front on this, that the championship game was played the day after divisional round football. What a terrible bit of scheduling. Everybody's minds are on the NFL. This is stupid. College football is broken. Why is this game being played? I stridently disagreed with it at the time. I'm in a football state of mind. I needed more. I love that I have my beef with college football playoff and scheduling and all that stuff, but I like that standalone Monday night after that weekend of NFL football. I like it. Do you like it?
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with it. It's not like there was a head-to-head matchup against Monday Night Football.
There was a lot of movement out there saying, this sucks, this is too late, I've lost interest in college. Guess what? Record ratings on Monday night. More people watched that game than any game since like 2014 or something like that. So anyway, I just wanted to get that off my chest. I liked it. I'm jonesing for more football when that divisional weekend ends, and then you get some, you know?
Yeah, my guy Fernando Mendoza brought home a title to the Silver and Black, so I'm happy to watch it any day of the week.
What's the song? It was something in the air. Anyway, you'll be singing it all week, buddy.
Stars were bright, Fernando.
All right, want to go just chronologically here, buddy?
Yeah, let's go in order.
And age before beauty, AFC, Pats at Broncos, the 15-3, New England Patriots at the 16-3. Is that right? Did I get those records right? Denver Broncos. The Denver Broncos are in an interesting situation. They don't have a starting quarterback. Marcus, help me out. We didn't talk about this because we are so focused on the 49ers. When did Bo Nix break his ankle? I still can't figure it out.
The second to last play of the game.
Do you see it?
I've seen the play, but it didn't look like it was that serious of an injury. Like he didn't go down to the floor in pain like what we saw with Jimmy Butler the other night.
I know you're the local conspiracy guy. By the way, they're both 14-3. Is nobody questioning the validity? Did something happen in the locker room?
No, they're saying it happened on that second to last play of the game, and adrenaline was running through his veins, so he was able to finish off the game, and obviously the Denver Broncos got the win. But as much as I love a good conspiracy, I don't know what the hell the benefit would be of playing a backup quarterback unless you're saying there's a full-blown conspiracy to get the Patriots into the Super Bowl.
No, I'm saying when he got hurt or how he got hurt.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they're conspiring to keep him out of the game. I'm just like, are they giving us the full information on how he got hurt?
Yeah, it's fishy. I didn't expect to get that news. I think everybody was shocked by that news after seeing the Broncos pull off that win against the Bills. And by the way, I still thought that was a catch and not an interception. But hey, That's water under the bridge by now. Broncos against the Patriots this weekend. Should we dive into this matchup?
Go, buddy. Take it away.
Let's go. The Patriots are 4.5-point favorites this weekend, traveling up to Denver. Now, that should shock you because a home underdog in the AFC Championship game, it's obviously because of what we just talked about. Bo Nix is out with that ankle injury, so that means it's Jarrett Stidham back in your life. Jarrett Stidham, who, oh, by the way, hasn't thrown a single pass this season. The Denver Broncos were the only team in the NFL that did not have their backup quarterback throw a pass this season. They also didn't have their backup quarterback throw a pass last season. They haven't had a quarterback throw a pass since the 2023 season. But I'd like to take you back even a little bit deeper into Jarrett Stidham's best game of his career against the 49ers on New Year's Day up at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. I was standing on the sideline after ripping a smelling salt from Max Crosby, and I was shocked. I didn't know if I was tripping out or if I took some psychedelics in that smelling salt because Jarrett Stidham was putting the Raiders on his back that night, which is tempting me to take the Denver Broncos plus the 4.5 points at home. The last time that we've seen a home underdog in an AFC Championship game was back in 2015/2016 when the Denver Broncos were a 2.5-point underdog against the New England Patriots. They won that game and went on to play in the Super Bowl at Levi Stadium. What a coincidence. The Super Bowl is back at Levi Stadium. I don't know if the Broncos win this game with the backup quarterback, but you're giving me more than a field goal here against a Patriots team that I've been calling fraudsters the entire year with the softest schedule in the NFL. Drake May is turning the ball over. If he turns the ball over against his Denver defense, I think they can keep it close enough, Murph. And my stat of the day, the trend I'm looking at, home dogs of 4 or more points in the playoffs over the last 50 years are 9-0 against the spread in those matchups, including the Carolina Panthers earlier this playoff run against the LA Rams. So I'll take that Denver Bronco defense. I'll take Sean Payton maybe throwing out a couple bounties on a couple quarterbacks, and I'll take the Broncos to cover the spread. I think the Patriots ultimately win, but I think they win by a field goal. Give me the Broncos plus the points at home.
I can't believe this. We did 4 picks last week, and we did the exact same picks. And already we're doing the exact same thing. You know, there's a joke in comedy, and in fact, my second Woody quote of the day is that he got in one of his comedy routines. He goes, gets on the stage. He goes, "Good evening, everybody. I don't know what I'm going to do. The guy before me did everything I was going to do." You know, you just literally said everything I would like to say. I'm with you. That's too many points for a home dog. The Patriots are not an established. Yes, they have a great defense. I got you. And I like Drake May, but he has had trouble holding onto the ball in his first playoff runs here. By the way, here's one more stat for you. You talked about home dogs in the playoffs. Never has a conference championship home team been this big of an underdog. Oh. This is the biggest home conference championship underdog in NFL history. So, and I'm against Stidham. Like, we're joking, and I've been Peter Schrager on NFL or ESPN and keeps calling him Stiddy. They call him Stiddy. He can be capable. Like, I don't think he's going to go out there and stick it up that much. I'm not even sure they're going to lose, but I'm certainly going to take the 4.5 points. So I'm with you, buddy. I'll take the 4.5. I mean, just for fun, I'll say they win the game, but at least they cover. I'm with you, too, on that. And everything you said, just lather, rinse, repeat. I totally agree with all those takes. So both of us are on board. I'll jump over. I'll go first on Rams Seahawks so you can't stop stealing my thunder.
Yeah, you first.
All
right,
you first. All right, listen. Here's the one. I mean, everything pointing frickin' Seattle action green, bro. I mean, my God, that crowd, they're so rested, bro. They're like coming out of a spa, man. They haven't. I read the stat that since they met on December 18th, the Rams have been to Atlanta and back. They've been to Charlotte and back. They've been to Chicago and back. And since then, the Seahawks took a little pleasure jaunt down to Levi's, kicked some ass, and flew back to their feather beds up in the Pacific Northwest to hear the drizzle pitter-patter on the window to give them nice sleep weather. I mean, the Seahawks could not be in a better mental, emotional, or physical state, although they did lose Zach Charbonnet. Okay, well, we'll mention that. He lost him to there's another ACL. Is there a power station nearby?
Yeah, there must be.
But anyway, so man, oh man, that crowd, that defense, the rest versus the Rams just kind of coming up. The Rams are kind of coming up on their last legs, man. They've been scraping by. They had to fight hard to beat Carolina. They had to fight hard to beat Chicago. It was cold. Stafford's old. All those things. But all that said, and I don't know if this is emotional or not, I don't want the Seahawks to win. I don't like the Seahawks. I dislike the Seahawks and their fans and their culture more than I dislike Ram culture. People are like, how can you say that? It's LA, man. Dodgers suck. All that stuff. Well, they were the St. Louis Rams for too long. It took all the wind out of the sails of the rivalry. So I don't hate the Rams as much as I hate the Seahawks. I think the Rams can run it. I think what the Niners couldn't do against Seattle, the Rams can. The Rams can and will. And if McVay sticks with the run, so Sean McVay, stick with the run, buddy, to set up Puka, to set up those tight ends that are so good. Rams are getting 2.5. I'm taking the Rams plus 2.5. Suck it, Seattle. That's my pick.
Oh, Murph saying Seattle is not going to pick up those cigars down at Levi's Stadium. And Murph, I've been going back and forth all week with this matchup. I really do think it's a coin toss. I mean, look at the 2 games that they played earlier this year. Seattle won the last matchup in overtime, 38-37. But the Rams won that first matchup, 21-19. That means in the 2 games that they've played each other, they've both scored 58 and 57 points. They've also both accumulated 830 yards versus 829 yards. So you put these matchups on paper, and they are the perfect matchup for each other. And so when I'm looking at this matchup, I'm obviously looking at that Seattle defense and all the success that they've had against Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. They haven't had that same type of success against Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay. Actually, Matthew Stafford against Mike McDaniel defenses had 10 touchdown passes and only 1 interception. So we talk about Mike McDaniel being the Shanahan solver. Seems like Stafford and those boys have solved what they're doing up in Seattle. Vice versa, everybody's talking about, oh, we finally got over the hump with the Sam Darnold narrative about winning a playoff game. Yeah, they won last week against the 49ers, but Sam Darnold wasn't carrying the team on his back. Had like 130 passing yards. So 106. I still am not sold on Sam Darnold in the postseason, especially when you look at his stats against the Rams this year. 4 interceptions in that first matchup, 2 interceptions in that second matchup. That's 6 interceptions. Sam Darnold cannot turn the ball over against his Rams defense. So I'm going with the advantage with the coach and the quarterback. I got to agree once again, Murph. I don't know if this is good news or bad news, but I will take the points, the 2.5 with Matthew Stafford. I will be buying a point, getting up to 3.5. That's the strategy here for me this weekend. But I think the Rams outright win. It's going to be a battle, but I like the Rams and Matthew Stafford moving on at the end of the day.
I love it, man. Well, I don't love the Rams, trust me. But to your point, the Rams gained 581 yards against Seattle. The Niners in 2 games couldn't even crack like 400 total combined.
Dude, and that stat about Matthew Stafford, 10 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Brian and Bobby have spoken on a 2000s Friday, and Potvin sucks. You're all welcome, everybody. You're all wiser now. Now, Tony Vitello, come on, Giants fans. Stop being so cynical. Get behind our guy, Tony V, and his rope hat. Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Hey, if you have pain, and I do, I threw my back out this morning, I would go to Marin Health because joint pain, sports injury, arthritis, back trouble. How about me throwing on my back in the shower, just turning. That's all. If it's slowing you down, listen up. Marin Health Orthopedic Care is right here in Marin County with expert surgeons, specialists, and support teams dedicated to getting you back to the life you love. So we can talk about something as big as a total joint replacement, a hip, a knee, a shoulder, or hand and upper extremity care, non-operative spine treatment, pain management, sports medicine. They've got you covered. So whether it's helping you recover after surgery or managing chronic pain or evaluating a new injury, Marin Health's team partners with patients every step of the way. They educate you. They build a plan that fits your goals and lifestyles. And it's not far, man. It's right across the bridge. Convenient orthopedic locations from San Rafael to Novato and beyond. World-class care closer to home. So when you want to move better, you want to feel better, you want to live better, visit mymarinhealth.org. Click on orthopedics, and you'll learn more. Better days start with Marin Health.
It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ooh, OO's Friday hit, and we did Papa Roach out of Vacaville. We did, of course, the second one was... Lincoln Park Numb, right? Thank you very much. But this is perfect. Little Red Hot Chili Peppers Californication, because Tony Vitello is our new California guy. There you go. There's our link. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, Giants manager Tony Vitello. Tomorrow is FanFest. San Ramon, Bishop's...
City Center, Bishop Ranch.
Great spot. Thank you very much. So, everybody go out and see Tony V tomorrow, or get hyped by listening right now. He joined me and Marcus yesterday, but we want to play it for the early crowd because it's good, man. You got to get to know your manager. And, yeah, I'd like more players, but he brings up some interesting points about how they're going to carry themselves and the culture of the Giants. And maybe that will be the difference between 81 wins and 88 wins. Maybe not. Let's get into it. And it starts with the fact that he just came back from a gigantic trip internationally, across the international date line, to see Jung-Hoo Lee in Korea. So good morning, Tony, on the UMA guest line. Thanks for hopping on with Murph and Marcus. And, gosh, what a trip to Korea that was. Tell us about it. How'd you bond with Jung-Hoo? How was Korea, Tony? Good morning.
It was amazing. I think the thing we did in order to become close teammates was he lent me a coat. I've been traveling around nonstop out of one bag, and I was underprepared for how cold it was there. So I refused a couple times, and then I look back on it. If he wouldn't have given me that coat, I might not be talking to you today, because it was pretty chilly over there. But other than that adversity, it honestly was an incredible trip. Not just getting close with him, but there was a lot of other representatives from the Giants. The fact Willie was there, I think, was huge, and seeing how he and Willie, acted with each other, I think they kind of hit a new peak in their relationship too. Just getting the bond away from the field, and then, also taking the time to go to his home country.
Yeah, Tony, I thought it was really cool seeing all of the clips and photos and videos of you guys hanging out. We saw the cooking show, so I got to ask you the tough question. Who was the best Korean barbecue cook between you, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Willie Adames?
So I was kind of watching close, and I think Willie might have us beat. We didn't get to the point where we taste tested everything. We did so much in a short amount of time. We were kind of tight on time. But I decided to stay an extra day in Korea just to actually see some of the sights. And that Chef Choi, he's famous over there. He's on Netflix. I went to his restaurant, and the food he prepared was 20 times better than what we ate right there. His restaurant is a Michelin restaurant. It was incredible. So made a good connection there thanks to Jung-Hoo.
What a great life experience that was here. We're talking to Tony Vitello, Giants Fan Fest, Saturday in San Ramon at Bishop Ranch City Center. And he'll be there with Jung-Hoo Lee, who we just mentioned. Who, by the way, did you have a little forehead sweat going last night when he was detained at LAX? We opened our show by saying, free Jung-Hoo, free Jung-Hoo. Yeah. Do you have any information on that?
Yeah. No, that was a non-story that became a story. I think Mr. Nightingale, whoever else, if you can tweet something out and it gets people's eyes, you'll do it. So that, I certainly respect the work you guys do and all other media, but I think that was a good example of, there was a minor hiccup, and and somehow that word got out, so it was turned into a minor story. But no, all is good there, and we'll of course be in full attendance this weekend. I'm looking forward to it because San Jose was a great experience for me.
Well, yeah, Tony, I wanted to ask you about that because you went from seeing the fanfare out in Korea for Jung-Hoo Lee and the Love of Baseball for really getting your first experience to see Giants fans. So how was that interaction for you and the support that you felt down in San Jose this past weekend?
Yeah, I've been to the ballpark. I've been to a lot of different games when Bill Miller was playing with the Giants. So I've got a little bit of an experience, but that was my first interaction with the fans, with me wearing Giants gear and of course, them cheering on the guys that we brought with us. It was awesome. I mean, our games at Tennessee were pretty rowdy, but a sellout crowd, they expanded the stadium, but prior to that was about 6,000 people. And if I'm not mistaken, we had that, if not more, in San Jose. And the people themselves were rowdy and active and really into everything that we did. So I walked away with a pretty good impression and was pretty excited. And the guys, we rode in the van to the Warriors game. It was nice to see the guys didn't feel like they were putting in work or anything like that. I think they got just as much out of it as the fans did.
Tony Vitello is the voice you hear. 3 months to the day, right? Wasn't it October 22, Tony? Was that the day?
It was absolutely October 22 because that's the date I scroll back to. There's still people I have not texted back. Just with the nature of the job that I had and then the way that it went down again, it might have been Mr. Nightingale. I don't know who, maybe it was Ken Rosenthal. Word got out and turned it into chaos before anything really came to fruition. And then when it finally did, there was a lot more that came with it. So I will never forget that it was October 22nd. And ironically, that's my birthday month, and 22 is a number I've always worn. But Will Clark is a little bit better player than I was. So
well,
no more 22 for me.
That makes it a clean 3 months today. So if we have to recap the 3 months, going to Korea would be a pretty obvious highlight. Correct me if I'm wrong. You also went to the Dominican Republic?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I absolutely love that trip. I was really bitter. It wasn't longer. It was in the works. There kept being hurdles. Long story short, we kind of had to squeeze it in because I didn't want the holidays to come and have not gone yet. And I was even planning on going to the Hernandez signing, but that didn't work out either with some of the other stuff we got going on. So I was so glad I got to go, but it was such a short window. Again, we did a lot, and I was able to meet, not just Devers and Willie, but some of the minor league guys and a lot of other people that work hard for the Giants. Our complex down there where we develop players is incredible. It's basically a miniature version of Scottsdale. And many argue that our setup in Scottsdale is the best in Major League Baseball. So all in all, that was a fun one. The highlight was the lunch we had. Willie couldn't make that, but everybody else was there, and we had a blast.
Tell us a little bit about Rafi. Obviously in Boston, they kind of turned their knives on him after – he was beloved when they won the World Series, and then the whole Bregman signing, it got staticky, it got weird, the DH, the first base thing. And then when he got traded to the Giants, we all were so excited here, and the Boston media machine kind of brought their knives out. Oh, bad guy, bad dude, bad clubhouse guy. Well, we keep trying to find evidence of that here in San Francisco. We haven't. I know it's kind of a layup for you to say, yeah, he's a great guy, but can you tell us about him and the personality? Because I got news for you, Tony. If he hits, you're going to win more games and you're going to be a better manager. So tell us about Rafi. Give us your full Tony V breakdown.
Yeah, I think Rafi's always going to be able to hit. And, of course, the lunch we had, we're at a 5-star restaurant eating steak, so everybody's having a good time. There wasn't anybody that's in a bad mood or you walk away saying this isn't a good guy. But I would rely more on guys like Alex Bregman. He was kind of at the heart of some positional change there. Him and Alex love each other. Anyone else who's interacted with him has great things to say about him. So I do think it's another example of what not just fans, but just people in society have this great challenge to take advantage of all this great content and all this great news, but also sift through it and find out what reality is. Because reality isn't always presented through some of those things. And I think what you got is you got a guy that's a great teammate. He's a hard worker. Obviously, he's talented. And anyone who kind of comes across him kind of falls in love with being around him. And I think the biggest reason for that is he's like a big little kid, and that smile will absolutely light up a room. I'm still learning everything. But if he doesn't have some sort of sponsorship from a toothpaste or a dentist or something, they're missing out, because the smile was the number one thing I talked about when all my buddies asked me, what was he like? And all. His smile can absolutely light up a room. And like I said, that lunch was so great that everyone was smiling the whole time.
Yeah, and Tony, I got to say, it was cool down at FanFest this weekend, also having the opportunity to talk to Bryce Eldridge and talk to him about his relationship with Rafael Devers and his thought of having them hitting back-to-back in the lineup. So talk to us about your relationship with Bryce Eldridge, how you see maybe that combination working over at first base, and what that future of first/DH, maybe the middle of the lineup, could look like with Rafael Devers and Bryce Eldridge in it.
Yeah, the common question for me has been from the media is, it's too early to say who's going to close or who's going to do this or that, but trade rumors. Well, of course, every single team is asking if we'll trade him, but there's zero desire from anybody. And you never say never, because it is pro sports, but there's zero desire for anyone to not see that guy in a Giants uniform as many days as possible, because he's so talented. And then you guys probably saw it in San Jose. He was a natural, just interacting with little kids, with people, with his teammates at the basketball game. He really is a mature kid for his age. And he's a dynamite player, but he's very immature, or he's very young in his development as a player. So I think we're only starting to see or scratch the surface of what this dude can do. And my relationship extends all the way back to when he was a freshman in high school, and he was just as highly touted as a pitcher as he was a hitter. And we recruited him. He did say no to us, so maybe there was a little bit of a grudge, but if that guy can be in our lineup, there's no grudges from me. And I think I got even the other day. I hit a fungo where he wasn't completely ready down there in Arizona, and it hit off his arm. So it's a little bit of a long story, but it ended up being a fun conclusion where we were joking that was payback. And now we're even for that rejection at Tennessee and can push forward as Giants.
By the way, I love this, Tony. This might be the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th interview I've heard where you mentioned that he spurned you. Tony V, you carry a little chip on the shoulder, huh? You don't forget, huh?
Recruiting gets very competitive, and I'll tell you what, I'll spin it into. I remember that stuff, but it's also just fun getting my college fix, walking around the facility. And asking guys, where they went to school or how they made their decision. And I do think it's important to kind of know these guys' background and their foundation. And fortunately with Bryce, got a head start. And I'll tell you what, that guy is eager to develop as a player. And again, he's from a northern state. He used to pitch as much as he did anything. So this guy really is young in his development. And I think everyone needs to be patient with that development, but also just be excited about how far away he is from his ceiling of being as good of a player as possible.
All right, my next question, I'll keep it in the college realm. So let's think about this. You're Tennessee, your rivals, Vandy, LSU, Florida, all the SEC schools, right? And now you're the manager of the Giants. Mm-hmm. So now the Dodgers are Vandy, the Mets are LSU. The other teams out there are out recruiting your team. Now, this isn't you. This is the front office. This is Buster and Zach. But the point is, the Dodgers get Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker. That's like Vandy getting Diaz and Tucker. The Mets get Bo Bichette and Freddie Peralta. It's like LSU getting Bo Bichette and Freddie Peralta. So how does the Tony Vitello Tennessee volunteer coach react when those other schools, Vandy and LSU, get all the players? What's your answer as a coach and as a program?
Yeah, well, first of all, those guys have been awesome, and including me in a ton of different conversations with our current roster and anything else. So I'm blessed to be involved. But it's you mentioned a couple names, and those guys are heavy hitters when it comes to decisions. But it's an organization. So when the game starts, the roster we have is the roster that was put together by fan base, by upper management, by the coaching staff, everybody, and it's what we're going to roll with, and we'll either win or lose. As Giants, and whoever we're going to be playing is going to be good. It could be any team you want. I'm from St. Louis. It could be the Cardinals. My dad's from Chicago. It could be the Cubs. Everybody's going to have good players on the field. And I get where you're coming from. There's some dynamic players that have signed as free agents and gone to these other clubs. But to pick out which ones specifically we got to worry about, I think is, it'll sound like coach speak, but I always felt like it was a waste of energy to label Vanderbilt's our rival, or Florida. People in Tennessee hate Florida. If you put too much attention on one of those SEC opponents, you're going to get knocked out by one you're not looking at. And you also might underperform if you're putting too much emphasis on playing against LSU on a particular weekend as opposed to being Alabama. So we'll see how much carryover of that thought process or how much, I pound my fist on the desk in front of the team. But I did think it served us well at Tennessee to just understand that each weekend, and it's different, we play 10 SEC weekends. Each weekend is individualistic or mutually exclusive from the others. And if you don't have your full attention directed into that weekend, it's not going to go well, because the SEC is a microcosm of Major League Baseball. Every roster has talent that can beat you. And if you can beat that talent or be victorious on that day, it's a great, great win. And that's what we're trying to do, is win more games than we lose. And last year was interesting because we landed right on 81 and 81.
Tony, this past weekend, I heard you use the phrase raise some hell multiple times down at FanFest. So regardless of who's on the opening day roster, is that one of the messages that you want to get across to the team on the first day of training camp, or should I say spring training?
Yeah, kind of like my little media theme or tangent I went on here. Maybe sometimes I can get stuck on a theme or two. And I was just excited. So that's the way that it came out. And I think that I heard way worse words than that when I was younger. There's a lot of little kids out there that were cheering on. So I don't think I did too bad on that. But, that phrase, if it comes out to our team, it'll be organic. I don't think it's a particular message. I think basically what we want our guys to do is play with as high of a level energy as possible. And I'm not, I'm new to this, so I'm not forgetting the fact that it is a long season, and you do have to have some sort of balance. You even got to have that in college. On Friday night, if you go crazy when you're facing Paul Skeens and you're doing all kinds of wild stuff you can't do on Saturday and Sunday, it's not going to be the complete weekend that you want. So for our opening day, we certainly want our guys to play with the energy and passion that the fans that are there watching can see and they can feel. And I think they'll feed off that. What I don't want to be a part of is anyone going home after they bought their ticket, sat there and watched the game, or they watched on TV, they put on their Giants gear and say, I don't know that they were really into it that day. That to me would be something that would be the ultimate criticism. I'll get criticized for doing this or that, or we shouldn't have bunted here or something like that. That's fine, and I won't hear it. But what'll bother me a lot is if our guys aren't playing with the energy that's appropriate, or at the very least matches the passion that our fans have, because I learned that when I was in high school. Giants fans are passionate and loyal.
That's a great answer. FP Santangelo was a player for the Giants. He played for the Expos. He's a Northern California kid. Just went into the Sacramento Baseball Hall of Fame, and now he's a broadcaster with the Giants. And you'll get to know FP. You may already have. He has a podcast, and he said, I'm hearing whispers inside the building that the Giants don't want to be liked this year. And it was like, oh, hey now. It's just kind of dovetailing off Marcus's question here about raising a little hell. Can you comment on, is that like a badge of honor? Yeah, let's not be liked. Is that part of the game plan?
Well, I think, and sorry if it's inappropriate to tie in college too much, but I think when we got to Tennessee, I was in the other dugout. I was at Arkansas. You looked at Tennessee on the schedule and you saw that as some breathing room. Like, all right, we're going to at least get 2 wins out of this. They're not going to be as tough to play. If you get up on them, they'll lay down. So I think, what's kind of being explained there is more of the fact that you don't want it to be a team that others take lightly. That's an understatement. But you want to be somebody that it's an uncomfortable look on your schedule. When you see there's a road trip to San Francisco or the Giants are coming to your ballpark, you don't want it to be an easy feeling. And more importantly, when the game's going on, you don't want to feel like it's a team that'll make mistakes and hand you the game. Or if you can get up early on them, they'll quit. Or on day 3, they're not going to have as much energy as day 1. So a fun way to say it on a podcast or media or having a beverage with somebody is, again, these guys raise hell or they, are hated by other people. But this isn't the UFC. We're not going to be able to just go out and fight everybody every day and everyone's going to hate us. And we certainly don't want to do things to disrespect opponents or anything like that. But I do think you want to be known as a team that it's not very comfortable to play these guys. Even when we beat them, it doesn't come easy.
Yeah, well explained. Good answer. Hey, before I let you go, X's and O's question, depth chart. And you can answer it however you want because I know you haven't managed a game yet. But right now, the Giants only have 2 starting outfielders on their 40-man. It's Jung-Hoo Lee in center and Elliot Ramos in left. Now, things can change. And we may be having this conversation January 22nd. Totally different roster on February 22nd. So, given that. But right now, just on the 40-man, it's Luis Matos, Gerard Encarnacion, Rodney McRae, and your buddy Drew Gilbert. Can you handicap the right field situation given that those are the 4 candidates right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of, as you started your question, I apologize. I already came up with my answer because I was asked in San Jose about Walker closing, and I don't mind bringing it up again because I've got to know the guy now and I watched him throw, and I'm good with that guy with the game in balance. The game can be in balance in the 6th inning or the 7th inning or the 8th inning. Also, we haven't seen some of these other guys throw against hitters. I just come from a place where I love open competition, and it truly makes other guys better. And I think to decide something ahead of time is pretty foolish, especially against apologies for the college. But we had a kid he came back, it was his 3rd year starting. So everyone thought he would be our opening day starter. And they just started to declare that in the media. It was like, well, first of all, that may not even be the best spot for him on the team. He's got to earn it. And he ended up not being the opening day starter for a variety of reasons. But I like letting things play out. Now, this is a different level. So you get situations where if I were to say Chapman's not our 3rd baseman, not only would my tires be slashed by a lot of people, but there's another tweet for Mr. Nightingale. So there are some spots that are solidified, but I kind of like the whole deal of opening day starter needs to be earned. And to be honest with you, when I watched the bullpens the other day, our opening day starter had the best bullpen. So I like competition. We got some guys that have solidified spots, but especially with the pitching and yes, the outfield, and you could even come up with other arguments or other spots. It's kind of a fun group because there's a lot of guys that are kind of stuck in the middle looking to elevate themselves and kind of stake their claim.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch, man. It's great talking. It's just fun, enjoyable conversation. We appreciate your openness and your willingness to hop on with Murph and Marcus. Like I said, we're going to be in Scottsdale, so we'll see you down there up close and personal. So last one is, let's just, from around the league, have any of the fellow managers in that fraternity reached out? Dave Roberts comes to mind, former Giant. Torey Lovullo, and under 2 new ones, San Diego and Colorado have new managers, I think, but have you heard from some of the veteran managers, or is that just is that verboten, no communication?
No, so that's what I was going to bleed into with the recruiting thing. College coaches, some of them are closer than others. It's just really hard because of the transfer portal, especially now. You have this mutual respect and you want to get closer with others, but it's almost impossible to. I've picked up a different vibe in pro sports. Everybody is just that. They're a pro. If you're not able to hire somebody or something like that. And with the big league managers, it's been amazing. I mean, Tony La Russa has blown me away with how kind he's been to me. And of course, he's, not a manager now, but just giving me advice. And then Roberts was great in Orlando. I met a bunch of guys. Probably Ollie Marmol has been the best at reaching out to me. I've talked with Cora. Who was probably the nicest to me in Orlando, and it kind of made me uncomfortable, was Aaron Boone. First of all, I grew up watching him play and cheering for him a little bit or admiring him, but then also we play them on opening day. But I think, again, there's a different level of professionalism, and all the guys I've come across, And because of Orlando, the winter meetings, it's been almost everybody. And there is a fraternity that's pretty cool. And I got to kind of pinch myself that I'm a part of it. I guess what I need to do is earn my keep or earn my way and feel good about being a part of that group.
Well, we're getting a lot of positive feedback from Giants fans. They love the open conversation, that you're willing to come on and just chew the fat and talk ball and go to FanFest Saturday in San Ramon. You're going to like San Ramon if you haven't been out there. Hoity-toity suburbs out there, man. You can eat off the streets out there. Bishop Ranch, City Center Mall. It's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, my last one's a really wacky one. You've been wearing this hat that's not a traditional Giants hat. It's like a rope hat, and the SF is a slightly different logo. Does that have special meaning for you?
Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, so it would have been better if we could have done video. I think that was an option today, but I'm in Ohio. I'm going to talk to some high school coaches, and it's in my hand. I'm going to wear this on stage. It was given to me when I first got hired, along with one other hat. I gave that hat to my dad. So I've been running around so much. It's like the only hat I have. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, man, this is boring. I got to. I was in Singapore. I was in the Singapore airport flying back from that Asia trip because I spent a few extra days out there, and there was a really cool Giants hat, and I should have bought it just for variety purposes. But I was also like, man, am I a member of the Giants team, and I'm going to buy a hat here?
Hey,
so
no,
there'll be some variety coming.
Hey, Greg Johnson. Ship the box of hats to your guy,
yeah,
all right?
We'll get you some hats,
Greg
Tony.
is a friend of ours. We know Greg. He listens. Dude, Greg, send the guy a freaking box of hats, all right, dude? And some variety, too. Give him a different look, all right? Willie Mays used to always wear the...
No complaints.
Well, just to give you a sense of the organization. Willie Mays used to wear a spring training one with a G on it.
Yeah, no, I'll have the full arsenal soon. I don't have a bunch of the hats, but when I went there, those guys made me feel bad how much they had every snack I like in the hotel. My office is set up unbelievably. Buster gave me a really nice sentimental gift. It's been great, but yeah, I guess my honesty hopefully doesn't get me in trouble there, but I'll add some new hats.
Yeah. Hey, man, the only thing left to do is go first to third, move some runners over, hit the cutoff man and play some good baseball.
Yes, no doubt. No doubt.
All right. Listen, great stuff, Tony, and we appreciate you hopping on with Murph and Marcus, and we'll do it again, and if not, we'll see you in Arizona real soon. So have a great talk with those high school coaches, and be well.
Yeah, thanks, Tony.
Perfect. My pleasure, guys. Take it easy.
There he is, Tony Vitello. All right, another Tony Maserati, talking NFL playoff weekend from Boston. He's great, but we could also recap a little Tony V on the other side, too. And yes, Grant McCrae. Sorry, guys. It's live radio on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
All right, let's talk about the good people at El Cerrito Honda. Come on, weekend coming up. Good chance for you to go start the new year with a new ride from El Cerrito Honda. Great place to go. Friendly staff, family atmosphere at El Cerrito Honda. Big, beautiful showroom. I was over there hanging out, Sharif and Sylvia, the crew, and getting that 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid last year. Loved it. Great selection. They have the color you want. They have the model you want. You can check it at elcerritohonda.com and just start shopping. You'll be pleased by what you see, and then you'll go to the showroom. You actually got to walk on the lot. Visit El Cerrito Honda today, right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. If you need the address, 11755 San Pablo Avenue in El Cerrito. Once again, you can start shopping online, elcerritohonda.com. The sleek Accord, fuel-efficient Civic, adventurous Passport, versatile CR-V, and tell them your boy Murph sent you over there. So, yeah, I was listening to The Leader, and Murph sent me over. Good, they'll be happy, because El Cerrito Honda is more than just a car dealership. We're family.
We are family.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, our 2000s Friday continues with the late, great Amy Winehouse. And we're playing this one because we need to go to rehab on our clock management, because I can look up right now, our Tony V interview was really, really long. A lot of reaction to it. Some people joking about Bob Nightingale. Other people like, hey, man, can we get some players? We see you guys. We see you guys. So what we're going to do is reset, continue our 2000s Friday, and now we go football next. Tony Maserati is one of our great friends in Boston. 98.5, the Sports Hub, Felger and Maz, super popular show with Boston-flavored takes on the AFC Championship. And then Steph Curry's comments in the big hit at 7:50 on The Sports Leader.
There's another tweet for Mr. Nightingale.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher back on a Friday morning with Prize Picks, because the big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than with Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. So close out the season right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. And it's championship weekend. You heard Murph and I give our picks earlier in the show. Well, you can turn around those picks and pick those picks on Prize Picks. You can now pick whether or not they will cover a spread, yes or no, on Prize Picks. So you can take money lines, you can take spreads, all these options available now on Prize Picks. But they also have the classic picks when it comes to players. For this weekend, Sam Darnold has a promotion where he only needs to pass for half a yard against the LA Rams. So pair it up with one of your other favorite picks, maybe a Devontae Adams that have more than 49.5 receiving yards for the kid out of East Palo Alto. All these picks and more are available right now on Prize Picks. So join us and download the app by using the code word LEADER, and you will get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Tell them to bring me my money. Yeah!
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we're hooking up with Tony Maz out in Boston to get going here. They're coming out from New England, too, for the Super Bowl. Regardless, it'll be fun. By the way, it's an OO's Friday. And I got to ask my kids here, my millennials here, where are you guys with My Chemical Romance, Welcome to the Black Parade?
Oh, once again, I think a little ahead of the curve for me. As I mentioned earlier, the Vans Warped Tour, they would have fit in perfectly with that type of genre, but probably the generation right ahead of me, not a whole generation, but like Copes and my sister and those type of
I love that you think Copes is a different generation than you.
Yeah.
It's like 1 year older than you or whatever.
Copes is like 3 or 4 years older than I am.
Young Tone, do you register here?
I don't think so. This might be the first time I'm hearing this song. I know we gave away some tickets for My Chemical Romance.
Yeah. It's never been really my thing, but I did a college football luncheon for all the schools back in the OOs, and Stanford and Harbaugh and all them did a video using this. And I was like, all right, I guess this is what the kids like. Shout out to My Chemical Romance. I think MCR. Shout out the MCR crowd.
My Chemical Romance, Panic at the Disco, those type of bands.
Right. Long band name titles. Hookup made. Connection not made with Tony Maz just yet. So, yeah, I don't know. Hey, listen, if you're part of the MCR Army, enjoy. Turn it up. It's an OO's Friday. We've had Papa Roach out of Vacaville. We've had Amy Winehouse, the late great. We've had Linkin Park. We've had Red Hot Chili Peppers. And now we've had My Chemical Romance. It's an OO's Friday. We're just building back up to the return of Reggae Fridays. Not that far away.
No, right around the corner.
So we do our decades until they get us going. Now, yes?
Nothing yet. He called us from his cell phone. Then we're trying to get his landline. The landline's not answering. Then we're calling him back the cell phone.
Tony
having
Maz.
some phone issues.
I'm having problems with my landline. Yeah, we'll see. Well, just enjoy the music here in the meantime. We both took the Broncos in the points.
Yeah.
Broncos plus 4.5. It opened at 5.5. And I was like, ooh, 5.5. Because, really, the Patriots, while they are a really impressive team, and maybe there's some 81 Niner vibe on the Patriots.
Really?
Yeah. Like a quick turnaround. Well, we'll ask Tony Maz. He knows. New England, a region notoriously hard to please. Have to be pretty pleased by looking up and seeing a 14-3 Patriots team with Drake May. All the shirts say, I heart Drake May. You seen those? Yeah, they all got him.
Now, that's Drake May you're talking about. That's what they like to call him out in New England.
What do they call him?
Drake May.
Okay.
His nickname is his full name.
Okay.
Drake May.
Let's go to Tony on the UMA guest line. Tony Maserati.
Maserati.
NBA 98.5, Felger and Maz. Tony Maz, good morning. How are you, brother?
Hey, what's up, Tony?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Oh, man, we're looking forward to you guys showing your stuff here on Sunday at noon our time, Patriots at Broncos. And then, win or lose, you guys are coming out to San Francisco, right? The show's coming out, right?
That is correct. Yep, we'll be out for the game. We generally go every time. Obviously, with our luck, it's been a lot of Patriots games over the years, although it's been a while.
Now, when Tony Maz was the ace Red Sox beat writer for the Boston Herald and you came to Oakland, were you a San Francisco guy?
Yes, I almost always stayed there. Yes. It was just, it's way more to do. I always enjoyed it. The drive is a little bit of a pain in the ass, but the team used to stay in San Francisco as well. So most of us stayed in San Francisco.
Yeah, well, you'll be a little homecoming for you there. All right, let's get into it, man. I heart Drake May. Am I right? Those are the shirts they're wearing, right? Give me the Drake May scouting report from Tony Maz. How big a star is this guy? How good is he? Is New England freaking out that he's fumbled 6 times in 2 playoff games? What you got, Tony?
So I'll start with the last thing, which is yes. And look, he's at a stage right now still where he can do almost no wrong, Murph, but the fumbles have been a problem really all year long. And he's gone through pockets where it's been better. But there was a game against Pittsburgh early in the year where he fumbled in a key spot. It helped cost them the game. It's one of their 3 losses. And then obviously he's been turning the ball over here in the playoffs. So that has to stop, or sooner or later it's going to come back to bite them. But his rise this year to MVP caliber status, and I say that as because obviously he may not be the MVP of the league. That could go to Matt Stafford, but no one saw it happening this fast. I think a lot of us expected a year 2 jump. That happened early, and then he just kept getting better and better, and he's the real thing. He's got a big arm. He can move. He seems to be making good decisions. He's accurate. Again, good decisions, I would say most part, throwing the ball. The fumbles are an ongoing issue, but it has happened very, very quickly.
Tony, out here on the West Coast, we spent the entire season talking about the benefits of having a last-place schedule for the San Francisco 49ers. Now, you look at the Patriots schedule for this year, and it was the easiest schedule in the entire NFL. So do you feel like this is a legit 14-team win, or is there a feeling maybe out in New England that this team still has something to prove?
Well, so I'll tell you, they've definitely benefited from the schedule, and it's a sensitive topic with Patriots fans because they somehow take that as an attempt to discredit them. But I'll tell you this, they keep winning, Marcus, every game they're supposed to win. And so now their defense is playing well, although in the last two games, neither one of those teams had a healthy or good offensive line. The Chargers were pretty banged up as they were all year, really. And Houston's offensive line wasn't, obviously it was below average during the season and then lost Trent Brown on the day of the game. So the Patriots have had their way with the line of scrimmage the last two games in the playoffs. This week should be different, although now the Broncos obviously have to go with their backup quarterback and Jarrett Stidham. So the truth is the Patriots are good. I don't know if they're great. And I think that is really what we need to find out. Denver has been a house of horrors for them over the years. They've played 4 postseason games in Denver in the history of the franchise, and they've lost them all. And 3 of those were with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. So is it different now that Stidham is the quarterback? Yes, but Denver is still Denver. I don't think they're going to dominate the line of scrimmage with their defense as they did in the last 2 games. Their defensive line is very good, particularly on the interior. But I think that at the line of scrimmage, they're going to be in for a bigger battle in this game than maybe any of the other 2 playoff games.
Yeah, featuring former 49er Mike McGlinchey on the offensive. In fact, a lot of former 49ers, Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, Mike McGlinchey, that whole crew is out there. Tony Maz, you're a veteran scribe, you're a veteran observer, you're a veteran, you know which way the wind blows. What's your gut instinct on the Stidham thing? Like, and everybody's, Bo Nix is out. I mean, gee, my God, Patriots should walk. They're road favorites, biggest home underdog in NFL Conference Championship history. Is there a wise old Tony Maz in there that thinks, this could be dangerous, or no?
Well, so Murph, I'm glad you finally used the word old instead of veteran.
You and me, buddy.
Look,
you and me.
I generally operate under the premise that Denver didn't get to the conference championship game on Bo Nix alone. He's not that caliber of player. He's been a nice draft pick, and he's been good. But there's a lot more to the Broncos than that. Now, we all know the importance of quarterback in the league. I guess what I'm telling you is this, Murph. Do I like the Patriots to win now that Stidham is the quarterback? The answer is yes. Do I think it's going to be a cakewalk? No, because I don't think there's such thing as a cakewalk in Denver. Now, the most important part of the game to me is going to be the very beginning for lots of reasons. Tom Brady recently said that winning in Denver, one of the key things is to get out to an early start, try to neutralize the fan base a little bit, and also play from ahead so that the crowd maybe isn't quite as loud and the Broncos pass rush can't just time your silent snap count and really make the day difficult for you. In the same breath, I would tell you that I think it's huge for the Broncos and Jarrett Stidham in particular to make some noise in the early part of this game. If Stidham makes some sort of big mistake early, let's just say a pick 6, I think people will immediately look at it, and maybe even his own teammates, and that's really the concern, that human nature would be to say, he's not ready, he can't do this, we're in trouble, and then maybe the whole thing goes sideways. So I think the early part of the game is really, really important, but I would expect Denver at home, given what we know about that environment, that team, I would expect Denver at home to be in the game for the large majority of the day.
Tony, I'm sure you saw the Nick Foles tweet from over the weekend, but for any of our listeners who missed it, he tweeted out a positive note going into the game versus the Patriots is that they have struggled against backup quarterbacks in championship-type games. So is there maybe a feeling around the organization or at least in the fan base that the Patriots need to take this more seriously against Jared Stidham because of their past history in championship-type games against backup quarterbacks?
So I don't know that one in particular is anything that people are dwelling on, but I will say that even when Brady lost, it wasn't often to the best quarterback in the league. It was usually to a team that could slow down the offense. And more often than not, he got beat with, I'll call, pedestrian quarterbacks. So Joe Flacco beat him. Eli Manning beat him twice. And not that Eli's a stiff, but Eli was not, Eli was turnover prone and certainly better than average and good in big games. But Eli was never one of those real prolific passers in the league. They lost to Mark Sanchez. They lost to Flacco as a member of the Ravens in 2009 when Flacco threw 10 passes. He went 4 for 10 in a game, and they blew out the Patriots in Foxborough. So there have been a lot of Nick Foles, obviously, as you said. So, is it possible that Denver wins this game? Yeah. I think when you get to this, I wouldn't pick Denver to win the Super Bowl, but if the Patriots are complicit in committing turnovers and May starts fumbling and there's the Denver defense comes to play, then I think the game is winnable for Denver. I like the Patriots to win the game. Early in the week, Murph, you said the thing about the point spread. I can tell you this. In an AFC championship game, if I'm getting 5.5 or more with the home team, I'm taking the home team. I don't care who it is and what the matchup is. So I know that number has come down a little bit, but 5.5 at home in an AFC championship game, especially Denver, feels like a good deal.
I agree. Last one for you, Tony, is sort of the emotional. You mentioned Brady, and you can't mention the Patriots without mentioning Brady. And you sort of addressed this in your first answer about, it's a year early. Everybody's excited about that. Drake May can do no wrong. Is there any way to sort of describe the emotional state of Patriots fans rebooting this quickly? And is it more exciting than it was back in the early 00s? Is it a different kind of excitement? Is it obviously less exciting because 6 is still 6 from Brady and Belichick? How would you give me the flowery description of the state of New England's love affair with this team versus the Brady-Belichick era?
Oh, they definitely think they're back, Murph. The fans do. And I think there's a lot of belief in May. And I don't want to leave Vrabel out of that either because he's a big part of it. He was obviously tied to that Belichick era. And the fan base is very, very protective of both of them at this moment. And look, it happened quickly, relatively speaking, in terms of being back in the conference title game, although they did go through a 3 or 4 year period there where it was pretty bad. So, they're back-to-back 4-13 seasons. And I know for the rest of the country, it feels as though the Patriots are back very quickly. I would tell you here that, there was a lot of tumult in those 3 years from one coach to the other. Obviously, it went from Belichick to Mayo to Vrabel over a 3-year span. They've been changing offensive coordinators like crazy. So in terms of the level of excitement, I don't think anyone expects or believes that Drake May is going to win as much as Tom Brady did, at least not yet. But if this thing somehow ends up in a Super Bowl championship, and at this stage, I think they have a legit shot, then, who knows what people will start to feel here. But, they're ecstatic. The whole organization's ecstatic. The fan base is ecstatic. People were expecting maybe a team that could be on the cusp of the playoffs this year, and this thing caught steam and just kept rolling. And, they really only lost one game here in a number of months, and that was 35-31 to Buffalo. So, they even when they've lost, they've been generally right there with good teams.
Tony, I know that the fans are happy right now in Foxborough, but before we let you go, I did want to ask you about the fans down at Fenway Park and what's going on with the Boston Red Sox after they brought in Alex Bregman, which led to Rafael Devers being traded to us here in San Francisco. Now they're left with no Alex Bregman and no Rafael Devers. What's the feeling around Fenway Park right now?
Well, people are upset. They did just sign Ranger Suarez from the Phillies with some of that money, so they've beefed up the starting rotation, but the infield is still thin. And the way I felt about it at the beginning of the season was that if the Red Sox weren't considered a World Series contender, a legitimate World Series contender at the start of camp, that they had failed during their offseason. And I don't think they're quite there. Now, they still got time. The offseason's not over yet. But after last year, I think the expectation and hope was that they would really beef up the roster and get to the point where they were ready to, look, the Dodgers are a wagon. We all know that. But that they would be in the discussion for the World Series. And you can argue that they are. I think they could have done more. So there's a lot of concern about how willing the organization now is prepared to go to win championships again. When they first got here, this group was on a mission. They were intent on winning the first World Series in basically a century or close to it. And now it seems more measured. And so I think there's a sentiment here that, the Red Sox are now content to just be a playoff team and nothing more. And they're terrified of mega deals. They don't want the $200, $300 million contracts, and obviously they're worth even more than that now. And so dumping Devers, avoiding Bregman all seems part of their financial plan.
Bro, you want to come back another time and do an hour on how I'm still pissed that Mookie Betts is a Dodger. We can do that.
Well, so Murph, this is the thing is they gave Devers the money because they didn't want to pay Betts, and then they fell backed into a corner, and they didn't really want to pay Devers. They ended up dumping the money on him.
Right.
And they brought in Bregman to dump Devers, and then they let Bregman go. So this is the thing is, like, the fans sort of feel like you're playing this shell game with the emotions of the fan base, and you keep saying that you want to win, but every time you get a centerpiece guy in the middle of your lineup, you cast him off because you don't want to pay the contract.
Totally.
And yeah, so that's, people are pissed about that, and I can't say I blame them. The Red Sox should be in the market for elite talent, and right now they're taking themselves out of that conversation.
True stuff, man. Always great. Meanwhile, Celtics 27-16. Not too bad. Tony, it's always awesome catching up, man. You are the voice of New England. Felger and Maz, 98.5, the Sports Hub. You can stream it on your phones and say, hey, I know that guy. He's on with Murph and Marcus. Hey, dude, I will see you when you come out here. I'll look forward to seeing you when you guys come west. And thanks for hopping on, Tony. Enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, thanks, Tony.
Likewise to you both. All right, see you soon.
Yeah, Tony Maz, he's the great, man. He covered the Red Sox when I was covering the A's, and he's just awesome. He's blown up with Felger and Maz, super popular show back east. And yeah, man, they're in love with him. They don't want to hear it. They're ecstatic over Drake May.
Yeah, they're happy right now up in Foxborough.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
And we'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow or Sunday. Jarrett Stidham, and he said the Brady days they used to lose to pedestrian quarterbacks.
Yeah, well, let's hope Jarrett is hitting the Stiddy this weekend up in Denver.
Should be fun. All right, the big hit is the Warriors. Steph Curry has some sobering quotes. Jonathan Kuminga tweaks his knee. The Jock blog addresses it all. And then Gary St. Jean at 8:15. Happy Friday. 2000s Friday. It's been kind of fun and different on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Happy Friday, everybody. Jonathan Kuminga left the game last night with an ankle/knee injury is what they're calling it. He's getting an MRI today. So the question of the day, if he's cleared to play, should the Warriors just sit him until the trade deadline? That trade deadline is on February 5th at 12 noon. You can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-5627, or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
Hey, the good people at Provident Credit Union, a local financial institution, are here to take care of your money and grow your savings safely. Listen, I've been affiliated with Provident for a long time. It's a smart move with your money. And the question is, do you want to like grow something for a big purchase or unexpected expenses or whatever? And you have a choice. Provident Credit Union has these pick a term certificates. Maybe you need to grow for 3 months, maybe 6 months, maybe 12 months. Well, you will earn up to 3.40% annual percentage yield, a solid rate that helps your savings do more. Now, Newsweek named Provident one of America's best regional credit unions, so you can feel good about where you're saving. And whether it's, like I said, just something a little more flexibility you need, Provident will make it easy with financial coaches there to help. So learn more at providentcu.org or stop by a local branch today. That rate is effective January 9, 2026. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Start saving today.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Final seconds. Get it in, and that will do it. It's a season-high 4-game winning streak for the Dallas Mavericks. They take care of business in the fourth quarter to knock off the Warriors, 123-115, despite 38 from Steph Curry. The Warriors have now lost back-to-back games.
Oh, the big hit is Warrior woes. My goodness. It started with Jimmy Butler's knee on Monday night. Carries over to Thursday when Kerr was a little edgy about Kuminga pregame. And then Jonathan Kuminga played, started to look pretty good. Then he twisted his knee and his ankle. He had to leave. The Warriors lose the game. Steph Curry after the game. Sounds a little depressing. It's a 2000 Friday, so here you go. Blink-182 with their signature ballad, I Miss You. Here we go. Isn't that voice coming up here right here? Everybody imitates here.
Where are you?
There it is. There it is.
And I'm so sorry.
There it is. Every millennial can do that, right?
Dude, yes, Murph. Absolutely.
Wasn't the Orioles play-by-play guy?
Yeah,
he did that. Yeah,
he did.
Yeah.
He did
so
indeed.
I think this stands for I Miss You stands for not just Jimmy Butler, but Clay and the dynasty and everything that we had because it's all gone.
Or
It's
maybe,
all gone.
or maybe it relates to the chorus too.
Don't waste your time on Kuminga. He's already the voice inside my
Oh,
head.
you know your Blink-182.
Oh, dude, of course. See, like, that's the difference to me. Like, Blink-182, Sum 41, when I was still skating in middle school, I would bump this, but definitely not like Panic at the Disco, Chemical
gotcha.
Romance. That was more like goth rock almost.
Yeah. This sounds something, if had I been in high school, then I would have put this on a mixtape for my girlfriend after a fight. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's a 2000s Friday, everybody. We've done Linkin Park, Papa Roach, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Amy Winehouse, and now Blink-182. It's been fun. It's been a good one so far. We'll continue it. Big hit, 808 KNBR. Gary St. Jean's going to join us in just a little bit. And, man, if you needed to hear Steph, I mean, I guess after the game, Ron Kreutzig of the Chronicle, I was reading his piece this morning, said Steph lifted some weights. By the way, still diligent. After the game, lifting weights.
Dude, still looking swole, by the way, too.
Yeah.
Shout out the body transformation of a mid-30-year-old Steph Curry.
Shout out creatine. Doing his thing.
Oh, yeah.
Did you take that in high school?
I would throw in a little creatine into my pre-workout. It is.
I'm learning this
It is.
as my kids get into this stuff.
Yeah, but also it's a lot of filler. Like, we used to make fun of guys who were like flabby and just had big muscles just because they were sucking down creatine every day.
All right. So you got to be pair it with a sound fitness program, kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Drink your protein powder, have a peanut butter and jelly before you go to bed.
Okay. So Curry, they said he lifted weights, showered up, got dressed, and then came and sat with a handful of reporters. And guys, it wasn't great because Kuminga goes down. And now I jock blogged about this. It's funny. I told the story about the jock blog and all that. The musings, right? We talked about that at 6:03, causing a Sergio Romo text at 6:03.
What up, Sergio?
Bright and early, Sergio. Probably going out to hit some golf balls. But as I jock blogged about Kuminga, I was like, what am I going to jock blog about this week? And I was like, well, Dos Equis brought back the most interesting man in the world. Why don't I blog about Kuminga, the most interesting and intriguing and frustrating warrior in the world? And it's funny because I wrote the piece, and then I was like, oh, let's see how he plays tonight. Then I was like, I had to go do some stuff. And I'm like, I'll send it in the morning. And then he gets hurt. Ruins the whole jock blog. I'm like, I'm not rewriting it. So I just added this line in there like, Thursday night, he twisted his ankle. But the point is like, what's going to happen, right, in the next couple weeks? Is he going to blow up and increase his trade value so that they move him? Or I even suggested this, and I know it sounds crazy because Chris Haynes of NBA TV reported last night, no, man, I talked to his people. 1,000% he does not want to be a Warrior. I was like, well, okay, but as Mike Dunleavy told us, you make a demand, bro, that's one thing. There ain't no demand on the other end, that's another thing, right? So you can say you don't want to be a Warrior all you want, but you better go out and inflate your trade value by playing well.
Yeah.
Here's my other thing, and I'm just throwing this out. This could be crazy. Could be a bad take. I haven't run this by anybody in the know yet, so maybe I probably should before I do, but is Steve Kerr leaving after this season? Logan Murdoch wrote that a lot of assistant coaches are saying that he's going to step aside. I mean, let's be honest, if you read his behavior this year, called it a fading dynasty, has been very, very, very stark with Kuminga. In fact, maybe we should play it now, even though it's in the cooler. Before the game, Steve Kerr seemed kind of edgy, saying to the reporters about, okay, fine, ask your Kuminga questions right now. And check it out here. Check it out.
No. Not in the mood.
Kuminga's still in the rotation?
Yes, he is. Go ahead. More, I know. You got lots more Kuminga questions. Go ahead. Fire away. Fire away. Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
What do you want to see from him in this stretch?
What do I want to see from
him, JK, in this stretch?
Like I said, here they come. I want to see the same thing I want to see from the rest of our guys. Just play hard, do the things that we're preaching, play with energy, play as a group, and let's go get victories. That's it. I mean, it's the same plan for whoever comes on the floor.
I mean, there's no question he's impatient and edgy there.
He is so over it.
And so I'm wondering, and this is, again, my freezing cold take, is there a world where Kuminga plays the rest of this season, doesn't get traded because the Warriors don't find an offer they like, and they're like, you're under contract, bro. You're getting $48 million for 2 years, and then stays in a post-Kerr franchise? Just throwing it out there.
Well, does the
KNBR.
post-Steve Kerr franchise still include Steph Curry or not? That's the question.
Yeah.
Because everybody points this as a battle between Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga, but the reason why Steve Kerr doesn't believe that Jonathan Kuminga fits in with the team is because Steph Curry is the team. Steph Curry is the system. So I would expect Steph Curry to still play a couple more years. He's 38, going to the All-Star game, has talked about how he wants to be here for a few more years. So if Steph Curry is still here, in my mind, Steve Kerr is still here.
I mean,
I'm also the guy that said the same thing about Klay Thompson still being here a couple years ago.
You'd think, but there could be a world where Curry plays for a different coach other than Kerr. Could be. Kerr might have had it. Same way Bob Myers has had it. I don't know. I'm just speculating. Again, this is just getting down. Maybe Kerr wants to stay and they get rid of Kuminga. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there as a conversational topic.
Do we really think that there's another coach that can maybe come in that can make Steph and Kuminga play together and actually work together?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean.
That's what I'm saying. Let's see. Kuminga. He came in last night. He played well.
But I mean, how many times have we talked about him getting a spurt and playing well? He did it last year against Minnesota when Steph went down and Steph wasn't on the court, and that's great. When Steph's not on the court, you can put up 20 points, but they need a number 2 to play with Steph unless they have a vision in the future of moving on post-Steph Curry and post-Steve Kerr.
That's where we're at. That's why we said, I miss you. I'm sorry. Here's Curry last night.
Sorry.
Curry last night, not sounding super psyched after the game about the post-Jimmy Butler injury forecast.
Not sure. I know sports and this league, things can change overnight with an injury like that to a guy like Jimmy. It happens all around the league, and teams have to figure out how to go through it. I guess it's just our turn now, and so just the idea of staying competitive together as a unit. This road trip, hopefully we can bounce back and. Have a night where things go our way and we start to feel good about ourselves. But it's no secret. This is difficult for everybody trying to accept the reality of what's going on.
Damn, that's the quote right there. It's no secret that it's difficult for everybody to accept the reality of what's going on. Man, he just kind of laid it out right there. I mean, Steph is such an honest guy, and he tries to be positive and optimistic. And there's another game tomorrow afternoon against Minnesota in Minnesota at 2:30 in the afternoon, and then they play again in Minnesota on Monday. I mean, you keep hope. Hope is not a strategy, but what if you win those 2 games? I mean, if you look at the standings right now, they still are in the 8 seed. Although with these last 2 losses, they're creeping closer to the 9 seed. Portland with 22 losses. That said, there's still only 4 losses out of the 5 seed. Phoenix and the Lakers at 17. Lakers going the wrong direction, by the way. They've lost 6 of their last 9. They got LeBron James feuding with Jeannie Buss. I mean, my God. Chris Haynes at Yahoo says, as far as the Jock blog goes and Kuminga becoming a Warrior for any longer than the next couple of weeks, Chris Haynes says that's not what Kuminga wants.
That Kuminga has no desire to remain a member of the Golden State Warriors. He is very much hoping that he will be dealt by the deadline. I'm told that his relationship with head coach Steve Kerr is fractured beyond repair. He's felt that he hasn't had any organizational support throughout this process, and so he's felt devalued with the organization. And so, and again, the Warriors have been telling us publicly that it just hasn't been a good fit with Kuminga with the team. And so it's hard to say that when, the guy, he's been pretty productive whenever he has stints. He's a young player, so he's going to make some mistakes. So it's just been a tough road for these two. Now, and I will say this, the Kings are one of the teams that remain interested in acquiring Jonathan Kuminga, but there are other rival teams out there that believe that the Warriors might just hold on to Kuminga and wait till the summer to offload. And one more last thing of note, There are rival teams that are saying that the Warriors refuse to bring in extra salary going into next season, which would make things complicated on the market. So again, this is going to be a real critical and crucial few weeks for Kuminga and the Warriors. Something could get done, but at the end of the day, something possibly couldn't get done, possibly may not get done. And then you have to worry about, okay, the remaining 4 months, how is this relationship going to play out? Can they stand to keep this thing going?
Chris Haynes on NBA TV. Do you know what I hear when I hear that, Marcus, Young Tony, John Joe? Go Sharks. That's what I hear when I hear go Sharks. Tony's going down to see the Rangers and the Sharks. Yeah. Bro, soak it in, bro. Soak it in. All right, because that's what I'm hearing. Teal right there is what I'm hearing.
I mean, this is just such an S show of a situation. And to your point, Murph, yeah, in a perfect world, Jonathan Kuminga gets back on the court. He's scoring 25 points per game. Him and Steph Curry are running the pick and roll, but they've had 5 years with Jonathan Kuminga to try to establish that, to try to get him to fit into the system, to try to get him to buy into Warriors culture. And I don't think the next 5 weeks are going to change anything. I don't think the next 5 days are going to change anything. They're going to try to trade him, and I'm going to be sitting here just dreading the fact that we'll have to talk Jonathan Kuminga if he does end up playing the rest of the season. And then what? They're going to try to do it all over again this summer like they tried to do last summer.
Well, it would have been interesting to watch him play. This hyperextended knee and ankle that he experienced last night is a total bummer. And last night they said it wasn't serious. And then I read one report, I figure it was ESPN, Athletic, or Chronicle, I forget, one of the three, said that he said after the game late to a reporter, he goes, I might want to get an MRI today. So I don't know. Oh, boy. Oh, but you guys, somebody brought this up, and I wrote this in the Jock blog. You know, we have been through this before in the very recent past. Jimmy G. It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys.
Starts working out on the side field. Everybody's like, hey. Trey Lance goes down, and in comes Jimmy. And even though he stepped out of the back of the end zone in Denver, he wound up winning some games for them. And then we learned how to spell irrelevant.
Yeah, and then he got hurt, and there was Brock Purdy. So you're telling me Guy Santos is the Brock Purdy of the Golden State Warriors.
Damn.
He's going to step in and take over for Kuminga after taking over for Klay Thompson.
Listen, if you hung out with Guy Santos and Brock Purdy, you could do worse. I bet those guys would be a good hang. Right?
Oh, that'd be a fun time.
All right. You'd go probably fishing and on your John Deere and then get some Brazilian food. Yeah. All right, Gary St. Jean, always great. The wisdom of a Gary St. Jean, St. Genius. Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, you guys just heard it all. What do you guys think? Should the Warriors just sit Jonathan Kuminga until the trade deadline? Obviously, that there's a factor if he gets cleared to play. Should they sit him until the trade deadline? Don't forget, trade deadline on February 5th. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
More, I know. You got lots more Kuminga questions. Go ahead. Fire away. Fire away. Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, you could just hear the frustration of a Steve Kerr. Marcus is at the jukebox now, buddy. Take it away.
Oh, yeah, man. Well, if you hit me with a little Blink 182, I'm going to hit it back and give you a response with a little Sum 41 in too deep because it feels like the Warriors are in too deep with his Jonathan Kuminga situation.
All right. 2000s Friday. Let's go, buddy. He's definitely feeling a vibe for sure. Warriors not feeling much of a vibe. They're feeling like they just lost 2 games since Jimmy Butler went down, and the already fragile season could be slipping away right before our very eyes. Plus, we have this whole Kuminga situation. You can see Steve Kerr's frustration. Just, bring me the Kuminga questions. Fine, let's do it. Do we have Gary? We have him? Good man on the UMA guest line, and he's taking time out from lighting his candle for Drake May and Mike Vrabel. The New England native, Gary St. Jean, is like, do I have to talk Warriors? I want to talk Patriots, right? Good morning, Gary. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How are you?
Hey, morning, Gary.
Hiya, fellas. Happy Friday.
Yeah, well, congrats to your Pats, right? You're home. Now, I'm going to, I don't mean to date you now, Gary, but you don't go back to the Boston Patriots, do you?
Heck yeah, they played at Fenway Park. You guys forget how old I am.
Hey, they were not a glamour franchise. My Boston, because I got to travel around as a sports writer, I'm like, Boston, it's pretty much like Red Sox 1, Celtics 1A, Bruins 1B, and that depends on who's winning championships, and then Patriots 11. Right. Patriots 11th or 12th, right? But now, Gary.
Well, we had Brady, and now we got Drake May, and we had Belichick, and now we got Vrabel, and this is exciting because there's not one guy on the team that made All-Pro. It's just a bunch of guys playing hard and playing together, and it's great to watch. So you know where I'll be Sunday at 12.
I love it. The question is, where will Jonathan Kuminga be Sunday at 12?
Oh, brother.
I know, Gary. It's crazy,
Wow.
right? And every time we talk about it. But things keep happening, and the Jimmy Butler injury happened. So let's go back to Monday night. Can we get your reaction to when you see Jimmy go down, you hear it's an ACL injury, and knowing what the Warriors constructed this year, and knowing that injury and what it means to Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy, what's your reaction? What can they feasibly do after getting that Butler news?
Well, the sadness is I think they were really going in the right direction. Now, every day an old coach, I study the standings. And, they're at 8, and Phoenix is above them, and the Lakers are above them. Well, injuries can happen there. When you look at Houston at 16 losses and the Warriors are down there at 22, they can move up to 6 still. But it's going to be tough because I respect all these other teams. And, when you look at Butler's injury, gosh, guys, I've seen so many of those over the day. I only need to watch a guy land, and you can tell. And, that's a guy that is a piece of glue for your team. He's just such a bright player and toughness and a winner. So to lose him is huge. You can't hide it or mask it. Now, then you're trying to figure out how you're going to play around not having him, and Kuminga comes back, and you're excited about him. He's playing well after not playing for so long, and to see him go down like that, I don't know. I'm hopeful he's okay. He tweaked that ankle. I don't know if it was the ankle that he's had an issue with earlier in the year, but I hope he can come back. And then we're dealing with the stuff off the court with the trade demand. And, trades in the NBA are difficult, guys. You can say you want to be traded, but then there's got to be a market out there for you, and you got to deal with salary cap issues and all that kind of thing. This is not an easy situation for the team at all.
And Gary, to your point, the Warriors were playing some of their best basketball this season leading up to the Jimmy Butler injury, and we saw how well they played last year after the trade when they went 23-8 down the stretch, upset the Houston Rockets, and then, of course, Steph got hurt out in Minnesota, and that ended the season. But my question is, with Steph Curry playing so well, he's an all-star again at 38 years old. Seeing this injury to Jimmy Butler, there's the thought process of maybe just letting this play out and trying to bring back Jimmy next year and re-rack it when they're a year older? Or do you think this makes the Warriors maybe more aggressive or less aggressive at this year's trade deadline to maybe capitalize that Steph Curry window?
Well, I think Mike Dunleavy and his troops will open every door possible to try to better the roster. Now, does that sound like a stock answer? Yes. But at the end of the day, you're on top of every single team in the league. They're calling and communicating. And maybe there's a deal where you can bring in somebody that you really like that's expendable to another team. This is a deep team. You look at other teams in the league and they have an injury and they're decimated. You look at the Kings losing Murray and Sabonis. They've been decimated. Now, what's going to happen here? We're going to see some guys have to step up, and that's paramount. And one guy that sticks out to me is Melton. What a game he had last night again. You guys talked about Steph. What we might see now is teams saying, okay, because Butler's not out there, we're going to double team Steph every time he comes off a pick and roll or an exchange. And then they say to themselves, I'm going to take the percentages and make somebody else beat me. So it's going to get a little tougher on Steph, but it's going to mean that ball movement and people movement are going to be paramount with Butler out.
Talking to Gary St. Jean, and the Warriors, tough one last night. They lose in Dallas, 123 to 115. They're 0-2 without Jimmy. Kuminga tweaks his ankle. And to your point, Gary, he said he might get an MRI. We don't know. We'll learn more, I guess, today. But it was supposed to be not serious. I don't know. What do you think of Kuminga? Go ahead.
No, that's a good point.
Okay, yeah, I know.
That's positive. If they meant I'd send him for an MRI.
Yeah, right.
Guys, you know what? He stepped right in there. All the credit to him. You could put your head down and mope and not feel good about yourself. But all the guys on the team, whether it's Draymond, Butler, Podziemski, they all talked about how he stayed positive with himself. He's worked on his game. He's not saying poor me. And a lot of this stems from his agent. When a young player likes to listen to people outside of the organization, he's getting a message that he should go somewhere else. Do I agree? No. But I dealt with agents for too long, and now I have a limo business where I drive my two grandsons everywhere every morning. And I don't have a lot of stress. I don't have to deal with those darn agents. Matter of fact, I got to go pick up 50 donuts for Williams' first grade, all the first graders. I got a lot of stress this morning, guys. But I'm gonna do it. I can get the donuts done.
How many will you steal from those 50?
Don't tell MJ that. If she finds out, they want all glaze. But I like those chocolate covered ones.
Oh man!
How about you guys?
I would like them all. We're obviously morning guys here with coffee and all that. Yeah. It's well known that, and we favor Bob's Donuts here in San Francisco, and we'll just crush them.
Oh
We'll just crush them. We'll crush them
on Polk Street.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And we just destroy them, Gary. You put them out, we'll eat them all.
I love it.
Hey,
Way to go, guys.
I have a question about him as a basketball player. I wonder what you think of Jonathan Kuminga's game. The theory that he stops the offense, he's a ball stopper. Yeah. What do you think of his handle? What do you think of his hops? What do you think of his passing? What do you think of his shooting? What do you think of his defense? What do you think of him as a player?
Well, from the shoulders down, he's a superior athlete in our league. And some guys, the game takes a little bit longer to come to him. And then you guys use the phrase that he's holding the ball. A lot of coaches say he's got sticky hands, that it doesn't move quick. Well, you're playing in this system for Steve. The people move and the ball move, and it's quick reaction. And That's been a little dilemma for him, but I'm not taking anything away from his athleticism. I don't know if you guys saw that time he came down the floor and had a nice dunk, and I love when he gets in pick and roll action. When he's playing downhill, meaning he's attacking the paint, he's a heck of a player. Don't stay out by that three-point line and get married to that. Go off the bounce. And with that said, he can really score. So I'm hoping he comes back. Guys, I don't want to put sour grapes here. This is going to be hard to make a deal in the next couple of weeks. It really is. Maybe it's going to happen in the off season. And if that be the case, it's better for everybody, for the team, for Kuminga. Play your very, very best the rest of the way. Then your market value goes up, and then more teams want you.
Gary, I've got a non-Kuminga question for you on Draymond Green, because once again, we saw him foul out yesterday. It was a couple weeks ago. Him and Steve Kerr got into it on the bench, and it seems like there's some frustration in the fan base about Draymond Green constantly fouling out and getting himself into trouble. But, Gary, we've seen this for over a decade now. I mean, Draymond Green, like a zebra, is not going to change his stripes, right?
Well, he wears everything on his sleeves. There's no doubt about it, his emotions. Guys, you know what? He had a tough night last night. But we see the player that he's been for this team with 4 championships. I'm always going to cut him a little slack. And, his strength is his defense, and he got a tough whistle last night. But watch him up on the three-point line when he gets the ball in the middle up there. We call it point forward. And watch how he plays with Steph. It's like making sweet music, the way they play together, whether it's a pass and pick, where it's a dribble handoff, or a straight pick and roll. Those guys, the shots that they create for Steph are amazing. So I'm not going to harp on that. They're going to play Minnesota twice now the next couple days, guys. This is going to be big against small. So it's an interesting matchup, I think. They're one of the biggest teams in the league, and the Warriors are play small ball. So you think a good small team beats a good big team? I like to hope so. So we're going to see what happens here tomorrow.
It's a tough time, Gary, between Butler, the Kuminga mess, the standings. It's all a tough time. But
it is.
But talking to you is a pleasure.
You got to stay positive, guys. You have to do it. Listen, we got a long ways to go here, and just pick up your I'm old school now. I read the newspaper still. And I got my standings right here in front of me, guys.
Yeah.
And it ain't that bad when you look at it. It can get going forward.
They got it. You're right. They got to win Saturday, one game at a time. I got that one. I just made that up, by the way. One game at a time. I write my stuff. Hey, Gary, go get the donuts, all right? And good luck to your Pats.
Jeez, this is a lot of pressure, guys. I think I can get it done. And enjoy your Bob's Donuts on Polk Street. I used to get that when my daughter Emily lived up there.
We'll invite you over one time to come on over and have some. So have a wonderful weekend. And enjoy
guys.
Enjoy your Pats. Take care.
Thanks, Gary.
Gary St. Jean. He's awesome. Cooler content. Now, there's a lot of good stuff in there. Did you guys see Jordan Poole talk to an elementary school?
I saw this.
Okay, we got to do that. Draymond, you mentioned Draymond to St. Jean, and Draymond's out podcasting, and some fun stuff in there, too. You don't want to miss a good cooler of content to make you laugh on a Friday and make you think, maybe even cry. And then Greg Bell, our buddy, a little Seattle view, I know. Listen, there's certain people we can talk to Seattle. We talk to Jen Mueller. We can talk to Greg Bell. Everybody else can go blank themselves, right? On The Sports Leader. Football Sunday, Pizza Sunday, Amici's Sunday. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, and Sunday's football day. Order up, man. Order up. Maybe Gary St. Jean will have an Amici's feast because his Patriots are playing. Who knows? Either way, it's the way to go. If you're just watching for fun, just eat a lot of pizza. Have Amici's deliver it to you. Favorite New York style thin crust, favorite Detroit style, those thick crust pizzas. The pastas, I love those trays of pastas. The salads, crunchy. And the amazing flame roasted chicken wings direct to your door. You can place your order in advance to guarantee your ideal delivery time. You can go to the catering menu that gives you those options to order those pastas and salads and chicken wings in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. Maybe you're like a Bronco household. I don't know. Get a big tray of pasta for your Bronco people. Find your closest Amici's location. Order your favorites direct using the app. Download the Amici's app. Very valuable. Or at amicis.com, AMICIS.com. Do it online. Get your order delivered faster and for less money than those mega delivery companies. All right? It's football on Sunday. It's pizza on Sunday. Wings and all the good stuff. It's Amici's because 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Bright and early on a Friday morning, Steve Moskowitz. I almost said Gary St. Jean. That was our last guest. No, you're not Gary St. Jean, Steve. You're Steve Moskowitz. You're our tax attorney. You're our guy. And you're going to help people out because some people can't pay their taxes, Steve. That's kind of a big deal. So, good morning. What you got?
Good morning. We do want to help out your listeners. It is a big deal. And the bottom line is so many people suffer because they owe some taxes and you just can't pay them. That's okay. You're not an axe murderer. We want to make a deal for you. And that's what a lot of people don't realize. They think it's all or nothing. If you can't pay in full, that's it. No help for you. Not the case, folks. There's a lot of good solutions. First, you might not even owe the taxes. Oftentimes those bills are wrong, especially if you haven't filed the returns, because the government oftentimes makes up tax returns. Or there's something else wrong. Or we can make a deal if you qualify to just pay part and they forgive the rest. Or get the penalties forgiven. And sometimes penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or something else, like get a monthly payment plan that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. Talk to us, talk to me. We'll tell you what can be done. And then we want to go ahead and do it for you so you don't have to worry about the IRS. You don't have to deal with them. The only thing you do have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Yeah, give him a call. He's our tax attorney. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give Steve a call when you're having some trouble. 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Yeah, we're doing 2000s Friday. It's only a couple of seconds late.
We about to crank that?
Yeah, well, this was, here we go. Look at Marcus. Everybody check it out on YouTube, free entertainment, Twitch. Why were we doing this recently? Who did it recently?
Oh, because it's an all-time banger.
Oh, I know, but within the last week or two, wasn't somebody doing it?
The Dougie, Murph.
I know, but the Dougie's different than Soulja Boy, right?
No, I thought you were just talking about dancing in general.
No, but we did Soulja Boy specifically. We did, you know who it was? Chalamet.
Ah.
Did we talk about that on the air or off the air?
Maybe it was off the air. But Tony's right. When we were talking about Brock Purdy hitting the Dougie, crank that Superman, jerking, which was a famous dance move, gigging.
Oh,
yeah, I got to be careful.
Yeah.
Technically doing the reject. But yeah, these were all very popular dances in the mid-2000s.
Maybe it was off air, but Chalamet, there was a viral video of Chalamet doing Soulja Boy as a kid.
Oh,
Didn't I show it to
at
you?
the high school, right?
No, even when he was like 10 or 11 with his buddies in like a New York apartment. Then he went to the UK and he did it, promoting Marty Supreme. Then there was a third one where he and Adam Sandler played some pickup hoops at Fairfax High School in LA. Anyway, there it is, 2000s Friday.
I'm saying if this song came on like during lunch at the Quad during high school, it turned into a flash mob, Murph. Everybody was doing that dance.
I love it, man. I love it. I love that you guys had tunes at lunch.
Oh, yeah. We do it. Right next to the sophomore tree, there was a huge speaker, and they would play some tunes during lunch, and this would pop on, and it was no joke. It turned into a flash mob.
Flash mobs ahoy at Homestead High. All right, Young Tone, start us off here. I mentioned the Jordan Poole thing. You got it? You want to do it? I think it's a video. He went and talked to a elementary school. Nice guy. This is unbelievable. This is like right out of... remember, what was that Schwarzenegger flick where the kid's like, you have a tumor? He's like, it's not a tumor.
We got Kindergarten Cop?
Kindergarten Cop.
Nice.
It's kind of like this is because Poole's like, hey, what's going on? And some kid's like, what was it like when Draymond punched you?
Ooh.
Believe it or not. Check.
It's not great audio, so there's subtitles in the video. Let's see if it plays on air.
Okay.
But yes, you set it up perfectly. There's a kid, they're going back and forth. Jordan Poole's meeting some kids, and some kid brings up the punch.
Golden State? I had a lot of really good teammates. I would probably say Kevon Looney, who's on our team now. We grew up together, so we kind of had a relationship. But Steph's up there, Clay's up there, Andrew Wiggins up there. All those guys are still super cool. You used to watch when we were in Golden State?
But how did you feel when Draymond punched you?
How did it feel when Draymond
Isn't that
punched
straight out
you?
of Kindergarten Cop? You have a tumor. It's not a tumor. I mean, man, oh, man. How about, by the way, all his favorite teammates are all Warriors. Like, he named he's like, the first question was, who are your favorite teammates? And he's like, he named them all. He didn't name Draymond.
No, but Looney,
The
a
woman
dog.
filming it goes, yo!
Yeah, time to end this interview.
Oh, man.
How did it feel when Draymond punched you? Now, I can
He
give
said, it's tough, bro.
I
that
can
what he
give
said?
I can give credit to the kid for being a ball knower at that young of an age. Or we do got to call out the dad that probably put the kid up to the question like, oh, you're going to see Jordan Poole today?
Yeah.
Like, that's got to be from the pops. Like, I don't know if that kid has that type of knowledge, but credit to him for asking the question.
Currently a New Orleans Pelican, averaging 14.8 points a game. He's only started 6 out of 27 games this year. I don't know his injury history.
It's a pool party!
Those were the days.
It's a pool
Meanwhile,
party.
Draymond Green is podcasting about the Warriors and their, shall we say, murky future. Which cut is this, Tone? You have the sheet over there, buddy.
This is the one where he's talking about Jimmy's injury and when he came into the locker room after he got hurt and
Let's
what
take
he
a
kept
listen.
saying. Yeah.
Here we go.
Sitting in the locker room is like, man, I'm supposed to take my kids to the arcade in the morning. I'm not going to be able to take he said it 4 different times, I'm not going to be able to take my kids to the arcade in the morning. Then we talked a little more. Man, I'm supposed to take my kids to the arcade.
That's all he kept saying. And he was just in like this state of like delirium, like completely delirious. And I can only imagine what he felt. But he just kept saying, I'm supposed to take my kids to the arcade. And I always speak about when people had these injuries, what everyone doesn't understand is like you live that every day. Like it's not the video game. You just hurt on the court. And then you walk away from the court and life's fine. No, like you live that injury every single day. That's what we give to this game. It's your health, right? So like, we don't get much time anyway, free to do things like that. You know, you miss time with your kids, you miss time with your family. And then like for that to happen, like that's a big, big deal. Like that alters not only them going to the arcade with his kids, but that alters their summer. That alters their all-star break. It alters so much. It alters life as they know it.
Yeah, Draymond Green, man. Talking now, really intriguing. So, like, you could definitely use the arcade as a symbol. Like, the arcade would be like the Warriors in a good place. Like, you know, is there a chance the Warriors were ever going to put it together and make a run, get to the top six? That's the arcade. That, you know, in the script, that's the arcade. Man, I can't take my kids to the arcade. No, and the Warriors can't get to where they want to go.
No.
Close credits, roll credits, the end. By the way, what arcade are we talking about? Pier 39? Is there an arcade? Arcade, are we?
There's an arcade bar there on Pier 39.
I'm talking like arcade, what? Like tons of video games? Like an air rifle thing? What do we got? What do we got?
I know here in the city.
Give me an arcade, like, ingredient.
I can tell you Thriller, a bar right off of 4th Street, right now, Oracle Park, is an arcade-type bar where you walk in and they got skee ball and Mario Kart and a bunch of...
Skee ball?
Yeah.
That's what you need an arcade.
That's an arcade.
But that's a bar. He can't take his kids to a bar. I'm looking, Stonestown has a bowling and arcade.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where he's
I was
going to
say like a Dave & Buster now is like the #1 arcade, I would say.
Yeah, skee ball's good.
Yeah, skee ball is a classic arcade game.
Those things are, man. I've been to one Dave & Buster's, bro. Give me some aspirin. Just the sensory overload in there.
There's a lot going on.
You like them, though?
Yeah, they're all right. My favorite arcade was a spot we had down in San Jose called Nickel City, where you pay the price to get in, and then every single game was only a nickel. Like, you walked in with a pocket full of nickels as a kid. Dude, you felt like the man.
When's the last time you had a nickel on you?
It's a great question.
Yeah, it's been a long time, bro.
Yeah,
Who was on the nickel? Can you even tell me?
Although I will keep some pennies and nickels in my car just in case, Murph.
Dude,
you never know.
Yeah, you know me and coins, buddy.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, no chance in hell Murph owns a nickel.
By the way, I haven't had a nickel on my person in quite a while.
I haven't had a nickel since I bought a pickle. Shout out to Little Rascals.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Selling pickles for a nickel.
I could make my third Woody Allen drop. Joey Nichols, Joey 5 cents, Annie Hall. We'll move on. Hey, dude, the Dolphins, right? Like the Dolphins, Mike McDaniel, the whole deal. They fire him. Tua, it's a mess. They hired Jeff Hafley. People are like, what? The guy was like a mediocre coach at Boston College. He was on nobody's list, including apparently Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross, because there's footage where people think he definitely doesn't know the name of the guy he just hired. Check out the video here where he's trying to hype up his guy and has to look at his notes. Check it out.
And I'm very, very thrilled to really welcome John Eric Sullivan as our general manager.
So he had to look down.
The enthusiasm, the knowledge, the background.
He looks down
Jeff
again.
Stood out amongst them all.
Oh, yeah, jeez. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Now, I was there once in a room when a guy called him in, Lance, he's no good. Actually, it was at the introductory conference when he called him Lance. It wasn't the overhead projector. I was at both the introductory and the overhead projector.
That's still
But
so random to
Lance
me.
is a great young talent. So is Stephen Ross entering late-stage Al Davis territory here?
Yeah, but at least Lance Kiffin was kind of a known commodity a little bit at the time.
Yeah, dude, he had to look down. He goes, Jeff.
Yeah.
Jeff's a good guy. What do you give me for Stephen Ross doing that and Mike Holler basically saying, Gunner is on the board today.
We got Raph filling in today on the board.
What else you got, Tone?
Well, Curly sent this one over. It's a Texas head coach talking about there's a virus going around the locker room, and he's talking about fouling. This is kind of a funny one. Let me cue this up. But yeah, like I said.
this is Sean Miller.
Sean Miller, thank you.
I saw this. Yeah. Sean Miller, former Arizona coach. Now he's the Texas coach. He's upset about fouls here. Check it out here.
Virus called fouling. And it has plagued us from the opening tip of the first game until tonight. It's not the officials. It's not Kentucky. We will foul the living shit out of you.
Oh, hey now.
We will foul a three-point
yes,
shooter.
you will foul the living
We'll
ass
foul
out
at
of
the
you.
end of the
I like
clock.
that.
Yeah. That one's for our YouTube crowd.
YouTube crowd, enjoy that.
Uh-huh.
Foul the living S out of you. Sounds like an 8B CYO coach to me, buddy.
Hack
right
away,
there.
hack away.
Oh, man, oh, man. All right, well, Sean Miller, is that about it? Because we got Greg Bell coming up here.
We do. I was working on this UFC clip, but we also have to do some editing there as well. So stand by. We also have to do some business heading out of this segment as well.
Yeah, well, by that 408 says, what do you know about a nickel bag of green?
Oh, $15,
Marcus?
little man. Put that ish in my hand.
And 707 says, I love Nickel City by Silver Creek High School. And 209 says, guys, Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk.
Oh.
Best arcade going.
At the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk.
408 says high scores in Alameda. And 5503 says another Santa Cruz Beach. I agree.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And 831 is with you, Marcus. Shout out Nickel City.
Oh, Nickel City was my spot, bro. Shout out the last time I ever went there for a birthday party. The entire arcade had to get shut down because a guy got pepper sprayed. So we got any gift we wanted for free off the wall, regardless of how many tickets we actually won that night.
Oh, man.
And that was my final stop at Nickel City.
925 says, how about Jordan Poole having to relive that punch with a fifth grade kid?
Yeah, kids are ruthless.
All right, cue the music, buddy. Get sentimental here. Yes, let's go.
Yes, Murph, because it is indeed time for the Countdown to Kickoff, sponsored by Great and Resort and Casino. Win a big prize package every Saturday evening through February 7th. Details available at greatandresortcasino.com. Hell, who knows? Maybe they got an arcade for you to go play in at the Great and Resort Casino. And Murph, this weekend, it's championship weekend where we will find out which two teams will be advancing down to Levi's Stadium to play in the final game of the year. And it all starts on Sunday at noon as the New England Patriots will travel up to Denver to take on Jared Stidham as a 4.5-point favorite before we get to the NFC Championship game between the Rams and the Seattle Seahawks. Seahawks hosting at home as a 2.5-point favorite. And that, my friends, is your Countdown to Kickoff, sponsored by Great and Resort and Casino. Don't miss a shot at the big prize package this Saturday evening. Details available at greatandresortcasino.com.
All right, let's talk a little football with our buddy Greg Bell up in Seattle. Get an NFC preview next on the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boy.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, our 2000s Friday continues here. Tony cues it up. What do we got going here? A little Outcast.
Yeah,
All right, buddy.
Murph.
Don't forget, man, when I stumbled in one of the great shows of all time, Outcast opening for Lauryn Hill at the Paramount.
I'm so jealous.
And I sat next to Tom Waits. I was like, wait, is this really happening? It's one of those things that years later you're like, did that really happen? At the time, you're like, hey, this is a good night. All right. We like the way, well, I'm trying to do awkward transitions from the song titles. Do you like the way that 49ers moved right out of the playoffs?
No,
Is that it right there?
Did not like that move, Murph.
Greg Bell is one of our great friends. He, of course, is my old colleague from it's our second former Oakland A's beat writer, Howard Bryant on Thursday, Greg Bell on Friday. Greg and I covered the Oakland A's together. He's up in the Pacific Northwest covering the Seahawks, the dreaded Seahawks, for the News Tribune. First and foremost, it's always great to catch up with G. Bell. Second and foremost, he posted on social that he had a little hospital stint with a swollen hand. Well check on you, G. Bell. Are you probable, questionable, doubtful? Can you go? Good morning.
Hey, morning, Greg.
Hey, good morning. I'm probable.
Okay, good.
I'm out of the hospital, Murph. The Outcast makes me smile because we were driving back from a Rangers-A's game in Dallas to some hotel in Dallas, and you pop this in and you say, hey, listen to this. This is like 2000, 2002, something like that. And I was like, I never heard of Outcast. And you said, you told me the concert story at the Paramount. And as soon as you just told that story, I remembered it. So
I'm putting
memory of that.
Look at me, Marcus, putting people on game, as you like to say. Those are the days, man. Yeah, Howard yesterday and you today, buddy.
Man,
so
reunion.
Now we got to get Gary Washburn and Mark Saxon and Susan Slusser, and we'll round it out there. So, all right, buddy. Well, man, oh man, the Seahawks left no doubt on the poor 49ers the other night. So the question is, are they feeling invincible going into this Rams game? Home crowd, tons of rest, whomping the Niners back-to-back weeks. Are the Seahawks feeling themselves right now, Greg? Confidence level at about 11 out of 10?
Yeah, they're confident, especially because of their defense, Brian. But what brings them back down to earth is what the Rams did to them the last time the Rams played up here a month ago. December 18th, the Thursday night game, 37 points, 581 yards. Puka Nacua went for 225 receiving, 457 from Matthew Stafford. Nobody in 2 years has done that to Mike McDonald's defense like the Rams did. So that's got their attention. They got some new stuff coming up and stuff that Stafford and McVay haven't seen yet, but they got down to earth in a hurry when they saw the Rams beat the Bears.
Yeah, Greg, I would absolutely agree because we spent most of last week getting ready for the game talking about how much success the Seahawks have had against both Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. But Matthew Stafford against Mike McDaniel's defense has 10 touchdown passes and only 1 interception. So what do you think Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford are doing differently to have that type of success?
Well, the big thing is they have short third downs. Against Seattle so far this year, they've had short third downs. The game down in Inglewood, Sam Darnold threw 4 interceptions, a career high, handed the Rams 2 touchdowns of drives of 4 and 25 yards. The Rams only scored 21 points that day, and 14 of them were Darnold just handing them scores. So not turning the ball over, obviously, in any big game with 2 evenly matched teams, that's the big thing. Darnold led the NFL in turnovers at 20 this season, but against your team, the 49ers, he didn't turn it over at all, and that's why the Seahawks manhandled him. They don't think the teams can habitually drive down the field on their defense. But if Darnold gives them 4 and 25-yard drives, the Rams are going to score. Any team's going to score on that. So that's the key on Sunday for Darnold, not to turn the ball over. His strained oblique is better than it was when he played against the 49ers last week. He was throwing yesterday at practice, which he didn't do in the practices heading into the 49ers game. So he's better. You can't turn the ball over. And the other thing Seattle's got to do, guys, they got to affect Stafford. They have no sacks and only 3 quarterback hits and 77 dropbacks by Stafford in 2 games. Their front four has gotten to everybody else without having to blitz much. It wouldn't surprise me if Mike McDonald blitzed Nick Eamon-Worry and Devin Witherspoon more than he blitzed Brock Purdy the other night, just because they need to affect Stafford more than they have so far.
Really interesting. And that gets to the question I was going to ask about this. I guess the Ram offensive line is just better than the Niner offensive line. And can the Rams run on Seattle? That's like, I think the 49ers couldn't run. You mentioned third and shorts. So is the feeling that the Rams can run on Seattle? And is that, you think, Sean McVay's best play?
I do, Brian. I think Kyren Williams was a big part of this game. And he hasn't been large for the Rams in the last month or so. He had 21 carries against Chicago because it was snowing and 0 degrees. But even the Rams people I talked to thought that they were going to run more than they did and not have Stafford having to throw 42 times. Stafford was only 20 for 42 in that game. First sub 50% game of the year. First year without a touchdown pass. Kyren Williams, when you look at his rush totals for the last month, 13, 12, 17. When they lost in Atlanta, he had 13 carries. He needs to get more than that. Then it's third and short, and Stafford just gets the ball out. Didn't even have to read a defense. Yeah. When you have Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams running 5-yard routes on third and short. Leonard Williams, the Seahawks Pro Bowl defensive end, was talking about that. It's hard to get to Stafford in these 2 games because they've had so many third and shorts. I would think Kyren Williams would be the game plan for McVay to get him in third and short.
Greg, the narrative going to last weekend's matchup between the 49ers and the Seahawks was Sam Darnold has not won the big game. Well, he won a big game in Week 18 here in Santa Clara and then obviously won last weekend for his first playoff win. But he hasn't been asked to do a whole lot in both of those wins. So is that still a narrative going to this weekend's matchup against the Rams?
Well, it's funny. He hasn't won a big game because he hasn't played in them. This is only his 3rd playoff game ever. His first one was last year for the Vikings when the Rams sacked him 9 times. This is the first time he's played in a conference title game. So is it that he chokes or that he hasn't been there? I would say he's been on the Jets and the Panthers for half of his career, and he was a backup for the 49ers, and he was an accidental starter for the Vikings last year. It was supposed to be J.J. McCarthy as a true rookie, of course, and blew his knee out. So Darnold's unproven more than he is unaccomplished. And this is part of his proving. Yes, he's never played on a team with a defense this good. To answer your question, they're going to ask him to do more this game than last game. Last game, the 49ers game, worked out perfectly for Sam Darnold when Rashid returned that interception for a touchdown. A kickoff for a touchdown. As soon as that happened, McDonald could play the way he wanted to, from the front, with his defense, control with field position, run the ball for 175 yards just after he had run for 180 against San Francisco. And then Darnold had to only throw 17 passes with a bad oblique. Oblique is better. The Rams are absolutely going to jam the box and try to deny Kenneth Walker in the run. Seattle's out without Zach Charbonnet. You guys saw limp off against the 49ers. He's out for the rest of the season with probably an ACL tear. So it's the Kenneth Walker show, period. For the first time all year, it's not a job share. And I would expect 20-plus carries from Walker to try to get the Rams defense to play a little more honestly. I'm pretty sure the Rams are going to the heavy box and try to take away the run and dare Darnold to beat him deep. problem for the Rams is when teams have dared Darnold to beat him deep, he got an 1,800-yard receiver in Jackson Smith and Jigba. They're not afraid to throw it down the field. And the 20 turnovers I mentioned that Darnold has, their head coach, Mike McDonald, says that's the cost of doing business. We want him to continue to push the ball down the field. And if he throws interceptions, we got a defense that can handle that.
Talking to Greg Bell, who covers the Seattle Seahawks for the News Tribune up there in the Pacific Northwest. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. That was like the question I had teed up in my brain was to ask about Charbonnet. You just addressed it there at the end of your answer. Just to follow up on it, how do you value the loss of Charbonnet? Like how big, I know these questions are so vague. How big is it? But like, honestly, was the reason Walker was successful this year was because of the tag team? And is it a big deal or no, man? Walker can go, Walker's a horse. He can do it all.
I think Walker's uniquely positioned to be the horse now because they managed him. He had a foot issue in the summer related to a high ankle sprain at the end of last year. So they were managing his carries to try to get him through 17 games. And he was on board with that because his contract ends after this year. He's playing for a job. And he wanted to tell the world that I can play through an entire season, which I hadn't done my first 3 years. So he was on board with the managed plan. Well, now that they have to throw the job share out the window, he's somewhat rested, and he's as healthy as he's ever been in January. So that should benefit him. Charbonnet, though, they're going to miss him in third downs in the pass game. He's a very good pass blocker. And because the Seahawks have had at times problems with pass protection, they often kept Charbonnet in to pick off blitzers. The Rams don't blitz a ton, but they're going to miss him. They're going to miss Charbonnet when the Rams blitz. The Seahawks may do more two tight ends with Eric Saubert, the backup tight end, and let A.J. Barner go out and go for pass routes and keep Saubert in the block when they don't have Charbonnet. Kenneth Walker's a better pass receiver, not as good a pass blocker, so they may throw more to the backs than they usually do when Charbonnet's in.
Yeah, there's no question. We saw the Seahawks have a lot of success running the ball against the 49ers in Week 18 and, of course, last week as well. But, Greg, most 49er fans would respond to that take by saying, yeah, we were without Nick Bosa, we were without Fred Warner and Michael Williams, and even Deommodore Lenoir made headlines after the game saying if the 49ers were healthy, they would win that matchup in a landslide. So, Greg, I know this is a hypothetical question for you, but how differently do you think the matchup would have played out if the Seahawks did take on a healthy 49ers team?
If I was Brian Murphy, I'd be hosting with you on KNBR right now.
True.
It's the way the league is, right?
Right.
Every team has injuries. Now, yes, San Francisco had an inordinate amount, and the only few times the last dozen seasons they haven't made the playoffs under Shanahan is when they've been injured. But that is this league, and the Seahawks have had their own injuries as well, not as big as Key, but every team has had them. No doubt, though, Warner and Bosa in particular changed them, and it was different. The Seahawks, they could do things they couldn't run consistently with Warner and Bosa in there. They didn't pass protect with Bosa. You saw Bosa push Abe Lucas into Sam Darnold in Week 1 and won that game with a fumble at the end. No doubt, it would not have been 41-6 without all those injuries, of course. But I will tell you guys, the Seahawks have a Super Bowl quality. They have a defense that can win the Super Bowl. If their quarterback doesn't turn it over, I think they are going to win the Super Bowl. Their defense is that good. Their defensive architect, Mike McDonald, has been that good making adjustments. This is the one team, though, that has solved them, the Rams. And the Seahawks were more than fortunate to get out of that game in last month, 38-37 with the win.
They were.
The Seahawks really would have liked the Bears to beat the Rams. It would be a little bit of a softer ramp up to the Super Bowl. It's going to be a tough one.
For the record, I thought the Dima Lenoir quote was a little silly. No, wait, a lot silly. That was just a stupid thing, I think, to say. Not stupid. That's too harsh of a word. Just one of those. I think it was a careless thing to say after that game. Just last one for me is a culture one. We had Tony Maserati on earlier today. He was our Boston guy, and how they're just this surprise team like the Patriots. They're arriving way early, like they've landed early. Now, I wouldn't say the Seahawks had as big a rebuild as the Patriots did because, gosh, the Seahawks haven't had a losing season since 2021. They've been in the mix. But the last question for me is a culture question. Like, you were around for Carroll and the Legion of Boom and all that. Like, how different is this? Like, how surprised is the Seattle fan base? And do they feel like this is the beginning of another Carroll, Russell Wilson, Richard Sherman run. Is that the feeling up there?
They are surprised. I think the Seahawks are surprised that it took this soon because he did change the culture. Pete Carroll was touchy-feely, everyone's father, grandfather, very into the whole person. Mike McDonald is a bottom line, no nonsense. He's got a lot of stick. He has carrot, and he gives them a lot of leeway and is a player's guy and gives them days off and has food trucks out there on Mondays. And he does some touches but he has a stick too. And I've seen him just rip guys, and he'll bench dudes for not doing this or not doing that or being late to get out on the field to practice. And he's much different than Carroll that way. He's a son of a West Point grad, which of course makes him one of the favorite
look
mine.
at that. Look at that. All right.
So he's got some military in him as well. And that is so different than Carroll. And the veterans that have been around here for a while, I think they were a little curious about how this culture shift was going to take hold. What made it take hold, guys, is winning. He's won 25 of 35 games. So they're buying what he's selling, and they're all in because it works, especially on defense. They have a number one defensive league, which they haven't had since the Legion of Boom. So, yes, they think this is the start of a redo of a new era of championship football because of how great their defense is, how young they still are. They're the third youngest team in the NFL by snaps. And yet, here they are at the NFC title game for the first time in 11 years, and only the second year Mike McDonald's ever been a head coach. And you're right, they didn't start from the Patriots ground floor. They were a 10-win team last year. Didn't make the playoffs, but they still were 10-7. What really surprised me and I think a lot of people in the building was this team traded their 4,000-yard quarterback who had started for 3 years. Before that, traded their franchise quarterback, Russell Wilson. Then they trade Geno Smith to sign Sam Darnold to start over at the sport's most important position and then have the winningest season in Seahawk history, 14 wins in regular season. That's a surprise and ahead of schedule to me.
Man, oh man, and let me tell you what, everything you just laid out is causing a lot of headaches down in the Bay Area. All right, so there you go.
Sorry.
The Niners right now, Kyle and John are listening because they're right now just shaking their heads going, get the grease board out, guys, get the grease board out. So, hey man, enjoy the atmosphere. It should be loud and proud up there, man. Bring the earplugs, and we appreciate you, G-Bell. Always great catching up, dude.
Yeah, thanks, Greg.
It's great catching up, man. If the Seahawks win, I'll see you down there in a week.
Yeah, that's right. Look forward to it. I'll look forward to some G-Bell FaceTime. All right, buddy, be good. Greg Bell of the News Tribune. He and I covered the Oakland A's together. He's just a good dude. West Point grad. That's why he shouted that out. The rare West Point grad Arrow sports writer, right?
I don't know if I've ever seen that crossover.
Well, Greg's a guy. He just had to write, baby.
Dude.
He got out of the gray halls of West Point. Guys are like, let's go out there and conquer the world. He's like, nah, I want to go cover an A's game. So, but he's awesome. He's a great dude. And now he's got a situation on his hands, man. It's listen, guys. What I said, it was half joking. Yeah, Kyle and John are listening. Well, they already know, man. And I sent that tweet out on January 3rd. Like, this is a long-term problem. Mike McDonald and John Schneider.
Yeah, 808 KNBR. Do the 49ers have a bigger problem with the Seahawks or the substation?
You might as well paint the substation Seahawk action green. Yeah. You know what I mean? Just to complete the picture. You know what I mean? All right, guys. Omar Ruiz, he's our buddy. NFL Network conference champion. More football. Might as well finish with some football talk. Omar Ruiz, very cool NFL Network guest. Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
I know we're all thinking about championship weekend, but the question of the day, if Jonathan Kuminga gets cleared to play, he is dealing with an ankle knee injury. He's getting an MRI today. But like I said, if he's cleared to play, should the Warriors just sit him until the trade deadline, which is on February 5th? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah. We've been light on top 40 pop from the OOs. It's our OOs Friday. And we've been doing a lot of what some of the, a little bit of rock and roll with Papa Roach and all that. And but we hadn't just gone straight for the bubblegum pop. Katy Perry rocking the OOs. Were you a Katy Perry fan back in the day?
I would say I'm definitely a fan, Murph, if you know what I mean. Right. I'm a big Katy Perry fan.
She's now hanging out with the Canadian Prime Minister, I think, right? Or the ex-Prime Minister. So thank you. A little more OOs Friday. We went bubblegum pop here, buddy. Now we go back to the NFL. Omar Ruiz, one of our favorites from the NFL Network. He'll be up in Seattle where the 49ers are not playing. It's Rams, Seahawks, and we can ask him anything about the NFL, really. So, Omar, it's great having you back on Murph and Marcus down here in the loser Bay Area where the 49ers are not playing after losing a squeaker 41-6 up in Seattle, man. How you doing, Omar?
Hey, what's up, Omar?
Hey, I'm good. I'll start you off with a personal note. You know I have NorCal roots, and you guys mentioned Papa Roach. In the year 2000, I'm in New York City. I happen to weasel my way into Total Request Live. Oh, yes. Carson Daly in the height of those NSYNC Backstreet Boys days. Yeah. Well, they're looking for members of the audience to introduce the song. So, of course, Mr. Ham that I am, say, hey, give me that mic. Number 7 on the countdown that day, Papa Roach, Vacaville, introduce them. I'm from Sacramento, this and that. And, one of my all-time great memories. And so you bringing up Papa Roach brought all that back right there.
Dude, that is awesome, man. First of all, any TRL drop is totally welcome. And the fact that we got listeners. Here it is. Turn it up. Yeah. Did you throw it to Last Resort? Was that it?
Last Resort, that's what it was. Yeah, number 7. I'll never forget it to this day. And you know who else was on the show that day? Little-known Adam Carolla and Jimmy Kimmel. They first were promoting The Man Show.
The Man Show,
that was before that had launched. Yeah, so it was just a very, very memorable experience. And it might have been my first foray into national TV, to be honest with you.
Dude, that's incredible, man. That is so funny. TRL, man. Did you have to sleep out overnight for the tickets?
No, I happened to be walking by. I was a camp counselor during the summer, and I got there early, and the girl that I was seeing at the time, I flew in the morning. She was flying in the afternoon. So I was just kind of hanging around Times Square waiting for her to arrive, and I walk by this line, and I say, hey, what's this line for? And they say to go to Total Request Live. And so I jumped in the line, and I got a ticket, and next thing you know, little Omar Lore was born.
Dude, we got to find that video. Yeah. We do. We have to find that video somehow, some way. But
I've reached out to Viacom. I've reached out to Paramount, MTV. If you guys can help me with your media contacts, I would love that because I've lost the tape at this point.
When you announced them, did you say something like, from my home region? Did you drop a little NorCal shout?
Yeah, because Vacaville, right? That's where they're from.
Yeah, they are from Vacaville High School,
Yeah. So I said, the pride of Vacaville or like NorCal's finest or, something like that.
That's awesome.
Papa Roach. So, yeah, it was real cool.
That is really funny. Well, that's our 2000s Friday. That's what in 2000 we do Decade Fridays just to mess around. Man.
Nice.
Well, I'll tell you what, though. The pride of the Bay Area is, I should say, here's my transition. You're not saying the pride of the Bay Area, the 49ers in the NFC Championship. So before we get to Rams Seahawks, just a little postmortem on the 49ers here. It seemed like, lots of praise for what they did without Bosa and Warner, and then in the end without Michael Williams and without George Kittle and all that stuff. At the same time, Omar, there is a scary thought that the Seahawks and Mike McDonald are way ahead of them. And then even if you bring back Bosa and Warner, that the Seahawks are going to be a huge problem. Throw in the Rams even, for that matter. But I don't know. Did you kind of see the 49ers off into the offseason of, they're up against it for the next few years? Or do you believe that once those guys return, they're right back here throwing haymakers with these guys?
Yeah, I'm more of the latter there. I think once they kind of get reloaded, and now they'll have to stay healthy, and that's kind of been an issue for them for several seasons, but it seemed like they figured out how to sustain an excellent football team despite all the injuries. But my take, on the Seahawks, kind of spinning it to where they're at in terms of compared to the 49ers, I think the Seahawks, and give John Schneider credit for this, and Mike McDonald, the foresight to see what Sam Darnold could be. Obviously a very good quarterback, had another great season after last year in Minnesota, but he has, in these Rams-Seahawks games, turned the ball over 7 times. And I think what you look at with Sam Darnold is he's making $30 million with that extra 15 to 20, 25 million that they have to play with from paying the other top-tier quarterbacks in the NFL right now. They've built this juggernaut of a team. So I think it all hinges on Sam Darnold's play. So the 49ers reload, they close that gap in talent on the field, and they just have to affect Sam Darnold and hope he doesn't, consistently be somebody who can win down the stretch in the clutch when the game is all on him, as I'm sure defenses will, going forward, start to aim toward.
The 49ers will also be looking for a new DC this offseason. And Omar, look, everybody here in the Bay Area expected Robert Saleh to take another head coaching job, but I got to say, I thought he would end up in Buffalo or Pittsburgh or Baltimore. So what was your reaction to seeing him take the Tennessee job, and where does that leave the 49ers moving forward?
Yeah, I was surprised, given the amount of turnover that Tennessee has had and sort of instability since they fired Mike Vrabel, and then they fired Rand Carthon, and they fired Brian Callahan. It's just every other year there's been a regime change. So I thought that, Saleh, having had that experience with the Jets, maybe, would go to a place that would have more stability. So I was surprised in that manner. But I do think that, pairing with Mike Borgonzi, who I'm sure he respects from, all that time in Kansas City, and having a number 1 pick type of talent at quarterback is something you can build around. And so, if he truly believed in Cam Ward, then all the other stuff, kind of can fall by the wayside. And if you have a quarterback that you believe in, and he's going to get that defense to play well, he's going to be aligned with the front office, it kind of makes sense. But at first, I was caught off guard, kind of surprised the way you guys were.
Omar Rees is the voice you hear. He'll be up in Seattle covering the Rams and the Seahawks for the NFC Championship game. We'll get to that in just a second. I had one more league-wide question, and that is, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, Sean McDermott. I mean, these are all incredibly, obviously, speaks for themselves. Speaks for their careers, speak for themselves. I wondered if you thought, it's a long shot, but do Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch look at that like, anybody's vulnerable? Because, wow, McDermott's been pretty darn successful, and John Harbaugh won a Super Bowl, and so did Mike Tomlin. Did that resonate that these legends got axed? Should Kyle and John shift uncomfortably in their seat?
I don't think so. I mean, I think that's sort of based on the relationship with Jed York, and it seems like York, still holds them in high favor. I think what they did this year, piecing together all those wins, despite the upfront lack of talent or having all the stars injured, like we alluded to, I think bought them maybe a couple more years to kind of reload and not feel like the seat is hot. I think expectations are as high as they've ever been. And I think when you've looked at the seasons prior, maybe 2018, 2020, 2024, when things fell apart, when they got injured, the fact that they didn't do that this year kind of suggests to me, if I'm ownership looking at this regime, that, hey, they adjusted, they learned how to win without having, superstar players across the board and going forward. That's got to be a good sign, especially with as many young players were forced to play this year, how they were able to develop them. So, theoretically, when you kind of reload, the frontline talent, then now you have that depth behind them. And that's truly where, championship teams are made is that depth. And the 49ers have it, and I think that ought to buy them some time to not feel like the seat is warm.
Omar, I know you'll be up in Seattle for the NFC Championship game, but did want to ask you a question about the AFC Championship game because it will be the Denver Broncos hosting the Patriots as underdogs with a backup quarterback named Jarrett Stidham. Now, I'm sure you probably remember just as well as we do Jarrett Stidham a couple years ago in that New Year's Day classic pushing the 49ers to the brink on that New Year's Day. So does he give the Broncos any chance this weekend of upsetting the New England Patriots?
I do. I think the fact that Sean Payton is a great coach, number one, schematically on game days, game plan, all that sort of stuff. But I think he does coach up his quarterbacks well and development. And I just think back to the Saints days. Whenever Drew Brees got hurt and toward the back half of his career, he was hurt a lot. And whether it was Tatum Hill or Jameis Winston, they still found ways to win. And so I think when you look at Stidham, who is now in year 3 under Peyton in that system and all the experience he has and the confidence he'll have with the playbook. And I think that'll be reflected upon him from the locker room and just sort of the buy-in and how they've rallied around him. I think Stidham will play well. And I think the Patriots are more than capable of winning, whether it was Bo Nix there or Jarrett Stidham. But I think if the Broncos lose, it won't be because of Jarrett Stidham, because the Patriots played better and they out-executed and did all those things they do to win. So I do think that the Broncos have a shot, and I wouldn't be surprised, even if they won, because of what Sean Payton brings to the table as a play caller and a motivator.
And finally, the game you're covering, Rams, Seahawks. The Rams are 2.5-point under. That's close, man. I mean, the Seahawks just beat the Niners by 35. So you'd think the Rams have had a lot of travel. They've gone to Atlanta and back, Charlotte and back, Chicago and back, all since Seattle. All they had to do was just come to the Bay Area once. You would think a rested Seahawks team might be a bigger favorite. Vegas always knows. Can the Rams go in there after all this travel and have enough in the gas tank to knock off this rested, roaring crowd, Omar?
Yeah, I think so, but it'll be one of those where the Rams will probably have to play a nearly perfect game. And just sort of, what I referenced before, you look at how close those two games were in the regular season and how dramatically different they were. In the Week 11 game, where the Rams won by 2 points at home, Stafford had a season low in pass yards. In the Week 16 rematch, Thursday Night Football in Seattle, crazy environment, potential number 1 seed on the line. Stafford throws the most yards of the season. It's a full-blown shootout, and the Rams lose by 1 point, again separated. But you look at those matchups, the Seahawks turned the ball over 7 times, the Rams just once, and they were still that close. So I think it goes back to, again, the Rams needing to nearly play a perfect game. Stafford will have to play like the MVP. Puka will probably have to have a repeat performance where he is dominant like he was in that Thursday night game. And they'll have to continue to get Sam Darnold to turn the ball over the way he did for 6 interceptions against the Rams this year. So it'll have to be sort of all hands on deck for the Rams, everything go their way. But they are capable, and they won't be intimidated. They play there every year, just like the 49ers aren't intimidated by the environment when they go up there. But it will be a classic setting, a tremendous atmosphere, and I think the Rams are capable of winning, but for all the reasons that we've pointed out, the Seahawks are seemingly juggernauts at this point.
Omar, last question for me. I wanted to check in and see where you're at with Fernando Mania after Fernando Mendoza won the national championship earlier this week. I know the Raiders are still looking for a head coach, but it's got to be a lock. He's got to be going number 1 to the Raiders, right?
Yeah, I joked on Twitter earlier this week when we saw Mark Davis in Miami. It's like, you're not supposed to tip your picks. That's the thing. It's couldn't be more clear. That he's number 1, and I think he showed. I think for whatever doubt there was at the beginning of the year, even midway through the year, you heard all this talk about there's not a true definitive number 1 type of quarterback in this class, and and certainly not somebody worthy of going number 1 and all that. I think Fernando Mendoza silenced all those critics and proved, kind of throwing that team on his back in big moments, playing efficiently against all these, high caliber defenses, and really, whether it's Alabama or Ohio State or, Penn State or, whoever he played, he showed up, led the way, and I think that's kind of what you want in the number 1 pick. And I think Tom Brady, now sort of leading that, obviously was in Miami, kind of recognizes somebody who knows better than anybody how intangibles matter at that position, and he seems to have all those intangibles in place.
Man, oh man, the Raiders searching.
There was something in the air that night.
Is this the time? I think maybe the last time I was on, it's like for all the ways that they've tried different avenues to win, they haven't been able to put it together. Is this finally the time they get it right for Raiders fans? I certainly hope so.
I can see Al saying, "Who's this Boy Scout? I need a bad
we
boy.
Need renegade. He's not a Raider."
All right, Omar. Always great catching up with you. Enjoy your coverage on NFL Network and have a good hey man, enjoy the heck out of the game Sunday.
Yeah, thanks, Omar.
Oh yeah, thank you. Always a pleasure, guys.
Yeah. Omar Ruiz with that incredible TRL story. Now, do you remember Total Request Live?
Dude,
Okay,
of course, dude.
Wasn't sure.
I'm not that young, Murph.
All right. What about young Tony? Do you remember Total Request Live?
I've heard about it. I've not seen it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see,
no.
he is that live. Oh, dude, every morning, every afternoon coming home from school, you throw on MTV to watch music
daily
videos.
music hit show from Times Square in New York, hosted by Carson Daly and packed with teeny boppers in there screaming. And it was back like, I'd say Britney Spears peak.
Oh, NSYNC, Backstreet
peak.
Boys.
And everybody would go there to drop an album or appear live, and then they just scream and yell and play a video. And the fact that Omar just got in line and it got to announce Papa Roach, last resort.
Got to give a shout out to Vacaville. That's awesome.
Who knew? This was our first song in the 2000s Friday. It's funny, I wouldn't usually call it, but I was driving around the other day looking for 2000 songs for Friday, and SiriusXM has a 10 spot, or the channel is 2000s, and this song was on. I'm like, we're playing this Friday. And it's turned out to be a big hit for the Vacaville crowd.
The Vacaville Army.
Marcus's shoes and my summer of 2019 with the 11-year-old All-Stars there. All right, well, Omar's cool, man. That was fun. The Raiders. Fernando was in the news. He appeared on Jimmy Fallon.
I saw young Tony was watching some of that footage earlier this morning. I got to check it out.
I mean, get off the sound stage and get into the film room.
Fernando Mania's taken over all aspects, Murph.
Well, we got a fun last half hour. Let's make it a Friday half hour, man. We can clean up some fun stuff from the cooler. The Joey Molinaro, Harbaugh, McDaniel video is hilarious. And a Fernando on the Fallon show. You guys can call in about anything, 808 KNBR. You can text in about anything, 415-808-5627, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We just got to have a fun last half hour on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
Well, we finally got our coach Ignited to smile. So that was...
All right, El Cerrito Honda is the time, or I should say is the place, and now is the time to go get your new car for 2026. Because El Cerrito Honda is awesome. First of all, family atmosphere. Sharif runs the show over there. Everybody's cool. It's a big old honking property. And tons of Hondas on there that you're going to check out. If you have something in mind, go to elcerritohonda.com and start shopping. You can, elcerritohonda.com. And then you're like, okay, well, Murph says go, so might as well go because you all trust what I tell you, right? El Cerrito Honda is in El Cerrito. It's easy. It's right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. You can't miss it. 11755 San Pablo Avenue. And go on there and say, well, I heard that you guys have a lot of cars. And they're like, yeah, what do you need? Because it's going to be good. The staff is good. Family atmosphere. My 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid has been a complete success. So visit El Cerrito Honda today, tomorrow, Sunday, weekend. Accord, CR-V, Civic, Passport, all there for you. Don't forget to tell them you heard about it on The Leader. Your boy Murph sent you. El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We are family.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, I think every time we do an OO's Friday, we have to include this song because it is the most downloaded freaking song of the 21st century, which is crazy. I mean, I get it. It's kind of a little toe tapper, you know, it's kind of fun, but it's kind of hard to explain how it became so big. Like, it's like worldwide. Like, I remember during COVID, Shaq and his sons playing it on a DJ. He was doing Shaq Diesel DJ, and they were standing on their counter, pumping their fists. Michigan football, my nephews on Candace's side, they rushed the field, and they were all singing this. It's just like... it's the anthem of a generation, man. And it's about a guy watching his gal get with another dude.
Hey, yo.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, I don't know if I want that song representing my generation, Murph.
I never even knew the lyrics, really. I mean, it's just people just like the beat or something. They like the, Young Tone, is it one year? Will you start screaming this in a bar?
They were at Outside Lands. They headlined Friday at Outside Lands last year. So it was a huge deal. There's a lot of people there. It was at the main stage, too.
Were you there?
I was there. Absolutely, I was there.
Was that when you were spelling out Hot to Go with Chapel Roan?
I think that was Saturday. Yeah.
Okay.
But yes.
Wait, are you a 3-day Outside Lands guy?
Hell yeah, brother. The second year I've done it, I went all 3 days the first time I did it, all 3 days the second time.
Are you locking that in again this summer?
I mean, why not? I couldn't do it when I was working like overnights, weekends, holidays, and then I got this job, and I'm like, might as well go now.
It's a pretty penny, isn't it?
It's not cheap, but it's worth it, yeah.
But you used to stay at a hotel.
Correct.
In the Marina District. You now live in the Marina District.
Correct.
And you go to places like
Luca Deli. Dude, shout out Paul Bosco.
We got to talk about our new friends.
Yes. He texted into the show yesterday. He's a huge fan of us. I went on a run yesterday, then I stopped by my favorite deli in the Marina right there on Chestnut.
Pause right now. Did you go in like right after the like sweaty?
No. I went home and showered, yeah.
I don't need your groin sweat in Luca.
No,
buddy. I don't need you smelling up those sandwiches.
Famously, I once, do I need to gross everybody out early in the morning?
Yeah, sure, why not?
So I once did a workout, which is hilarious, right?
Yeah. And, is that the punchline?
This is back, yeah. This is back in like the mid-'90s when Candace and I weren't even married yet. We're still like, hot and heavy, and she's moved to San Francisco. And back then, there's a place on Market Street called the Zuni Cafe. Very popular place, Zuni, Z-U-N-I, Zuni Cafe. It's been there for a long time. Great burger. Like it's kind of a, it's not a burger joint. It's like kind of like a restaurant, people go there before the theater, one of those places. But anyway, I went in my workout shorts, in like a workout shirt, and Candace was just appalled, and I stunk too. She's like, "You coming to Zuni here?" Because it was a lunch. I was like, "Wow, what's the big deal?" Yeah. That's how low class I am. It's just how low class I am.
Man, but you want to be comfortable.
I was just like, I didn't realize it, and now I look back on it, and I probably should have showered. Probably should have showered.
Yeah, but I'm sure Candace should look back on it and be like, damn, at least Murph was working out back then.
Well, if you got her version of it, she'd probably like, he was rank.
Yeah.
So thankfully, you did not go into Luca with the groin sweat.
No,
All right,
no. Shout out Paul, and he wants to know how early we wake up, how much coffee we have, and then the next golf outing with the four of us. We want to get John Joe Curley out there.
The early part, you guys wake up earlier than we do, so you're the true heroes.
Yeah.
How much coffee we drink? Bro, I drink
all of it.
At least 2 full Yetis, probably 2.5 full Yetis. It's probably around 6 to 7 cups, I guess.
6, 7.
Yeah, something like that.
Maybe 8 cups. I don't know. And the reason I know this is because it dehydrates my lips and I couldn't whistle. I tried to do the Pot Van Sucks whistle because you're going to the Sharks-Rangers game tonight.
Yeah.
Should we try later in the day? No, I still can't do it.
Oh, come on, Murph. You can get there. But
I'm usually a better whistler.
No question, Murph is at the top of the leader charts when it comes to drinking coffee in the morning.
If we did a graph, I'd be like the bar chart. I'd be up here. And you guys
pie graph. You get 75% of the pie. I'll mix in a couple cups. I usually start my day with a nice V8 energy drink if V8's looking for a sponsor. That's how I start my day. And then, of course, I mix in a Bigelow tea throughout the show as well. But yeah, I like to mix and match my beverages this early in the morning.
Look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea right here in the studio.
Grab a mug and tea proudly.
So yeah, there's your answers, Paul. And so you got new friends is the bottom line.
Also, good point or good chance to riff. I got the Pat Burrell, which is a roast beef sub last last time I was in there.
Insert
Hey now.
insert joke here.
Who wants to eat Pat's sandwich?
But yesterday I got the chicken salad sando. Perfect for after a run. It's
Chicken
quality.
salad sandwich.
Quality, dude.
Interesting move. You got to
Yeah.
get that on sourdough. I'd
I
imagine.
went Dutch Crunch. I'm a Dutch Crunch guy.
Okay, that's fine.
It's just me.
I don't hate it.
I'm thinking. Okay,
I
all right.
re-
Well,
I
listen,
respect it,
lettuce,
Tony. I
lettuce,
respect it.
tomato, a little mayo as well.
All right.
told you guys it was going to be an F around segment, so let's do
Yeah,
this.
we're
Let's
talking
go.
sandwiches.
Let's go. Well, Luca, we got to. Now, do I dare say, Luca versus Molinari? Do I start the war? Cheers versus Gary's Old Town Tavern?
Man. I'm a Luca guy.
Okay, well, I mean,
I'm a Marina guy, too, though.
Molinari's they're like, hey, we're over here on Columbus doing our thing.
And they used
You know
to
what
be
I mean?
right around the corner from our old studio.
I mean, it's a war.
Oh, yeah.
Why don't we say they're both winners?
It's a main event matchup, I'd say.
Why don't we say, you know who the big winner is tonight? Mikey. Mikey's the big winner.
My belly, my stomach.
All right. All right. So we're going to clean up the cooler of content here. Joey Molinaro was a comedian who was briefly with Barstool. Then I think they let him go. And now he occasionally will break out some comedy. And every now and then he hits one. And this one is Jim Harbaugh interviewing Mike McDaniel for the offensive coordinator job. Now, if you're on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, you're going to enjoy some visual. If you're on audio only in your car, the audio is good. But imagine now he's got Harbaugh dressed in his Michigan hat tucked in, and he's got McDaniel dressed as the ultimate metrosexual. Like the pants up to the mid-shin. The
glasses.
Like a bowling shirt or something. Okay, enjoy here. A little Joey Molinaro comedy here.
So the pants, shorts, what are they?
Well, they can be both. It's sort of a high-end jogger.
Joggers, huh?
I call it one of my exotic staples. It's kind of my run game philosophy.
I like, being able to, run it right at them, but, maybe switch it up a little bit.
It's like...
Get a little exotic.
Do you like pizza?
Sure, yeah, like all kinds of pizza.
So it's like putting pineapple on pizza.
I'm mostly a pepperoni guy.
Sure.
But yeah, pineapple's great.
Some people dip ranch in their pizza.
Yeah.
So everybody wants a run game. How do you find the pineapple to go on that? And that's where I come in.
It tastes good. Yeah. So
the exotic staple.
I think we got a deal.
Give him some applause.
Nicely
That's
done,
pretty darn
Joey.
good. That's very, very good.
Nicely done, Joey.
The quick cuts were very good. There's a couple cuts in there. The one where Harbaugh just goes, "Yeah, everybody likes pizza." Yeah. And then I got to do that. The fist into the palm is the total Harbaugh move. So classic.
Yeah. Huh. Trying to figure out how we get that pineapple.
There's one where he just does a quick cut where he just goes, yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, I need a reality TV show of Mike McDaniel and Jim Harbaugh just hanging out, not even going through X's and O's. But that's also if Mike McDaniel ends up being his OC. I got a notification yesterday that even though he was hired as the Chargers OC, he's still going to get interviewed by the Buffalo Bills for their head coach job opening.
You might want to do a little Fox News chime because we have another guy who's interviewing for the Buffalo Bills head coach opening. Frickin' Phillip Rivers, dude. The story of 2025 is now the story of 2026. Dude, dadgummit, the high school football coach with 11 kids, the accidental quarterback with the gut, the guy who carved the Niners for a half. Phillip Rivers is interviewing for the Buffalo Bills head coaching job. I mean, after seeing that Terry Pegula conference, who knows what they're going to do?
I was going to say, anything. After seeing the Dos Equis commercial, I feel like Phillip Rivers is truly the most interesting man in the NFL.
He might be the most interesting man.
Dude, he goes from coaching high school football to playing against the 49ers with a chance to maybe make the playoffs. Obviously, they did not. To now getting a head coaching job opportunity with the Buffalo Bills and coaching Josh Allen.
Yeah.
That's unreal.
Yeah. I mean, listen, like I said, after Pegula's performance, who knows?
Yeah.
That guy seems like he's a bit of a... He's a little bit off the reservation a little bit there. So, by the way, 707 says Dutch Crunch over sourdough any day. I'm with you, except when you have a delicate flavor like a chicken salad. Like, I get it for the meat. Yeah, roast beef, turkey, whatever. But the chicken salad's a little more delicate. I might need the bread. I don't need the bread to overwhelm the chicken salad.
Yeah, I was going to say, but there's no wrong answer here. Like, this is like choosing between my two favorite kids, and I don't even have kids.
707 says your video is riveting radio with a thumbs down. I would suggest 707. join the video brigade.
Yeah, join the app. And by the way, that audio played great over the airwaves.
Yeah.
So I don't get the
You're gonna
complaints.
be able to. Do you like pizza? Sure. Yeah, like all kinds of pizza.
Sure.
That's really, really darn good, man. That's really, really darn good. 818 says, don't forget the Caesar salad at Zuni. Yeah, I think it's still going. 916 says, is Sacramento going to get Murph for FanFest? We'd love to have you. How nice.
Ooh.
Very nice to be invited. I'll be at the one in San Francisco, March 14th, unless the 8B Bulls, our last dance, has a playoff game. I've told Holler that. If we have a playoff game, no. But if we don't have a playoff game, I'll be there. All right.
So that's good news. If you have a playoff game, Mike Holder's probably going to hit me up to fill in for you. That's what that means.
Well, at least you get well compensated, or not.
Yeah.
415 says, after 3 to 10 beers, Mr. Brightside is a great and easy song to sing and yell.
Because I'm Mr. Brightside.
415 says, hey, Marcus, is Brandon Ayuk a Raider?
No, I don't want him. Antonio Pierce is gone. That was a connection going back to Arizona State. I don't want to touch Brandon Ayuk with a 10-foot pole, and I don't think any other team in the NFL does want to.
Okay. Man, so he's out of football?
I mean, that's my take. I'm sure he'll get a job somewhere. He definitely ain't getting $30 million. And no, I don't want Brandon Ayuk corrupting the innocence of a Fernando Mendoza. I don't see him going that way.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. In the middle of a segment?
Is this okay?
Holy moly. I told you it was an F-around segment.
Yeah.
Because it's Friday, and dude, we've done our work. We put the hay in the barn. We've done Jimmy Butler. We've done Kuminga. We've done Niner postmortem. So how about mid-segment giveaways? That might be the name of my fantasy team next year, mid-segment tickets. Yeah. Look at you, John. I think really this comes because Tony realized he forgot to do it. 2 tickets to see John Mellencamp, August 12, 2026. Right now, call Curly. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see this man, John Mellencamp. As I like to say, when sometimes I get into political discussions with people and I say, yeah, well, there's winners and there's losers, and that ain't no big deal. There you go, buddy. Tickets on sale today at 10 a.m. Tickets on sale today at 10 a.m. LiveNation.com. That's going to be a good show. I'm going to try to get down there. August 12, 2026. Call Curly. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Or do you want to duck out or do Mendoza?
We can do Mendoza. You want to do him real quick? There's a couple clips, though, maybe on the other side.
Maybe on the other side. On the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, our traditional Friday finale in honor of K-Fog. They used to play it every Friday at 5. So shout out the great K-Fog. World-class rock. Okay, guys, a lot of fun today, a lot of messing around on a Friday, a blank around Friday. It's an OO's Friday. This does not fit in the OO's Friday, but hey, it's a tradition. Our OO's Friday ended with Mr. Brightside. We have a couple more stuff from the cooler to clean out before you guys get out of here. Your boy, I just want to know, he's going to be your guy, Fernando Mendoza.
There was something
Marcus,
in the air.
do
that
you
night.
approve of...
The stars were bright. Fernando.
Do you approve of him going on Jimmy Fallon?
Oh.
He's doing the net. Now, listen, it's not like Carson back in the day, 30 million people watching. Nowadays, it's a lot smaller. But still, there's something about the late night TV hit that kind of makes you part of the scene, right? Part of the cultural wallpaper, as it were. So here he is, Fernando Mendoza, breaking through on Jimmy Fallon, The Tonight Show last night, doing his like American celebrity star turn. He interrupts the monologue. Yes, there's video, but for those of you in your car, there's also audio. Check it out here.
Smile. So that was the biggest accomplishment. No, but for real, Indiana's been predominantly a basketball, and football's been in purgatory for the longest time. And our team, with Coach Signetti and a whole bunch of under-recruited guys who have already been doubted their entire lives, now finally marked as national champions. It means the world to all of us.
It was the most exciting game. It was the most exciting game ever, and I remember I was watching it in the fourth quarter when you dove in for that touchdown. What were you thinking? What? First of all, look at this. This is the. Look at this. That's you. Bing!
That is me. That's a good impression. That's a good impression. That's a great impression.
Were you like, no one's open, I got to do this? Or what?
So it's a running play, and I'm a quarterback. I'm a passer. So at first I'm like, okay, here we go. And I'm supposed to run left. And all of a sudden, some instinct tells me, let's run right. So it's like when you miss your exit on maps, and you're like, oh, shoot. Like, you're like, who? Oh, shoot, here we go. But luckily, it was the exit to a touchdown.
Yeah.
And then, like you said.
Legendary.
And then, like you said, I saw these huge football players in front of me, and I was like a human pinball machine. I was like, boom, boom, bang. Getting banged up, and all of a sudden, I'm in the air. I'm like, might as well reach for the touchdown because I'm so banged up. I don't know if I'll be able to get up after. So here we go.
And you got back up.
And we got back
up.
you scored
Yeah, Mendoza handling himself well on stage there.
Fernando's got some chops, got some riffs.
Dude, 916, did you see what he's wearing?
I was going to say, Murph, for our audio-only listeners, why don't you describe the color of the jacket he's wearing?
It's a silver, it's kind of a cool, it almost looks like I don't want to say Carhartt, but like one of the, it's a, well, dare I say, a silver jacket with a black collar?
It's a silver and black jacket, baby.
916 says Mendoza was wearing gray and black on The Tonight Show. Is he foreshadowing here?
Silver and black.
Another 510 says, is this Derek Carr 2.0 in terms of personality?
There are a lot of similarities.
Was Derek like that much of like a attaboy type of guy?
Yeah, Derek was also a big JC guy himself, also a bit of a preacher. So there are some connections
more
there.
Than Mendoza, though. Like Mendoza hits it and then moves on.
No, like Derek Carr was actually showing up to churches and like doing actual preaching and stuff.
But he was, listen, guy was a good quarterback.
Yeah,
right?
he was. I mean, he holds most of the Raider records for touchdowns and passing yards and stuff like that. And look, over the last 30 years of my life, there's a small list of quarterbacks who have been successful in Oakland /LA/Las Vegas. It's Rich Gannon. It's Derek Carr. Hell, I'll throw in a Jason Campbell one year, but there hasn't been a lot of help outside of that.
Do you care that my 18-year-old kid declared that Mendoza will be a bust?
No, I don't care because I've heard a lot of people say that. And look, I agree. I don't think he's a generational talent like an Andrew Luck or a Joe Burrow or even a Caleb Williams. But beggars can't be choosers. The Raiders, for as bad as they've been over my entire lifetime, how many number one picks have they had? One, it was Jamarcus Russell. It didn't work out. But there's no guarantee that the Raiders will ever be in the situation again where they have the number 1 pick with the best quarterback in the class. Again, I don't know if he'll be a generational type quarterback, but if he plays like Derek Carr, the way he acts like Derek Carr, I'll be happy with his draft pick.
So critical who your head coach and no coordinator is.
Oh, without question.
And so we'll wait on that hire for sure. So, all right, Young Tone, let's do it, bud.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, well, there was a lot of stuff today. We had a lot of fun today, and there was a lot of things we threw at Young Tone. But late in the show, we threw Omar Ruiz from NFL Network brought up Total Request Live. He had crashed the set back in 2000 and was able to announce Papa Roach's Last Resort as the number 7 song on the countdown. I asked about TRL. You said you were totally down.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And you admitted that you weren't fully versed on TRL.
I was not fully versed, but I will say what we're about to play. I saw this pop up on my timeline. Eminem going back and forth. We don't have the whole thing. We just have Liam Gallagher, obviously Oasis's own.
That is
Greg
classic.
Silver's
So,
guy.
now they're doing the reunion tour. They're all nostalgic. This is literally how Oasis tried to pose back in 2000. Check this out. He's just staring out the window, not even looking at Carson Daly, leaning against the wall. Check it out.
Madonna.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks, brother.
God bless America.
Chucking the microphone off right now.
This is why I do live television.
Chewing gum. Madonna here.
Yeah.
God bless
It's
America.
not about selling records, mate.
It almost looked like a guy doing a Liam Gallagher impression.
Yeah, which was hilarious because Tony mentioned then Eminem went on TRL and mocked the hell out of him.
By the way, the Eminem hit that we looked at on YouTube, there's a kid in the crowd dressed exactly like Eminem, white t-shirt, peroxide hair. You said, that's the stand.
That's Stan.
That's the stand.
Will the real Slim Shady please stand up?
All right. That was all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Have a great weekend, everybody. We're bombing down to Pauley Pavilion, by the way.
Nice,
I'll report
dude.
back from
Enjoy
the road
the
trip.
hoops this weekend,
The
Murph.
day trip down to Pauley Pavilion. Papa and Silver are next. Oh, a fan fest tomorrow. San Ramon. Go. Go see Tony V. Sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
Madonna.
Thrilled to really, welcome Jeff.
We have a virus called fouling.
You know, be able to. Do you like pizza? Sure. Yeah, like all kinds of pizza.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco.
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
Thompson turns. Laskkey slapped down. The follow jam. Flag going to the top.
Washington right down the lane, and Moody blocking that. Warriors just say nothing easy inside. Kuminga, what? Oh! He's okay, but you see someone's leg twist like that, and you hold your breath.
He's okay. He's helping up the little girl court side. He's like, let me take your seat for a quick second here.
Trying to set the table for Heel. Defended by the smaller Nemhard. Now Heel chants it. Cha-ching from the corner. Curry. Count it. Steph Curry. Cash money. 31. As Chef Curry is cooking up. Juicy jumper after jumper. Flag in the open floor. Leaves it. Marshall, return feed. Powell. Got to go. And a foul. The Mavericks are gaining steam. And that will do it. It's a season-high 4-game winning streak for the Dallas Mavericks. They take care of business in the fourth quarter to knock off the Warriors, 123 to 115.
Hey, the Dallas Mavericks have a 4-game win streak. The Warriors had one of those not too long ago, and they've since lost 2 in a row. No Jimmy Butler, Jay-Z, too short. It was all good just a week ago here in the Bay Area. We were getting ready for the 49ers to head up to Lumen Field, see if they can pull an upset. But And now Jimmy Butler's hurt.
Are you laying out?
Am I laying out?
Are you laying out to hear behind it?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
They used to call that producing. You talk all the way up until the first note of a song. No one does that anymore.
No one does it anymore.
I always wanted to do that. Before I wanted to be a sportscaster, I wanted to be a disc jockey and talk all the way up. And then, boom! I could see your pacing. You were backing off a little bit last night.
Yeah, that was a tough one, though. So a lot of football today, and we are getting ready for Championship Sunday. But we are starting here for the first half hour on the existential crisis known as the Golden State Warriors, where you don't have Jimmy Butler. He goes down, but then you're hoping to see Jonathan Kuminga. He had some great spurts. He was a plus 18 in a limited amount of playing time, and then he gets hurt. And so, truthfully, Pop, I feel like a stubborn kid who gets home from school, and the parents go, "Hey, how was school? What'd you learn?" "I didn't learn anything." That's how I feel about last night. I feel like I'm right back.
Spoiled brat.
I'm a spoiled brat.
It's on you.
It's on me.
They're there to teach you. You didn't learn anything about last night's basketball game?
I feel like I'm back in January of 2025. It's the fourth quarter.
Why? Was Jimmy Butler? Oh, the free Jimmy Butler?
Yeah.
Okay.
Steph Curry has 34 points. He's shooting the ball pretty well. Has it going in the second half, and then the fourth quarter, opponents know how to defend a little bit easier. You don't have a true second option. Jonathan Kuminga's not out there. You know what I'm hoping as far as the Kuminga thing goes, and I know the conversation has run its cycles over and over and over and over and over again, but after 16 straight DNP CDs, what I wanted to see was, could Kuminga and Steph and Draymond consistently get some run in competitive fourth quarters? And I wanted to see that opportunity take its place, but injuries are a part of the game. So Jimmy goes down, and then Kuminga in his second game back in the rotation. Now he's got a little ankle and knee soreness. Doesn't seem to be anything serious.
Do we know that definitively?
No, we don't know that definitively, as he was getting an MRI last night. But then,
did he get the MRI?
I think so. We have no results on that.
They have them. We just don't have them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't have results.
Yeah, we could find out in about 5 seconds. But are you done? I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good.
You were laying out your pacing and you were waiting to jump in. I don't want to be the one to jump in. I am concerned about Kuminga because he was out for a long time with bilateral knee, patella knee tendonitis, and the patella tendon is nothing to screw around with. ACLs and Achilles are season-ending and years and months, or not years, but months. So I am worried about it, the nature of the injury. I thought it was funny the way he went and sat down with the kid in the crowd. I'd never seen that before.
Yeah.
He couldn't get up, though. You could tell. He shot his free throws. I would have thought there would be, let's get him off the floor right away, Dr. Rick. Drew Yoder, he went out there and played. And there were a couple of defensive possessions where they were just awful, and they went in and scored right away. So the whole week here that is, since you brought up being a young kid in school, and I didn't learn anything, can I speak to your generation for a little while?
Please do.
And even to Steph Curry, who is not in your generation, but Steph's not in mine. I don't know what gen he's in. Move on. We got to move on. I know Jimmy Butler's injury was horrible. We've seen them in sports. It was crippling, almost literally, to watch him go down like that on just an entry pass and crumble to the floor and drop F-bombs at a Kyle Shanahan Saturday night meeting rate. He was in a lot of pain. He had to be carried off the floor by one of the guys, was his buddy Hield. So it's jarring. They won that game. Sometimes you're in the shock of it. You've just got to move on. People get hurt. People die. They had a coach collapse and die, essentially, in the middle of a team dinner. He collapsed right. How do you think that hit him? So they've just got to move. I know he's an essential part. And I didn't mean to make it out like, Draymond Ritter sending me a text. You're making it out like Jimmy's a G League player. Jimmy's an excellent basketball player. But I think they have internally what they need to make up for him. And I think they have it in a variety of players. And I think they have it specifically in Jonathan Kuminga. We make too much of the plus-minus in this sport. But it makes no sense that Steph is a minus 24 last night. He drops 38. Except you got to guard better. You got to rebound better. I'm not sure about the change in the starting lineup. And I know Dallas is without Anthony Davis. They're undersized. And we know Dwight Powell. He's been a Warrior tormentor forever and ever, the former Stanford Cardinal, good athlete, but undersized guy. And they're going to get out and run. But, you just got pounded on the boards last night, just 54-35. Even when you got to stop defensively, and Dallas did shoot 50% on twos last night. They got too many offensive rebounds, 11. And how many of those were putbacks? But you've got to move on. Now, I know the Toronto game was on you. The game last night, you had to travel. They're having gnarly weather in Dallas, as Ian Eagle mentioned many times. He has to go on to his next assignment. Hopefully, Ian gets there with a rack attack. They're in Minnesota now. They'll play the Timberwolves tomorrow night. You know, as a team, they're going to get together, I think, on Sunday and watch championship football. They got to play the Timberwolves on Monday. You do it as a group, and they do that anyway when you're on the road with an NBA team and it's a championship Sunday or a Super Bowl. I've been at many of those functions, and they all get together. This team needs to get together, and maybe not even wait to Sunday. Maybe do it tonight. Everybody gets together and have dinner, and Joe Laskkey pays for a lot of these post-game, maybe pre-game, maybe on the off night, and just what do we have here? This is not the same team that you had January of 2025, Greg. You're better. DeAnthony Melton can do a lot of the things Jimmy Butler can do. I actually thought if we're going to make a change in the starting lineup, why not get D. Melt in the lineup? I like Guy Santos. I like Guy Santos and Gary Payton II coming off the bench to kind of juice your lineup with their scrappy play and flying all over the floor. Bring them in mid-second quarter or mid-first quarter when you're trying to make a lot of the changes. But they did not shoot the ball well at all last night, and a lot of it, I think that's overrated, make or miss league. What quality shots do you get? I saw AirPods, as Ian dubbed him and brought that nickname back, blow a layup last night, and he's very good on the decel, the deceleration. You decel when you've got somebody in front of you, somebody behind you, and you're kind of boxed in. He had a layup. He was going in for a layup, but he wanted to make it a 2-foot dunk. I don't know what he was doing. And he wound up getting rejected from behind. There was another missed layup around the cup. You can't miss layups in the NBA. You miss a lot of them. You wind up shooting 45% from the floor on shots. And then, obviously, the three ball just did not go, with the exception of Steph. The game was still winnable. It was there. And then Draymond Green gets into a situation. A lot of times, the Draymond Green situation helps Draymond. As our guy Bones mentioned last night, Brent Barry, he lives in chaos on the floor. He loves it. And it usually sparks him to play better and the team to play better. Neither happened. The bow on Dwight Powell, unnecessary to do that. Was it excessive, flagrant, whatever it was? That's the way they deemed it. The last one was...
I didn't love it personally, but it wasn't necessary.
You got to move on. It's Draymond's reputation, and what are you going to do? He does that all the time. And then he keeps going. He's lucky he did not get run after that. It's just nonstop with him. And you could throw guys out with one technical. He just does not back down at all. And then, he got into it with the drive and Max Christie. Boy, you look at that, Luka AD deal. He also went in that trade. That guy's a good player on both ends of the floor. But anyway, that was a hard foul. But that was like a 1-point game when that happened. And all of a sudden... you wound up losing by 8. You're down double digits. They go off on like an 11-0 run, whatever it was. The Warriors had a sizable lead in the fourth quarter. So you lost tight games when Jimmy Butler was here. You lost tight games, 5 minutes or less, within 5 points. The clutch games they talk about in the NBA. The Warriors couldn't win those last year. They won them a little more when they got Jimmy, but they were losing those this year. So I know it's traumatic when you have a teammate like that, somebody that's universally liked, even though he hasn't been here for even a year, to hear him screaming in pain, and it's ACL for a player of his advanced age. What does it mean? He'll bounce back. But the team has got to bounce back. You got to move on. There'll be constant references to the record after Jimmy got hurt. I could feel it coming. You're 0-2. The Toronto game, they just shot the Nets off. That happens when the first game back after you wind up losing a player. Like when the Giants lost Buster Posey May 25th of 2011. They sleptwalked the next night. Then Crawford hits a grand slam in Milwaukee on Friday, and they got out of their funk. They went and traded for Beltran. They were still in the race that year. It has happened. But, Melky Cabrera and the suspension that he had, we'll have Bill Laskkey on. Mother! We were all together that day when that happened, and they were awful that day. They just got shut out, couldn't get a hit. And wound up, obviously, having a great year that year and winning something called the World Series. So I'm not saying the Warriors are going to win the NBA Finals, but they're going to have to, and this is incumbent on the coaching staff. You for a while there, we were looking to make a 4-for-1 deal. you had too many players, and I still think you may want to look at that. You lose a player like Jimmy, who is a force multiplier. I think the great skill in what Jimmy Butler does, I think they can get 25 and 5, which is essentially what he gives you, and the free throws from Kuminga. Now, if Kuminga's hurt, if we find out today that left knee injury is bad or tomorrow,
right,
that's changed. Now it screws everything up. It changes your team internally and what you can fetch externally by trading Jonathan Kuminga. But I do think that Kuminga, and he shot the ball well last night. He was on the floor for 9.5 minutes, and he hit all three. He also he's giving you the and ones. You know, Jimmy wouldn't give you always the and one. He would just give you 2 free throws. Kuminga's giving you a bucket and one.
Well, and the production at the line goes a long way, too, because Jimmy was hitting free throws at a high rate. Kuminga's always been a little bit more up and down. When he's making them, it's an entirely different deal.
But the first time he got fouled the other night, he missed the first 2, but you could see he wasn't bending his knees. Then he made them. Last night he was 4 for 4. It also slows the game down. It allows you to get your half-court defense set,
right?
And which is the big thing. It gives you 2 points, obviously, or a high percentage when you got free throwers like that. But he can do that. I think you have enough to overcome. Jimmy Butler's an excellent basketball player, but you have a lot of really good players on this team, including DeAnthony Melton and Al Horford. And if Kuminga gets hurt, that changes things. So I'll hold my opinion on the long term. But we have learned something. We learned something about, last night's game. You learn something every time something is out there, and you learn about players. You worry about how you learn about how they adjust. You've got to move on. At some point, and Jimmy's not on this road trip, obviously. He was there for the Toronto game. You got to move on. As a coaching staff, you got to come together. Steve said they didn't even address the Jimmy Butler injury until before last night's game. You got to come up with a plan now. We were talking about, what's your rotation, what's your starting lineup. Right away, you're starting to do this where you're changing your starting lineup in back-to-back games. And do you want to go that route and match up with the opponents now? You're going to face Minnesota on Saturday and Monday, so we just going to go big now and go back to Quentin Post, or go double big and start Horford and Post. You're not going to do that. But I think you just need to figure out, the line early in the year was, what's your identity? And you didn't know because Steph was hurt and injured, and Jimmy got hurt, and Draymond was in and out, and Horford had sciatica. It took a long time.
Then they found it when guys got healthier.
Probably right around Christmas, they figured out who they were. And you know what? The guys aren't playing. Pat Spencer, you're not all that. You're not in the rotation. And now, Kuminga gets ice for a month and people freak out. That's just the nature of pro sports. So the woe was me. The woe was Jimmy. Jimmy's never won an NBA championship. The sands of the hourglass are expiring for him. Steph's got him. Draymond's got him. You got some guys that want to win. They all want to get more. That's the whole point of why you play. But you got to reinvent who you are and move on. And I think last night they did that to some degree. If they would have shot the ball better last night, they would have had more than the lead they had in the fourth quarter. But after the Draymond drama, usually that does help the team. It did not. So the bottom line, it is time to move on.
What I'll just say on the Jimmy Butler front is he expanded the margin for error vastly for a team that's been glued to clutch games over the past 3 seasons. And when you bring up the record of what it was when he came over, how they finished 23-8, that certainly was a big part of it, in addition to some of the domination that we saw once he paired alongside Steph. Now, as far as how I view the Jimmy Butler impact, I think I'm a little bit higher on it than you've been. As far as the Kuminga of it, I think you're a little bit more high on Kuminga's fit for this team than I am, but whatever. We've laid out our opinions. We can agree to disagree. Where I'm very much aligned with you is it is time to move on. It is time for the coaching staff to look forward and figure it out. Steph, you looked shell-shocked with Jimmy Butler gone for the first 6 quarters after that. Draymond, you still haven't gotten it together since the injuries come down. So how do you move forward? You're in this race. Right now you're in a slot of the play-in, and there's a lot of basketball left to play. We just hit that halfway point of the season. So while I'm not saying they're going to go and win an NBA championship, there's still plenty of opportunity to figure this thing out and make something of the season. I do want to hear from Steph Curry and the sound bites he had coming up in a bit. We've also got Raph in today. Danny Dunn, we appreciate your Monday through Thursday, but it's Fridays with Raph, which means we got Raph's ridiculous poll coming up at 10:30 ahead of championship weekend. And here's the thing about working with Raph and being part of the School of Pop. As stubborn as I am, I do learn something and multiple things
Move
every
on!
single day.
Like Raph being a Chicago Bears fan, you had the best year you've had in decades, millenniums. Move on!
We'll hear from Steph Curry next and then talk a lot of football today on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tony Maz from the Sports Hub, 98.5 in Boston, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down the AFC Championship game. And will Drake May's fumbles be a problem on Sunday?
There was a game against Pittsburgh early in the year where he fumbled in a key spot. It helped cost them the game. It's one of their 3 losses. And then obviously he's been turning the ball over here in the playoffs. So that has to stop, or sooner or later it's going to come back to bite them.
You can hear that and all the interviews from this morning on the podcast page on thesportsleader.com and on the app.
back to the leadoff spot with guest host Bay Area.
What? Hey, it's okay. We still love you, Raph. I do miss the leadoff spot. Shout out to Adam Copeland. Shout out to Marcus Boucher. Now we're the midday spot. We're pretty much the opposite of that, where we're like, we want the breaking news slot from 10 to 2 where everything happens and we get to say hi to the morning people and the afternoon people. Going up for the 5 a.m. single hour, man, I mean, we can barely stay on our clock within 4 hours. I don't know how we can do it in 1 hour.
That sunny day?
Of course.
When you first came my way? You are going to be with Jung-Hoo Lee over the weekend, though, right?
am.
At Bishop Ranch. Say hi to my oncologist. He checks my prostate there. Dr. Andrew Smith, I'll send him your way. Where do you want Jung-Hoo Lee to hit in the lineup? Why don't you ask him that? Where are you most comfortable? Should he be in the leadoff spot? Early last year he was, and he was doing well. And when he got here, I don't know if he's a number 1 hitter or a number 9 hitter or an 8 or 9 hitter. He might be the key to the whole thing among the high-priced guys. But where will Jung-Hoo Lee hit March the 25th against the New York Yankees for Tony V?
Well, I'm happy that Jung-Hoo Lee is well out of LAX, and I'm glad that he's going to be hanging out with us at FanFest tomorrow. We'll talk to Bill Laskkey a little bit later because he's not only going to be having extra innings. He's got a show tomorrow. That's right, 11 to 1 as
he's in the leadoff spot.
For FanFest. That's right. So he's in our leadoff spot.
What time are you guys on tomorrow?
I think Q&A starts at 12:15. If I believe it. Yeah.
Have you been to San Ramon much in your life?
Not much San Ramon, to be honest.
Windy City, the one windy city in the East Bay. They do have a slanted door in San Ramon. Little different. I'm not going to say it's a pop-up, but it's still delicious food there. I know you're a foodie, so.
Oh, yeah.
Get to the slanted door in San Ramon.
Now, for as much as I was tied to the East Bay in my early years of life, I didn't really explore a bunch of San Ramon, so I'm looking forward to it. Going to see a lot of our regulars. I think Tacky's going to be out there, and he's really relying on me to show up because he said if he has to only say hi to Derek, he might be waffling on his attendance. No,
ouch. He's hitting the papa.
Oh, he's the best. Let's continue here with Steph Curry's sound, and we are in the spirit of moving on as per Maxine Nightingale. I do feel like we're right back where we started from as of January of 2025. But
good work, Raph.
Here is Steph Curry on getting past the frustration of the Jimmy Butler injury as it is time for the team to move forward.
Not sure. I know sports and, this league, things can change overnight with, an injury like that to a guy like Jimmy. It happens all around the league, and, teams have to figure out how to go through it. I guess it's just our turn now, and so just the idea of staying, competitive together as a unit. This road trip, hopefully we can bounce back and have a night where things go our way and we start to feel good about ourselves. But it's no secret. This is difficult for everybody trying to accept the reality of what's going on.
Man, Warriors sound engineers just burned me with a changeup. Let's go one more from Steph.
He just had acid reflex.
Here's a follow-up on Steph also addressing the future of the team and wanting to steer clear of all the existential stuff. Here's the follow.
I'm not talking about that right now. We're just trying to win a game on the road. So there's a lot of time before February 6th. There's a lot of time before the playoffs. I don't need any existential thoughts right now.
A lot of time before February 6th. That's what I keep telling John Curley when he's trying to coordinate Radio Row with me. But in all seriousness.
It's February the 5th, by the way, Steph.
The
deadline is the 5th, not the 6th.
Hopefully he gets Valentine's Day right. That's all that matters if you got your February
He gets
straight.
March 14th right every year. We know that.
That's right. Pi Day. So anyway, again, with Steph. And I think that it is fair to say that if you think about the Toronto game, look, third game in 4 nights, first one without Jimmy. Toronto's a tough matchup with their young, their youth, their length, the way they were able to shoot the ball. That's a tough one in general. Bad matchup under the circumstances. Then you go on the road. And I think for Steph and Draymond, it was fair to say that the Toronto game in the first half of yesterday, they looked like they were kind of working through the emotion and the shock of it. And then Steph cranked it up in the second half. Draymond was a different story. And again, I think he's got to entirely get it together as the leader of this defense. And, I was kind of hoping maybe this is a moot point for the short term. I wanted to see Kuminga out there in the starting lineup. And Kuminga has always played his best offensively when Draymond is out there at the 5. So I know they try to limit those minutes. That was the combination I was looking to see. You mentioned Melton. Could he get inserted into the starting lineup? But the starters as a whole last night, anybody not named Steph Curry offensively gave you little to nothing.
They got off to a bad start, so the starting lineup did not work. But there was a reason why he did it. He wanted Pajemski out there with Moody, and he wanted Draymond to play 5 to start the game, and they wanted Guy Santos' energy, and he thought he could, get Steph some shots. So they're going to have to figure it out. Now, we say move on. It's going to take a little time for the identity of the team to be refound, but they have enough. I just feel like this roster, minus Jimmy and with Jonathan Kuminga in it, is good enough. Now, what does that mean? I never thought they were going to win a championship this year, but I'm not going to say any group of men or women can't do anything. We don't know. Look at the Valkyries, an expansion team, what they were able to pull off. Look at the 49ers overcoming all of the injuries. But you got to move on at some point. The games just pile up in the NBA, and they pile up in Major League Baseball, and they're just on you. And I know that Toronto game, when they got on the charter and they flew to Dallas on Wednesday, you'd think as a team they would come together a little bit in the leadership. They got great leaders. You got Al Horford on this team, and DeAnthony Melton, and obviously Steph and Draymond and the head coach and all the coaches. So they will figure it out. But this franchise has suffered worse. Look at the 2019 year. At the last year Oracle Arena on a Monday night in Toronto, the Slim Reaper tore his Achilles tendon, and the general manager was crying. He was in a wheelchair. They rolled Kevin Durant right by me, and Bob's sobbing, and I'm like, wow. And you knew it was a possibility with the calf injury. He had a good first quarter, but he never exploded. And then he faces up Serge Ibaka, his former teammate, and just, gone. Okay, that's a Monday. Win that game. DeMarcus Cousins was pulled out of the lineup that night. They had a team meeting, and they all came together, and they said, Steve, you can't play the boogeyman. He's killing us. But now Durant's hurt. So DeMarcus go back in. He didn't know about that meeting, and he played great that night. We go home for game 6 on Thursday, and Klay Thompson, the first of many with the ACL. Danny Green chasing him down. On a Monday, you lose Durant. On a Thursday, you lose Klay Thompson. Wow. Now you're going into an off season. Hard to move on. Now Durant wants to move on. And then Marcus Thompson brought it up the other day. The next year, you move into Chase Center. And remember that big thug? He's played for every team in the NBA. Where is he? Now he's playing for the Brisbane Bullets. Aaron Baines, Phoenix Suns, lands on Steph Curry's hand. I remember watching that in Phoenix, Arizona. The Niners played the Cardinals the next night, and the first Jimmy Garoppolo feels great baby game. Anyway, when that happened and you lost Steph and you don't have Klay and Durant's gone, and now we got to give D'Angelo Russell 25 shots a game. Can we move on here? We did. So, it's just, these are, Steph's been in the league a long time.
Yeah.
He's had terrible injuries. They've all had terrible injuries. They're going to figure out a way to move on. How does it impact now and February the 5th, Steph, which is the deadline, 2 weeks from yesterday, right in the middle of our show? I think the bigger issue now, you can't double down. We got terrible news at a Monday in 19 in Toronto with Durant. And got terrible news back home, last game ever at Oracle Arena with Klay on a Thursday. What a terrible week that was. It's been a bad week for Bay Area sports. If you find out anything terrible with Jonathan Kuminga. But I do wonder just what's going on, going back to the bilateral patella tendonitis he had back when he was taken out of the lineup initially, organically with an injury. It looked like an ankle. Bones and Ian Eagle thought it was an ankle, but his foot did kind of plant there, and you wonder about the knee, and now they're saying left knee soreness. So if you just can't play him for the next 2 weeks, that kills your team, because I'm saying he's going to give you a lot of what you lost in Jimmy, among others. And also, whatever he's at right now, and I don't know if you heard, the pregame show, but Chris Haynes was pretty clear in his hit on the pregame show that Jonathan Kuminga wants out. He feels like he was mistreated by the coaching staff. He doesn't trust anybody here. It was a lot. I was like, whoa. I thought maybe he would back off of that. Jimmy Butler's down. Jimmy's been good to me. Aaron Turner, can you rescind the trade? It's not that. They're doubling down. They're using, demand and parsing words and getting into all that. And now this story before tip-off last night, on Prime was he's not happy. He wants to go. Well, you may not go. We need you now. And if the knee is an issue or the ankle and you can't play, can you trade a hurt player? That used to be something you could never do. There's ways to get around that now, I think, but it would obviously, if there's little demand, there'd be less demand if people are worried about his knee, why did he have the tendonitis building up in that bilateral, both knees? It wasn't one knee, it was both. Where'd that come from? He's a young jumper. You wonder about, just the structure of the bones. One thing about Durant, he had that Jones fracture like 2 years before the Warriors got him.
Right.
And he had, he didn't drink a lot of milk when he was a kid. His bones were not, they were brittle. Where I thought that Jones fracture, and Elliot Schwartz, my friend, came up with a drug to essentially, improve bone density. And, he would go on and on about Durant and how he'd have to inject him. I'm not saying that's the case with Kuminga, but you do wonder when a lingering tendonitis inflammation builds up in a knee and then he goes down the lane and it looks like he rolls his ankle and it winds up being left knee soreness. What's this? And if you're trading for Jonathan Kuminga, what's up with his knee? We knew that anyway. And now that he's got this injury, we really want to look at it. And we're not going to trust Dr. Rick's evaluation and imaging scanning. We want to do our own. So I think they'll be fine. I think they will move on at some point. But let's just hope that this Kuminga, as you are hoping and think that it'll be, is not a significant injury. But it may not be right now, but it can be in the coming days, weeks, and months with this guy. And the one thing with, what if this Steph got the dates mixed up? What if Jimmy got hurt on February the 6th? What if it was the day after the deadline?
Yeah.
Now you don't have the Kuminga chip to use.
And would they have traded him before that? We don't know.
And what would you have gotten back?
Right.
So what would this team look like without Jimmy Butler on the team, without Jonathan Kuminga on the team, and DeMar DeRozan on the team? You'd have a lot of games where you lose 145 to 140 is what you'd have.
A lot of Atlanta Hawks type of scores.
You'd score, but can you? And the bottom line is,
Hawks Bulls, baby.
They gave up 123. It's not a big number, but they're not defending the way they need to defend. They're not rebounding. They got pounded on the boards last night. What happened to the lineup where we wanted to play double bigs? Have they done that one time this year with Post and Horf? We saw it in the preseason. Have we seen it for a nanosecond in the regular season?
I don't know if we've seen Post.
Maybe
and Horford.
Early in the year.
Maybe
early.
But Horford's also missed a lot of time when Post was finally emerging. So
yes,
maybe not.
You roll that out against Minnesota and their double big lineup a little bit?
Not at all.
You don't do it?
I know. I'm saying I don't rule it out.
I worried about them running by him because their bigs do run the floor, assuming they're all healthy there. But in any event, they'll figure it out. But let's just hope JK's not something serious going on with that knee.
Well, and look, I know the initial reports said nothing overly serious or concerning, but that could also be relative to what you experienced this week in Jimmy Butler. And on top of that, what if it's a relatively minor injury, but it's the kind of thing that would keep him out for 2 to 3 weeks? That's your trade deadline timeline when you're going to have to make a decision one way or the other. So a lot of it does matter in the short term. And if we get any news on that, we'll share it during the show. Matt Mayoko going to join us coming up at 10:50. We'll talk to Mike Silver, who is going to be on site for the NFC Championship. He'll be joining us at 11:50. And it's a Friday, so in honor of Danny, who spent all week with us, it's Raph's ridiculous poll coming your way. Let's get into the football of it all on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. When it comes to pizza, there's only one place I'll always recommend. Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world. And once you taste it, you'll see why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world. Try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. Check out Tony's menu at Tony'sPizzaNapolitana.com. You'll be blown away by all the menu offerings. Tony's is in the heart of North Beach at the corner of Stockton and Union Street. And if you can't make it to North Beach, don't worry. Tony has you covered. Check out Capo's for deep dish lovers, Toscano Brothers Bakery for all the beautiful breads, and Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and Levi Stadium. Tony's Pizza Napolitana.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
That's right. Championship Sunday coming your way. We are into the Niners offseason.
We got Rick James here. Buffalo's not in the championship game.
No Buffalo, none of Raph's Bears, none of our 49ers, and therefore we have to ask you a poll question that's not about how excited are you, but rather kind of in the opposite vein. So we had Cole's poll last week, but today it's Raph's ridiculous poll. Let's hit it.
Raph. It's time for Raph's ridiculous poll.
Okay, so going with a little offspring self-esteem. Yeah, my self-esteem's low with the week that we've had in the Bay Area as far as sports go, but the Offspring, I believe, is an LA band, so maybe their team Rams, although who knows? They were in St. Louis forever. Maybe those guys don't even care about it. Raph, as far as the poll, what do we got today?
Well, for today, we're going to go with the least annoying matchup coming up this Sunday. We're going to go Pats Seahawks, Pats Rams, Broncos Seahawks, and my choice is Broncos Rams will be the matchup for the Super Bowl.
Oh, so just the least nauseating, repulsive, disgusting.
That's the one you want is Broncos Rams?
Super Bowl matchup. Okay.
Out of the four, yeah.
Okay. Also, first of all, I think the listener out there is very much with you. We are sorry for your loss with the Bears. Still a remarkable season. And when I did my 5-1 yesterday, one of my winners was still the Bears' fourth down magic because that 40-yard, 14-yard touchdown is still one of the greatest plays I've ever seen.
I mean, it's amazing. At least my blood pressure will be down this weekend, so I'll take it. It was a great season for the Bears. So,
did you condition yourself to not react too high to any of the first 56 minutes of a football game, knowing that it was all just going to happen at the end anyway?
You know, we can't be lucky every week. But when we are, it's magic for Bears fans, at least.
I mean, for a long time, the 49er game was the only one they didn't walk off victorious.
Dark
and to
magic.
your point,
they were incredible.
It wasn't even necessarily that they blew it. They just didn't have enough time on the clock. That was the one time they walked away with a loss until this last Sunday.
And next year, the goal would be to learn you can't just play 6 minutes of football. You needed to play 60 minutes of football. But Caleb would figure it out. And what an incredible thrower. I saw 3 of the greatest throws ever made by a quarterback by him. 2 to DJ Moore, obviously the overtime one against Green Bay. He had one a couple of weeks earlier. Who was it, against Carolina? When he rolled to his right, it was a terrible, like he threw it into triple coverage, but he rolled to his right, and it's like, who would possibly even try that throw? Josh Allen and you. And he pulled it off. And then this one with the back pedal where we retreated from the 14 to the 40-yard line and hit him in the back of the end zone. So in any event, that was a hell of a play.
That was a 50-yard pass, too. That's crazy.
I know. So I know we're going with because you can vote in 4s online, but really it boils down to me, is that the NFC West is going to be in this game. And the winner of this game is coming to Levi's on February the 8th to play in a game called the Super Bowl. Now, they're not going to be the home team. They will not be in the 49ers locker room. They will be in the other locker room. But still, if you think the Seattle Seahawks were smoking stogies and celebrating on January the 3rd when they won the NFC West, it's going to be a lot like the Kansas City Chiefs when they went into Allegiant in Las Vegas, the new home of the Raiders, and stunk that joint up when they won Super Bowl 58. So we'll get into all the matchup with Seattle. If Seattle wins the game, and I think they will, both of their potential opponents in the Super Bowl are legendary Super Bowls. The one against Denver, Manny Ramirez, and we will have Mother Bill Laskkey on later.
Not that Manny Ramirez.
Now, by the way, he's gone 10 years on the ballot.
Yes,
Manny Ramirez, like Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens, is not going to be a Hall of Famer unless the Veterans Committee. Are you kidding me? He's the best right-handed hitter I've ever seen. Man Ram could hit, and he was a lot of fun. So he did it on estrogen. What do you want? I mean, that's sometimes you need a little pick-me-up. But anyway, Manny Ramirez, the center of the Denver Broncos, sailed one over Peyton Manning's head in New York before Peyton was ready, and it was odd. It was the Legion of Boom and Doom. What a performance. Then the next one was Seattle and New England, and Malcolm Butler gets all the credit, but it was Brandon Browner, that big, tall, lanky corner who was the original corner in the Legion of Boom, but then he got ostracized. He had issues Off the field, in the locker room, I think he may be in jail for credit card fraud, but whatever. He's the one who picked the picker on Lockett, Ricardo Lockett, that opened it up for Malcolm Butler to be the Super Bowl hero. So anyway, Seattle, Denver, Seattle, New England, the Rams in Denver and the Rams in New England are all interesting matchups. But to me, it boils down to which NFC West team do we want to lose more? Is it beat LA, or is it the Seattle hatred has been rekindled, going back to, what's your problem, bro? And they're laying 50 burgers on him at Stanford and USC, and then into the NFC West, the NFC title game, all the animosity between the Legion of Boom and Harbaugh's 49ers, and then what Seattle has right now, which I think is the most complete team in football. But the injury to Zach Charbonnet is going to change things. Are they going to run K9 20, 25, 30 times in this game if they can run the ball that many times? Who would be their second running back? Cam Akers is actually on their roster. He was on their practice squad most of the year, the former Ram. Are they going to bring Cam Akers out of mothballs? He played a little bit this year and be the second running back to K9, Kenneth Walker III, number 9.
Remember, he played in the Super Bowl the Rams won against the Bengals after tearing his Achilles like 5.5 months before.
5.5 months he came back, which is an incredible, but he wasn't quite the same player, and they upgraded with Kyron Williams. So the matchups are interesting, and part of it also is it's Levi's. The winner of this game is coming. These games on Sunday, Championship Sunday, are coming to Levi's. So we're going to have to walk into the Moscone Center in Radio Row. And I remember going to New York when it was Seattle and Denver, and the big mural of Peyton Manning up on the wall. It was right under our broadcast location then. And he's just staring at me for a whole week, and he had to deal with that. I remember going to L.A. when the L.A. Rams won a Super Bowl at SoFi, and they had beaten the 49ers just a week earlier in the championship game, a game we led going to the fourth quarter by 10 points and lost. So those were painful, but it is going to be, and, last time there was a Super Bowl at Levi, Denver won the game. And, Denver did beat the Patriots 2 weeks before in the championship game before that. I was watching a replay of that. That was Peyton Manning against Tom Brady. And it was the Denver defense, and Von Miller was the MVP of that whole run, including the Super Bowl against Cam Newton, Super Bowl 50. To me, it's like when we go in there, they're going to have a huge print of, if it's Denver, who would they pick on Denver's team with Bo Nix hurt? Maybe Jarrett Stidham. Maybe it's Sean Payton. Maybe it's Patrick Surtain II. Who would they pick on Denver without a quarterback? Would be interesting, although I think Stidham's very capable. But if it's the Patriots, it's going to be Drake May. If it's the Rams, it's going to be Matthew Stafford. If it's Seattle, would it be Sourdough Sam? I'm not sure it would be, Darn.
Maybe it'll be Jones IV.
Maybe it'll be Jones IV with the back of his jersey as I'm getting my pick line back in. Maybe it'll be Jackson Smith and Jigba. I don't know. But between Seattle and the Rams, that's where it gets emotional. Because we played these teams. We beat these teams. We beat the Rams on the Thursday night. We beat Seattle in the season opener. We won 12 games this year and finished in third place behind them. So which is more detestable to have win the NFC this year and come into our stadium and I think likely win the Super Bowl at Levi's? Just get ready for that to possibly happen. Which feeling is going to turn your stomach more?
Well, I agree with you that you got to brace for the reality that the winner of the NFC Championship is ultimately going to be the team that hoists the Lombardi Trophy. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I would say that I think that's the more likely outcome between a Patriots team that is just so young and a Broncos team that just lost their starting quarterback representing the AFC. This is hard because, personally, and I love JB Long, and I have people in my life who still are involved in that organization, and I like for them to be happy. But I also think that there's optics, right? Do you want Sean McVay winning 2 before Kyle Shanahan wins 1? That's really brutal. Do you want Sam Darnold winning a Super Bowl while he served as the backup when Brock Purdy came so close to getting it done? That also is something that stings. I think the pure football fan in me We'll talk to Matt Mayoko maybe about this coming up. But the pure football fan in me is more easily able to swallow the pill of Seattle representing the NFC. And the fact that the 49ers just lost to them. Now, I think a lot of people are going to disagree with me on that one out there, and that's okay. But I don't know. Mike McDonald alone is not unlikable to me. Jackson Smith-Njigba is not unlikable. Sam Darnold is certainly not unlikable. That said, if Seattle is the team that wins the NFC, I would like a little bit more film on how to move the ball against Seattle. Can we get another game like Week 16 Thursday Night Football where the Rams can put up some yards?
38-37 in overtime?
I want Kyle Shanahan to have some freaking film to study over the offseason of how to move it against Seattle. So maybe that's what I really want deep down. Give me some tape on how to maybe exploit.
We have it.
Yeah.
The Rams rolled up 581 yards of offense.
Do it again.
Game. How the hell? We could have played 3 games against Seattle and not gotten to 581.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't know. I guess the bottom line is which team is more unlikable. Puka Nacua, with some of his late season endeavors off the field, unlikable. I always liked him as a player, and then there was a point where he's a little annoying. Jackson Smith-Njigba I have great respect for. I do like Sam Darnold. I've always respected Stafford's ability to throw the ball. Louis Riddick this morning on one of the shows was saying he is the most talented thrower of the football ever. Whoa. Slow your roll, bro. You ever see Namath and Marino? And, yeesh, I don't know if even some, Jeff George could throw a football. Jay Cutler could throw a football. Matthew Stafford, maybe with the arm angle. How about Patrick Mahomes could throw a football? Whatever. He's a great thrower of the football. I do admire him. Is there anybody on the Rams we just don't? Puka, with some of his stuff late in the year, they were going into that Thursday night game. There's no room for anti-Semitism on this planet. There's just too much of it. And he's young and maybe doesn't know, but you got to know. You got to be around people. You are someone people look up to.
I saw it as more of a negligence thing, but that doesn't excuse it at all.
You got to find out before who you associate with. You
don't
can't
bring
do
Aiden Ross and company into the Rams facility.
And that's what he wanted to do until the head coach said no. You got to know what you're doing here. So, but as a player, he's so good, but he's also, someone that could get under your skin a little bit. Anybody on the Rams you just don't like? Anybody on Seattle you just don't like? But it's the franchises. And we never gave a damn about the L.A. Rams. We never chanted beat L.A. in football because they sucked forever. When the Niners first got into the NFL in the 50s and 60s, they were good. Roman Gabriel and Fearsome Foursome and George Allen and those guys. But they only played one playoff game before, the championship game of a couple of years ago, and that was the game that Jim Everett got a phantom sack. He dropped back to throw. No one touched him, and he just felt the pressure, and he went down. And the Niners rolled him. But since McVay's gotten there, and he's been there as long as Kyle, that is one of the premier rivalries in football. Seattle was more of a Harbaugh Carroll thing. And I know, Kyle liked Pete Carroll and admired him. He came into town, Pete, right when his father left and went to Denver to be the head coach. So there was a comment. He may have actually even moved into the Shanahan's house. I think when Mike Shanahan went to Denver, the house was vacant and the Carroll family moved in. It may have been something that close. But in any event, it's more the franchises a little bit. And maybe, the recency bias, just playing those guys for 8 quarters. And there wasn't a single touchdown San Francisco. We had to get excited with it. Eddie Money with a field goal. He got 3 field goals, 9 points against them in 8 quarters. Do we really want those guys to win the Super Bowl? Is there anything where they win the Super Bowl, guys at the end of the contracts, we'd have to look at them. Now they're more likely to leave, and maybe they won't be as good, and they're going to get fat and happy, or anything like that could aid us in next year's endeavor. But the bottom line is the 2 best teams in the NFL reside in the NFC West. You got to deal with them, and one of these teams is going to win on Sunday, and one of those teams is coming to Levi's, and one of those teams is going to be a favorite to win Super Bowl 60 inside the home of the 49ers.
Look, last year when we had this conversation about the Super Bowl, Chiefs-Eagles, I think some of the argument for people rooting for the Chiefs was that the Eagles could have their own Super Bowl hangover. It turns out that even with the Eagles winning the Super Bowl, they kind of did have their Super Bowl hangover by Kellen Moore leaving to take a head coaching job, and it actually worked out pretty well for the 49ers, all things considered in the end.
There you go. Does Clint Kubiak leave Seattle if they win the Super Bowl?
Come on, chestnut
Is there
checkers.
any job open? Buffalo's job. You heard they were interviewing today?
Yeah, I did.
Phillip Rivers.
Uh-huh.
What?
Yeah.
He's going to give up that high school job in Alabama to be the head coach of the Buffalo Bills?
Marcus Boucher called him the most interesting man in the world. He's got to be in Dos Equis commercials. Dadgummit. All right, Matt Mayoko joining us when we come on back, and his Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Huh?
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. About 4 summers ago, I had CLR, custom lens replacement surgery from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's been a game changer for me. I couldn't see anything distance-wise, and now I got 20/20 vision. Do you struggle with distance vision, and now you need reading glasses or wear bifocals? I don't need any of them. CLR is your permanent solution to readers and bifocals, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR, and they make it easy. Start with a free virtual consultation at lasereyeclr.com. You'll discuss your vision goals and all their different lens technologies. No readers, contacts, glasses, or cataracts. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
We do it every Friday into hour number 2, and the 49ers are looking to get back on their chain gang here in the offseason. We love our chains, our third downs, our fourth downs, but we got to see what happens with the Seahawks and Rams and if they can move the chains against those teams, particularly Seattle, which did not happen. And when we last talked to Matt Mayoko, we're saying, hey, maybe there's a scenario where they find a way to pull this off. Look at the tape from a couple of weeks ago. Matt joins us on the stream and on the UMA guest line, our really, really, really ridiculously good-looking guest cam. Good to see you, man. And nice Duck sweatshirt, huh? Repping proud family member right there, proud father.
Yep, definitely doing that. Just woke up and which hoodie do I wear today? And I thought I'd give the homage to the little Duck up there in Eugene, who's a junior right now, and the football team is fun to watch. Go up there every year. Haven't checked out a basketball game yet, but the Ducks are struggling mightily on the court this season.
Oh, the arena up there is incredible. It's like the old Boston Garden. You got to get to watch a game up there.
Yeah, I've only driven past it, but I've not been inside.
St. Mary's never plays there. Gales Gone Wild never go up to Eugene. You got to get that done, Mayoko.
I think that once I think St. Mary's might have a 5-game winning streak against the Ducks, at least 5 games, and so I think the Ducks have kind of scratched St. Mary's off of their possible schedules.
Yeah,
they've been ducking them.
All right, a lot going on with the team. I'm going to start with a question that may take a long answer from you, so I'll start with it rather than end with it because we'll try to stay on the clock.
Sure.
What happened to Brandon Ayuk? What really? This is one of the great mysteries. You know, Charles Haley had issues off the field, and we kind of knew it. But he had a great career. He made the Hall of Fame, won 5 Super Bowls, should have been all with the Niners. Aldon Smith, we knew, was a troubled guy, and I kept saying, so many times on the show, please, somebody save his life, save him. And it just never got done. He had a good career, could have been legendary, could have been the best of all time. And I do wonder about Brandon's mentals and where he's at. I remember when he came in, he was a quiet young man, worked hard, never said a word. Had a tough time his second year with Wes Welker and Kyle, but they fixed that. He never missed a snap of practice, ever. He was always out there dependable. It was Debo that, 10 minutes into practice, where's Debo walking to? He's walking off the field. He has some kind of a calf or a soft tissue injury. Ayuk just played. He blocked. He showed up. And then he got the money. He acted a fool to get the money. He got hurt right after he got the money. And honestly, I haven't seen him. He doesn't talk to anybody. Why wouldn't he reach out to you and tell a story, or instead of cryptically do it on social media? It's one of the great unsolved mysteries in Bay Area sports history. And until we solve it, what happened to Brandon Ayuk, Matty?
Well, Greg, you prefaced this by saying it could be a long answer. I don't have a long answer for you. I have a very short answer for you. That answer is I have no freaking idea what happened, and I think the 49ers don't have any idea either. It did feel like, the money, the contract negotiations were just odd, and there was really no indication up to that point. I think we saw Debo change a little bit with when he got his contract. I think, it happens where Guys who, they work hard to get their money, and then when they get it, some guys, certainly not all guys, I'd say the vast majority of guys aren't like this, but sometimes when you get that money, you feel like that's it, that you've arrived. But I don't know. I mean, it was just the contract negotiation of the 2024 summer was very odd. And I was writing a lot about it. And we talked a lot about all the stuff the 49ers had as contingency plans as far as trades and everything else. And I did hear from Brandon Ayuk's side, and they weren't happy with all of the accurate information I was putting out there. I look back on that situation, and when they finally came to an agreement, or Brandon Ayuk finally signed the contract, almost immediately it got put out there. And I think it was Adam Schefter who reported that Brandon Ayuk finally signed the contract that had been sitting out there untouched for 21 days. And so that was kind of an odd way of reconciliation. It was when the contract is signed, and usually it's over then, but then the word gets out that this is a contract that could have been signed 3 weeks ago. And it went on and on and on. And so I just kind of felt like things were off from the beginning. And why, I always felt, even during that time, it was like the doghouse. That would have been Brandon's second year in the NFL. I saw some stuff behind the scenes. I'll give you an example. I was doing an interview with Kyle Shanahan for Game Plan. I must have been filling in for you, Greg, during that time when it was at its absolute, like, well, what's going on? Why is Brandon, losing his position to Trent Sherfield? And Kyle and I had just finished our interview, and we were walking back toward, the main part of the building. And I noticed that Brandon was off to himself, kind of waiting for us to finish. And I saw Brandon there, and Kyle saw Brandon there, and he was like, oh, hey, I got to go, see you tomorrow, that kind of thing. And then he went straight to Ayuk, and those two guys had a talk, and I didn't eavesdrop, and I didn't stare too long, but just the body language and everything showed me that, oh my God, these two guys really have good communication. Like, there was something that Brandon wanted to talk to Kyle about, and Kyle was very receptive to hearing it. And just away from the scene, there wasn't anybody within 200 feet of these two guys at least. And I just thought, oh, that's a really good relationship that those two guys have, that, Brandon can, find out where Kyle is and kind of track him down, and they can have this conversation about what, I have no idea. It could have been football. It could have been personal. It could have been whatever. But I really got a good sense from that. And then to hear what Shanahan said, and this kind of ties into on Wednesday when Shanahan spoke to us, he kind of opened up about how he couldn't receive word back from Brandon. Like, he reached out. He tried to get in touch with him. He tried to see where he was as far as the mental headspace, and just never heard back. And I think that has been a very concerning thing. And I think there has been a part of it. 49ers started fining him a lot for missing functions. And it got to the point, I think, inside the building was like, well, why are we fining him? This isn't right. Like, he's got a future. We don't want to be taking all this money out of his pocket when he's got a lot of years of living and taking care of his family out there. So I think there is a legitimate concern about how he's handled his finances for sure, and just where he is as far as, I mean, what person do you know would just say $27 million? I don't need it. I'll just stay over here and have that contract be voided and not even fight it. So I don't know. I mean, I guess I ended up giving you a very long answer to that. But
I knew you would. I knew you would.
Bottom line, I don't know. Nobody knows. Maybe the only person who really knows is Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, Matt, we spent some time on it after John and Kyle spoke, and we carried that on our show. And as far as the Ayuk situation, you're right that it is very bizarre. From the human standpoint, I genuinely hope that he is okay. And if he's not, I hope he can be able to find the right support and guidance out there, because this is really something that I don't think any of us could have predicted, even when the contract negotiations were getting tense. And then from the football standpoint, the 49ers have to now adjust from what turned out to be a first-round draft pick that didn't pan out in the long term. So that's going to lead me to the wide receiver position, and more specifically, Ricky Pearsall. Now, the concerns with Ricky Pearsall are an entirely different world than what we're talking about with Brandon Ayuk. They love him. He's got a great attitude. It's just his availability was in question. And then even when he was out there, he wasn't fully himself. And Kyle said as much as we got 4 games of Ricky really being himself this year. So where do you think the team is at with him as far as going into next season and understanding that when he's out there and healthy, it's great. But as far as dependability on availability, that's a little bit more up in the air. And on top of that, you got Juwan Jennings entering free agency. And Brock Purdy, he started playing at a really, really high level when he came back from injury at the end of the season. But he's also going to have weapons. And McCaffrey's putting on miles. Kittle is going to spend all offseason rehabbing. So this is a very important position group to address going forward.
There's no question. I think defensive line and wide receiver are the two positions where they have a lot of work to do when it comes to this offseason. And I do think that when you look at the 49ers wide receiver position, there are very few givens. And you know, Ricky Pearsall is one heck of a wide receiver, but obviously, you know, his first season was different than his second season. His first season, he was probably further along than maybe any rookie wide receiver that I've seen. But we all know what happened to start the season, get shot through the chest, missed the first 6 games. And then from there was able to get on the field. And I think really ended his rookie season on a high note. And he totally carried that momentum over. And we saw it in the first 3.5 games of the season where he was right up there among the league leaders. However, quite clearly, he could not stay healthy. And was it a freak injury? I mean, it was an injury. It doesn't mean he's injury prone. I don't necessarily believe that. I think that he had an injury that if anybody had that same injury, it would have been kept any wide receiver out of the lineup. But I do think that when you look at, the very short sample size here, I don't know that the 49ers can feel like, they feel like Ricky Pearsall is without question a starting wide receiver. And when he's healthy, he will be a starting wide receiver for as long as he's with the team. But beyond that, Juwan Jennings sure spoke like a man who fully realized that he was walking out of the locker room there at Levi Stadium, the home locker room at Levi Stadium for the final time. There's very little question about where he was emotionally when he spoke to the media and when he packed up his belongings and left Santa Clara. And then you have guys who have potential who could end up becoming really solid players, but we have zero idea. And the two guys I'm talking about there are Jordan Watkins, who it is a really difficult thing for a guy to transition from college football playing wide receiver to Kyle Shanahan's offense. This was a redshirt year for him. This was a work behind the scenes year for him. He has a lot of ability, and would it shock me if Ricky Pearsall and Jordan Watkins are the starting wide receivers for the 49ers to open the 2026 season? Absolutely, it would not. However, 49ers have to brace themselves. They have to strengthen themselves. They have to get more depth there. Demarcus Robinson will probably be back. He's under contract for next year. Jacob Cowing was a guy that, if we had spoken in, early June, we would have been talking about what a good offseason program he had. So he's also someone. So there's 4 guys right there that I've mentioned who have the ability to be good NFL wide receivers, maybe even a couple of them, maybe even better than just good. Pearsall, Watkins, Robinson, and Cowing. But there's no question that either through the trade market, through the free agent market, or through the draft, or maybe heck, all the above, they need to add to that group. And the number one priority is that they need smart guys who know where to line up, and they need fast guys who can stretch a defense, because one of the things that the 49ers offense was severely lacking this year were guys who can make plays, guys who had speed. But at the 49ers wide receiver position, they also need dogs, right? They need guys who can put their nose in there. They need a guy like Brandon Ayuk. When Brandon Ayuk was, in 2022 and 2023, they need guys who can mix it up. They need Juwan Jennings kinds of players who can also mix it up and fulfill the responsibilities in the passing game and in the running game.
And JJ's the ultimate dog. You can quantify some of what he does in catching balls and third down and touchdowns, but he is a dog, the way he blocks. So your detailed observation of his mood leaving Levi's for maybe the final time was really interesting. But we also know he is highly emotional. So you have to take the emotion out of it. And Drew Rosenhaus is his agent, and we'll see where it goes. But, the franchise tag on wide receivers is just too high. You're not going to tag him at $28 million. So he is going to hit the market.
No.
But do you see a scenario where he gets shown, maybe not exactly the figure that he wants to get by the rest of the NFL, and the number is closer to something the Niners would accept? Could they possibly re-sign Jauan Jennings after he finds out his fair market value in free agency in March?
Absolutely. Yes. That is definitely, the door is open for that, and that's something that the 49ers would love to see, that whatever they're asking for before the start of the season, the market just doesn't respond in that way. Now, again, I'm not stereotyping as far as every player is like this, but I do know, going through this for many, many years, there's a lot of players out there who, when they get, in essence, rebuffed by the team that they put in all the work for, that they have the history with, whenever they get rebuffed by not getting the kind of contract that they desire, once they hit the open market, it's over. It's like, you had your chance, and all the history that we have, you didn't honor that part of it. I'm going to go over here, even if it's a similar contract or whatever. We kind of saw that with Dre Greenlaw last year. We've seen it with other players through the years. I'm sure you guys have spoken about it, but isn't the easiest dots to connect on this is that Robert Saleh will be looking to bring in guys who fit that mentality of all gas, no brake. He's going to want to create a mindset with the Tennessee Titans. He's going, even if it's on the other side of the ball, he's going to want somebody that go gets it, that's someone who's motivated, someone who plays with passion. And everything aligns for Jauan Jennings being that kind of guy, from the standpoint of he went to high school in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. He went to the University of Tennessee. The Titans have some cap space to spend. To me, that's just like, I also mention this in the sense that I think to fully appreciate Jauan Jennings, you have to be around him and in the building and be on the sideline with him. Nobody knows that better than Robert Saleh. So I would be really surprised if the Titans don't at least make some sort of concerted effort to sign Jauan Jennings as a free agent.
Well, Matt, you know this better than anyone. The 49ers love their guys, and the 49ers guys are now out there with Mike McDaniel in L.A. with the Chargers, Robert Saleh in Tennessee. Matt LaFleur is still a little bit of size. We know about Sean McVay and all that. So the 49ers love their guys, but I imagine that the 49ers guys would love their guys too. So going to be a lot to track. And good news is 49ers season may be over, but we're not done with our Mayoka Fridays. So we'll talk to you again next week. I love repping the Ducks just because their defensive coordinator for football, I think, had a really fantastic season and is going to do a great job at the University of California next fall.
Nice. De La Salle guy.
Well, you're just bringing it back to Cal. Huh?
He always does. Just real quickly, because you have a pulse on the faithful. This fan base, who do they detest more? The Seattle Seahawks or the L.A. Rams? Who do we want to lose on Championship Sunday more, Mayoka?
God, that's a good question. You know what? It's so funny. I was thinking about that a couple of days ago, and I was going to put out a fan poll to find out. I don't know. I don't know who they despise more. My guess would be the Seahawks, just because of the history there, starting really with the Harbaugh years. But there's got to be that competition too that the fan base buys into of Shanahan versus McVay, and how galling would it be for Kyle Shanahan to see Sean McVay have 2 Super Bowl titles while the 49ers are still searching for their first Super Bowl title since January of 1995.
Ever since you've been on the beat, the drought started, Mayoka. I'm blaming you. Blaming you.
Pure coincidence.
Is it? 30,
There's-
31, 32 years
Is there an
later?
electrical? Maybe it's the electrical
It's the
reading
same-
of when I became on the when I got on the beat.
What are you, Scott
Oh,
Osler
boy.
and Eric Branch? Come on.
Oh, my goodness. Matt, that's actually a good segue. You got to go vote on Raph's ridiculous poll. It's on the KNBR socials at KNBR,
Okay.
and we have which of the potential matchups for Super Bowl 60 would be the least disgusting. That is exactly how we worded it. We got votes coming in right now, and when we come on back, we'll actually revisit those results. Pretty interesting so far.
Beautiful.
So I'm looking forward to that, and enjoy the rest of your Friday and your weekend, and great to have you on, my friend.
Okay, well, poll those results. Poll them, P-U-L-L, not P-O-L-L. Poll the results in about 30 seconds because I want my vote to count when you read it after you come back off the break.
Okay, yeah, we'll revisit it after the break. So you got like 6 minutes. You're even better.
Okay, perfect.
Awesome. You're the best, and talk to you next Friday.
He is
All right,
our,
thanks, guys.
he is
Appreciate
our
it.
least detestable guest that we have on this show.
Well, definitely better
I
than
love
the
that.
next one who's coming up in about a half an hour. That's for sure.
What do we got coming up?
Michael Silver.
Oh, I got a lot of things to ask him.
Yeah, and definitely. I mean, if we're going to talk about least detestable, I mean, we got Mayoko and Laskkey. Come on. I mean, that's not even a discussion of who the tough one is in the middle.
Laskkey. I miss Laskkey.
I love Laskkey. He's the absolute best, man. I owe him some Celia's margaritas, that's for sure.
Beautiful.
All right, well, come on back. We'll revisit the results of Raph's ridiculous poll. We'll get back on the clock, and we'll keep talking football on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. Baseball is back.
Hey fans, don't miss the Giants Fan Fest Tour tomorrow, noon to 3 at the City Center Bishop Ranch in San Ramon. Activities include autographs from the players, Q&A sessions, games, and so much more. Bill Laskkey will lead off with the Giants warm-up show starting at 11 a.m. on KNBR, the sports leader.
Adios, Pelota!
All right, Steve Moskowitz here on a Friday. As you get ready for the weekend, let's also get our finances in order and our ducks in a row. He's the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. So, Steve, as we approach tax season here in a few months, if you can't pay your taxes, what should you do?
Don't panic. Just call us. We want to cut a deal for you. It's real common that people can't pay their taxes. That's life. That's the way it is. But a lot of people, for some reason, think it's all or nothing. Either you have to pay every penny or that's it. There's no hope. You're shot at sunrise. It's not that way. And the bottom line is we take a look at the situation. A lot of times people don't owe as much as the government says. Or we can get the penalties forgiven. Or we can make a deal where you just pay part if you qualify. Or we get you a monthly payment plan you can actually afford. Not what some IRS agent thinks you can afford, but what you can really afford. Then we'll give you back your life. Don't do what a lot of people do. They run and hide. They're miserable. They create business problems and marital problems and life problems. This is solvable, guys. It's solvable. We have a free consultation. What do you have to lose by giving me a call and saying, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
Give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, and he can help you out today if you're struggling to pay your taxes. That's Steve Moskowitz, and you can go online for more information at moskowitzllp.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver rolls on. We are keeping it with the football talk. It was really good to have Matt Mayoko, and even though he said he wouldn't give a long answer about Brandon Ayuk, I think it's one of those where you can have a short answer of I really don't know, but there are so many layers to that wild situation, and now the 49ers got to keep building that wide receiver room. Now, he said D-line and wide receiver units, and I don't disagree that that's at the top of the list, but how about the O-line as well? That was the focus of our week, too, so that's all to say that Seahawks or Rams are going to be in the Super Bowl. One of them may very well win the whole thing, and the 49ers' goal, regardless of what happens, is how can you get past those teams? How can you try to keep pace, hitting in the draft, addressing your weaknesses? Yes, they had injuries. Yes, they will get healthier. But even with that said, they do have holes. So revisiting Raph's ridiculous poll, this is very fascinating.
It's not so ridiculous at all.
It's not ridiculous at all. And it's wildly...
Raph's ridiculous riser.
It is wildly even. So to revisit the question,
do we know how Matty voted, by the way?
No, I told him we'd keep it off the record because I don't want it to sway anybody's opinion.
Okay.
Which of the potential matchups for Super Bowl 60 would be the least disgusting? The winner with
disgusting
a slight
or
edge.
detestable? What's the actual word you're using? Which D word?
Disgusting is the one on social media.
Okay, disgusting. All right.
Yeah. Detestable
you
works.
You are disgusting. That was Randy Moss on the goalpost in Lambeau Field, wasn't it, Joe Buck? That is a disgusting act.
A great call there. And he actually did the Brandon Ayuk with what he did with the shorts on the practice field.
Right.
If you catch my drift. All right. In first place right now with a very narrow edge at 27.6%.
What, out of four choices?
Out of four choices.
Are we going with the quarter system here, or we're all 25% each? Is that even?
Seahawks versus Broncos.
The Manny Ramirez Super Bowl.
In second place,
43-8 at the Meadowlands.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In second place at 26.5%.
Damn.
Rams versus Broncos.
Okay. This is tight. We may need a runoff.
In third place.
Is your Chad dangling?
At third place, at 24.5%, Seahawks versus Patriots.
We have never had a poll like this where they're all essentially 25%.
And in
so the
fourth
Malcolm
place,
Butler rematch they want, the Brandon Browner on Ricardo Laskkey? Ernie Adams, a genius on that play. All right.
In fourth place, we have Rams Patriots.
We've
at
seen
21.
that Super Bowl
4.
before, haven't we?
Wasn't good. Very different teams, but it was not good.
All right, that's number 4.
So the only big takeaway I have, other than how tight this race is, with about 100 votes in right now, is the two leaders with a slight edge are the ones with the Denver Broncos in that. I do wonder if that has anything to do with Patriot fatigue and the fact that they rebuilt, or do you think it has more to do with, I think the Denver Broncos can win another Super Bowl and are better equipped to beat the winner of the NFC Championship?
We certainly have Patriot fatigue after 2 decades of them owning the AFC and the AFC and the Super Bowls, and they're back in a short period of time. But I think it has more to do with Mike McGlinchey, Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, any other former Niners on Sean Payton's team. And the guy who's his right-hand man is Paul Kelly, who's the, whatever the title is. He takes care of the head coach, did it with the Raiders for years and years. And the 49ers' first preseason game this year, which I was not able to attend, was against the Denver Broncos. And Paul Kelly sent me a text from the field, and all those former 49ers had a picture taken, and they wished me well. And I told them, tell them I will see them on February the 8th in the Super Bowl. And that was before they played that night. And it's a preseason game. What does it matter? But Denver looked so good in that game. And you know who played really well in that game? Jarrett Stidham played really well in that game. And Denver, they're the number 1 seed in the AFC. I know you're making a big deal about the quarterback injury, and Bo Nix is a exciting young player. Jarrett Stidham can play. I saw him probably play his best game in the NFL. So I would think the faithful voting for the Denver Broncos to appear in the Super Bowl as their choice is certainly about the New England Patriots fatigue, but I think it's about McGlinchey and Big Play Dre and the big bad wolf. Here comes Talanoa. And for me personally, I want Paul Kelly there. So I think it's those 3 former. Could you imagine if those guys come into Levi's and win a Super Bowl after the heartbreaks that McGlinchey, was he there for the 2 Super Bowl defeats? I think he was gone for the second one.
He was, yeah.
He was there for the first one. But Dre was there for the beginning. Talanoa was not there in Miami, but they've had crushing losses in championship games. I mean, that would be a little like the 49ers. A piece of the 49ers won the Super Bowl if Big Mike McGlinchey, Talanoa Hufanga, and Dre Greenlaw could win the Super Bowl at Levi's.
All right, so I'm doing my alarming stats, and we're going to actually split this up. So coming up, in fact, we won't even spin the wheel. I'm just going to give you the imaginary coin flip. You talking AFC or NFC? We'll do one of them. We'll have Mike Silver on, and then we'll do the other one. What do you want to hear next? Alarming stat for Rams Seahawks or alarming stat for Patriots Broncos?
Alarming stats with Pat Seahawks. That's our Rams Seahawks.
Rams Seahawks.
Yes.
NFC Championship coming up.
NFC Championship game.
Then Mike Silver, then the AFC, then we get ready for Giants Fan Fest.
So you're going to give me
Laskkey.
an alarming stat on each team?
Yes.
So is it possible they play like 6,000 quarters and end in a tie, and neither team can appear? If everybody on their roster gets hurt, who would be the next runner-up to play in the Super Bowl? I was thinking it would be Raph's Bears because they played much better on divisional weekend than we did.
Yeah, I think so.
But you need 2 teams. No, they'd just take the Bears, right? We wouldn't play the Bears off and decide that. So, trying to figure out a way that the Seahawks and Rams, one of them, do not play at Levi's in Super Bowl 60.
Check out the poll on our socials at KNBR. Which of the potential matchups for Super Bowl 60 would be the least disgusting? Curious to see how this shakes out because we got a really, really even race right now about an hour into this. It's Poppin' Silver on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
I love Raph rejoins. Little Sunday morning. Hey, if you're bitter about Sunday afternoon or Sunday late afternoon, you can at least have a good Sunday morning. Come on, walk the dog, get some coffee, relive some good sports memories. Just think about all the Niners fun moments of this year, or maybe just take a break from sports as a whole. I don't know. Do whatever you want.
Walk the dog and take a walk the dog with you. And it is football afterwards. It is football. I know we don't like the teams playing it necessarily, but I am getting into this Denver vibe. McGlinchey, Hufunga, and Greenlaw.
Yeah, Pat H in the YouTube chat said, I don't like Sean Payton, but I think I can suck it up and embrace a Broncos victory, which Jarrett Stidham in the Super Bowl. Look, we've seen it with the Nick Foles. I mean, and again, not to discredit Bo Nix for anything he has done this season, but this is not the case where you lose Patrick Mahomes and you got to replace him with Jarrett Stidham. This is not if the Bills lost Josh Allen and they had to replace him with Jarrett Stidham. Denver's foundation has been that defense, and they are playing at home where they play really well. So Bo Nix, you don't get the runner in Jarrett Stidham, but it's not like Bo Nix single-handedly carried this team to this point in the season. Jarrett Stidham doesn't have to play A football necessarily. Maybe B+ or B football is going to be enough to get past the Patriots.
The KC Chiefs did lose Patrick Mahomes in the first quarter of a playoff game against the Cleveland Browns. Their backup quarterback came in and led them like 98 yards down the field, and they still found a way to win that football game.
That was a close one, too, right?
Backup
that was the Chad Henne game?
Chad Henne. And, the fact that Stidham's getting all the number one reps to get ready for the game is easier than what Chad Henne had to do, which was come in off the bench and play. But he drove him right down the field initially. I think the key will be if their ability to run the football and set it up for Jarrett Stidham. And we've seen. I saw Jarrett Stidham at Auburn play in the Iron Bowl against Alabama. I thought he was a really good thrower of the football against one of the best defenses in college football. They wound up losing the national championship that year to Clemson and Cleve Ferrell and others. But he can throw. And they can roll him out of the pocket. If you think that Denver's going to lose this game because the quarterback is going to lose the game for them, I do not see that happening. They may lose the game because New England is just sneaky good on defense. And they've been. Whenever I thought you can run all over New England's defense, Mike Vrabel is a hell of a good coach. But we're talking about rematches in the Super Bowl. I think we're looking at like Denver and New England, the championship Sunday before Super Bowl 50. That game ended 20-18 Denver.
That's right.
And it was the Denver Broncos defense and Von Miller. They don't give out MVPs for championship games. They would have in that game. And Vaughn was 2 weeks later at Levi's in Super Bowl 50. But he had like 2.5 sacks. He had like 2.5, 3 sacks every single playoff game that year. But he had one interception where he dropped out. He buzzed out, and he intercepted Tom Brady on an outcut, a corner route. I'm like, why is 58 way out there doing that? And Denver's defense, New England's defense is sneaky good. Denver's defense
not sneaky
is
good.
Just good, especially when they steal completions on deep shots to Brandon Cooks and take football games away.
All right, so we'll talk about Denver and New England after we have our conversation with Mike Silver. Here's our one alarming stat for every team on Championship Sunday. Let's start in the NFC, and let's start with the team that earned the right to have this game played at home, the Seattle Seahawks. So we know all about their turnovers, and I've mentioned that in some past weeks. Now, Seattle ranks first in opponent yards per play and third in opponent yards per game as far as the fewest allowed. In Week 11, the Rams put up 249 yards and went 2 for 11 on third down at home in a win for the LA Rams. In Week 16, the Rams put up 581 yards of offense and possessed the ball for more than 40 minutes in an overtime loss for them. So Seattle has only given up 24 points, or more than 24 points, I should say, twice all season.
Tampa Bay and the Rams.
And the Rams were one of the two to crack that code. By the way, the team who did score 24 on them, the Tennessee Titans. Robert Saleh's new team, the Tennessee Titans. But that doesn't matter.
They came from behind. They were way behind in that game, and they came back.
It was like
and made it
30-6, 24-6, nothing like that.
In any event, it was a one-score game at the end.
It was.
Okay.
Yeah, just got to give a little credit to the Titans. Shout out Mike Holler.
All right, so what's the stat you're leading to? Is it all there that I'm not seeing, or is there more coming?
No, it just essentially the stat is that this Seahawks defense, for as stout as they have been for the entire year, the Rams are one of the rare instances where they have been able to crack the code of that
581.
defense.
Remember the Thursday night game, and we were rooting hard for Seattle. We needed Seattle to lose that game for the Niners to win out and be the number one seed. Ultimately, they couldn't win out, and they couldn't beat Seattle the last game of the year, but we rooted hard. That was a wild game. And then Rashid Shaheed returned a punt for a touchdown, and then it was on. Kenneth Walker, the third, took a toss going right, and he stayed right. He did not cut back left, and he turned the corner, and I'm like, is K9 going to the kennel? And they got back into the game. You know, there was a point, the first quarter of the year, where I had a hard time picking whose defense is better, Seattle's or the Rams. There is no doubt which defense is better. It is Seattle. But when they go up against that elite offense of the L.A. Rams, they have been vulnerable, and it's been Matthew Stafford. And the other side of it is the Charbonnet injury. And I think the big stat was Seattle. We talked about the turnovers all year. In those last two games against the Niners, Week 18, last game of the regular season, the divisional last week, they turned the ball over one damn time, ever. That is going to be when Sam's picks this year, of which he's thrown 14. How many were against the Rams? 6? He threw 4 in the first one and 2 in the second one.
Yeah.
So 6 of the 16 came against this defense. I think the Rams secondary is wild. Sometimes they glove you up, and it's impressive. Kitchens and Curl in the corners, and other times it's like, you guys ever play together? You know how to cover a zone? Why are you busting so much? So what defense will you get? I think you'll get both. I think Seattle will get some splash plays on them, and I think they'll intercept Darnold once or twice in this game. So this is going to be a hell of a football game.
And, of course, the turnovers for Seattle and Sam Darnold being the one to have 20 of them in the regular season, that is a big headliner, and that's going to be a major key to the game. But we've talked about it ad nauseum, and I tried to offer up something a little bit different.
No, I like you.
But as far as, like, the major key to the game, of course, is Sam Darnold, who has thrown, 6 of his 14 interceptions against this one team in the LA Rams. Can he be able to take care of the ball a little bit better? That's going to be a big storyteller when it all is said and done.
So in Raph's big poll, or Raph's rapid riser, whatever we're going with, I said Denver because of, McGlinchey and Hufanga and Greenlaw and Paul Kelly. We want them to win a Super Bowl. Colvin Marshall, my friend and producer at NBC Sports Bay Area in L.A., loves Bay Area sports, working down in L.A. NBC Sports Bay Area, he's living in L.A. now. Devontae Adams. Puka's lost some fans with his behavior late in the year. Great player. Devontae's from the Bay Area. He's a Palo Alto guy.
And a really tough upbringing.
And it's what a player. Do we have a soft side for the L.A. Rams more than Seattle with the Devontae factor at all?
I love Devontae. I don't know if it changes my opinion that much about the team as a whole, but I do love Devontae Adams. It always has.
Would you like to see him win a Super Bowl?
If they won a Super Bowl and I saw him holding the trophy, I'd say, hey, good for you, Devontae. But I don't know if in the moment I'm going to be like, get one for Devontae. That's kind of where I'm at. Yeah. Okay. So that was the Seahawks. For the Rams, and you actually hinted at this yesterday, which caused me to go further down the rabbit hole. That defense at home versus that defense on the road has been two very different beings. Now, to their credit, and I'm sorry, Raph, but the Rams defense on the road in the snowy conditions of Soldier Field just showed up big time. Absolutely. No question about it. But if we're just doing an at-large comparison and the season as a whole, Rams scoring defense at home, 18 points per game. Scoring defense on the road, 22 points per game. Rams opponents scoring in the red zone at home, just 42%. On the road, 57% success rate as far as getting in the end zone. That's a significant difference. Interceptions at home, 11. Interceptions on the road, 5. Now, I know the Darnold game at home probably helped bolster some of those stats,
4
right?
versus 2.
And then another one for fun. Since Mike McDonald was hired in 2024, the Seahawks are 7-0 when facing an opponent they have already played that season.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what are they when they face an opponent they face twice? Never, because they've never played a game like this. So the numbers are 18. The Rams defense gives up 18 at SoFi, 22 on the road.
Yeah.
I thought it was like 26 on the road.
It's not as significant as I thought it was going to be.
How about the last half of the year? I think like the last 6 or 7 games, starting with that Carolina game when they gave up those 2 4th downs, one to Coker, one to Ted McMillan to essentially lose the game. And one of those, Stafford threw a pick 6, which is not on their defense. But I think right around that game, I started to think this Rams defense is a little. And Chris Shula going to get a head coaching job? Is he going to get one because he's Don's grandson? When I watch that defense sometime, I'm like, they are not tight at all.
Yeah. So, again, Rams versus Seahawks, those are your alarming stats. If it alters how you want to vote in the poll, if it alters how you're feeling about this one. We also got a reply that said, I'm going to go see a movie or play golf. I'm not watching these games.
Missed championship Sunday? You don't like ball. Don't listen to this show. Babs did text us. We're thinking about Bay Area ties for the Rams and Devontae. How about the Landman?
Well, you know he loves the Landman.
They coached him in Monta Vista High School in Danville. So could be Devontae from the Peninsula side, and it could be Landman from the East Bay.
All right, we'll talk to Mike Silver, who's going to be on site for that game, and then we will do our AFC stats after that. It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Well, he is getting ready for the NFC Championship. We are all getting ready for Championship Sunday. The Athletics' Mike Silver will be on site for Seahawks Rams, and what a wild NFL playoffs this has been. He joins us on the UMA guest line. Wow, all right, so we've been talking to you all season long, and haven't really had an idea of what to expect come the postseason. The 49ers run obviously came to an end, and we had a couple of teams turn the ball over not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 times. So as we head into Championship Sunday, what are your impressions, and what do you think we're going to be preparing for February 8th, Super Bowl 60 at Santa Clara?
Well, 49er fans have to figure out which measure of pain they want to deal with. They want to see Ram fans running through the city in their blue and yellow and white, being like, yeah, we loved them the whole time they were in St. Louis, too. Yoo-hoo. Or do they want to see Seahawks fans in their, blue and green hues being like, yeah, the Seahawks are back, and I know you took Richard Sherman from us, but we are back like when we ate turkey on your field. So either way, that's hard for Niner fans. I think this is how I'd look at it if I'm a Niner fan. At least you have a chance to get revenge next year on the Rams potentially by going to an LA Super Bowl and doing it back.
Yes.
So maybe you want the Rams. But yeah, I think we're going to see 2 more really close, tightly contested games that come down to something crazy. It seems evenly matched. I don't know if the Super Bowl will feel evenly matched when all is said and done, but I feel like Broncos-Patriots feels about right to me. And, Rams-Seahawks, we've seen them go at it. Obviously, the Seahawks look so great the last go-around, and meanwhile, the Rams looked like they were going to do something epic in Chicago. And then Caleb Williams did one of the most insane things I've ever seen, and then the Rams won anyway.
And then going back to Rams-Seahawks, Michael, good to hear your voice. We haven't talked in a while.
Hi, Greg.
Hi, Michael. It was 21-19 when they met on that Thursday night, and Sam threw the 4 picks, but still Jason Myers lined up for a 61-yard field goal. The second matchup on the Thursday nighter, and we had some great games in the NFL this year. From start to finish, this was the most insane in the membrane game we saw. And it wound up with, 3 2-point conversions. An NFL game never ended on a 2-point conversion in overtime like that, and they did, to Saubert, the former Niner, was 38-37. Charbonnet had a big role in that game. The one thing from Seattle's loss to the Niners on Saturday night is the knee injury to Zach Charbonnet. And the combination of K9, Kenneth Walker III with numeral 9, and Charbonnet, the former UCLA Bruin, and what they did to take pressure off of Sam Darnold and be able to run the football with Clint Kubiak. They're not going to have Charbonnet. Do they give the ball to K9 20 times, 25 times? Has he ever done that? 30 times? They do have Cam Akers, the former Ram, on their roster. How do they run the football against the Rams minus Zach Charbonnet, do you think?
I mean, is there time to call Marshawn? That would be amazing. Listen,
what's he weighing these days, by the way? What is he weighing?
I don't know.
3 bills.
What is it? What's the lyric? I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm good once as I ever was.
Yeah, we need him more than once, though. We need him more than once.
Yeah. I think you give the ball to K9 a lot. And listen, let's go back to that game. John Schneider, who's been a great GM for a long time in Seattle, just won his first NFL Executive of the Year award. And the biggest thing he did was before the trade deadline, he went and got Rashid Shaheed. So now you add him on offense to the JSN Cup collection of receivers, but also as a return guy. So what turned that game around was a return by Shaheed.
Yeah, punt return.
And and Darnold had thrown, a couple picks, and it was looking like another, 3 in a row against the Rams if you count the Vikings playoff game in Arizona. But because of Shaheed's punt return, they got back in it, and Darnold ended up being able to do something epic. So it is a loss to lose Charbonnet, but to me,
having Shaheed with those other two receivers, Kupp, who's done so many great things in the NFL and blocks and is just so, just good at everything. And then JSN, who looks like the best offensive player in football right now, or one of the, in the short conversation. So, I think it's going to be, I think both offenses are capable of scoring. I think both defenses are really, really good at times and can make big plays and shut people down. I think it's going to be really close on the margins. I've stopped trying to see the playoffs through the quarterback prism because I just went to Denver and saw the great Josh Allen turn it over 4 times and with a clear path to the Super Bowl on that side, not get there. Then Bo Nix gets hurt at the very end. Now, I don't know about this, you guys. Have you ever heard an entire organization try harder to convince you that their backup is actually just as good as their starter? It sounded like 49er fans talking about Mac Jones, no offense to Mac, who's awesome. But I'm just saying, I like that quote from Milton Williams of the Patriots. He was like, if he's so good, they chose Bo over him, so. I mean, I agree that Jarrett Stidham is capable of being good. I think Sean Payton will put him in good positions, and I saw him play that really cool game for the Raiders against the Niners after they benched Derek Carr a couple years back. But that can't be a good thing that they don't have Bo Nix. And I don't know what to think of the Patriots. Greg Silver, I know your theory that when a team overachieves and they finally get eliminated, it's usually a crash landing. The Patriots have overachieved all season, but things just keep going right for them. Like Lamar Jackson didn't play when they played the Ravens. And that's, it just happened again. They got C.J. Stroud playing awful, gave them a chance to beat the Texans. And then, Bo Nix got hurt at the very end, and now they're playing Stidham. So I feel like that's a super close game. And I feel like Rams Seahawks is super close. And then I'll have to talk myself into the AFC team having a shot in the Super Bowl. But if it's Denver, I'll probably believe that because that defense is so good. And it reminds me of 10 years ago when Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware and friends just took over the game at Levi's.
Well, from listening to our show and being a part of it that sometimes we overreact to things, sometimes we underreact, and sometimes we appropriately react. You mentioned the Rashid Shaheed trade. When that went down in November, I think the two of us collectively appropriately reacted in a very negative manner, knowing just how much.
Should have gone to Buffalo. You should have gone to Buffalo.
You guys were on it. Yeah, no, respect, because I thought it was a good trade. It wasn't until that I saw him taking that punt back that I was like, oh, this changed their team. So Jacoby Myers was another great trade. Listen, that's just a game that 49er fans don't want to watch. I get it. It's like, as a Cal fan, was I tuning into all the Indiana games this year? Not really. I just, sometimes as a fan, you got to confront certain things, and just sometimes it's better to try to stay away from the heat. So, I just talked to Tony Baselli, the Jaguars executive vice president, and I asked him if he saw the Caleb Williams throw, and he said, I have not seen one play in the playoffs since we lost to the Bills. And so I got to describe some of the cool plays I'd seen, including that one. But I don't know. I think if you're a 49er fan, you just, you're probably rooting for a crater to form in the middle of the field. And nobody gets hurt, but they all just get, thrown in mud and can't get out for 2 weeks. So there is.
Well, while we talk about the 49ers of it all in their offseason, I know you've already answered questions with the morning show about Robert Saleh and how we were surprised that he ended up going to a place like Tennessee with one of those vacancies. But as far as the 49ers, and I guess there's a two-parter. One, what do you foresee as what might happen for staff that Robert Saleh could take with him from San Francisco to Tennessee? And then Raheem Morris very, very well. Do you see him and Kyle Shanahan as a good pairing, knowing that Raheem has coached in this division with McVay and they have a very tight friendship, which sometimes works out in the NFL. Sometimes it creates a lot of awkward tension too.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to go back because I did this on the morning show, and I've said enough on your show that I need to do it here too. All year long, I answered the Robert Saleh job question this way. Hey, he's been with a really good owner in Jed York and a great organization. Then he went to the worst owner, Woody Johnson. It was a disaster. Now he's back in a great organization, and he knows it. The second head coaching job is huge. You're probably not going to get a third if you don't succeed. So you can't afford to take a job where you don't have a chance organizationally to do really good things. So he's not just going to jump at anything. He has the luxury of waiting to see if there's a job that is closer to the 49ers than the Jets organizationally. Okay, I was 100% wrong. I will take the L on that. Robert Saleh jumped at the first job he could, didn't even wait to see if he had a chance for the other jobs. He ran and took the Titans, and their owner is awful. Amy Adams-Strunk is probably not as bad as Woody Johnson. We'll see when I bring back owner rankings. But she's in the conversation, and you can just look at the moves they've made over the last few years as proof. No alignment, no rhyme or reason. So I just owe the listeners and you guys an apology. I'm right a lot. I read it wrong, and what can I say? And that's maybe Saleh's loss. It's the 49ers' loss, and it's certainly my loss, because the next time I get asked a Robert Saleh question, I'm going to be like, that guy will take any job that gets offered to him if the money's right.
Well, don't beat yourself up because John Lynch came on these airwaves, and I think we all thought that. But I think privately they were hoping he would stay around for a second year to get the compensatory pick. That didn't work out. But I'll tell you where it changed: when John Harbaugh got fired, when Sean McDermott got fired Monday morning after the Buffalo loss, and you were in Denver, Michael, and I'm going to get your thoughts.
Yeah.
I think he thought, Raheem Morris is out there. Kevin Stefanski wound up getting a job in Atlanta. There were quality former head coaches that had a better resume, and I don't know what he got, annually, say $12 million a year from Amy Adams-Strunk, and I agree with you on your owner's ranking. A 5-year deal, that's $60 million. He may not get that again in this hiring cycle, which leads to, we've had some unbelievable wild card weekend was amazing. Divisional, we'll see what Championship Sunday brings us. But the story since the regular season ended is the Pittsburgh job is open. The Baltimore job was open. Yeah. Harbaugh left. The Buffalo job is open. And the Bills are interviewing Phillip Rivers today to be their head coach. Gosh. And you were there in their locker room, and you saw the quarterback crying, and the owner, and he's not from Buffalo, Pagula, but, man, that was such a Buffalo diatribe. And just when he grabbed the mic and ripped his coach. And so what is going on with this hiring cycle, the firing cycle? And is Phillip Rivers going to be the next head coach of the Buffalo Bills?
I mean, let's hope not. And I love Phillip, but you've heard me rant about minorities getting screwed over for 3+ decades that I've been covering in these hiring cycles. But this is not just an insult to really qualified minority coaches. It's also an insult to really qualified white coaches. We saw it with Jeff Saturday. We heard it with Josh McCown. I think it was cool that Phillip got him at the line, and he knew some defenses and was changing plays against the 49ers. And he is a leader, and he is a high school coach, but that feels aggressive to me. Josh Allen has been in the interviews, so I guess Josh Allen will have a major say in this. But yeah, it is a crazy cycle. By the way, you mentioned Saleh and the money. Just as I'm fond of saying that I love spending Jed York's money, I am also very fond of telling Robert Saleh to leave money on the table. So It is a fair point that it is not my money on the line, but
$60 million.
Jed York, please.
Fire me after 2 years. I'm good.
Yeah, I love spending Jed's money, and I would love Robert to wait for his money and wait for a better opportunity. But that's just me. It is I wrote a column about this, and I blamed it on Mahomes, and that gave me a chance to revisit one of my favorite send-ups from way back, Chris Christopherson's Blame It on the Stones, which is basically a satire on how all the, conservative people who are mad at the way the world is changing could just blame everything on the Rolling Stones. But I think, Patrick Mahomes kept winning the AFC Burrow had the one year he broke through, but both the Ravens and Bills were like, hey, we've got a transcendent quarterback. We're so close. We can't get past Mahomes. And then this year, there was no Mahomes. So I think Steve Bisciotti and Terry Pagula each was like, okay, well, that excuse is eliminated. Why shouldn't Lamar or Josh roll through it now? And, of course, a field goal got missed in Pittsburgh, and, there was a controversial call on the Cooks interception. These are little margins, but they both snapped. That was not the greatest press conference in the world. I know Terry Pagula really well. I've had very amusing moments with him where he has rough edges, and I kind of appreciate that part of him. But if he called me and asked me how he did in that press conference, I would probably tell him the truth, Terry Pagula style, and go, "Yeah, you've been better, man." And it just, you don't want to say. I understand probably what he was trying to say, like that was a poignant moment, and I'm sick of it. I just feel like we need to get over the hump. But he basically was like, "We got screwed on a call. Nonetheless, we lost. I saw our quarterback crying, and I had to make a change." And that seems to put it on Josh Allen. It seems to suggest that if the refs called it the way he wanted, that Sean would have stayed employed. So, but that's what's crazy about this league, and that's what's hard. And that's why I do commend Jed. Obviously he fired coaches 3 years in a row, but with Kyle, it is very tempting in this league to make these moves, and a lot of times it's the right move, but the margins are so thin sometimes. These are tip balls and controversial calls and little things. And I know that after 2017 and 2018 that he resisted the compulsion to make Kyle feel like he was under pressure. Obviously, he went to the Super Bowl. 2020 was treated as an aberration, and 2024 was treated as an aberration, and he was right. They now have one of the most stable organizations in the league. When you take the Ravens and Bills off that list because there's, unforeseen coaching searches. Pittsburgh's off the list because Tomlin went away. So, you're looking at Kansas City, you're looking at the Niners, you're looking at the Eagles, even though that's a whole other mess that I'll be writing about all offseason, and you're looking at the Rams, and to some degree the Seahawks because John Schneider's been the constant, though they had to obviously revamp it with Mike McDonald. So this is what good organizations do. When you have good leadership, you don't overreact to, down moments or, huge disappointments.
Well, before we let you go, I do want to circle back to the Raheem Morris name because I know you and Raheem have a really good relationship, and as do he and Kyle Shanahan, and he was a big feature of the Why Is Everything, and now some of the people who are on the cover of that book have been moving around to other places. But, 2 7-10 seasons in Atlanta. He actually finished, or was it 2 7-10s, 8 and 9s?
I think they were 8-9 this year.
That's right. It was the three-way tie.
After three, Arthur Smith got 3 7-10.
That's what it was.
Got 2 8-9.
So anyway, he ends up getting fired after 2 years. Close to the playoffs, they finish hot, and he's got a good relationship with Shanahan. How much of a name to watch is he relative to an internal candidate like a Gus Bradley?
Well, first of all, the cover of the paperback, which is out now, of the Why Is Everything, A Story of Football Rivalry and Revolution, is just a Rams hand holding up the Lombardi. So there is a new chapter in there, though, that 49er fans can devour. But yes, thank you for
a brand new chapter is in there. A brand new chapter in the paperback.
Yeah, it takes you through the 2024 season.
Oh, joy!
Paperback writer. I'm going to be on that.
There's some good Matt LaFleur, Ben Johnson stuff.
Drop that in the mail, anyway. Silver. I need that.
Yeah, no problem. I'll hand deliver it next week.
We need it.
Whatever. But so this is how I feel about it with Kyle and Raheem. Like, they're really, really close friends and have been for a long, long time. And that's just kind of a friend conversation. Like, do we want to do this? And, I know Kyle thinks Raheem is great. I know Raheem thinks Kyle is great. I know, they are both fiercely competitive. I think sometimes maybe it's better for the friendship if you don't do it. And also Raheem does have other stuff out there, including, he's still technically in some head coach searches, and I would hope he would be because he's a great coach. But so I don't know. Kyle, who usually blurts out thought bubbles this time of year, from what my read on the press conference was, he made it sound like they're trying to hire Gus. So listen, Gus would be a great hire. I know he really likes that scheme. Raheem could run any scheme, but I feel like the Kyle Raheem conversation is one of those that only the two of them can have, and it's very easy for them to have because they're so close.
All right, well, last one for you. What's your official Super Bowl prediction? We'll talk to you down at Radio Row in a couple of weeks. What are the two teams we're going to be focusing on?
Oh, wow. I'm going to go with the Jarrett Stidham fairy tale because I've worn down by like every single person in the Broncos organization proclaiming that it's true. I'm gonna choose the great defense over the team that's seemingly been overachieving, though I think it's going to be really close. Wow, I don't know what to say about Rams and Seahawks. I'm going to say some epic Seahawk last-minute win where Cooper Kupp does something heroic.
Oh, storybook.
Wow.
Okay.
But I don't feel great about any of it. I don't feel great about any of these predictions. And I will note, Greg, that your mom's bets on the Steelers probably didn't increase the family fortune.
But I was so confident on the Texans. I told her they were going to win the AFC, and then I didn't think C.J. Stroud would have that bad of a game, but here we are.
Yeah, that was atrocious, like horrific, terrible game. And you should have heard the Cal guy at halftime going, "You got to put Davis Mills in this game."
Did you really say that? Did you really say that?
Oh yeah, I'd seen enough like late second quarter. I was like, nope, done, because their defense is so good.
Yeah.
It's such a waste. Like that defense is so great, and I get what D'Amico's doing because that's not just that game decision. It's a seismic decision that you don't want to make emotionally and unduly. But I'd love to see the second half of that game with Davis Webb.
They were 3-0 with him at quarterback this year, as we all know.
He's not bad. He was the first half MVP of the big game in 2019, according to the broadcast.
We could have got Davis Mills versus Jarrett Stidham this weekend, dude, but it didn't happen.
It could have been, would have, should have. We could have had Tanner McKee. We could have had another Cardinal quarterback if the Eagles had prevailed against the Niners and benched Jalen Hurts.
Where are you? Are you in Seattle already? You're going this weekend?
No, I'm home. I'm just home. Yeah. But I will be in Seattle soon. And both Gregs, I look forward to seeing you in person, hopefully, very soon.
Very Super Bowl week. We'll see you on Radio Row.
Greg Papa, get your voice rested for next year's Super Bowl in L.A. when the Niners get revenge.
Why are they getting a Super Bowl at SoFi so quickly? They just had one a couple of years ago when they beat the Bengals.
It probably has to do with money and politics, whatever.
Probably has to do with that. Probably.
I think we should get them. I think we should be more than a one every 10-year place.
Levi's,
I think everyone will agree with me after they spend another great week here, and it's the greatest place on earth, Northern California.
Where's the Michael Silver party going to be at Super Bowl week?
Yeah, I know. I don't think I'm doing an official one, but maybe I'll get an unofficial thing.
We'll definitely have an unofficial one, that's for sure.
We're going to have an unofficial one every single night.
might be at my son's apartment. How many can you hold?
Fine.
Yeah, all 10 people are welcome in the small space. All right, safe travels and always good talking. And go all Stanford Cardinal quarterback that we may or may not see over the next year. I don't know.
The greatest one of all is going to be the honorary captain for the Broncos. That's another reason to think the Broncos might have it in them.
Yeah, a little Elway.
John Elway?
Plunkett was pretty great.
How many bowl games he win?
Going to be the
Andrew Luck. Andrew Luck was better than Elway. How many bowl games did John Elway?
Yeah, right.
How many bowl games did he win?
Luck,
you see the doc on John Elway?
Luck.
Did you see the doc on John Elway?
Plunkett. What's that?
Plunkett won a Heisman. You see the doc, and he won the Rose Bowl. He carved up Ohio State.
Plunkett, Luck, because NFL counts. John Elway was one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time in the NFL. Jim Plunkett won
Two
Super Bowls in the National Football, and
should be a Hall of Famer.
2 Super Bowls, and Andrew Luck really did well, and then quit when he was young.
He went 11-5 every damn year.
Congratulations, he's awesome. He doesn't get to be top 2 of Stanford, and I'm a Cal guy. I'm sorry. I mean, he's their best GM
All
ever.
right. Just stay on Steve Bartkowski your entire life, Silver. Stay with him.
Steve Bartkowski, hey, just don't make me claim the Heisman winner. He's not ours. We will have a Heisman winner.
Chuck Muncie, very close. Very close.
We will have a Heisman winner very soon.
You will. The lefty's going to win a Heisman? All right.
Yeah, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
All righty.
All right, Michael.
Thanks, guys.
Love you, brother.
Hey, I love him too. Mike Silver of The Athletic. All right, we got to get back on the clock. We'll come back. We'll do some alarming stats of the AFC. We will revisit the poll, and then we'll talk to our buddy, Bill Laskkey.
Mother!
Coming up at 12:50 on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tony Maz from the Sports Hub 98.5 in Boston joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down the AFC Championship game. And will Drake May's fumbles be a problem on Sunday?
There was a game against Pittsburgh early in the year where he fumbled in a key spot. It helped cost them the game. It's one of their 3 losses. And then obviously he's been turning the ball over here in the playoffs. So that has to stop, or sooner or later it's going to come back to bite them.
You can hear that and all the interviews from this morning on the podcast page on thesportsleader.com and on the app.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Alrighty, about hour and a half left to go, and in the words of Mike McDaniel, with that soundbite we got somewhere in the system, clock. We got to do a little bit of a reset.
Spike it.
So I'm saving the AFC stats for when we come on back. We will revisit Raph's poll, and then we'll talk to our good friend Bill Laskkey.
Mother!
It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. About 4 summers ago, I had CLR, custom lens replacement surgery from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's been a game changer for me. I couldn't see anything distance-wise, and now I got 20/20 vision. Do you struggle with distance vision, and now you need reading glasses or wear bifocals? I don't need any of them. CLR is your permanent solution to readers and bifocals, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. And they make it easy. Start with a free virtual consultation at lasereyeclr.com. You'll discuss your vision goals and all their different lens technologies. No readers, contacts, glasses, or cataracts. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, back to it. And Bill Laskkey's coming up in about 15 minutes. It's been a lot of fun talking football, even if the prospects of Super Bowl matchups probably aren't our favorites here in the Bay Area. Got a little NFC talk, and was great to have Mike Silver on. He's going to be up there at Seattle for a little Seahawks Rams. Let's talk AFC side of it. One alarming stat for every team on Championship Sunday. I gave it to you for Seattle. I gave it to you for the LA Rams. Let's keep it with the home teams in Denver. So the obvious one, and not the one I'm going to use, but Jarrett Stidham has not thrown a pass since December of 2023 in an NFL game. Now, he's played in the preseason. We saw that New Year's Day game, and he looked really, really good. But it's been a while since we've gotten a real look at Jarrett Stidham, and he's getting thrown into the fire. He got those first-team reps. We knew about the Bo Nix injury moments after that game, right after he did his interview when everything looked fine on CBS. So for the Broncos, I will go with this one. And it has to do with the Patriots. The lowest passer rating allowed in a single postseason among teams with at least 5 sacks in the postseason since 2000. The 2000 Ravens, a 33.4 passer rating. You know what happened at the end of that season.
Tony Siragusa dislocated Rich Gannon's shoulder.
The 2002 Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Sluggo seam, John Lynch.
A 45.9 passer rating.
Wow.
And the 2025 Patriots, an opposing passer rating of 46.5. Now,
wow.
I understand that C.J. Stroud was a complete mess last week, but
how about the no-fly zone, the Denver Broncos? They didn't show up 10 years ago when they won the Super Bowl?
Not as far as passer rating.
Talib in that group?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
They had to go against Brady. You know, they went against some really good quarterbacks, and that was an incredible defense. And Cam Newton, he got it handed to him by that defense. But if we're just looking at history, again, lowest passer rating allowed in a single postseason among teams with at least 5 sacks since 2000. The Patriots are on that list, right behind the Ravens and the Buccaneers. The previous two were Super Bowl winners.
So that's Justin Herbert, and it's C.J. Stroud, is what you're talking about. They're the 2 quarterbacks that New England beat this year.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the weather. We'll check the weather in Denver. The weather in Seattle is going to be fine. It's going to be a lot like our game on Saturday night. It's going to be clear. I mean, those were gnarly weather games, certainly, and certainly Stroud's game. That's the point. With New England, we give so much credit to Denver's defense, and they are good. But Buffalo scored 30 points on them. The game did go to overtime. They only had 10 at halftime, and Buffalo came back like that, and they took the lead back. And then, you know, Seattle's defense is Seattle's. The Rams' defense, I think, is not as strong. But New England's defense, I think, is the outlier here. They are better than I went back and forth on them all year. First, they were, how good are they? And then their defense looked really good. When they beat Buffalo on that Sunday night in Buffalo, and they ran all over them, but their defense really was good. Mm-hmm. And then their defense went through a long stretch where you could run on them. And then in the playoffs, their defense looks really good. And they got the combination of different guys rushing the quarterback from the front and obviously the secondary. So that's the whole deal to me, is how good is Denver's defense that much better than New England's? Or are they comparable? I know Denver had the stats and they got the star power, but I think New England's defense has been those numbers in 2 playoff games. That's wildly impressive.
And what's the gap that we're going to see between Jarrett Stidham and Drake May ultimately on Sunday? And the defenses will have a bit to do with it.
Stidham is way better. I do love Michael's point. If he was so good, why didn't he start over Bo Nix? Well, he was the number 1 pick, and Bo Nix took over. Jarrett Stidham is a very capable thrower of the football. In this year where backup quarterbacks have kind of defined the season, and no more so than right here in the Bay Area with Mac Daddy, Mac 10, Mac the Knife, wouldn't it be fitting if a backup quarterback takes his team to the Super Bowl and wins it?
Here's another funny one, I should say. A fun one. Not funny, not fitting. It's just a good stat that I came across. The only teams in the Super Bowl era to go undefeated on the road with a new head coach. Two very different circumstances. 2025 Patriots thus far with Mike Vrabel, and the 1989 49ers with George Seifert, and we all know how that season ended as well.
Well, how many road games they have to play in 89 to get to the Super Bowl? That was a damn good team. They didn't lose very many games that year. So, I mean, that's, is that the year they beat Denver 55-10 in the Super Bowl? I think it was.
89, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, how many road games they have to win? Were they not the number one seed and played a candlestick all the way?
We're talking through the course of the season, not just
the whole year.
Yeah,
Oh,
because New England hasn't played on the road this postseason either.
They didn't lose a home game. They didn't lose a road game. George Seifert, when McDonald came in that last week, the second best road record to start a coaching career, he was 14-2.
Yeah.
You know what George Seifert was? 16-0. They never lost a road game.
Yeah.
When you look at, there's a stretch there where, look at the 88 year, they didn't have a great one-loss record, but they took off, obviously, late in the year. I forgot my backpack at home today, so I don't have my Niner guide. But starting with the end of the Walsh era to what the 89 year was, what the 90 year was, and all the way, and we got to come up with a different way to describe this game, the bar 5 field goals game that beat the Niners in the championship game. Roger, we love you. We hope we find out you're a Hall of Famer. Everybody calls it the Roger Craig fumble game. I mean, Joe Montana got lit up by Leonard Marshall. It was a complicated handoff. What are you calling here? 360 spin to Steve Young to Roger Craig. He takes the handoff. It wasn't like the Pisarcik fumble, Zonka, but it was like, we really got to do all that? We got the lead here, and then he winds up fumbling, and, who covered the fumble was Lawrence Taylor. But anyway, you look at the end of the Walsh era through the NFC Championship game of January of 91. The Niners had like one of the most incredible one-loss record stretches ever in the history. They lost like 3 games over like 30. I mean, they're like, maybe even more. You have to go through and look at it. And in particular, they just never lost on the road. George Seifert started his career 16-0 on the road as a head coach in the NFL. Why is he not in the Hall of Fame?
And obviously the circumstances in which Seifert took over for the 49ers were very different than Mike Vrabel to the Patriots. We're about to find out if Mike Vrabel's team is all that. If they can ultimately win the Super Bowl, nobody gives a damn about the schedule you had to play. If you win a Super Bowl and you hoist the Lombardi, to go from 4-13 to 14-3 and then win.
And 4-13 Belichick's year.
Right.
They had a pair of 4-13s,
right.
Mayo and Belichick, to what they did this year. He's a great game coach. The way he runs that game, he's a lot like Belichick. Whenever Belichick, and it was mainly when, and he didn't even always call defense, Belichick. He had other people run. Romeo Crennel ran his defense for a long time. His son, at the end, ran his defense with the flowing hair. And all you ever saw Bill do, especially when the game got in the fourth quarter, is just constantly look up at the scoreboard. He was just constantly checking the clock. It was game, and the hoodie pulled down, and but you got to cut your sleeves off. But it just is. And Vrabel's got a little bit of that, where he's not calling offense, he's not calling defense, he's not calling their defense, is he? I don't think he is. The way he's so into the game, especially in the fourth quarter when it was snowing coming down, and he doesn't put a hat on, and it's a wet snow, and he's just dripping wet, and they're all looking at him. Somebody's whispering something in his ear after every play. That guy, a leader of men, yes, but the way he runs the game is really, we're going to have quite a matchup. I know we're locked in on Sean McVay against taking it to the streets, Michael McDonald, in that offense versus defense. But how does it get any better than Sean Payton against Mike Vrabel?
Well, I love a good offensive-defense mind, and that's why I was so stoked for Shanahan, Mike McDonald until about 13 seconds into the game when I was a little bit less excited. Here's my stat as far as the Patriots goes. So you know about Denver, and you just noted that they got the stars. They got a lot of the stats. Well, if New England's defense has been showing up in this postseason, Drake May statistically has caused some reasons for concern. Drake May and the Broncos pass rush side by side for the 2025 season ranks among 25 qualified quarterbacks. Drake May is 22nd in sacks taken. Denver is first in sacks. Drake May is 18th in quarterback hits. Denver is first in quarterback hits. Drake May is 24th in pressures. Denver is first in pressures. and Drake May is 23rd in pressure rate. Denver is 2nd.
So what you're saying is we're fixating on the wrong backup quarterback in this game. Jarrett Stidham will play for the Denver Broncos. Drake May will start the game and will be hit incessantly in the left. Who is the backup quarterback for the New England Patriots?
It's the Pastronaut.
Is it?
It's the Pastronaut.
Oh my God.
Joshua Dobbs.
Alopecia? I love you.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something, man? By the way, apparently Drake May, and this is just kind of a silly one, but as far as the down 3rd and 6, not 3rd and 6 plus, but specifically 3rd and 6, he has a historically bad completion percentage in his very young career. Not the kind of thing I'm actually looking at seriously for the game, but he did face 1 3rd and 6 last weekend. It was a strip sack recovered by the Houston Texans.
Yeah, I mean, it was Will Anderson Jr. That defense is, come on. The fact that he made some big throws, the one to Booty down the side. He actually won the football game against that defense, and as long as he doesn't turn it over. But I mean, which quarterback do you have? And I think in the NFC side of it, I think we're favoring Seattle. But if it does get into a shootout, and Sourdough Sam did beat Stafford on that Thursday night game, and it became a shootout, and it wound up 39-38. So Sam's capable. But your thought is if it gets into a shootout, you're going to take Matthew Stafford, with a cigarette in his mouth and a blindfold and throwing backwards and sideways and behind his back and through his legs and all his crazy stuff against Sam, who may not get his feet lined up. I think people are just thinking that Jarrett Stidham is going to soil himself in this game and not play well. Honestly, I would not be surprised at all. And they're not going to play each other, but a lot of times we overthink this stuff, and it comes down to which quarterback just plays better. If C.J. Stroud just played a C- game, Houston may have been able to win that game, but he played an
100%.
F. He played an F.
He played an F game.
He had a fail. Season's over. You're done. You played terribly.
Yeah.
It's a harsh reality. Last game of the year, a playoff game.
No, and again, credit to Drake May because while he wasn't perfect and he
wasn't
lost
perfect against the Chargers.
Fumbled 4 times, lost 2, and he wasn't perfect against the Chargers, but he also made the plays required to win that game. The Stephon Diggs touchdown, the Kayshon Boutte touchdown.
Totally.
C.J. Stroud did not.
But I'm saying I would not be surprised at all if Jarrett Stidham plays better in this game than Drake May.
No, same. And again, Drake May has to, he got past Houston's defense, but he's facing 2 of the best defenses in the NFL on back-to-back weeks. And it's hard to do that 2 weeks in a row. Just look at Brock Purdy. Philadelphia's defense, really, really good. Played a hell of a game and a hell of a fourth quarter and game-winning drive to get past them. Then he had to run into the Seattle defense. It's hard when you guys get beat up, when you got to do it on back-to-back weeks. And this New England team, as we've noted all year, they're just so young. So if they can represent the AFC and win that game, I don't care if you got Jarrett Stidham. If you get past the Denver defense, that's very much worthy of being a team legitimate and deserving of a Super Bowl appearance.
So the Pastronaut is the backup to Drake May in New England.
Mm-hmm.
I think they missed Mac Jones there. We'll see. Who is the backup quarterback if it gets to the Denver Broncos' third quarterback in this game? Now that their starting quarterback, Bo Nix, is out with an ankle fracture, who is the backup to Jarrett Stidham?
Is Kendall Hinton still on the team?
You're going deep here. I am impressed. Sam Ellinger.
Wow. He's still hanging around.
He's still hanging around.
All right, Sean McVay, you better find a way to protect your guy and set him up for success. So, okay. We'll talk to Bill Laskkey when we come on back. Get ready for some Giants Fan Fest, and then we'll close it out with some songs, some sounds, some fun, revisiting Raph's ridiculous poll, all coming up on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. Baseball is back.
Hey fans, don't miss the Giants Fan Fest Tour tomorrow, noon to 3 at the City Center Bishop Ranch in San Ramon. Activities include autographs from the players, Q&A sessions, games, and so much more. Bill Laskkey will lead off with the Giants warm-up show starting at 11 a.m. on KNBR, the sports leader.
Adios, Pelota!
And on the mound for the Giants, Bill Laskkey. Laskkey, 13-12 and 2-0 against the Dodgers this year. So you have a fella unbeaten against the Dodgers going for the Giants, and a winless Fernando going against San Francisco.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yeah, I know we're all caught up in 2026. How about 1982? What do you give me for Vin Scully talking about Bill Laskkey going against a winless Fernando on the mound?
I watched that when I was in the hospital for 23 straight days. One night, because Bill texted me, I fired up YouTube. Final game, it was the famous Terry Forster, the big tub of goo, and the home run by Joe Morgan. But it was the last game of the 82 year, and it was Bill Laskkey. And Vin, he was great till the day, he gave it up. But he was so great that day doing the game on Dodgers TV, and he loved himself some Bill Laskkey, some trees, some mother! I think he even dropped in. And later in his life, his nickname will be changed from Tree Laskkey to Mother. How are you, Mother? I love you, brother. How are you?
Bill, what's up, man?
Oh, man. How are you guys doing, man? You guys make me laugh all the time. But what a pleasure to be back on KNBR with you two and start off the new year. And what a great time of the year. We all excited about baseball. Can you believe in less than 2 months, maybe a couple days over 2 months,
wow,
opening day, March 25th, Yankees versus Giants at Oracle Park.
It's going to be creeping up, man. And look, we got Fan Fest tomorrow. I'm going to be out there. And part of the reason we wanted to have you on is, one, we love Bill Laskkey. And two, you got a show tomorrow. That's right. It's not just extra innings, 11-1. You can hear Bill Laskkey as part of the Giants Fan Fest warm-up here. And so let's just get right into it. It has been a relatively quiet offseason for the Giants as far as transactions. Buster Posey has taken some massive swings in his time early as the PBO of the San Francisco Giants. But all about pitching. And last year, the Giants had the best bullpen by a mile. They had a pretty stable starting rotation. And by the end of the year, it was looking really different. So to you, just being with the team week in and week out, every weekend on the extra innings shows, what was the turning point for the Giants pitching staff last year? Do you kind of pinpoint it as they traded away Kyle Harrison and Jordan Hicks as a way to get Rafael Devers in? Was it maybe some of those key injuries to relievers like Eric Miller as a lefty in the bullpen and then Randy Rodriguez eventually go down? Like, at what point was the transition for you where you thought, hey, at one point in time, they had all the arms in the world, and then simply by the end of the year, it just was not enough?
You're absolutely right, Greg, at all those points, because the pitching was great. The bullpen was one of the best in Major League Baseball all the way through June, if you look at all the stats they threw out there. And then comes around, trade deadline, and they get rid of a couple pieces, and they just couldn't fulfill it. I still think when Landon Roop went down, that rotation kind of got hurt also. I really look at Landon Roop as being a big plus in this rotation, along with Webb and Ray, and now you have Tyler Mahle, and you probably still might add a piece. They keep talking about Framer Valdez, and, he's still out there. So the Giants' name are still linked to him. The rotation, I think, is going to be major. You got to keep these guys strong. I hate to go back with some of the other organizations pulling some of their starters back where they didn't go in length. And I think the Giants are going to have to try to think about that to get length out of them. But this bullpen has to come through. You said some of the major players last year, and some of them are hurt, some of them are injured. I still look at some of these new faces, some of the new guys coming in. They will be competing. And, as you get through spring training, it's always those last couple of weeks. Guys just pull back a little bit on these salaries because they want to get on the team. And that's where maybe Buster's looking at a couple of these guys. Maybe he'll lengthen the bullpen, giving some more arms for opportunities. But you're 100% when you talk about pitching, it's so much important in the game of baseball now, and you just don't have enough.
Framber Valdez, that would be a big name. And obviously, Dusty Baker knows him well. From having managed them on the way to a World Series. So you were saying, the date is going to be March 25th. So it's a couple of months and a couple of days away. Then they're going to open up the season for all the baseball, standalone Wednesday night game. It'll be Logan Webb on the mound, we assume, again, getting another opening day, opening night start. So with Webb and Ray, you have proven commodities there. When they're right, they're as good as there is in baseball. Let's pick it up from that point forward. The rotation, and you got some great lineups you got to deal with in your division throughout all of baseball to navigate. You mentioned Landon Roop, And I want to get your thoughts on Adrian Hauser and Tyler Mahle, who we know well from his years pitching against the Giants. But you are optimistic about Landon Root, maybe a little more than I am, only because we didn't see a lot of him last year. He did pitch really well in the spring, and we know about his devastating curveball. And I think he was better when he mixed in his other pitches with that. But he had like half a year. He had an injury, was gone for a while, came back. Did you think Landon Root at this stage of his career, Bill, is good enough to be a number 3 in the rotation? And then how do you look at the rest of the rotation with Hauser and Mahle?
You know, I think you'll probably see Roop go to 4 or 5. I really think Tyler Mahle is going to jump in there. I've watched him. I watched some good video on him before they signed him. He can still throw, and there's no question about it. The right-hander's got good stuff. He's quality. You look into his past numbers. He's had good years, and last year he didn't really have a full year, but he still threw some good games for him. And I think that's a good pickup. That's a solid number 3. Of course, you get Valdez. That really strengthens your bullpen or your rotation.
Damn.
And you add a good left-hander, and I think they do need another left-hander in the rotation. Again, you know, he wants a 3, 4, 5-year contract. I just don't know if the Giants want to do that. Greg Johnson came out and said, I don't want to give contracts that long to pitchers. And maybe there is something that they just don't want to do. Those numbers may be crunched a little bit, Greg, and you start looking at as they get closer, how many teams are going to want them. The Mets are already talking about the Mets have all of a sudden within a week. Boy, they jumped up big time in the NL East. But I really think Roop is a guy that's going to be solid. I still believe in Birdsong. I still believe in this kid. Last year, coming from the bullpen, going in the rotation, and he was just mixed up all year. He's got quality stuff. All 3 of us know that. I just hope that he starts off in a starter and stays as a starter and maybe surprise people out of spring training.
Yeah, I mean, Hayden Birdsong was someone who had quite the up and down of a season. And kind of the whole theme of this conversation and last year, Bill, was what I noted at the beginning, where you had so many arms at the start, you were pitching great, you had the best bullpen, and then whether it be trades or injuries, that slowly started dissipating over the course of the season. At this stage, here in middle to late January, how do pitchers go about getting their bodies right for not only spring training, but with the entirety of a full season in mind? Because one of my favorite storylines about the second half of the Giants season, and, you know, granted, there weren't a lot of them, but Justin Verlander had his ups and downs in the first half of the year. He didn't have a win before the All-Star break, but the way he was pitching the last couple of months, I mean, he was probably the Giants' second best starter when it was all said and done there in the month of September. And when a player like that comes in with that experience, that resume, that pedigree, you can't help but admire watching every time they go out to the mound.
Boy, you're so right, too. And, you know, everybody questioned how come they can't get wins for him. I mean, he was pitching 5-6 innings. Very good quality starts. It's just one of those opportunities where a pitcher keeps going out there and you just keep doing your job and the offense just doesn't score for you. It happens always in every rotation. It doesn't matter how good you are. It's just on the opposition. Can your team score against the opposition? Justin Verlander did his job. For a guy that was over 40 years old to come back in August and September and throw like he did, it was impressive, no question. He's still out there. I don't think the Giants would jump back at him. I don't think he wants to come back to California. You know, he's talking about Texas or Florida or maybe even going back to the Tigers. There's so many things that you have to overcome going through spring training, especially a young pitcher trying to fight for a job. You have to be on point. You have to put zeros on the board. Once you establish that, then you have to kind of push yourself in length. How do I get through April? How do I get through May? How do I get through June and July? Because once the All-Star break hits, it's all on. Because after the All-Star break, it's game on. And most of the time, it's against your opposition. Young pitchers try so hard, and they go up and down. Veteran pitchers kind of push it a little bit, and then they put the accelerator in the middle of the year to the end of the year. I look at Logan Webb and what he did last year. Another 200-inning pitcher. He's just fabulous. Gold Glove winner last year. And then you look at Robbie Ray, a guy that really just established himself right back when he used to win, when he won the Cy Young Award. Those two are your number 1 and 2s. After that, you're going to really have to work at it. New pitching coaches, new alignment of coaches, new analytic team. It's going to be impressive to see how much more they learn from all this and how much they can just take it piece by piece. I remember Don McMahon used to say, Bill, it's not about 30 starts, it's about each start. And if you can take each start and learn from it and gather information and get stronger, then you're going to exceed to get to 30 starts. You can't look at 200 innings until you get 100 innings. You can't look at 100 innings until you get to 50 innings. It's the same thing with at-bats. 100 at-bats, 200 at-bats, 300 at-bats, till you get to 500 at-bats. So every year starts off with that clean slate, and every slate opens up with, I want to do better than I did last year. I want to compete better. I want to make my team better. And we're going to see that tomorrow because you're going to be able to introduce Logan Webb tomorrow.
Oh,
Greg
is he
Silver.
on the panel tomorrow in San Ramon?
Yeah. And
Wait, who's
Greg's
that?
going to be able to talk to him.
He's
of
your
course, Derek
ace. He's
Papa's
your
going to
opening
be
night
out
starter.
there. Yeah, Derek Papa's going to be out there with you, Greg, and a whole host of Giants fans. I'm looking forward to a warm-up show to get everybody fired up to come to Santa Rosa. First time they're starting out there, and that'll be a fun day tomorrow.
We're going to San Ramon, right, tomorrow?
San Ramon.
San Ramon.
Oh, I apologize.
I know good spots in Santa
close.
Rosa from when the Raiders had training camp there.
I was
Santa
close.
Rosa Fire. That's right. San Ramon out in the East Bay. So you were talking about, the seasons change. And for the beginning of last year, we dubbed it BBBB, baseball's best bullpen. And they were for a long time. And then you had to trade a couple of relievers away. Closer gets hurt. You get some injuries in other spots with Eric Miller. And you're down to just a couple of guys that we even know. And it's a whole new group. Tony Vitello was on the other day with the morning show guys, Murph and Marcus, and he was talking about watching Ryan Walker throw. And it's one thing, when you watch video of a guy, but as you know, when you get behind a guy and you actually watch him throw, Ryan Walker with that crossfire action can be devastating. But he can also get out of mechanics coming down the slope, and he can go the other way. What do you see from the Giant bullpen? And you've always got to build a bullpen from the back end out with your closer, and he's your anchor. And there were a lot of good relievers that were available on the market this year that went to other places, and one is the new closer of the L.A. Dodgers, Bill. But what do you see? Would you be comfortable with Ryan Walker beginning the year as the Giant closer?
Well, I think right now that's probably who you got lined up there, unless they find something else. But, when I look at Ryan Walker, he's got really good stuff with that sinker and slider. Sometimes I really feel he overthrows it because he doesn't get the movement on the pitch. It's just too fast. The break is too hard. I remember when he blew that game against the Angels, it seemed like he was just overthrowing everything. And then he got in a hole, and then the next thing you know, the Angels beat him up pretty good. To get back on that mound to overcome that is so difficult for a reliever. And all three of us know once you have a bad outing, it's going to take you 5-6 games to get back into it. And Ryan Walker understands what he did well last year, and no doubt he knows what he did wrong. I think the confidence is going to be with him again. I think Eric Miller is going to have a great year. I got to see him over the winter. Man, he's so big and strong. I just think he's such a bull coming out of the bullpen, and just being healthy I think is going to be huge for Eric Miller. You got to throw some other names in there too, and you just don't know where Beck's going to fit in. And it just goes from one after another. But I still believe you have to have something coming out of spring training to you both about who is your closer, who is your setup man. You have to have roles put in it. You just can't go in there and pick a name out of a hat. They did that earlier, and we saw it happen, but I just don't think that's the way it's going to move, especially when you got Dusty Baker, Bruce Bochy, Ron Washington, all these veteran leaders that know how to win and how to work that bullpen. And I hope that's what the Giants are going to do coming in this spring training to figure out what roles these guys are going to have.
We are, of course, talking to Bill Laskkey here on The Sports Leader. What would you say to Giants fans? And I know the offseason is not over yet, but to this point, what would you say to those out there who would point to the juxtaposition of Buster Posey and the big swings he took in that first year to what we've seen over the past few months, where I think there's sometimes confusion here with the fan base where they say, wait a minute, we traded for Rafael Devers, we signed Willy Adames to the largest contract ever given out in history, and while our core isn't necessarily like old, they're not all guys in their mid-20s where you think we have a future of a decade ahead. Then you point to the other side of it and say, hey, you don't want to spend big money, and you understand that there is a gap between you and, say, the Dodgers, obviously, or even the Padres. What would you say to fans that say, I'm just confused about the messaging, the direction of this team, and how much they want to go all in at times.
You know, I think all three of us have talked to a lot of Giants fans. I have in recent months, and the optimism is, why, Bill? Why aren't they spending money? Why aren't they going after these big guys? Hey, I'm not in the front office. None of us are. We would love to see some big names, but I think what they did last year by getting a Devers and making this offense stronger, I think the defense has got to get better. I am right there with all of you. I'm excited about Tony Vitello. I just don't know what he can do in his first year, but he's surrounding himself with people he's comfortable with and a new light, a new life, and also new energy. I think we sit and watch. I think we all have to learn from what Buster Posey's trying to do. And, hey, you know what? It's what they're doing and what we are going to do following them and how we fit in with them in saying, let's wait and see. I'm all for it. I'm waiting to see how this is all going to be transparent to all Giants fans. But I'm also optimistic. I think this team has enough power. I think they have enough offense. Their pitching, as we talked about, is going to be a big, big part of it. And you know what? All we can do is get to spring training in February and watch the boys compete and see how they do out of spring training and get the season started on March 25th. And, boy, another baseball season's upon us, and all three of us are going to be excited.
We're excited now. 49ers season is over, and it's time to get ready for spring training. And first broadcast will be here on February 21st, as you mentioned, the opener against the New York Yankees in a standalone game. We'll start for all of baseball. Tony Vitello, you mentioned. Beyond out of the box, just incredible to take this kind of risk. And I do anytime a manager or any coach in sports, takes a new job, I just wonder, God, their head has to be spinning. How do they do this to learn a new organization? This guy was a college baseball coach, so he has to learn not just his own team, but every team. The teams of the National League West, and it's so loaded, and you play the American League, at least one series every year. Just some of your thoughts on how he does this. For me, the first thing is he's got to learn his own team, which is a major challenge, but he's got to know baseball. I'm talking about Major League Baseball. It's different than college baseball, the way the game is played, and no personnel, how you get guys out, how you want to align. You can go by, a scouting report on a guy, but there's nothing like actually facing him night after night, and you got the best players in the world in your division. So just your thoughts on the learning curve he's going to have to endure to be a manager in Major League Baseball.
I think it's going to be a big learning curve. I think what he's done in the offseason by going to Dominican, going to Korea, I thought those were major steps to find out some of his core players and to find out a little bit about them. And that's what college sports is. I think all three of us know that. A good college coach is going to find out who the kid, where has he lived, how does his parents treat him, how did he grow up, the education. Well, big league baseball is not like that. Big league baseball is about what you produce. How can you produce? How can you get better? Whether the adjustments are being made. He's a baseball lifer, no question. It's a big jump. It's a big test for him, and it's also a big test for Buster to giving him that opportunity. But, every manager is going to learn. He's going to learn good. He's going to learn bad. He's going to get a good opportunity here, and he's going to mess up a few times. But you got to give him a learning curve. This is a big, big step for Tony. He's a gamer, no question. I've listened to your interviews on KNBR with him. He's all in. He's a baseball guy, 24 hours. That's a big step right there. Greg, you've interviewed so many college football coaches that have gone into the NFL. It's a big step. This is the first time that Major League Baseball is doing this, and it's a big life lesson to see if it's going to work. I want to see him. I want to hear him. I want to see how he works. I want to see how this coaching staff's going to change the morale, change the energy of this club, because that's going to make this team. 81-81 last year is not going to make it. They haven't had a winning season since 2017. Think about that. 2017 was the last time the Giants organization had a winning record. That's a big, big thing right there. So I look at it as Tony
they won 107 games in 2021, right?
Was it 21? I thought it was 17 was the last year.
No. It was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I've made a couple mistakes today.
It's all right.
It's my rookie. It's my rookie show.
Hey, dude.
But
this
anyway,
is what we're all here to get the rust off for.
You use that one up on our show. Nobody listens here when you actually do the leadoff show
well,
tomorrow.
you know what's good about
They want 107
you know what's good about making mistakes. You know what's good about making mistakes.
I will correct them.
I can correct. You will, and that's why I said you just took the words out of my mouth.
He does that. Usually it was Laskkey and Vitello
time.
correcting me when I said something wrong. Yeah.
Well, anyway, let's get a winning season this year with Tony and see how this moves forward.
I mean, Bill, you're the best, but tell us again what you got coming up from 11 to 1 tomorrow. You got any people coming by? Are we strictly taking the phone calls? Like, I'm all in because I'm going to be driving out there to San Ramon, and I want to be listening to some Bill Laskkey.
Well, I got a couple good guys that I've talked to. Steve Kroner's going to come on, get some optimism on some different, writers and people out in the Bay Area. Jeff Young also is going to join me. He's been following the Giants all year from Round to Foghorn. Some different thoughts on some different people in the media. And I want to get their perspective and also taking phone calls too. Just different things like that. I'm doing exactly what you're doing to me, talking pitching, talking hitting, defense, and seeing different points of interest. And I think that's what a good warm-up show does, to get people out there to talk Giants baseball. And I think the more we talk about it, the more sincere we get about it. There's going to be ups and downs. And when you got Greg Silver and Derek Papa out there being hosts, what more can you ask for? I'll set you guys up, and you guys can roll from there.
Forget the people. Yeah. Bring the baby Bernice. How old's your new Bernice now, Laskkey?
I got one at 10 months. That's Clover, 110 pounds. And I got one at 8 months named Blue, who's about 60 pounds.
After Vita?
Well, my granddaughter when I first got the first one, she looked at me and said, Papa, how come I didn't name your first doggy? And I go, well, it's our first dog. We just wanted to get him, and we wanted to bring Oliver and Olivia's name back here. And she says, can I name the next puppy? And I look at Beth, and I'm like, sure, you can name him. And I'm like, we're not getting another puppy. Man, we got one. Sure enough, 2 months later, here's another one. And she goes, so I get to name him. And I'm thinking she's 3 years old. She's going to name a princess's name or something like that. And she says, I want to name it Blue because that's my favorite color. So I look at it two ways. My best friend, Vita Blue, and my granddaughter naming it Blue. So it worked both ways. So it's Blue and Clover.
It was a natural connection. You had to do it.
Just not Dodger Blue. Not Dodger Blue.
No, you can't do that.
And you owned Fernando, didn't you? You owned Valenzuela, didn't you?
I had some good games against Fernando. And that last game you're talking about in 1982, he came out of the tunnel with his hand around his neck thinking I was going to choke, and Don McMahon almost went after him. That was a good game. That was a fun one. Of course, Ron Say hit a home run, and I ended up getting 18 in a row out, and Joe Morgan hit the home run. But that was a fun game to push the Dodgers right out. And you remember it. You watched it on YouTube.
I watched it. I knew you were good, and you were really dealing that day. Your slider was slide piecing.
Well, it was a good time, and I'll never forget that game. And, talking to you guys, man, you get fired up for another season of baseball. And, of course, Extra Innings is going to be back on weekends, and I'll be doing some post-game shows. And I always like listening to you guys and with the other host. And KNBR is firing up the Giants fan base, and I think that's what we need to do as they get into spring training.
So what time are you on tomorrow?
11 to 1, and I'll be hosting and getting fans getting ready to come out and see Hayden Birdsong, Landon Roop, Eric Miller, Jung-Hoo Lee, and, of course, the ace, Logan Webb.
And Tony Vitello. But, again, don't worry about seeing me or Derek. I say stick to the main attractions right there, like your ace, your coach, and the relievers that are going to be making this bullpen here.
And you know what? We forgot about the Hall of Famer, Lucille. He'll be out there, too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw Lucille was a part of the release, but there was a little asterisk, and I was like, I don't know if I'm allowed to tease that, if that's a maybe right now.
Is Lucille a he or a she? I think we got to keep that quiet.
That's Lucille. A good question. I know Lucille's in the Hall of Fame of the Mascot Hall of Fame, which is pretty cool. Yeah, very much.
We don't have to worry, but Lucille is just Lucille, plain and simple.
That's true. It's true.
I'll tell you about the
night.
night.
How are you guys doing otherwise, man? You guys fired up for baseball?
We're fired up. I'll tell you about the night I slept with Lucille. When they had the sleepovers, the slumber parties on the field. We had a big tent, and all the kids were in there. And about 4 a.m, Lucille comes in my tent and starts cuddling up to me. So I'm like, You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille. And I kicked her.
Well, I just got a nice text. Javi Lopez is going to be joining me tomorrow on the show. Dude. So I threw in Javi Lopez in
now,
there.
Now, what's he doing this year? I know he's working with Buster. Is he still going to work on the TV broadcast as well?
That's what I want to ask him. I'll
right
contact
away.
him as soon as I get off. And I know he's in the front office now, and what a great mind and great eyes about pitching. And Kirk Caselli also joining them. Buster's surrounded him with some good people, and that's always good to have. And the confidence factor in those meetings got some great minds and some great baseball players.
Love you, Bill. You're the best, man. I'll be listening tomorrow at 11, and I'll catch up with you real soon. I know I say it all the time, but legitimately, I owe you a couple of margaritas, so I'm holding myself to it.
Well, both Gregs are always invited. We all know that.
Let's go. Greg's
listen, great talking to you both. It's a pleasure always, and continued success. This show's popping all the time.
Mother!
Bill Laskkey, you can catch him tomorrow from 11 to 1, and, of course, I'll be out there in San Ramon, getting you ready for Giants Fan Fest, which begins at noon. All right, coming up, we got to get into the weekend with a little bit of tunes. So we started with It Was All Good just a week ago, Jay-Z, Too Short. We're going to completely change genres for Silver Linings Playlist when we come on back on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tony Maz from the Sports Hub 98.5 in Boston joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down the AFC Championship game. And will Drake May's fumbles be a problem on Sunday?
There was a game against Pittsburgh early in the year where he fumbled in a key spot. It helped cost them the game. It's one of their 3 losses. And then obviously he's been turning the ball over here in the playoffs. So that has to stop, or sooner or later it's going to come back to bite them.
You can hear that and all the interviews from this morning on the podcast page on thesportsleader.com and on the app.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Silver Linings Playlist. The tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
Did I already drop the mic earlier when I said I came home from school and learned nothing as we started the show? Look, it was all good just a week ago, and I know with the artist here, Greg Papa is not the biggest Tom Petty fan, but today...
He's broken my heart over and over and over again.
But today...
I walked out of him in a Super Bowl.
That's right.
The David Tyree helmet catch game.
What a great Super Bowl.
I had things to do outside of the stadium at that time.
But the larger point here is that for the song, it is time to move on. That was the message of our opener today. It is time to move on. Jimmy Butler has a torn ACL. It stinks. We are awaiting the results of a Jonathan Kuminga injury. We are looking ahead to the NBA trade deadline. Yes, it stinks that the Rams and Seahawks are going to be playing for the right to go to the Super Bowl here at Levi's Stadium and maybe hoist the Lombardi. And yeah, it stinks that the Giants have not made some big splash move in the offseason. But today is also January 23rd, and all you can do is continue to move forward. So if you're the Warriors, I don't want to hear about the past right now. If you're the Niners, I'm at the point where this was an admirable season, but I'm focused on how you can beat the two teams that are left standing. If you're any other team, moving forward, get better, either dig yourself out from a hole or use something as a springboard that was already a positive. We are moving on.
Admirable? Yeesh.
For the Niners?
Yeah. I mean, beyond that, I would say, to win 12 games with a litany of injuries. I mean, we had David Lombardi on. He said it's the winningest team that suffered injuries to the most quality of players. I mean, when you look at who you lost Nick Bosa, you lost Fred Warner, you lost George Kittle, you lost Brock Purdy. You lost a lot of great players. So I hear you. It's been a hard week for Bay Area sports. We've had our heart broken. We've gone from the 49ers being admirable in the year to general soreness. I do love Jimmy Butler bringing.
That was good.
And I wish it was just general soreness. He doesn't have general soreness. He has a torn right anterior cruciate ligament. And we'll see about Jonathan Kuminga, but the report is today that he avoided the serious injury. Hopefully he'll be able to play and maybe match up with the Ant-Man on Saturday and Monday. So, and then with the Giants, it was good to hear Tree. A lot of teams win off seasons, especially in the sport of baseball. But there are teams in football that load up, and teams that generally didn't draft well, and they have to take shortcuts. So we'll just see, when they take the field where they're going to be at. But when you look at it just on paper, they're probably the fourth best team in their division, which is hard to say. And I think Arizona underachieved last year. They're a better team. The LA Dodgers underachieved last year from what their roster is and what their payroll is, mainly because their pitchers were all hurt until October sounded, and then it was time to dominate.
It was like the reverse of the Giants.
What do they do with Sasaki this year? They've got a closer. They've got set-up guys. They just throw him in the rotation? I mean, that's why they brought him here. Yamamoto is ready to be an ace. And how much are they paying Blake Snell to pitch against him this year, the Giants? So
told you I wasn't bringing it up anymore.
And then, for the 49ers, they overcame a lot. And they, we did. It was hard. March the 10th rolled around, and Talanoa Hufanga goes to Denver. And they tried to keep Dre Greenlaw. Just couldn't do it financially. He winds up going to Denver. And how are we going to deal with that? We're so locked in on Seattle and the Rams, and we want them both to lose somehow. And that way the 49ers sneak into the Super Bowl, and I think Raph's Bears would probably get in. They were the better team on divisional weekend than the 49ers. How do we feel if Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga win Super Bowls in our stadium and they didn't do it as Niners? Mike McGlinchey, it's been a little time has passed. So it is, sometimes sports breaks your heart. Sometimes it lifts you up and you endure. But we've had a lot of winning here. I know Scott Osler wrote a piece this week, the gray area, as opposed to the Bay Area. We'll see. I mean, the Giants did win in 10, 12, 14. And once they were done winning, Steph took over in 15. Gave us the greatest year ever in 16. It broke our heart. Durant got here and they won in 17, 18. They reinvented themselves and won in 22 with two-way Wiggs and Jordan Poole, and they're both gone. What's the rumor about Andrew Wiggins coming back to the Warriors? You want to brighten the reason I've been indifferent about the Jimmy Butler acquisition, he's an older player who cost a lot more money, and I didn't want to trade Andrew Wiggins. I think he's one of the most underrated players we've had in the Bay Area with Kavan. Is there a way in the next fortnight and less the Warriors could reacquire two-way Wiggs?
So, per Mark Stein at the Stein line, the Warriors are targeting a reunion with Andrew Wiggins via trading Jonathan Kuminga. Miami has been adamant on a first-round pick in any potential Wiggins deal.
Done!
Golden State can match salary with Miami by including Kuminga, Buddy Hield, and a first-round pick.
They don't want Jimmy Butler back, Riles? You don't want him back?
They're going to trade Miami two first-round picks.
Jimmy Butler ain't walking through that door. Actually, he is, Riles. No. Andrew Wiggins, what are we giving up? Kuminga, Buddy Hield, and a 1?
Yeah.
Because you need the salary to match up.
You need the salary to match up.
Can't they do it without the 1? Would you trade Jonathan Kuminga?
Well, no, the whole report was that Miami's adamant about a first-round pick.
All right. Yeah. Fat Andy, we're not giving you a 1. We'll give you a 2.
That'd be 2 years in a row giving a first to Miami.
Would you do that?
Would I do it?
Again, you're trading younger for older. But do you want it? What's going to happen with Giannis? Could you get Giannis Antetokounmpo? Maybe not this February, but can you get him in the offseason? And might you need some of those dollars and chips to put together in a deal with Milwaukee?
So I'm going to report this lightly because I did not see the clip. I saw this going around online when we were in the middle of our show at the beginning. But I guess Shams Charania was on the Pat McAfee show, And the word is that conversations between Giannis and the Bucks on his immediate future are intensifying. The NBA trade market right now is pretty slow, and a potential Giannis deal would be a big reason why, because if that's on the table, then all of a sudden any team's going to be going after that and given the whole package that they could offer.
Well, they could trade him now, or they get a better return. He's not going to sign that extension.
Right.
That's going to be his trade demand, is I'm not taking the max extension. If he does, he does. But all indications are he might not, he will not. And if he does that, then Milwaukee has to move him over the summer. There's no doubt. So the question would be, do they move him now? Or it's like the Fram oil filter commercial. Do you want to pay me now or pay me later? Where could they get more? It's hard to say. But you would think in the offseason you'd have more teams lined up to go get him in July as opposed to February. But if you trade Kuminga, what package could you put together to entice John Horst to send Giannis here? Do you need Kuminga to make that happen? So would you take the shortcut and go get Andrew Wiggins now? You put Andrew Wiggins on this roster right now? I like Kuminga, but I like Wiggins better. He defends way better. Wiggins is making the three ball. Wiggins is a winning player, and he fits your locker room. You don't have to worry about that. And
although Jerry Stackhouse might have some explaining to do about, we didn't really think he could guard the best perimeter player.
What was he saying? He guarded the ball, but he didn't guard the ball well. And I could say that. I think Jimmy Butler's defense is way overrated. I see him, the guy he actually guards scores a very high percentage on him. He has zone eyes, and he does play good team defense. But Wiggins is a much better on-ball defender. It's not even close. Could you imagine a team next year where when Jimmy does come back from the ACL and you still have Andrew Wiggins on the team?
If you have Jimmy and Wiggins, that is a very, very different conversation.
That's what we're looking at in a year's time. You put Wiggins on this team right now and take Buddy and Kuminga off the team, where are you in the West? I mean, overall, I think you're a 50-win team. Now, you'd have to, prorate that over the course of the year. But they're basically that right now. I think if you did that, you would be a playoff team and not a play-in team.
I think Wiggins alone, with no Jimmy right now, in a trade that comes back, I don't know if I'm comfortable saying you're for sure a playoff team. I think more play-in is the big picture. But to your point earlier, and I know, again, we got differences of views on the Jimmy Butler thing and the impact and all that. But if you add Wiggins to this team, you get rid of Buddy and Kuminga, and then Jimmy Butler is still done for the rest of the year. I think a lot of it is going to hinge on D'Anthony Melton, how much production he can give you. What can you get out of Al Horford over the course of a regular season, right? Like when we talk about the word identity, well, the Warriors, when they were winning that 12 of 16 and right around Christmas, that also coincided with Al Horford was back from sciatica, was giving you more production. D'Anthony Melton was looking healthier after missing a full calendar year between the ACL surgery and his return to the court. And that was something you didn't have last year. So I can't, and I know I kind of said I felt like I was back in January of 2025 last night. It's not the exact same team. You do wonder what you would ultimately get from your role players. And I think Melton, Moody, Podziemski would be a big part of that. But here's where I'll say you're also hurting on the Jimmy Butler front. I don't know over the course of the long term, are we going to see severe drop-offs with Will Richard, Moody, Podziemski, players like that, now that Jimmy Butler is not on the floor at the same time in units like that?
I mean, I know what you're saying. Jimmy is a force multiplier. He makes everybody better like Christian McCaffrey does, like Rafael Devers you hoped would do to your lineup. But I think players can be independent of that. Jimmy does have a way of setting up other players, but I think that can be done. D'Anthony Melton is a good player. I'd like to see him eventually get into the starting lineup, and more importantly, maintain in the finishing lineup and play more minutes as time goes on. Horford did not start well, but he fits in. You've got enough bodies here. Now, to say playoffs and play in, the Minnesota Timberwolves right now are a play-in team. They're 7th in the West. What? And they're 27-18. So right now the line is the Lakers at 26-17, a winning clip over 60%. How many games you got to win in the West to get in the top 6? The Phoenix Suns, the hell? They're 10 games over. They have the same record as Houston just about. And then you got the top. And then, this Minnesota home, play them back-to-back on a Saturday and a Monday in Minnesota. Make sure you use the internal hallways there, tunnels in Minnesota, never go outside this time of the year. Portland, what are they doing? The L.A. Clippers, we thought were dead early in the year. They looked like it.
They were 6-21, and since they have won 14 of 17.
14-3, and they beat the Lakers last night. They are 20-24. So I think the line right there, maybe Dallas can make a push. Memphis, they're going to move John Morant. You had any conversations to get that guy to come here? I'd stay away from that guy.
Me too.
So that's the line there. But the Clippers looked like old and slow and done, expensive, everything you don't want to be. Right now, they're the hottest team in the NBA. So when I make that proclamation, you get Andrew Wiggins on this team, you move Kuminga, and you move Buddy, and now all of a sudden you go from the play into the playoffs. I mean, that's you can't make that statement. There's too many good teams in the West. Oklahoma City's definitely going to be a playoff team. So is San Antonio. So is Denver. Houston, you would think so. Would Phoenix have the possibility of dropping in the second half of the year?
Sure.
What about the Lakers? I think Minnesota's a team that could be on the rise. Portland, seriously, are they going to be one of the teams you have to deal with in the play-in? How are they getting it done? And then the L.A. Clippers started out as the worst team in the NBA, the most underachieving. Now they're the hottest team in the NBA.
Well, also, Portland, we know how that matchup's gone for the Warriors in 3 out of 4
They beat them the last time.
They got it once. All right, so there's a little tidbit. It is time to move on in all regards. Coming up, we'll finish up the show. We got about 20 minutes left. Play some of the best sounds from the week. Get you ready for a championship Sunday. Get you ready for dirty work at 2 o'clock. It's all coming up on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. When it comes to pizza, there's only one place I'll always recommend. Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world. And once you taste it, you'll see why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world. Try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. Check out Tony's menu at Tony'sPizzaNapolitana.com. You'll be blown away by all the menu offerings. Tony's is in the heart of North Beach at the corner of Stockton and Union Street. And if you can't make it to North Beach, don't worry. Tony has you covered. Check out Capo's for deep dish lovers, Toscano Brothers Bakery for all the beautiful breads, and Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and Levi Stadium. Tony's Pizza Napolitana.
to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
We're just all over the map. It was all good just a week ago. It's time to move on, and now we're in the glory days, I guess. Love me some Bruce Springsteen. About 15 minutes left here, and then we got a weekend ahead of us full of football, a little bit of basketball, Warriors, Timberwolves, what's going to happen in the world of baseball. Well, at the very least, I'm going to have a great time at FanFest tomorrow from noon to 3 in San Ramon. But we got a couple of sound bites to give you. So who's the new head coach of the Miami Dolphins?
Jeff Hafley.
Congratulations.
Who's
you just
the
beat
owner
Stephen
of the
Ross.
Miami Dolphins? He doesn't know the coach's name?
Stephen Ross having a hard time remembering the guy he decided to pay a lot of money to coach his football team. Here was the introductory presser in a rather awkward fashion earlier this week.
Enthusiasm, the knowledge, the background. Jeff stood out.
Well, that doesn't mean he doesn't know his name. He got to it eventually. Yeah, he's just sir, what is your own name? He may struggle with that one.
I mean, come on. The owners are having a good time right now. We got Steve Bisciotti being like, yeah, Harbaugh would have coached for another week. And he's like, I want my players to have opinions, but never power. Then we got Terry Pagula taking a lot of the shine. And, Stephen Ross, kind of a character of his own. You got to love owners. Makes me thankful for Jed York.
So Josh Allen was in the room where it happened today when Pagula and Brandon Beane interviewed Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, apparently.
To be the head coach. Wow. If you become the head coach, Phil, are you going to take my job and bench me? How about that?
What if Phil? He would
Who's
be the
going to wear
guy.
number 17 here?
Yeah, he would be the guy to just take off the headset and put on a helmet and trot back out there.
He's done it. He's proven.
That's what I'm saying. He is the most interesting man in the world as far as the NFL world goes right now.
Stephen Ross is just old. Maybe he just had a senior moment there.
So in the world of broadcasting, we've all had our mistakes, and
Bill Laskkey, a couple of them,
or a couple, and
Santa Rosa.
When it's live,
I love Tree. Mother!
When it's live, it's going to be something that circulates all over the internet. Did you hear the thicker kicker Harrison Mevis's post-game interview?
I did not.
Yeah, check out NBC. Here's Harrison Mevis after hitting the game winner in the freezing temperatures. Although
the one on NBC, the one that was on live?
Maybe this might have been a little bit of a broadcast error. Take a listen.
All right.
Pre-game, and you said, I'm used to these elements. This is backyard football. What was it like in that moment?
Shoot, that's why we do it, man. That's why we do it.
Is that what you want it to come down to?
Yeah, preferably this guy gets in the end zone, but, if it has to come down to me, I'll be ready for my moment, so.
Interpreter, please. What language was he speaking?
Okay, so I did end up reading up on it. I think he dropped an S-bomb, and NBC was in quick recovery mode.
They mangled it like that and turned it into... Now, that could be an answer to one of the questions you posed to Jung Hoo Lee tomorrow, but I'm not... What language was he speaking there?
One more time, Raph.
Wow.
That's a lot for one S-bomb.
Wow.
I know.
Is that what they did to it? They just mangled it?
Apparently. And they're just like, quick recover, 5 seconds, mess it up.
So what did he actually say?
It.
What did he actually say?
I think he was just like, S, blah, 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 blah. And then they just freaked out. And he's like, yeah, ideally Stafford gets in the end zone, but glad to make one.
Joshua Carty from Stanford never would have done that.
No.
Of course, he would have missed the kick and would have gotten blocked and gone the other way.
And then the last one, we had a lot of fun with this yesterday, but who's going to be starting for the Denver Broncos? It's not Bo Nix. Mad Dog, why don't you tell us?
But you have confidence in Peyton getting the most out of the quarterback in this ball game here. Stick him in this game on Sunday afternoon against the Patriots. What's your take with that game? Let me hear.
Okay,
stick them up. So, and they're not going to use stick 'em on the wide receivers. Wow.
I know with a lot of the other ones we had fun with on Mount F Up More with Nnamdi Asomugha, Jonas Valanciunas, etc.
Asomugha.
Like, at least those are names that are a little bit harder to pronounce. The guy's name is Stidham.
Stick him.
Mad Dog does not know football. Mad Dog knows baseball, kind of. Sort of.
Yeah, he always comes on like once a year with Murph and Marcus to talk a little Giants.
Go off. He just rants. Yeah. He made this business, Pete Franklin in Cleveland on 3WE was the one that really made it big. But it was Mike and the Mad Dog, Mike Francesa, who was Brent Musburger's stat guy. He was the guy in the booth with him all those years, and Christopher Russo. Stick him up.
408 says on the Harrison Mevis, it sounds like one of those cryptic records played in reverse. Yeah,
exactly.
You know, Stairway to Heaven.
I Buried Paul.
That's right. I Buried Paul, and then Stairway to Heaven, the satanic messaging. If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be.
What does that mean?
Exactly.
What does that mean exactly?
The reason I kind of buy the conspiracy theory is that the forward playing of the lyrics of that song and Stairway to Heaven, that section, also don't make any sense. I'm like, man, maybe they did find a way to go, he'll give you 666.
And the whole thing that she's buying a stairway. So spiritual. Can you buy a stairway to heaven?
I don't know.
I think I put a down payment on a roller coaster to hell. I think we're going on that one.
So anyway, there's our little fun tidbits of sounds as we get ready for championship weekend. When we come on back, we will wrap it up. And for the final time, we got to revisit Raph's ridiculous, repulsive, rising poll that was pretty even the last time we checked those results. Which of the Super Bowl 60 matchups do you find the least disgusting? We'll reveal that next on the Sports
Denver.
Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. Baseball is back.
Hey fans, don't miss the Giants Fan Fest Tour tomorrow, noon to 3 at the City Center Bishop Ranch in San Ramon. Activities include autographs from the players, Q&A sessions, games, and so much more. Bill Laskkey will lead off with the Giants warm-up show starting at 11 a.m. on KNBR, the sports leader.
Adios, Pelota!
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time for Raph's Ridiculous Poll.
Oh, for the last time. Raph's Ridiculous Poll. Wow, one of the more even ones we've ever had.
25, 25, 25, 25.
Pretty damn close. Pretty damn close. And which of the potential matchups for Super Bowl 60 would be the least disgusting? Rams Broncos, Rams Patriots, Seahawks Broncos, and Seahawks Patriots. All right. Coming in
You don't
at
have
last
49ers
place.
Bills there at all? That didn't show up?
No.
That's the one we wanted.
No Bears for Raph either.
Damn.
I know. Hey, at least, no Chiefs and Eagles. That's a win. Look on the bright side, guys.
That was bad last year.
Yeah, that stunk. We
And
all
from the
wanted
Raiders'
Lions Bills.
perspective, how about 49ers Chiefs at the home of the Raiders? They didn't like that one a couple of years ago.
No, they did not. Everyone wanted Lions Bills last year. How awesome would that have been? But no, we had to get Eagles Chiefs. Moving on.
Yeah.
Tom Petty.
And Super Bowl 61 is at SoFi. So
Yes.
we'll get revenge.
That's true.
On the Rams.
Good point brought up by Mike Silver. That maybe if we're playing chess here, there could be some revenge in the works one calendar year from now. All right. Coming in at last place with 22.2%.
It's a good last place.
Really good last place. It is Seahawks versus Patriots.
Which would be a Super Bowl rematch.
That's right.
All right.
Coming in.
So we've had a flip because earlier in the show that was number 3.
Yes.
Now that's number 4. Is
Coming
Rams New England now number 3?
At third place is at 23.5% Rams versus Patriots.
I watched that Super Bowl. And whenever I watched it, it was in San Ramon at the Lot. Go to the Lot on Saturday after you hang with Jung-Woo Lee.
And Lucille, of course.
Lucille.
Yeah, so it turns out the two Patriot ones are at the bottom. Again, I don't know if I think the Broncos are better equipped to beat the NFC team, or maybe just some Patriot fatigue.
Well, how about Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, and Mike McGlinchey?
Or some Bronco love. There you
Bronco
go.
love. And my guy, Paul Kelly.
Coming in at number 2, and my pick for what the Super Bowl is ultimately going to be at 25.9%, that
What?
is Seahawks Broncos.
That switched.
We had a
That
flip.
was number 1.
We had a flip.
We've had a lot of flippage here. So I think in Seattle, Denver is the second most repulsive. Least repulsive.
And that means the least
So
repulsive
which game
matchup.
are we getting?
We're getting Rams Broncos at Levi's Stadium. 28.4% with nearly 200 votes accounted for in this one. If you want to have your opinion heard and haven't
I
yet.
could see that. I could see that
Yeah.
game.
Head to the socials at KNBR. I could see any of the 4, truthfully. I
That
really
was
could.
that was my choice, by the way.
So it was
Lar
all
in Denver?
Yeah. Okay. It all makes sense. We had to appease Raph at the end of the day.
Okay.
I'm such a trendsetter. That's my bad.
And yeah, so there you have it. The least repulsive Super Bowl matchup at the time of us wrapping up on this Friday.
So that's what our heart says.
Rams Broncos.
Our head says the number 1 seeds, the home teams win. Seattle and Denver, right?
Yeah, and that came in at a narrow second place. So it's got to be the most even poll we've ever had. It certainly will be for a long time. So there you go. Everyone's disgusted by it, but you know what? Either way.
They love Raph's poll. Much better than Danny's big poll.
Raph's repulsive,
Walter's
ridiculous.
big poll, Holder's big poll. Your big poll is not repulsive at all.
And a big thank you to Raph today for hanging out with us on this Friday. Good to have Pop all week and recap a busy start of the Niners offseason. Time to hand it to Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb as we get you ready for Giants Fan Fest tomorrow. Hey, if you're out there in San Ramon, come say hi. I will see ya. And a big thank you to our guests, Bill Laskkey. Say it. Mike Silver, and Matt Mayoko. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Dirty Work starts now.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59. We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. A full show for a Friday ahead of Championship Sunday. As we called it yesterday, maybe the least anticipated Championship Sunday for a Bay Area sports fan that we can remember.
Yeah, maybe.
In terms of like hype around it, because you don't really want, like, nobody really wants 3 of the 4 teams. Like, I don't think people are thrilled about the Patriots. Like, if you got to root for them in the bowl, you will. But you don't want to have to root Pats. People got Pats fatigue, I would assume. But also, nobody wants to have to see the Broncos in the bowl. So, like, now you got to deal with Rams or Seahawks or Broncos and Pats.
Yeah, if you had to ask Bay Area fans, I'm sure they would go with Broncos above everything else.
Yeah, I think you have to, in general. I personally am rooting for the Pats because I want to see at least some entertainment in the bowl.
If you're asking me, I'm not rooting for anybody in particular. The matchup, the first one, intriguing. I want to see how Jared Stidham plays. But really am anticipating the Patriots win that game. It'll be closer. I wouldn't be surprised if the Patriots cover. The second matchup's thrilling to me. And I know that, 49er fans don't want to hear that, but every matchup this year with the Seahawks and Rams has been pretty good.
Well, it's funny because I talked about, like, my personal hell.
Decided by 2 points or less in each matchup.
Which game? Which team?
Rams and Seahawks.
Oh, yeah, 2 points or fewer in both matchups. Talk about my personal hell coming in. Remember, I was like, my personal hell would be Niners lose to Seattle, Rams wins. Then one of them's playing for a bowl at Levi's.
Yeah.
And then it was the Broncos. And this was before the Stidham injury, or the Bo Nix injury even. But it's funny is Derek, I didn't even think about it until last night. Derek had his personal football hell to him a couple of years ago. He had Chiefs and Niners in the bowl. Like, as a Raider fan, you're dealing with the Niners and the Chiefs. I remember we were trying to talk to you about it. You're like, I don't care.
I'm tapping out.
As Tim said in his takes on Tuesday, I'm rooting for a meteor.
So for that Super Bowl, I mean, like,
you just root for a good game, right?
I want to see somebody different win. So I was rooting for the Niners, yeah.
And you're working here.
Yeah.
But I mean, being that you still pretend to be a Raider fan, do you
Thank you.
Sorry, I guess you pretend you're not a Raider fan.
I'm telling you, it's hard to root for Fernando Mendoza. We'll play the sound later. God, is he corny?
I know. Maybe they'll pick somebody else.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think so. Do you have hatred in your heart still? If you have hate in your heart,
let it out.
Let it out.
Hey.
If you still have, do you still, as a recovering Raider fan?
Yeah.
Yeah, a Raider fan in what we say?
Mourning?
No, I feel like it's more like an addiction. Like you got over it. Like you're trying to get. You're like a sober Raider fan, but it doesn't mean that you're Raider sober.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I could easily, go back.
Like you've heard California sober is everything, but you still smoke.
Right.
Right. That's Raiders sober.
What would apply for the Raiders then?
I'm thinking you don't support or like the Raiders.
Yeah.
But it's still in your heart that you hate the Chiefs and the Chargers and the Broncos.
You know
like
what?
You can't just give. You know what I mean? Like do you still dislike those teams?
Not as much as I used to.
Wow. So you're
honestly, I like
you're full blown Niner fan.
Stop it. I like watching Justin Herbert play football.
No question. I like watching Mahomes play football.
The Broncos, I don't really hate them.
I don't like Knicks.
But I'm not really, enthralled with the way they play football. Defensively, they're really good, but offensively... My Niners, Derek's Niners. Thank you. I'm not really a Bo Nix guy. With the Chiefs, I kind of accepted that they're really good, and I'll be honest, I do like watching Mahomes play. So, back in the day, I hated Priest Holmes, Tony Gonzalez, Trent Green. I hated LaDainian Tomlinson, Antonio Gates, Sean Merriman. I hated Champ Bailey.
Sean Merriman, dude.
Yeah. I hated Clinton Portis.
What about when he was dating Tila Tequila? Were you done with that?
It's kind of fuzzy for me back in the day. But I do remember vaguely.
You don't remember Tila Tequila?
She was on MTV, right?
Tila Tequila Shot at Love?
Yeah.
Shot at Love, yeah.
That was a
Shot
show.
at Love. Yeah, it was like a dating show.
She dated men and women.
Yeah, dude, Shot at Love.
Thank you,
yeah.
Tim.
That dude, no, Tim's right. That's it. Dude, I think Danny was the winner. A young woman named Danny. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I think that's who she ended up with.
That was the twist. She dated men and women.
Yeah, that was the twist.
Big deal.
It was big it was big in 05, man. That was big for 05
I'm sure it
TV.
was.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was 20
Now
years
you're weird
ago.
if you just do one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now it's the opposite. Yeah, Tila Tequila, Shot at Love, Sean Merriman. Back to your Charger hate.
No, I'm just saying, like, I hated those teams way more back in the day. As far as the Patriots.
But you're such a big football fan. Like,
Yeah.
I know you're saying you hated those teams because you hated the Raiders have to get by them. You have to play them. Of course,
Exactly.
the same as I don't like the Seahawks.
And in my time watching football, nothing's changed where those teams are still on top and the Raiders are in the cellar.
Yeah. Also, I was still able in my mind, like, I don't like the Seahawks winning, but I can still separate when I'm watching them play somebody else and be like, dude, that defense is sick. Or like, I can enjoy watching Russ play or enjoy watching the Legion of Boom.
Perfect example. I hated Phillip Rivers. I respect the hell out of him.
I was going to say, so did you enjoy, but that's what I was going to say, is you must have enjoyed LaDainian Tomlinson. How could you not as a football
I respected him. Like earlier today, John Curley comes to me and goes, hey, my man, I'm working on some guests for Radio Row for you guys. You cool with Terrell Davis? I'm like, Terrell Davis? Yeah, I'll take him. Because I respect the hell out of him, but at the same time, like, God, I remember you just running all over the Raiders back in the day.
650 says watching Mahomes play is like watching Harden play basketball, GTFOH.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You don't, like, Harden was manipulating the rules within the rules to make the game more boring. Like, to just send himself to the line on things that were not actual shots. That you know what I mean? Like,
if that's the case, same thing with Brady then. He manipulated the rules every time he got hit. He was like, oh, no.
And I get what you're saying. Like, Mahomes, you may think Mahomes gets more calls than anybody, and maybe he does. I do believe, and I always have, the referees are people. I think I'm right on that. I've always believed that.
They are people.
I've also believed that, like, to be as absolutely neutral as possible is impossible. Like, to be as neutral on everybody as you're officiating individuals, even if in your heart of hearts you are doing it as neutral as you can, it's impossible not to officiate people differently based on any interaction you have with them and how they play the game. I do think Cam Newton was officiated differently. He used to say that, and he would like kind of complain about it. I think LeBron's officiated differently to the point that their bodies were so big in the way that they took hits and how physical and athletic they were to where, like, LeBron's soaring to the hoop. If he gets hit by somebody with the same force and impact in the same part of his body that Steph Curry does, it's going to look different.
Of course.
So I do think LeBron doesn't get calls that he should get, and he probably does get calls that he shouldn't get because of who he is.
But I would say LeBron gets more calls than Steph does.
Agreed. I wasn't comparing the two.
Yeah.
That's not my comp. My comp is I do believe they're officiated differently, sometimes in places where they are not benefiting from it. I think LeBron gets fouled far more often than they call it when he's going to the hoop, and I think that gets made up on ticky-tack crap later on.
Right.
Or elsewhere. In the respect factor. In football, I think Mahomes is deceiving. I think he's deceptive. Things are moving so quickly. Things are so big and so fast. Officials are getting out of the way.
Yeah.
Not in the same... They don't have to be as close as they are already in basketball, but they've got to make a call on something that is that miniature or minute. I think he manipulates the rules within the rules, but watching him play, how can you say that what he's doing is like James Harden? What he's doing is incredible. Dragging the toe behind the line of scrimmage, the throw when he's falling down, like... Stuff that he does is impressive.
He's way better at football than James Harden is at basketball.
That's where I'm going. I'm like, James Harden, it's like watching Harden play basketball, except when you get to the finals or the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
seriously. He ain't doing that.
James Harden is not Josh Allen, but find another quarterback that doesn't win as much.
He was a stat, like, merchant.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Versus Patrick Mahomes.
He got one MVP.
Patrick Mahomes a Super Bowl merchant.
And now I forget he's even on the Clippers right now. So, yeah, James Harden, that's a bad comparison.
Yeah, 530 says the other dude with the Harden comp needs the GTFOH. 650 says just like Shaq was officiated differently.
Yeah.
I do. I think the players, like, I forget who said this. It was Draymond or somebody else in the NBA said, even if the officials are calling it straight up, when you have a yelling match with them and the next time it's a bad heated thing, the next time you play them, you can't act like that official's walking in like, yeah, I don't have any history with that player. Like, you're not neutral on everybody, but you have to make it neutral. So they're human too. I don't think that Mahomes, I don't think in football you can get away with the same stuff you can in basketball with officials. I just don't think it happens the same way.
Yeah.
I do think that there are calls that are bad And I do think that certain guys get calls that other guys might not.
All the time.
That's what I mean by officiated differently. But if other guys could do and did what Mahomes did, I think they'd get the call. Mahomes doing the thing, running to the sideline and stepping out, like right as he gets hit. Like I think that plays to his understanding of the game and his body and defenses and timing more than anything else. You can be mad at the officials, but he's putting the officials in a situation where they have to make a call.
Absolutely.
That oftentimes, as a smart player, plays to your benefit.
With the way he plays football, yeah, that's the way it goes. As far as your original question, like, yeah, when it comes to the teams that I used to hate, I don't hate them as much as I used to. So for this weekend, yeah, like I don't want to see the Broncos go, but it's not because I hate the Broncos, just because I really don't want to see Jared Stidham go to the Super Bowl. And as far as the Patriots winning, I think it's too soon. I'm really on, like, when it comes to, like, it's your time now for the NFL, the Patriots are here a year too early, in my opinion. And yes, they deserve to be here. But at the same time, like Drake May right now, I don't want him to win the Super Bowl. If you're asking me, I know Niner fans are going to hate this, I kind of want to see Matthew Stafford win it because I'm kind of about, storybook endings and him going off in the sunset and then they can restart all over again. So, yeah, if I had to pick a team, I probably would go with the Rams.
They're your NFC team?
Right now, yeah.
Like for life or just like...
Not for life, just this playoff run.
Because they played in L.A. just like your Raiders?
Yeah, exactly.
They're like, well, no, they left. They're my NFC team.
Yeah, exactly.
People always do that. That's my American League team, do the Orioles, yeah.
You never did that?
No.
Yeah, you say you like little Rays ball.
No, but what I always say is I've had pet teams. I don't have any allegiance or loyalty to them. I like iterations of teams. Remember I've told you about my infatuation as a kid, my first ever pet team, the 1998 Cincinnati Reds.
Okay.
Yeah, loved that team. Like Griffey went over there. Brett Tomko, Jason LaRue, Eddie Tobinsey, Sean Casey, the mayor of Cincinnati. I just liked that team. Pokey Reese, they were fun. They didn't make the playoffs. They weren't good. I just liked dudes on the team. Then they kind of disbanded.
Did you watch the Giants play them that year?
Yeah, and I rooted for the Giants. Okay. I was just more into Griffey, and so Griffey went there.
Right.
Kept paying attention, and I was just, that was the... And I
when did Griffey go there? Like 01?
I was like 9, a little earlier than that. 01 is the year they won 116. He wasn't there for that.
No, I know.
Neither was A-Rod. I think he left. Might have been 98.
Was he on that 2000 team that was good?
Or 99?
So, because the Mariners, I know, went to back-to-back ALCSs to face the Yankees and lost both times. But I want to say Griffey was on the 2000 team and then left to go, or I don't know if he left.
I think A-Rod was on the 2000 team.
You might be right.
You might be right. To go to Texas. You might be right. Griffey's last year in Cincinnati, in Seattle was, you're right, 99. So he was on the 99 team. He was not on the 2000 team.
Gotcha.
So this was probably like the 2000 Reds. Then.
Okay.
That makes sense. I was like 10 or 11 when I got into him. No, I'm a big football fan and I'm a fantasy football player. So I'm like, I follow the league because I like the league. I like coaches. I like the NFL as it's
I'm Rob Lowe, baby. Just put the hat on me.
Just throw the NFL hat on, dude. It's a different league than any other league and how it operates. Baseball, I'm a junkie about, and the Giants first and foremost. And I do, of course, love watching baseball around the league. But no, I would never say I'm like, I had another team. That's my this league team. Like I would never, I'm not repping gear. I'm not a diehard of that team, but I'm a sports fan. If I go to a town and there's a game going, I'll go.
Perfect, or a better comp on the text line. Somebody compares James Harden to Michael Vick. I would say that's more appropriate.
Yeah, maybe. I don't get that comp either. Michael Vick was just a mobile quarterback.
No, he was pretty accomplished, though.
Yeah, but what does the James Harden thing have to do with it? What is the comp in style of play?
Just the fact, I mean, like saying like he's Josh Allen or somebody else, I wouldn't make that comp.
I don't think there's really a comp. I don't like the comp of Mahomes to James Harden, and I'm not trying to comp Harden to a quarterback. I don't really think it can. I don't like the comp because I don't think the game works the same way. Like you can't hunt for flags and then go to the free throw line.
I mean, we're comparing basketball to football.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't understand the comp. Like
I'm just saying it's more appropriate than Patrick Mahomes to James Harden.
You really want to comp it's Mahomes and Steph. Like that's the comp to me.
Yeah,
doing things we hadn't seen, crazy. I mean, he's got more yards per attempt right now than anybody in the history of the game.
Style of play kind of translates.
To me, that's way more like Steph.
I'm with you.
You can't really flag a hunt in football. I don't really get it.
Right.
Because the ref's going to do it or he's not going to. In basketball, like James Harden was changing the game by standing in front of the defense and then pretending to throw up shots he was never going to shoot.
Right.
And then be like, I was shooting from 60 feet out. No, you weren't. Now you go to the line for 3. We're going to do this 30 times tonight? That's not anything like Mahomes.
Yeah, text line makes a good point. Did Harden do some dogfighting? Yeah, probably not.
No, I don't think so. I don't think there's a comp. Didn't like the comp to start with, and I rejected wholeheartedly. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Friday. We got plenty to get into. Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, joins us for her final hit of the 2025 season. Marcus Thompson, the best sports writer in the country, at 3:50. At 5:30, Larry Krueger joins us for a hit, talking some Niners and some Niner off season. And we are still giving away tickets to go see Marilyn Manson and Rob Zombie with The Who and Orgy. We'll tell you how you can win those tickets in just a little bit. When we come on back on a Friday, the latest on Jonathan Kuminga. Are the Warriors stuck not doing anything at the deadline now that he's been banged up and they've lost Jimmy Butler? Where do they go next? We'll do it next. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The NFL playoffs march on. It's conference championship weekend as we prepare for a Sunday afternoon doubleheader. It's Patriots Broncos followed by Rams Seahawks. You can catch all the action right here on the Sports Leader. 11 a.m. pregame this Sunday. So get those potato skins and loaded nachos ready. Heartburn is just temporary.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Washington right down the lane, and Moody blocking that.
Warriors just say nothing easy inside.
Kuminga one. Oh! He's okay, but you see someone's leg twist like that, and you hold your breath.
He's okay. He's helping up the little girl courtside. He's like, let me take your seat for a quick second here. I need a break. The little girl is willing to oblige.
Dirty Work on a Friday, Ska Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Little juxtaposition there, hearing some ska with a, you hope he's okay. The Kuminga injury over the horns.
Nothing stops the horns.
Nothing stops the horns on a Friday.
Unfortunate about Kuminga last
Tim,
night.
the horn man Webb would not be stopped. Kuminga goes down with an injury, lands awkwardly, injures his knee. The update on Kuminga's injury is
we're waiting on it.
We're waiting on the. I guess they're going to MRI.
Nothing official. Yeah, there's an MRI.
What was the belief last night? Because we all kind of assumed Jimmy was cooked.
Oh, when I saw it immediately, I thought torn ACL.
I think we all did. It was,
and the audio
weight came down.
The audio, like on the floor, you could hear everything. He was like, "Oh, my knee," and he cursed and everything. You could tell.
When he got off. I mean,
it was.
Steve's like, "We'll know more after the MRI." This was not quite as bad.
No,
in how it looked.
No, he I think he sat next to a fan at one point too, and got up and left. They're anticipating that it's not going to be as serious, but we'll see how long he's out because a year ago he had an ankle sprain and he was out for 31 games. So this is at a terrible time. This is the the complete. This is exactly what you don't want when you play Kuminga out of necessity because Jimmy Butler's hurt. So I don't know, with the market not being there for Kuminga in the first place, now that he's hurt, I got to believe that maybe he's not getting traded at all. We'll see what happens. Maybe some team still wants to trade for him. I can't believe that at this moment. So I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I'm anticipating that maybe they have to stand pat at the deadline, which would be catastrophic for their long-term hopes.
Well, and he'd been playing well in the time since he came back. He had that 20-point game the other night, and he was like 7 of 10 from the field. Anthony Slater tweeted out this number last night. He said the standing trade request is still in play. 30 points in 30 minutes in his sudden return to the rotation. So he'd been playing well. I don't know best case scenario is that it's not an actual tear, of course.
Yeah, of course.
But even a knee sprain at this juncture is, you got to wonder. Anybody who's trading for Kuminga is not a team competing right now, right?
No.
So this would be a future plan for them anyway.
Well, there's an offer, I guess, on the table, or a report out there, I should say, from Mark Stein saying that the Warriors would be interested in reuniting with Andrew Wiggins. So it would be Wiggins, Buddy Hield, and a first-round pick. I would do that in a heartbeat. But if you're the Miami Heat, why would you want to do that? If you're the Sacramento Kings, why would you want to trade for Kuminga right now?
No.
If you're the Brooklyn Nets, why would you want to trade for Kuminga right now? So when we have Marcus Thompson on at 350, I'm just going to ask him, are they going to trade for anybody, or is it more likely that they make a trade outside of Kuminga at this point? Because I don't know what they can do with Kuminga.
We'll talk more about that later with Marcus, as you said. We got to discuss whether or not there's any feeling that they still need to do something to help Steph. If you felt this way last year, why would you feel differently now? Because part of the Kuminga trade was twofold. You're going to get something else to help you this year.
Yeah.
But you're also going to move off of this cloud or this I don't call it an albatross because he's not, but this problem that's been brewing for several years now.
It's not just him.
It wasn't just let's get. My point is, the move was going to be twofold. It was get out of Kuminga's situation and then also bring back something to help Steph.
Yeah.
Now, regardless of whether you're getting out of the Kuminga situation, do you still feel you need to help Steph? Because if Kuminga weren't here at the start of this year and things had gone the same because he's barely played, would you feel the same? You'd still say we got to go help Steph. So does that change now? Why would you stand pat now? Right? Like if you're in for the penny, you're in for the pound is the way I've said it.
There are less options, though.
I totally agree. And your flexibility.
And there's no Jimmy Butler out there.
That's why I asked that question. I'll ask Marcus this too. I asked Sam Amick that. If they don't make a move, is it an acceptance of the situation and of their reality in their lack of flexibility? Or is it confidence in this team? Because Mike Dunleavy said, I got to take a little bit to evaluate. But to me, that's not evaluating based on, okay, I'm confident enough to run forward with this. It's seeing how they operate without Jimmy Butler and where the need is. How do I weigh my needs? I think that's the evaluation he's doing. Not if he should make a move, but where is it best to help the team now that Jimmy's not here? I think that's where he's going over these 2 weeks.
100%. And I think that if they don't make a move at the deadline, it's realization coming in saying, we can't compete this season. It's not them, saying that they could actually do something this year, where just a couple weeks ago, Jimmy Butler, when he was healthy, was saying this team's mediocre when they actually went on a run. And Steve Kerr saying basically the same thing. So if they don't do anything, it is what it is. You can't get anybody. Michael Porter Jr. would be great, but it doesn't sound like Brooklyn really wants to do that move for Kuminga now with a sprained ankle. And even before that, they really weren't interested in him. So I don't know where they go. And I think everything we've been talking about the last few days as far as Steve Kerr leaving and the end of this dynastic run. I mean, the dynastic run is over, but trying to get something for Steph Curry, that's all expedited with Jimmy Butler tearing his ACL and now Kuminga getting hurt once again. It feels like we're in deja vu where this was a year ago where he got hurt right before the deadline and he couldn't do anything about it. You maybe wanted to include him in that Jimmy Butler deal, but you didn't have to. You moved Andrew Wiggins and who was it, Kyle Anderson, Dennis Schroeder. So you got by. But now it's like, what can we do? Do you want to move Moody and Pajemski just to make a move? I don't know right now. So you see Steph frustrated last night. The difference is Steph was publicly saying a year ago, I don't know what the hell we could do to improve this offense. Now it's like him on the sideline with his head in the towel, just kind of accepting the fact that maybe this is a lost season.
Well, it's kind of like now you look at it. Last year, we knew offense was a problem. We knew getting to the free throw line was a major problem, right? You needed Steph to be able to play off the ball. Dennis Schroeder wasn't a help in that. And he was kind of just a warm body. But
yeah,
we could. It's like with the 49ers. When you can identify what's going wrong, then you're like, okay, that's the deficiency. How do we mask that? Or how do we improve that when we get to the offseason or the deadline? For the Warriors, there's several issues. But part of it is just they're not quite as good as other teams. Right?
That's an understatement, yeah.
That's my point. Is they're not as young. They're not as athletic. They're not as tall.
They're old.
They're all things that, make good basketball teams young, athletic, and it's a young man's game. So when you look at the team now, it's harder in my mind to evaluate what the need is because you needed Jimmy Butler. But you also look at it and you go, it's depth, it's other playmakers, it's another scorer maybe, it's size. There are several things you could say, yeah, you could add to that right there and that would help. Size would help, sure. Wing help and somebody who could go get a bucket would help. More wing defense would help. These are all things that you could go add, but none of them are such a big deficiency that make you think, okay, if we fill that hole or if we clean that pothole up, we've got a smooth road ahead. And are you with me on that? There's just not enough.
Those needs were there when Jimmy Butler was playing.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So now, that's exactly my point. We knew last year you need to get another superstar to go with Steph.
Yeah.
You're not going to win without one. They got one. But now we're looking at it and we're going, they still need more than what they have, but they need more in a few different areas.
I've been saying that for years now. I need more out of everybody.
And even if they got more production in a few of those areas, it doesn't totally change my perception of what they can be.
Yeah.
So I don't that's why you're saying Steph's just sitting there kind of accepting the reality of it, it seems like.
A little bit when he's
frustrated because
I'm not going to talk about that, the long-term things, but yeah.
To that end, last year you said they're like, how do you get more scoring? He's like, I don't know, man. I don't know what we can do. Because there
were options.
Yeah. But the option really was get somebody else.
Yes.
Now it's like, do we get somebody else? Whoever they get's not a Jimmy Butler. So how much, that's my point is you're not going to get the same feeling out of any move that comes this year that we got out of Butler. I don't think any move they get this year will change them impact-wise from the 10 seed to the 6 or the 5 like they were last year.
Yeah. I mean, I got to see what happens with Kuminga today because, that could change everything. If he's out for a long time, then they can't move him. Or I can't believe they're going to move him. It's the same case as a year ago where he was gone.
A team might take him because, again, the team that's acquiring Kuminga, the plan is for him beyond this year. They're not getting him to play him right now.
I know.
But
you never want to trade for an injured player, though.
Of course. Does it affect the value unless it's established? Kevin Durant.
He's not really established.
That's my point. Kevin Durant traded with an Achilles, the hope that he'd get back to form, and he did, right? With the injury.
Mm-hmm.
So it does happen, but it usually happens if they're like, that superstar is going to come back to this form.
Right.
Baseball, that happens to you. Trade for a guy. I mean, Robbie Ray was acquired while he was hurt with Tommy John. You go, he's a pitcher. We can work him back. Guys come back from this. Same sort of thing. If it's a knee injury, you'd say, is the potential changed for Kuminga? Maybe, but how high was it anyway in our estimation? And when did we want to see the fruits of that? Is it now or next season? So
I just got to believe that Joe Lacob, I mean, he always wants to compete. I can't see him standing idly by and just saying, well, it is what it is. We just have to say that this season's going to go to waste. I mean, that's not their mentality. They still want to compete. But at the same time, you saw it last night. Steph Curry puts up 38 points, and you don't have a second scorer. You were leading that game for most of it, and then the fourth quarter, it's basically the same game we've seen for the majority of the season with Jimmy Butler. And you're not getting the productivity that Jimmy Butler usually gives on the offensive side of the basketball. Offensive side of the game. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens with Kuminga, but I'm at a loss for words when it comes to the Warriors because this whole week has just been terrible for their long-term success.
Quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We were talking about players getting officiated differently, and then that comment came in about Patrick Mahomes being like James Harden, and I was like, I reject that.
Yeah.
I don't like the James Harden comp for any quarterback, period. 707 says Draymond definitely gets officiated differently. Let's say by his own making.
Yeah, that's his own fault, yeah.
His leash is different and sometimes, though, Draymond has a longer leash than what other guys would have. Because they know. Because it's almost like the officials know, well, it's just Draymond being Draymond. Like his 0 to 10 means he's got like another 7 gears he can go up.
Yeah, I mean, the last few years, he's been really good at arguing his points. So I say it's different where more officials have been a little lenient with him. Where like last night, yeah, it became too much and he needed to get ejected.
408 says James Harden is more like Jalen Hurts.
Or fouled out, I should say.
James Harden's more like Jalen Hurts. The tush push is BS, and the tush push are the BS free throws, and they both suck in the playoffs. Jalen Hurts didn't design the tush push and call it himself.
We're going back to comparing basketball.
Stop with this Harden comparison.
I'm
Stop
over
with the
it.
Harden
I'm over
comparison.
it now. I'm over
5-0 Copes. If you ever compare Curry again, I'll drill a hole through the radio in my car. Great show, guys. I didn't compare Curry to Harden. I compared Curry to Mahomes.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
Because somebody said that James Harden was like Patrick Mahomes, and I said, if anything, he's more like the Steph Curry of football.
Right.
So, no, I would never compare Steph to James Harden. James Harden can't see Steph when Steph's standing on top of his rings. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. 650 checks in. Says Scott Foster hitting on Chris Paul has always been ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a personal thing that we never really got the details of.
It's exactly their point, I think.
Yeah, that's just a weird situation.
I don't know, man. Scott Foster, shady dude.
Sounds like it.
All those calls to Donaghy before and after games.
Oh, yeah, he's in the documentary.
Games.
I forgot about that.
He was called several for dozens of calls right after games. And
Yeah, you're right
that's
about that.
That's my whole thing is you're telling me the NBA got Donaghy. And right after they caught Donaghy, it's a good move by them to be like, well, we cleaned up the league. That's it. He was the only guy. One bad apple. I'm like, really? One guy.
Yeah, if you watch the documentary on Netflix, it suggests that there's multiple referees that have a history with gambling.
I'm not saying that any one of them had more to do with it than the other or any one of them is guilty. Is Scott Foster guilty? Seemingly based on how much people hate him and based on the calls he makes and the known attitude and behavior towards guys like Chris Paul, who's one of the more beloved guys within the game by the players and people in the game. Players union.
Not lately, but yeah.
Not lately, but prior to.
Right.
Earlier in his career. Maybe now he's old and curmudgeon-y. Chris Paul. Relative to
he just
the
wants
league.
to win.
Yeah, he's old. He's too old.
I know.
Anyway, I just think that it's unbelievable to me that they got one guy and that nobody else knew about it or was tied to it or had any other ties to it. But if the NBA comes out and is like, hey, we caught 12 refs, that's problematic for how we view the NBA.
Well, the league would be shut down.
That's what I'm saying. Is if you come out and you say, hey, we know that there was 9 other guys tied to this, how would we view the league? Would we ever believe anything we saw previously or again?
Yeah. And I got to believe David Stern was the commissioner back then. Yeah. He was good at making things go away.
People think that the NFL is scripted. Dude, the NBA and basketball is the easiest game of all of them to rig. Easiest. You can sit the superstar on the bench 2 minutes in, and then you can put guys on the free throw line and stop the clock as much as you want.
Well, everybody's on
As an
record.
official, yeah.
I believe it's the 2002 Western Conference Finals where the Lakers pretty much won that game because of officiating.
Yeah, Donahue. Well, everyone's on record. It's the Donahue game. Adam
Exactly.
Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, the Dirty Work on a Friday. We'll tell you how you can win those Rob Zombie tickets as well as the Who, Orgy, and Tim's Dude, Marilyn Manson. We'll do that when we come on back. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. I see you hanging on the phone lines. We'll get to your thoughts next when we come on back. Tim Kawakami put this out in an article at the SF Standard saying the 49ers need to go big this offseason. We've been talking briefly about Justin Jefferson and Max Crosby. Hypothetically, if both guys are traded this offseason, I don't think it's happening, but if both are traded this offseason and the Niners don't get one of them, is it a catastrophic failure? We'll talk about that next. Dirty Work on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa. We'll be joined by Tracy Sandler in about 10 minutes. Talk about the end of the 49ers season and what they do in the offseason. But I want to talk about what's going on with the 49ers this offseason as far as potential trades that could be on the horizon. And if they don't make these trades, or if these guys are traded and the Niners not in the mix, then is it a catastrophic offseason?
I want to talk about that too.
But
I think we should ask the callers because we've got our guy on the line talking Warriors.
All right, fair enough.
Our guy Pat H is hanging out in Concord.
Oh, nice.
I needed some H on a Friday because then you got the weekend to get over it. What up, Pat? How you doing, brother?
What up, Pat H?
Doing pretty good, dude. Yeah, I was just thinking on Kuminga, dude. Like, he's had his chances. You know, he had his chance last year. They were playing well. He gets hurt, and they kind of go down the tubes till they get Jimmy. And this year, yeah, he was what, 30 points in 30 minutes. But again, he gets hurt. It's like, you know, if you're not there, you're not there.
Yeah.
But at this point with the Warriors, dude, I'm just like, just trying to enjoy the ride, man. Because we already got our championships and everything. You know, it's there just to enjoy Curry. Really, you're at the point where they're really not going to compete. But
are you folding it up, Pat? Are you folding it up mentally? You're watching and you're just going, just watch the greatness as it's here.
No more harmonic shows? Come on, man.
You're not coming to the shows anymore?
Oh, for sure. That's what I'm saying. Jesus Christ. Sorry, guys.
What's going on with that mud, huh?
But yeah, that's where I'm at with that. And then, yeah, I'm holding my nose. I'm rooting for the AFC. I know I share your hate of Sean Payton, Copes, but yeah, I'm going for the Broncos.
I don't hate Payton all that much. I just don't want the Rams to get another. I don't really want either to get another one, but I guess I'd rather have Payton get another than have Sam Darnold and the Seahawks. I just feel like it's such a bad look for the Niners to have not gotten one in their 2 opportunities and for the Rams to have gotten 2 in 3. But also if Seattle is a second team of the division to get another one before you do with Kyle, that would be in the second year of McDonald, the first year of Darnold that Kyle helped sort of build up to where he is. That would be frustrating for me.
I mean, the 49ers fan base, like you say, is the hungriest in the Bay Area right now.
Most desperate, yeah.
And just, I don't know, man. I'm lost on where to go with the Niners. So that's it. Thanks for having me on, boys.
No problem, dude. Thanks for the call, man.
We'll see you next Friday.
Yeah. Are we next Friday?
Warriors tons.
Hold on. Warriors tons. Pistons?
Yeah.
Can't really do the other half of that.
Warriors piss. Yeah, no. We're next Friday at Harmonic.
Next Friday.
How about that? Next Friday at Harmonic. Come on out, everybody. Hang out. Say what's up. We'll get into it. We do got to get into that topic we just pitched to you about the 49ers because of the 2, Justin Jefferson and Max Crosby, I think Max Crosby is the more likely to be traded.
By a slim margin.
I don't really think he's going to be. I don't think he's going to be unless they're blown away. But I also don't. I don't think Jefferson's getting moved at all. I think they're just going to go get a quarterback. I think they need a second quarterback.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think that's kind of their logic. So if the Niners, if both happen to be traded, we'll talk about this next. The likelihood that both are traded, but also if the Niners don't get one and they're both available, is that a fail on John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan's part? I want to get into that and get to your calls on that. But we do have to tell you we're giving away tickets one more time today. I can't believe we gave away 4 of these. Rob Zombie and Marilyn Manson.
Yeah?
Yeah. You heard about Manson?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Okay. If you haven't heard it, just Google him. Rob Zombie, Marilyn Manson, The Who, and Orgy. Tim, you're an orgy, man. Tim will be there at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord September 20th. We're giving away the tickets today, sometime between 3 and 6. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR. Again, 415-896-KNBR, and you will win these tickets. Furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at knbr.com. Tim, what's the cue to call for these tickets? Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to that orgy at Toyota Pavilion at Concord, call right now. That orgy.
That orgy.
Not this one, that one.
Make sure you specify which orgy it is.
Yeah, make sure if you're buying tickets online, make sure you confirm which orgy you're going to.
There's a lot of orgies going down.
Yeah, and which who you're going to see also. Yeah. You don't want to get to the wrong who.
That's vital.
Could you imagine somebody going to see this who?
Oh, what the hell? Come on.
Oh, what?
No Seeker? No Bob O'Reilly?
They're all surprised they're the opening act. You're like, whoa, yeah, they're opening.
Okay, but we're getting to the actual who, though, right?
Play Pinball Wizard. If you hear that, caller 10.
Where the hell's Tommy? Come on.
415-896-KNBR, and the tickets are yours. We'll take a quick break. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. How bad would you think the Niners offseason went if Crosby and Jefferson are both traded and the Niners don't get either? Should they do everything they can if those guys are available? We'll do that next on these Sports League.
We talking about with Tracy Saylor next?
Yeah, we'll do it with Tracy Saylor next. Yeah. And then after that with your calls and stuff, too. I know. What, I messed up? I didn't forget. You guys forgot.
All
Tracy
right.
Saylor next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The San Jose Sharks return to action tonight at the SAP Center as they welcome the New York Rangers. Puck drops at 7 p.m. Of note, the team sent forward Igor Chernyshov back to the minors as the team continues to get healthier. For everything Teal, keep it locked to Dirty Work, the hockey leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. Friday vibes, too. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. The 49ers season has come to an end, but football never ends, and that's why our next guest is going to join us talking football. How many times should I say football? Should I do it like John Harbaugh says football? Because when we're talking football.
Can you eclipse 13
we're talking football
in this interview?
You know, Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, joins us on the Uma guest line. Tracy, did you hear that John Harbaugh introductory presser where he said football like 100 times?
I did not, but that sounds very Harbaugh.
Okay, you got it.
I could see it happening.
It's the most John Harbaugh I've ever heard sound like Jim. Like somebody asks him about like what it's going to be like there or something. He's, we want guys here. And he kind of has he has the Jim. Actually, Tim, if you can dig it up, we'll play it for Tracy.
Well, we play football. That's what we're doing every day.
Yeah,
football.
Tracy, it's almost
that's on
like
the agenda. Football.
When Derek said we were going to play it, I hadn't heard it, and I thought it said he loves football, and I figured he was going to say it a bunch. But I thought it was a bunch of cuts. It's one long rant where he talks about everything in football. You're going to love practice of football and the grass of football. Here's what it sounded like. Here's John Harbaugh.
To me, the number one thing is we have to have guys that love football. I mean, you just have to. It's football. What are we here for? You know, what do we do? What is this building for? It's for football. You know, this is a football team, and we need guys that love everything about football. They love the games. They love the practices. They love the weightlifting. They love the meetings. They love the dining hall. You know, they love every part of football, man. And if you love football, guys, if you love football, you're going to want to be here. You're going to want to drive in that parking lot every single day. You're going to want to walk through those doors. You want to walk up in those halls. You're going to want to get in front of that tape and watch tape every single day because you're going to be around a bunch of guys that love what you love. They love football because that's what we're going to be doing, football.
He sounds
all
exactly
the time,
like Jim.
every day.
I've never heard this. Yeah, I've never heard that.
If you didn't tell me that was John Harbaugh, I would have thought that was Jim Harbaugh.
Isn't that the most Jim cadence John I feel like has ever had? And I was like, ooh, we've got him out of Baltimore now.
Football today.
We're getting a little nuttier. It's kind of like when Tom Brady left New England. Yeah. You got like a different version of Tom with Tampa. So anyway, I'm glad you enjoyed that, Tracy. Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, has joined us all year long on pre and post game, and then talking 49er football here on Dirty Work. So now that we're almost a week removed from that loss we were both at up in Seattle, how do you look back at the season as a whole and really what you take away from that game? Because I don't want to say that game means nothing. I do think it means they finally ran out of gas. But what does all of that encompassing mean as we look towards the offseason?
Well, I think in terms of the season, I would consider it a successful season. I mean, before the season started, I never thought they were going to get past the divisional round, and that was when I didn't know if Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, and George Kittle were not going to be playing in the final game. So I do think it was a very successful season, and even more so considering everything they went through. You think with the final game, yes, they ran out of gas, and that was the biggest thing of all. But I think what also was shown is that this Seattle defense, and they had this issue with the Rams defense, they have a lot of work to do to compete in their division. If they want to compete in their division, which we know that they do, they're going to have to make some changes. They're going to have to really focus and prioritize the offensive line in a way I don't know that they have. They're going to even have to do some work on the defensive line. Like, I think the trenches are extremely important, and it's something we saw in last year's Super Bowl with the Eagles. The Eagles won that Super Bowl in the trenches, and that is both lines are areas that the 49ers are really going to have to focus on if they want to be able to compete with these teams.
Tracy, I mean, no one was happy after the loss, but when you would talk to the players after the loss in Seattle, did you get a sense of accomplishment for everything that they've done this season and also a sense of hope for what they can accomplish next year?
Definitely. And more than one of them, including Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, said that this is a team that they were the most proud of in all their years of football, and that they loved being a part of the most. And I think that there is a feeling of such camaraderie on the team and just the next man up attitude and everybody stepping up what they have to. And I think they do have a lot of hope for the future, because if they could do this with what they had, and part of that was that the league was just, there's so much parity in the league this year, but if they could get this far with what they had, there is a lot of hope for the future. However, I think, and the team knows this, there's a lot of work to do also, because they're not 41-6. I don't look at it as a normal 41-6 game, considering, however, in their last two games against the Seahawks, no matter who was playing, they scored 9 points and 0 touchdowns. That's not going to fly. And the Seahawks aren't going anywhere. So I think there's a lot of hope, but there's also a lot of work to do.
Tracy Sandler with us on the Uma guest line. Fangirl Sports Network is where you can read her and follow her. Make sure you're checking out her social medias on TikTok and Instagram and Twitter as well. In terms of how they have to view this aging roster, because I do think that there's something to take away from that game on Sunday, and that's that although this feels really good in terms of what you accomplished, and you should be proud of it. I am, like, it's funny. I say proud as though, like, I had something to do with it. You know what I mean? I'm just like,
you're there for every game.
Adam, you are a big part of it.
Yeah, you're pride in your team. I know. McKivitz is a big listener, so I hope I inspire him throughout the year. But they're an older roster. Even if they were 100%, I don't feel great about that game and how that went down and how they dismantled
and they're
them.
slow. I hate to say that.
Yeah,
they're old and they're slow.
They need to get better in the trenches, got to get younger, got to get faster. But in terms of where they stand in the NFC West, is it a concern beyond this year that they really do have to figure out what life is like beyond Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams and George Kittle, right? Like they used to have Ayuk and Debo as well. So you had all these weapons. Now you've got two pretty, I want to say aging weapons, but at some point running backs aren't what they were. So I don't want to assume McCaffrey will regress, because why would I assume that until we see it? But at some point that's going to happen. And if it happens next year, they're in a different situation than they were this season.
Oh, absolutely. And they are going to have to start making contingency plans for that. And they got to get themselves some weapons. That's the other thing. It's like they have not had a true weapon, real weapon at wide receiver in a long time. Brandon Ayuk had a tremendous season in 2023, and he was a huge weapon. But they still haven't had, like, that receiver, that guy that everybody needs to cover, that you have to know. They have it in Christian, but that everybody needs to know where he is on the field at all times, because that is the guy. They have not really had the guy in a long time, a very, very, very long time. And so, that's another area they have to look at. And you look at the Seattle team and the way that they've drafted and the way that they play, these guys are fast and these guys are young. And the 49ers are going to have to start doing that too. I mean, last year, I remember at the Combine, John Lynch said we need to get younger and cheaper. They got cheaper. They didn't get all that much younger. And part of it, of course, with the aggregate age, if you had like John Weeks and Thomas Morstead, that makes the aggregate age seem older. But they still did not get that much younger. And so I think more changes have to be made. Again, obviously, Christian is Christian, and I do think he'll still be incredible. But they do have to start thinking about that, because eventually they will regress. And he's going to be 30 next year. For a running back, 30 is not young. For a normal person, it's very young.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome, guys.
Thank you.
I'm not 30, but I appreciate it. Yeah.
I mean, they did get cheaper, so then the question is, do they need to go out and spend money this offseason? And, of course, they need pass rush. They need wide receivers. There's rumors out there that are floated on, online or in articles where it's feasible they could get Justin Jefferson or Max Crosby. I don't believe either are the case, but what do you think, Tracy? Do you think any of those options are actually feasible this offseason?
I don't know if it's going to be those two options specifically, but I think they're going to have to do something along those lines. And yes, I do think they can spend money this year. And I think they're going to have to. I mean, I think they're going to have to hit the free agent market in a way really that they haven't in the past. And I do think it's possible for them to get a big name player. Maybe not those two people, but a big name player. But the other thing, they got to draft better. And I hate to say that, because I think John and Kyle are fantastic at their jobs, but they've got to draft better. I mean, that Seattle game, not to keep harping on it, their draft picks that they've made, I mean, those guys are making tremendous contributions, and they're the big part of the reason the Seahawks are as good as they are. 49ers are going to have to figure out a way to draft better, and not just in the later rounds. They got to hit on these first-round picks, and I think Bosa was an anomaly, but Nick Bosa, that wasn't everybody.
Everybody was taking him except Arizona, right? Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So that to me is another big thing. They've got to figure out a way to draft better, because that's how you have a contingency plan. That's how you get the next Christian, the next Trent Williams, the next whoever, is really through the draft. Because even a big free agency name at this point is not going to be a 22-year-old who's coming into the league and is super fast and faster than everybody else. And I think these are just things they have to really focus on and look at.
Another minute here with Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network. All right, when we go into next season and we look at their biggest need, give me one position that you think they need the most. We keep talking speed and athleticism and somebody who can change the dynamics of the offense. Is it wide receiver? Is it offensive line? Is it pass rush? What's the one position for you that you think it would be a game changer for next year?
Wide receiver. I think it has to be wide receiver. I mean, if I have to pick one, second, I'd go with pass rush. Very, very, very close second, like maybe 1.5. But if I have to pick one, I would say wide receiver, and mainly because you said someone who would change the dynamic of the game, and they need somebody like that
I'm with you,
who would change the dynamic of the game.
Feed your strength, right?
Last one for you, Tracy. I know at the beginning of the year you were very high on the Broncos and the Rams. Are you still going with them for the Super Bowl?
You know, the Jarrett Stidham of it all has changed it a little bit.
That's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it.
Stidhamness.
The Stidhamness, I think, and I think also, and maybe it's recency bias because I've seen the Seahawks play live a lot now in the last few weeks, but that team is so good. They're hard to beat anyway. At Lumen Field, I don't know how anyone beats them there in a playoff atmosphere with a team that good. So I'm changing it to the Seahawks and the Patriots.
Okay, real quick then.
Fair.
If I mean, one of the two is going to play for a Super Bowl at Levi Stadium, LA or Seattle, do you have an opinion as an outsider looking in as to which one would be worse for 49er fans, what your thought is?
I think for 49er fans, the Rams would be worse.
Really?
Yes, because I think with the Seahawks, it's a very, even though the rivalry's back, it's a very different Seahawks team from when the rivalry was like really going. I also think 49ers fans in theory could be really happy for Sam Darnold because that would be pretty incredible if he won a Super Bowl and you think about what happened at the beginning of his career and how he came to the 49ers and it's changed everything for him. So I think the Rams would be worse for 49ers fans. However, I think 49ers fans are probably going to be rooting for the AFC team, whoever that may be.
Yeah, definitely. And that's a problem. I don't want to sit there having to root for Stidham. You know what I mean? I don't love rooting for Sean Payton either, but if I gotta, then I gotta.
Well, but you'd be rooting for Hofunga and Mike McGlinchey.
And Greenlaw. I can root for those guys.
Greenlaw.
I can root for my dudes, root for my dudes. That's for sure. It's funny you said Sam Darnold, like, maybe like 49er fans, I imagine there'd be some rooting for him to win one. I don't know. I think a reasonable person might do that, like root for. He was here for a year. Like I
the
think
fact that he got one before Brock Purdy,
or the way I think football fans look at it is they'll turn around and be like, John and Kyle messed up again. They kept the wrong guy. They paid Purdy instead. And I would. It would be.
That would be ridiculous.
We're gonna hear
football fans aren't ridiculous.
You better get your pen and you better get your pad and pen ready, Tracy. It's coming, dude. If Darnold gets one, we're gonna hear some nonsense like that. Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network. We did it with her every Friday throughout the season. Tracy, it's been great having you this year. Always fun getting your perspective and angle on things, and we will talk to you soon.
Tracy, thank you so much.
All right, sounds good. You're welcome. Thanks, guys.
Great deal. The great Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network. Yeah, I actually disagree. I think
it's Seahawks. There's more animosity there.
Also, Darnold was here for 1 year as a backup. Like, if Greenlaw and Hufanga got one, people would definitely be like, well, that's cool. They got one. And, of course, it wouldn't be the Rams or Seahawks. But you'd be like, you genuinely, I think, Niner fans, those are two fan favorites, guys that were drafted here in the 5th round.
I don't think the love for Sam Darnold is going to outweigh all the hatred and the rivalry of Seahawks 49ers.
I think people rooted for him last year. And you know what? I do root for the guy.
Yeah, but he played for Minnesota.
Right, that's my point. I think people rooted for him last year, even though he was only here for a year. But now it's like, sorry, bro. Like, I remember when Juan Uribe went to the Dodgers after he was a Giant in 2010. I think he might have been here 11, too. But remember, he was a non-roster invite. He had been on, like, the White Sox 05 World Series team. Our guy Raph is here now. Tim went to run some errands or something. I don't know. Go check.
He's doing things.
Go check traffic, Tim. But when Juan Uribe was a non-roster invite to the Giants, he makes the team, and he has, of course, the big home runs and the LCS and all that. Wins the World Series with the Giants, and then a couple of years later signs a contract, or next year, whatever, with the Dodgers, and got a contract. And I remember Kirk was like, I think he was on with Murph and Mac at the time, and I was just a listener. I was like in college, and he was saying like, yeah, man, we love Juan. We're gonna miss Juan, and every time he comes back into this ballpark, he'll get a standing ovation once he takes that jersey off.
Yeah.
And Kruko said, we got morals. We got morals here, man.
I understand.
And I was like, I totally get that. I'm down with that. I'm like that, too. I'm like, I'm happy for guys. And you know what? I do root for Sam Darnold as a player as far as the story goes. Because there's not quite the same, but I think he and Alex Smith have had, like, linear paths in some capacity. Alex Smith was taken as the number one, and while he didn't change teams or organizations a bunch or lose his starting job a bunch, he had to deal with the coordinator nature of it and the number one overall pick nature.
Right, yeah.
Sam Darnold lost his job quickly because the NFL operates a little bit differently now than it did back then. He was 20 years old when he got to the NFL. 20, because he went to college, I think, a bit early. So he was 20 when he got to the league. He was like just old enough to be there. I think he was the youngest player in the league for 2 straight years. That's why when you hear him say things like playing not just under Kyle in that offense and understanding this system and how to prepare, But he said quite literally, watching how Brock Purdy went about his business. Brock had come to the league the year before, or 2 years before, right?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
2022, he's a rookie, and this is last 2 years ago. Yeah, the year after.
He credits Brock for a lot, and he credits
Came back
Kyle
from
for
an
a
injury,
lot.
he does. So I'm just like, I think there's a lot of mutual respect there. I think very highly of Sam Darnold. I do root for him as a player because I think, as I say all the time, quarterbacks just get written off and sort of tossed on the trash heap. And so do coaches, but the coaches land in other coordinator jobs and just go back to doing their thing. And coaches don't necessarily have to learn, but develop is different, right? And a player having his development stunted by the organization of the coaches or the changes that he's in or the turmoil, I could set a guy back who could have a way more talented career.
I mean, the Shanahan coaching tree rejuvenated his career from Kyle to Kevin O'Connell to now
Kubiak?
to Kubiak. So
Who do they get? Because I wonder, like if and when Kubiak takes that Raider job.
sounds like he is.
So let's say he takes that job.
Who do they get to replace him?
It's good for us. Make him go with a new coordinator. You're going to want to stick with somebody similar, right?
Yes.
Maybe it's somebody internal already.
I think they have contingency plans, yeah.
Well, they've got it. And this late in the game, you have to.
Yes.
Because at this late in the game, when people are interviewing, especially on your staff, they're already discussing what their next moves are.
Oh, yeah.
They know whether they're going to whether they've got agents on the line talking to coaches about interviews, or they're like, hey, would you be interested in this gig?
Right.
Sounds like we may have an opening, and if we do, where are you in this process?
I think Sean McVay already has plans for if Chris Shula leaves for the Steelers job, or if his offensive coordinator, Mike LaFleur, goes to Arizona, which sounds like it's kind of going in that direction right now. Where I thought before it was going to be Vance Joseph as your Arizona Cardinal head coach, sounds like it could be Anthony Campanelli, who's the DC of the Jags, or Mike LaFleur.
Mike LaFleur, Matt LaFleur's brother,
Rams
who's with the Rams
offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
and was with Kyle for a little bit of time.
Actually, Sean McVay speaks very highly of him.
Yes.
Like he's his dude.
So it'd stay in the family in the NFC West if Mike LaFleur is your Arizona Cardinal head coach.
And I don't think anybody thinks Clay Kubiak's leaving for anywhere. Because as Matt Mayoka said to us earlier this week,
well, he can't.
Matt LaFleur was on Kyle's staff Mike LaFleur was, when Matt LaFleur got the job in Green Bay.
Yeah.
And I think was offered a job to go work with his brother,
he said
Matt,
no.
and Kyle said no. And I'm with Kyle on that. You work for me. Why would I let you just go do that
You work
job?
for me.
If he's going to give you a promotion, more power to him and more power to you. We don't have that job for you. But why would I just give you away?
Yeah, that was pretty clear in the press conference after the Seattle loss where he was like, no.
He calls plays.
He calls plays here.
Dude, he sounded like a parent almost, too. Do you think he should call more plays? I think he calls plenty of plays.
Well,
can he have more ice cream? He's had enough sweets for the day.
I will say it would be a good opportunity for Clay to go to a place where there's a defensive coach and he could call plays, like legit call plays. I know what Kyle's talking about.
I do too.
But there is a difference.
Because even Matt was like, and Kyle let him call the preseason games. And I was like, that to me says more about Kyle wanting his guys to get opportunities. That does look great for Clay Kubiak on his resume. That's awesome. Mm-hmm. There was some really good stuff. But it's also tells me Kyle's like, this ain't that big of this.
Cram it up your cram hole.
Yeah, it's like if Kyle doesn't want to be a part of it and it has to do with football, he must not view it as that important.
No.
In the grand scheme
I don't care
of it
about
all.
family.
Yeah. He's like, it's preseason week 3, dude. He's like, what are we talking about?
Right. I mean, yeah, it was the preseason game and the last game of the year.
I got Carter Bradley out here. I don't need to be calling these plays.
Kyle, I mean, all these guys, like, it's not just Kyle. Sean, Matt LaFleur, Mike McDaniel, they all want to call plays.
Sean had Mike LaFleur call plays at the end of the regular season, too.
I believe so, yeah.
As well.
Yeah, that's right.
Because they didn't have Stafford out there anyway.
You know, I was watching something last night. I think it was a Pat McAfee clip where Kyle Van Noy was on with them yesterday talking about how really the younger generation values X's and O's talk as opposed to leader of men stuff. So that's why
I'd say there's a lot of football fans now like that. I mean, that's why guys like Kruger or even like David Lombardi, Ted Nguyen, like having a publication that covers football, you now sort of have to have somebody that will break down tape for you.
Exactly.
Because people want to know why things are happening, and people do their own investigating or their own searches for obtaining knowledge or why something happens, and so much is available. It's why when things are so inaccurately stated, you're like, it was out there for you.
Right.
The information's there.
So that's why, like, yes.
Kurt Benkert, I love that guy.
Yeah, like, that's why, like, John Harbaugh, based on what he's accomplished in the past, will get a job with the Giants. But really, you're seeing it more athlete. I mean, for a while now with Kyle and Sean and all these guys, people want to be told what to do instead of, like, figure it out yourself, but I'm going to build you up in a way where I'm going to give you confidence. And you want that in a coach, but also tell me what I need to do. Give me the specifics of like, okay, this is the scheme. This is X and O's talk. This is what I want of you instead of just, this is what the expectation is, guys.
But I think that's always existed in the NFL. I just think that right now it's prevalent. The same as we go through waves in every sport. And I think this is a really good observation by you, saying that it's funny because I always think, it was really big for a while to get the hot, young offensive mind.
Mm-hmm.
It's also been the thing for a long time. I mean, that was what Sean Payton was.
I mean, John Gruden was that guy in 1998.
That was Gruden. That was Sean Payton, right? That was, all of
that was Bill Walsh at one point.
If you had a visor, you were the hot young dude. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Gruden and Payton are out there, dude, rocking the
right.
visor, smacking gum, listening to Who Let the Dogs Out and Bon Jovi. Anyway, I don't know.
Did Gruden listen to Who Let the Dogs Out?
No, I just figured that's like the era they were.
I'll tell you what, man, the Baja Man, underrated.
I like that Shaggy Man. Wasn't him. You know? Got him on the counter, but it wasn't him, man. Sofa too.
There's a clip. There's an NFL Films clip of Gruden back in the day talking to Charles Woodson, just being like, "I'm reading Rolling Stone magazine, man, and they're telling me that Dr. Dre and Eminem are the new McCartney and Lennon," and I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
They're good. I like their music. Their tunes are good. We play them in practice, man. But McCartney, come on. Anyway, he's like, Ed Sullivan, what are we talking about? He's like, I remember watching those highlights.
Get back to where we once belonged, back in the AFC West.
You ever hear a little tune called Hey Jude?
I kind of like that one, man.
Just
Judy, Jude.
Who is this guy? Yeah. I mean, I like this NWA, man, but he can't even say some of the words. You know what I mean, man?
And that's what's got me feeling really nice.
Yeah. This Dr. Dre take is sponsored by DraftKings. We don't have to thank DraftKings for that.
It's got me feeling nice.
But you made a good observation about how everybody for a while, and it's not everybody, but there's a wave of like the hot young offensive coach. And it's a lot of the Kyle Shanahan coaching tree.
Right.
You talked about McVay, LaFleur, Kevin O'Connell that you mentioned. But now a lot of teams are looking for that defensive guy, as you pointed out.
Yes.
I mean, Salah's a great option anyway, but off of that tree. But then McDonald.
It's the Mike McDonald effect, yeah.
Mike McDonald. It's the, who you just mentioned, Jesse Minter.
Jeff Hafley.
Jeff Hafley going to Miami.
I mean, I anticipated with...
Who did Pittsburgh hire?
Not yet, but...
nobody yet. That may be Chris
Shula sounds like he's going to be the Steelers head coach. We'll see, though.
So what I think is that's prevalent, but I think we go through waves, iterations. Like I said to Mayoko the other day, Seahawks could be good for 5 years. He said, I think looking 5 years out in the NFL at any point is sort of moot. And I then thought to myself, he's absolutely right. It's not like baseball where you're controlling these guys for the better part of the next decade.
Oh, it changes.
It's like 2 to 3 year waves. And I mean, the Wildcat and things that get popular and teams copy each other and then find something different. They all copy that. Like Tush Push is basically gone now, right? They're not doing it nearly as much.
Well, they need to find a coordinator that's willing to do that.
My point is just that it goes through different waves and iterations. So I don't know that it's just like everybody's going to want this hot young coordinator now versus a leader of men because, as you just said, even Bill Walsh was the brainy minds behind stuff. It was a leader of men. You got to be a coach, but it was still his name was the genius, right? He was like a professor drawing stuff up. So I think that
worked under Paul Brown. I mean, like he was an anomaly at the time.
Right. We go through waves of it, but like John Madden, leader of men, right? Like
it's
like they're rallying guys up, but
so.
it varies by era. Tim, we got it. We'll go. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. I went on down to the KNBR storage facility. Hadn't been in there in a while.
Been a while?
Dusty, dude. Got to wear a mask when you're in there.
Oh, it's that bad?
No, it's not a grab. Dude, what are you doing?
I like the grab bag.
Why would you play that? This is nothing like the grab bag. This is the KNBR storage facility.
Gotcha.
So they keep things in there. Old KNBR relics.
Okay.
Mummified employees.
Were you say something else?
I don't know. Yeah.
I can tell. You're thinking of a riff. I was like, hold on there.
Yeah.
Hold on there.
Dude, sometimes I get loose and I forget we're doing a show. You know what I mean? Like sometimes we're just hanging and chatting and I forget. Then I'm like, I got to look at it and curse there.
Right.
Bottom line is, in that facility, in the storage unit down there, they've got all sorts of KNBR relics, including what we like to use here on the show on Thursdays or Fridays. We haven't done it in a while. I think it's our first one of the new year on January 23rd.
Let's do it.
As we mentioned, it's nothing like the NBA grab bag.
Nothing like it.
It's the dirty work dial. We spin it, we talk about it, and we do it next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Gary St. Jean joined the morning show today.
Hiya, fellas.
Hiya, Saintly One. He talked about where the Warriors go without Jimmy Butler and his thoughts on the Jonathan Kuminga soap opera. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at thesportsleader.com and on our app. And one more time, just for good measure.
Hiya, fellas.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line because it is tax season and people always have questions about taxes. Things that are fairly simple, Steve says, but are common problems. Steve, what happens if somebody can't pay their taxes? How can you help?
We have a lot of ways to help. And most people think it's all or nothing, 100% or zero. If you can't pay every penny, that's it. There's nothing to be done. There's so much that can be done. First of all, the tax bill itself could be wrong. Oftentimes it is. Or we can shift it where it belongs, to the former business partner, former spouse. Or we can make a deal if you qualify or just pay part and they forgive the rest. Or get the penalties forgiven. Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes themselves. Or get you a payment plan you can really afford. Not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you really can afford. Or so many other things. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And then if you want us to, we'll do everything for you. What do you have to lose except your tax troubles? Give us a call. Talk with us. And if you want us to, we'll do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon as we get ready for Championship Sunday.
Real quick, I want to pass this along. Sad news. We're talking 49ers.
Oh, man.
Rest in peace to John Brody, one of the original 49er quarterbacks, passes away at the age of 90 today.
A legendary 49er quarterback. For just joining us, the passing of John Brody at 90 years old. I believe he played, we have to check, I think it was 19 seasons or 18 seasons with the 49ers.
He played from 1957 to 1973, most valuable player in 1970, comeback player of the year in 1965. I mean, yeah, he was one of the original great passers back in the day. Yeah. Rest in peace to John Brody.
Yeah, dude. I mean, 1957, and a local guy, too. He played at Stanford.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, he did. And from Menlo Park. I grew up in the Menlo Park or on the peninsula. So he's a Bay Area guy.
Hall of Famer,
went to Stanford, Hall of Famer. And in my estimation, far better than...
okay.
I blanked on his name now because he shouldn't be a Hall of Famer. Joe Namath,
oh,
thank you. Yeah.
We're going there
Better
today?
than Namath, yeah. Just to prop up my guy Brody. Two-time All-Pro, or excuse me, two-time Pro Bowler and All-Pro, the MVP in 1970. As you pointed out, John Brody passed away today at the age of 90 years old.
Oakland Tech, nice.
Oakland Tech's where he went to high school. Yeah, grew up in the East Bay, and then I went to Stanford, born in Menlo Park, played for the 49ers. What year did you say he started? 57?
57 in 1973.
17 years with the 49ers.
Yeah,
record 74, 76, and 8.
Yeah, his stats definitely better than Joe Montana's. Although, you know what?
You mean Joe Namath?
Sorry, yeah, Joe Namath, yes. You know what, though? As I keep telling you, more interceptions thrown than touchdown passes. That's just the way it was back then. There's one season, 1968, where he threw 22 touchdown passes and 21 interceptions.
Yeah, he threw 10 more interceptions in his career than he threw touchdowns. 224 to 214 was interceptions. TD to touchdown will be TD to interception will be 214 to 224.
Yeah, so stop this whole thing with Joe Namath. That was just the time and era where guys were just gunslingers.
Yeah, so he threw 4 more interceptions in his career than Namath.
Uh-huh.
But Namath only threw 173 touchdowns. And by the way, played 4 fewer years.
All right.
Just saying.
Both well deserving of the Hall of Fame.
Namath stinks.
Good Lord.
He wasn't good.
He keep that same energy when he passes away. Good Lord, man.
Well, I won't crap on him then. I'll wait a couple of days.
Okay, sounds good.
You know me. I gotta wait till it's cold.
Yeah.
Anyway, John Brody passed away at 90 years old today. A Bay Area legend. Oakland Tech, Stanford. 17 years with the 49ers, starting in 1957, an MVP in 1970.
Their first great quarterback.
The first legendary Niner quarterback. And I want to say maybe
Y.A. Tittle, but yeah.
I want to say, Tim, you'd have to correct me on this. Did Patrick Marleau play 19 seasons with the Sharks after his return?
I think that's the number. I don't know off the top of my head. I think that's
I can go check that for you, but I believe John Brody, until Patrick Marleau passed that, was the longest tenured athlete in Bay Area history with one
Played
team.
with the Sharks for 21 years.
Yeah, I think he passed that.
And he left to go to Pittsburgh, but then came back. And
Toronto was the other one, right? I forgot about Pittsburgh. Toronto was the one I was thinking about.
Yeah, well, rest in peace to a Bay Area legend.
Yeah, and by the way, I think Janikowski's up there too. Janikowski, 17 years in Oakland.
Huh.
So Janikowski and Brody.
Tied?
2 lines, 17, and then I think Marleau.
Very different lives.
Yeah, pretty incredible. Different game, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But probably had the same number of bars on their helmet.
Maybe.
Actually, still probably Geno with more.
Yeah,
Geno probably had more.
Yeah, probably. He didn't play with a single bar.
All right, we dug it out. We do it whenever we get an opportunity. I'm glad we found it. We always lose it.
Yeah.
We throw it back there. It's in that storage facility here at the KNBR headquarters. We spin the dial, and it's nothing like the NBA grab bag, the Dirty Work dial.
And it's absolutely nothing like the NBA grab bag.
All right, we spin the wheel. You can see it spinning up there on the... sounds good. I haven't heard this in a while. Spinning up there on the video stream. We give the wheel a spin.
Here we go.
Round and round and round it goes.
Oh, it's been a while.
Sounds good. And it lands on... Oh, here it goes.
Oh, here it goes.
Is this a Coolio or all that? Where is it?
More Coolio, but Keenan and Kel are back.
What?
Keenan Thompson and Kel Mitchell are reuniting for Keenan and Kel Meet Frankenstein. This is the duo's first film since the sequel to the classic comedy Good Burger. The two will be back for a horror movie kind of comedy, but yeah, back for Kenan and Kel Meet Frankenstein. Don't know when that's coming out. Don't know if it's going to be on Nickelodeon, but it's happening.
First ever Kenan and Kel. Now, are they playing the characters from Kenan and Kel?
Well, yeah.
So it's well, that's what I mean. Is it's not just Kenan. They're not just. It's not different characters just doing a movie together.
No, I think they're doing the same. I didn't get really the plot details, but I think it's that same show from Nickelodeon back in the day.
It seems pretty simple. They're meeting Frankenstein. I don't think we need more
detail. It'd be weird if it was Kenan and Kel and they're not playing Kenan and Kel.
What I'm saying is it the actors Kenan and Kel? Because remember we talked about this before where like Jerry Seinfeld on Seinfeld, his name is Jerry Seinfeld.
Right.
But on the Cosby, it's called The Cosby Show, but his name is
Huxtable.
Right. Is it William Huxtable or Carl? I
forget.
Charles, I can't remember what his name is. Charles Huxtable? Cliff Huxtable.
Oh, Cliff, there you go.
And then, but it's called The Cosby Show.
Right.
That's another one where it's Kenan and Kel, but their names in the show, their last names are different than their actual names.
That's correct.
It's Kel Kimball.
And
Kenan, I forget his name.
I'm not going to remember that.
So I didn't know if they was the same characters.
I just remember he loves orange soda.
Kel loves orange soda.
What's the name of this movie?
Kenan and Kel Meet Frankenstein.
Isn't that nominated for an Oscar? Oh, that's a different Frankenstein movie. My bad.
Well, there's 10 of them. Maybe they're both. It's not even out yet. That's a 27 nomination. I'm hyped. I was Kel for Halloween when I was in like third grade.
Nice.
And all I brought for lunch was a bottle of orange soda. And
That
a can
seems
of tuna
appropriate for the
from I
costume.
Dropped the Screw in the Tuna. Yeah.
I dropped the screw in the tuna.
Yeah, Nickelodeon kids know what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, I'm down with Kenan and Kel. I wasn't a huge All That fan, but
I was big on all that.
I'll check this out. I did see Good Burger 2 a couple years ago.
Did not, but I'm a big Good Burger 1 fan.
Yeah.
When they got to take down Mondo
Let's just say I
Burger.
was under the influence and enjoyed it.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order?
Y'all have a Good Burger, please? That'll be $8. $8? All right. $3.50. All right, spin the wheel again here, Tim, and crank that music, bro. There we go. Thank you for getting me the Good Burger bite. It's going to land on something not so fun, unless it's going, it went green. We're going to CFP stays.
Okay. Despite the massive bitching from Notre Dame, the CFP is staying the same with 12 teams making the tournament instead of 16, which was proposed. So we're staying the same exact thing.
Okay, so it's going to be, so we had a year of one, because this will only be year 3 of the expanded 12 team.
Right.
Coming up.
Yes.
We just finished year 2.
Yep.
So year 1, we did change the format a bit for year 2 based on automatic bids.
That's correct.
And based on buys.
Right.
So we did change that. I'm okay with that format change.
Yeah.
Like now we're going to go year 2. And I'm with that. I don't think we should tinker every year. I think we have to give it a chance to see what it is and how it plays out.
Not everything's going to be perfect. Not everybody's going to get in.
Right, but also we have to give it an opportunity to be what it is. I think it was good to correct after year 1 going, you know what, we messed up initially with how you seed these teams and who deserves the bye. But I also think we should see what the format is first as is and go from there. I don't think we should tinker every year. We have to have something stable so that we have some source material to go to and say, here's data as to why we don't think this works.
Yeah, I hear you. And also,
I'm okay with it staying for another year.
The only complaint I have is I don't really need James Madison and Tulane in, but I guess that comes to the territory of being fair.
That was the point of the expansion. And if you think now it should be
Coastal Carolina years ago,
if they think now it should be 16 because
of Notre Dame,
at some point we're going to get something where it's going to be a fun upset, or it's going to,
eventually
it's going to be a big blow up or something like that. Like you're going to get one of these teams at some point.
Right.
Based on the nature of college football and how they change teams so much. So moving on here with the Dirty Work Dial. We're going to do this more often. Now football's over. So now it's
been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. It lands on, this one, Ursay Doctor.
Okay, so the FBI is investigating the death of former Colts owner Jim Irsay and the doctor that was reportedly supplying him with huge amounts of opioids and ketamine injections. Ugh.
Okay, I don't mean to laugh at the story. You're
Well, it's becoming a dicey thing now where
did you make that noise when you typed it out to yourself earlier?
Ugh.
Oh, God.
Well, the doctor initially said he died of natural causes, and that's not the case, it sounds like here.
Well, they're investigating. They've launched an investigation. So they're saying this doctor was providing him with ketamine injections and other medications, other opioids. And they're saying that he may have OD'd on these accidentally. And the doctor ruled it natural causes. And in fact, he is the doctor who signed the death warrant.
Yes.
Or the death certificate.
Yes.
Death warrant. Played too much Red Dead Redemption 2 lately.
Death warrant?
I was playing last night. I was like, I got one.
Yeah, some shadiness going on there with Jim Irsay's passing, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's sad and unfortunate. And sad in general that he was sick, but that something could have been nefarious there is bad news.
Sounds like it.
We talked about the juxtaposition earlier of playing that Kuminga injury with the ska music coming in.
Yeah.
That one kind of rings even heavier than right now.
I would say so.
Where we're playing this Hey Arnold, this Hey Arnold sound music.
And that sound effect.
Rivers to Buffalo.
The Buffalo Bills interviewed former QB Phillip Rivers today for their head coaching position. Josh Allen.
Really?
Josh Allen has personally said in all interviews Rivers' only coaching experience is in high school as a head coach in Alabama.
I actually liked when I saw the tweet. It made me laugh because the tweet actually states from Adam Schefter, ESPN sources, former Colts QB and current St. Michael Catholic High School coach Phillip Rivers is interviewing today.
Schefter knows what he's doing
for the
there.
Buffalo Bills head coach. I know it's a comedic. It's funny to name the high school.
Yeah,
I think it's hilarious.
Yeah,
where's his experience? Oh, he was. If you look at his Wikipedia page, he's the head coach at St. Michael Catholic High School.
So we knew that he was going to get some head coaching interviews, but then when you see it, you're like, whoa, that's insane. I don't think he's going to get the job.
Who's the guy who, Josh McCown, where's he?
Josh McCown, I think, is in Minnesota as the QB coach.
Josh McCown badly wants to be a head coach, and he thought he was going to walk off the field as a player.
Yeah, that was talked about. And then David Culley got a job, and then Lovie Smith got the job.
But he's not even getting interviews. I feel like you never hear about McCown anymore.
No, because I don't know if he wanted to skip into the front of the line and not pay his dues when it came to coaching.
He's only 46.
Yeah, there's still time. I think in the NFL it's different. I think in baseball and basketball you could do that. In the NFL, it's perceived like, well, what the hell, bro? Like, you got to put in the time just like all of us here. With Phillip Rivers, though, he could be a future Hall of Famer. I'm not saying the Bills should do this, but it is interesting. And I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if he is on the staff with Brian Daboll or Joe Brady.
You seem to think this is sort of a new model because it sort of feels like that's not something that used to happen where they'll interview coaches to be potential head coaches and then be like, okay, but if we hire this guy, would you be on staff?
Yes.
Because by saying yes, you're almost taking yourself out of that job.
I think that happens all the time in business, though, where you're like, okay, look, we're interviewing.
Oh, for sure, you're right.
We're interviewing you for this job, but would you be okay if we got you this job instead? And then you're like, all right, so then you keep yourself alive still.
Rings a little true for us.
Yeah, yeah.
How about you do this job and the one you want?
Yeah, exactly. I was willing to do a little too much in some of these interviews.
How about you do both of these?
Yeah. So with Phillip Rivers, though, I think that they're picking his brain as far as like what they need as a culture and as a team and what Josh needs to do. But I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if Josh is like, you know what, I like you so much where you're a little, it's too soon for you to be a head coach. But do you mind being the quarterback coach, the pass game coordinator? And if Phillip just wants to coach and be a head coach, that's a little insane. I think if you want to be there one day, you got to put the time in.
Okay, we got time for one more story. I'm not going to spin it. You can pick one. LinkedIn Mendoza or small claims. What's your pick?
Let's do small claims because we know already that Fernando Mendoza is declaring for the NFL draft. Small claim Moody. A Piedmont-based landlord is suing Golden State Warriors guard Moses Moody in small claims court over damage to his former Mission Bay condo that the landlord says was in part stemmed from laundry-related problems. The landlord accuses Moody of damaging the ceiling and walls due to a water leak resulting from failure to run the required ventilation when doing laundry. So now Moses Moody in some hot water.
I'm sure he'd like to wash his hands of this.
There you go.
You got one, Tim? No, I didn't think so. All right, well.
That's fair.
So they're saying
that's fair.
He didn't have the proper ventilation while doing laundry. Therefore, he caused water damage to his probably room and then the ceiling below it or his ceiling in that room.
Yeah, I've noticed in my apartment.
It sounds like maybe, because like I have this in my apartment where the laundry room, like where I go into my apartment down these steps, that's where the vent is. So sometimes you can tell if somebody's it smells nice. Somebody's running the dryer. Yeah. Because I get there's like dryer sheets in there. You can smell like the laundry when you're walking down, and you can see sometimes the steam coming out when it's cold.
Sorry, right? The way we're doing it was like dryer sheets, man. The way they smell, it rips, dude.
Dryer smell rips, dude. So I'll know they're doing. You know where it's the ventilation is. So I'm wondering, does he not have the ventilation in there, and so you have like a window or a fan you have to open? Because if not, the steam from a dryer constantly blowing like that will create a bunch of moisture. It'll be like a steamy like shower, right?
Yeah.
But if everything's like paint or not, I don't know. It could do water damage inside based on the steam and the moisture.
As long as that is told to Moses Moody when he signed the lease, then yeah, that's on him. But you never know sometimes.
I don't know.
I've noticed that with me sometimes with my laundry unit. It does kind of get a little musty in there, so I do have to open up the door that leads to the laundry.
You ever been sued?
Not yet. Knock on wood.
Yeah, me neither. Knock on, what's this, Formica?
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, that's your Dirty Work Dial.
That's your Dirty Work Dial for Friday, January 23rd, 2026. We will take a quick break. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Marcus Thompson going to join us in about 15 minutes. The best sports writer in the country. We'll pick Marcus's brain about this Kuminga situation and what's going on with the 49ers into the offseason. When we come on back, do the Warriors need to make a move for Steph Curry? And we'll get into some of what he had to say after the game last night. It's Dirty Work. It's a Friday. It's a juxtaposition Friday on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday. Love hearing Scott on a Friday. Sun's poking out, too.
Oh, Adam poking, baby.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work next Friday at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, just outside of Chase Center for the Dubs and the Tons. The Pistons come to town.
Dubs and Tons.
Dubs and Tons. And then February 13th, mark your calendars if you're in the East Bay. We're going to be in Pleasant Hill. February 13th, it's a Friday for our Dirty Work Valentine's Day Massacre show. We'll be at Jack's Restaurant. I'm sure they love it, too. Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
For Love and Filth, Valentine's Day.
For love
and Filth.
Hashtag for Love and Filth. I like that.
It'll be the colon, like a title after that.
Ew.
You know what I'm talking about.
That's like the subtitle. Ew. That's Charlie's Angels.
That was you the other day when I said, like, yeah, they're really anal about that. You're like, ew.
Yeah. That's a line from Dumb and Dumberer.
Which one? Oh,
I think somebody says it in that movie, and then one of them says...
Okay, is that When Harry Met Lloyd or like the actual sequel?
No, the actual sequel.
Okay.
No, sorry, that's When Harry Met Lloyd. It's a prequel. It's the second. It's not Dumb and Dumber 2. Dumb and Dumberer is the second one.
Didn't see either one.
Saget is in Dumb and Dumberer.
Yeah.
That one, I was in high school when that came out. That made me laugh pretty hard.
Really? Okay.
Different cast. It's not like a...
Yeah. They're younger, yeah.
And it's a prequel, so it's like, I don't know, it works for me because it's not trying to tack on to the other one. I didn't see 2.
I just love the original.
Of course. I didn't see 2 because I didn't same thing. I was like, it's been too long.
Been too long. Didn't care. I'm good.
But anyway, Saget is really funny in that one. But that's one of the girls says it to him at school because they're in high school. She says like, "Oh, my parents are kind of anal," and he's like, "Ew." I think Harry does it.
That sounds like that sounds like Saget.
No, Saget doesn't. It's like Harry.
Okay, gotcha.
Saget plays the parent.
Gotcha.
And he's pretty funny. Anyway, we are going to catch up with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic in just a few minutes for his weekly conversation. Before we do that, Steph Curry last night, after the game, you said Steph just seems dejected or like he's
Well, he put his hand in the towel and look,
his head?
Yeah, sorry, his head. And when it comes to Steph, I mean, that's really what we care about these last few years. And I'm with Pat H, where is it just where you cherish the memories of Steph and you're just watching these games now? At the same time, you don't want Steph to be frustrated. I'd rather see a happy Steph Curry than a angry Steph Curry. I don't think you're ever going to see him where he makes a trade demand or he's going to call out the front office or, Steve Kerr or anything like that. But I do want it to be fun these last 2 years. And his last night was difficult because he put up pretty good numbers, played great, 38 points. But then it was all for naught, and he looked pissed off after the game. So, yeah, I told you a long time ago that I'm okay with the Warriors not winning another championship. I want them to contend at least. I want to talk about them in April and May. But I'm reasonable in my take where I am not anticipating them winning another championship. I don't think they're going to do it. I think they're too old, and a lot needs to happen. And I'm okay with what they've done in the past. I remember the days of, We Believe and Chris Cohan and this team being a joke. So what they accomplished in 10 years, I'm cool with that. But for Steph Curry, you want more. I totally understand that. So it's a mixed bag where you want to cherish the good times and keep watching this team, but it's also hard at the same time.
Yeah, I don't really agree with Pat because I don't think Steph's beyond what are still considered the prime years of his career. Like when we look back, we'll say, this is when he was dominant, but that's also relative to the league and how different the league is now from when he was winning MVPs and they were in the heart of the dynasty. So I said the other day when Jimmy went down, I find it hard to believe that they win another one. I said that may have been the last night of the Warrior dynasty when Jimmy goes down with the...
It was slim before.
It was slim before. The window was small. So again, are you thinking this year can be it or does it have to be next year when Jimmy comes back plus other pieces? So there's two thoughts for me here. As long as Steph is here and playing the way he is right now, I think they're going to continue to do everything they can to win. The question you have to ask yourselves as a fan and that the organization has to ask, and some fans won't want to do this because they wanted to keep Kuminga and look for the future. How much are you willing to mortgage to make this competitive? Like, you do have draft capital. You can give up first rounders.
Yeah.
And first rounders 4 years from now are pretty damn valuable for a team that won't have Steph Curry and won't have Draymond Green and doesn't have a plan B beyond that. If they're giving those up, there's teams that may look at that and say, hey, 2027's not all that valuable, but 2029 and 2031 for the Niners or the Warriors is pretty valuable.
Right.
Because where are they going to be? They're going to be rebuilding without draft picks. That's what you want in terms of having value in those picks. So the question you have to ask is, how far are you willing to go to make it work for as long as Steph Curry wants to be here? And I think that'll be for the remainder of his career. I don't think he's going to go anywhere else. But if you decide not to continue to do this, then he starts to think about it in terms of, well, look what I'm still capable of. Look what I can still do. I think I can still play at a championship level, and the organization is focused elsewhere. I don't think that's the case. To the point where, as much as I don't think there's another championship run in this team, and I keep saying as constructed, because again, I'm not going to be the guy that writes off Steph Curry.
Neither
unless I want more clips in the next propaganda documentary they do on his career. Without crediting.
The guy that counted out Steph. That's the title.
Where they cut me into remember they had
and you get no money.
They had my voice playing in that Apple documentary about Steph.
Yeah.
And he's like in the car. He's like in that van that they drive him to the games in. And he's like listening to the show. I'm like, first of all, our show's not even on at that time. It's like over by then. It's already over. And he's not listening to me and Tom in the car. He wasn't sitting there like wondering what they're saying about about Melvin's Giants tonight, No.
No.
He's like, ooh, Bags is coming up. I'm going to stick around. See we love you, Bags. I don't think Steph Curry's a big fan of us, let alone the Giants.
Doesn't really care about the crap section.
That's kind of my thing, man. So that's my point. It's like, I think they're going to be all in on Steph. Because why wouldn't you be? And you're pot committed. That's my point. But how pot committed do you believe yourself to be? Are you only managing within the finances, or are you now willing to admit to yourselves that the Kuminga thing is not the most valuable piece you have, and it probably is now draft picks among other role pieces. How much are you willing to go all in? The Lakers decided we're down to go get Gary Payton and go get Karl Malone in the very last years of their career. And Gary Payton, I think, played a little bit more because he got a ring with the Heat and Shaq and Dwayne Wade. But it was their last year of Shaq, too. And that was the final year of Shaq. Then you had basically an entirely new starting lineup with Kobe the next year, and they hit a rut. But how hard and how far are you willing to go in to get these pieces? The Lakers did it again later on. They said Kobe wanted out. He wanted to go to the Bulls. They got Phil back, and then they traded draft picks to get pieces that they needed. They drafted a big man and Bynum in the first round because they needed him. They went out and they traded for Marc Gasol.
Yeah.
Or they traded Marc Gasol's rights to get Pau Gasol, which they were holding on to for like 2 years, I think, the Marc Gasol rights because he wasn't coming over yet from Spain. They get Pau. They mortgaged whatever they needed to make sure they had the pieces around Kobe to win in the final run of Kobe's career. And it was. Turned out, final 2 years, championship, and they lose to Dallas going for that three-peat.
Yeah,
So how far do you want to go?
I think this owner is going to move heaven and earth to make Steph Curry happy. And also, that's a problem at times, too, where I think he hangs on to the past too much. But, of course, you want to make Steph happy in the last 2 years of his contract. And it's probably going to play beyond that. But as far as this trade deadline, I'm not so sure. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what can be done. I want them to make a move. But now with Kuminga getting hurt and we haven't heard an update on the MRI, I don't know what can be done. So, I don't know. I'm never going to say his season's over. But just the way that Steph looked ejected last night after the game, I think that the best case scenario is them finishing 8th or 9th, and that's it. And that's where they were before. So maybe you can make a move and just you're playing for the play-in, which is not the expectations of this franchise. As you and I said at the beginning of the year, and we asked Marcus Thompson, is the championship or bust? And he was like, I don't know about that, but it is. It really is. They put that upon themselves. That's what this owner does. That's what the expectations are for the team. That's what Draymond Green says every year, and he had to walk back some comments about, a year ago he said we're going to win the whole damn thing. This year, not so much. Things change, but I do believe that they will go all out this offseason if they can. The trade deadline, not so sure.
415 checks out on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line and says, as a Warrior fan, I only want wins and rings. No respites, no grace periods, no concern for profits that ain't mine. That should be the normal thought of a fan. You shouldn't really care about the profits. And I do think Joe Lacob is still in the mindset right now of doing everything he can to win. As much as I want to maximize Steph, I want to maximize Joe's distance from the fingers being in the operation of the roster as much as we can. Because I think when Steve Kerr's gone, I think a lot of that changes. I think that Joe is getting closer and closer to being around, having say on the roster and the team, as we've seen with Kuminga, as they won more and as he's more in control and as he's got his business to run. I do think, and I know he's passionate about basketball. I do. Yeah. He loves basketball and he loves the team, which I appreciate as a fan. But I do fear that an older Joe Lacob gets in the way. Circle back to Dirty Work year 11. We'll come back and reapproach this subject.
We're around that long?
I don't know, man.
Who's longer, you and I, or Steph Curry?
Oh,
yeah.
Great question. That's a because okay. Let's be real about it.
415-808-5627.
Yeah, 415-808-5627. Who lasts longer, Steph's career with the Warriors or career?
Career.
Steph's career or dirty work?
That's a great question. We'll ask Marcus Thompson next.
Yeah, I want to get replies on this at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. That's the number to text if you want to get involved with the conversation. By the way, somebody real quick here at 808 KNBR says, don't forget John Brody when we were talking to him earlier. John Brody did. John Brody just passed away. No, I was going to tell you something.
Okay.
John Brody passed away at 90 years old. The Bay Area legend. Stanford, Oakland Tech.
Yep.
And, of course, the 49ers for 17 seasons and MVP. 510 on the text line. Don't forget John Brody played on the Senior PGA Tour. Please mention it.
Oh, did? Wow.
Fantastic. Senior PGA Tour for Brody. I did not know that. There's a good mention.
Jack of all trades. Nice.
And as I'll add, I don't believe Namath ever did. We'll take a quick break.
Doesn't need to be a crap on Namath Day. Come on.
It's a day that every day that ends in Y, brother. When we come on back, Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country, joins Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors fell in Dallas last night, 123-115, despite Steph Curry's heroics. Curry scored 38 points, but Golden State could not keep up in the fourth quarter. And hey, you won't believe it, but Jonathan Kuminga hurt his knee in the first half and did not return. Next up, the Dubs head to Minnesota for a Saturday matinee afternoon showdown. For everything Warriors, keep it locked right here to the Busted Knee Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Scott Friday, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work as we're working to make the connection with our guy Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Tim, we don't have him yet?
Not yet.
I got to ask. Did you dial the right number?
You know, I second-guessed myself on the number that I wrote down, so I went to the phone and dialed it right directly off the cell phone.
Fair enough. Props for for checking again. It is not uncommon for Marcus not to answer on the first call.
To be fair, I texted Marcus this morning, said you good for 350, never got a response. So I'm just hoping that he picks up.
Should have told me that. No, I'm out here. Now I'm lying. No, my name's on the line.
Man, this is a routine thing with Marcus where
he'll hit us in an hour and be like, "When you guys aren't ready? What's up?"
I texted you at like 8 o'clock this morning, man. Come on.
Well, and I've provided him cover by dialing the wrong number that one time. He's like, "Oh, no, Tim just dialed the wrong number. You're good, bro."
Yeah, well, that happened that one time.
But somehow it'll be my fault.
That's the one time that happened. Yeah. Anyway, we can get into this topic where we threw this out earlier. Tim Kawakami had a piece in the SF Standard. If you're not subscribed, check it out. It's a great place for Bay Area news, San Francisco news.
Our guy, Kerry Crowley.
Great sports coverage as well. Kerry Crowley. Hung with him last Friday. Hung with Kerry Crowley and Danny Emmerman in North Beach. Yeah.
Nice. Both right for the Standard.
Both right for the Standard. Both KNBR alums.
That's true.
Danny covers the Warriors. Kerry is an editor over there. Anyway, Tim Kawakami of the Standard put out an article saying that it's set up this weekend, this offseason for the 49ers to make some big moves. Now, I know a lot of people are looking at the cap room, but we have to remember also how much money they've paid in bonuses. That just because they have the cap room doesn't mean that they're cash rich in all capacities, right? Doesn't mean they have the money to fork over that they're going to, and it depends on structure of these contracts. I do personally think they need a different offseason than the one they had last year. Now, 2 years ago, they added, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, they added Javon Hargrave. 3 years ago, they added Javon Hargrave.
2023.
And he was good. That was a big splash. They needed a big-time player, and we didn't think they were going to get one that offseason.
No.
They restructured some stuff. They reconfigured some contracts, and they were able to do that. While also, in the last couple of years, giving Kittle a new one, Trent a reconfigured, McCaffrey a restructure. So there's all these different ways they've maneuvered the money. They've been really, really good at that over this period of time. So I think they are set up if they want to get like one big player, but I think they need more than one. So the question is, if they acquire that player, is it via free agency or via trade? Last offseason, they just added Luke Farrell, right? It was basic. And now, again, there were other adds and trades. They acquired Sky Moore. They acquired Brian Robinson, guys who did make an impact and were factors for the team. But they also were going to need more than that. So if they're just going into the offseason and you're getting players at the level that Luke Farrell is, and this is not to knock on him. Mm-hmm. He was a good ad and was a valuable player to them, especially with the health of Kittle. That's fine. But that's not the type of player and level of player they need to get. So what Tim Kawakami's saying is based on what the Niners have in-house in terms of draft equity and what it would cost to get a guy like Justin Jefferson. He suggests that the Vikings might be open to trading Justin Jefferson because J.J. McCarthy needs more pieces around him to develop. They might need another quarterback. I'm not so sure I agree with that take, but neither here nor there. He says, if Max Crosby of the Raiders and Justin Jefferson of the Vikings are traded this offseason and the 49ers don't land either, it'll be a failed offseason given the 49ers' resources and incentive to win immediately. Yes, do you agree?
Yes and no. Like, if those guys are on the market and you're not in the mix, and not just the mix, but you don't land one of them, then that's disappointing. But then again, not every team is built that way. You know, the Broncos went heavy in free agency and signed Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw.
Because they haven't paid their quarterback.
Yes. And the Seahawks paid their quarterback, found a quarterback in Sam Darnold, went and got DeMarcus Lawrence. But they really built it up through the draft, honestly. And same thing with the Rams. They went and got Devontae Adams, but really it's because they got Puka Nacua. And Blake Corum is coming to its own. They built up the defense. So it has to be both. It really has to. You have to hit on your draft picks. You have to find young guys who are going to make a difference on this team. And if you can, go out and get a difference maker. But I'll say this too. There are exceptions, of course, for Justin Jefferson or a Max Crosby. But also the 49ers can't do both. You can't build a team up with a bunch of young players and then go out. What I'm saying is you can't build this team up with a bunch of draft picks and also go get Max Crosby and Justin Jefferson. You're really going to gut your draft if you get one of them. Because even Tim Kawakami says in the article, most likely it would cost you 2 first-round picks for Justin Jefferson. And again,
plus the contract.
Yes, and this is all the hypothetical that they will be shipped this offseason. I don't believe that. I think that I understand what Tim is saying, but when it comes to J.J. McCarthy, it's not just, well, let's ship Justin Jefferson out of here because J.J.'s not developing. That's too damn bad for J.J. McCarthy. Then you're going to sit.
Well, that's too damn bad.
That's too damn bad. Mac Jones is coming here. Or if it's, a different situation, like Max Crosby, I still think Mark Davis would rather, I don't know, think of a scenario. He does not want Max Crosby going to the 49ers.
That's too damn bad! It's like I would avoid P.F. Chang's for 3 weeks if I didn't have to.
He'd rather make that photo of him where he's bald a reality than ship off Max Crosby, which it wasn't real.
Rather get a real haircut, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I'd rather eat my P.F. Chang's with lettuce cups than the wraps themselves.
Right.
That's too damn bad!
So I don't think that either are going to happen, but if you ask me which one's more feasible, probably Max Crosby, because you always make an exception for a pass rusher. 2 first-round picks for Justin Jefferson. I think, again, I would do that in a heartbeat, but I think some GMs just think like 2 first-round picks for a wide receiver. Some guys feel that way. Some guys are crazy like that. I don't think John Lynch would feel that way. But for Max Crosby...
Wait, you're saying some GMs think what for a wide receiver?
2 first-round picks for a wide receiver, that's too much for me.
And you think John Lynch would not think that?
No.
Not about Justin Jefferson.
No.
Yeah.
But some GMs just have that mentality. It's like, I'm not paying that much for a wide receiver, sorry. But Justin Jefferson's maybe the best of football next to Jamar Chase. With Max Crosby, if it's the 49ers, I bet you Mark Davis would be like, well, I need 3 first-round picks. That's the starting point. I think also...
It's so funny. It's like Game of Thrones. They have so much history with these teams and these organizations, and their dad hated them, so they hate it. Like, football's so funny because it's all like kingdoms, right?
Well, because they built a kingdom, and they didn't get their own. Like, no matter if it's justified or not, Mark Davis feels... And again, he wanted to leave in the first place, so they think this is stupid to begin with. But Mark Davis, in his mind, believes, well, we had to leave the Bay Area because of the 49ers. They got their brand new stadium. The league wanted us to join them. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. I want my own stadium. And they said no. So I have to build my own in Las Vegas. Whether you believe that or not, or you believe that's justified or not, that's your own rationale. But that's what Mark Davis believes. So he's not going to do business with Max Crosby. I go back to the Khalil Mack trade. There was a better deal on the table for John Lynch, and he said, sorry, I'm going with the Chicago Bears because I'm not going to do a deal with a crosstown rival. Even though they're not there anymore, they would not do that. Or in Mark Davis's mind, he wouldn't. But I believe that Tom Brady and John Spytek can't convince him thinking, look, Mark, this is the best deal on the table. If you want to trade Max Crosby, don't you want to get the most amount of compensation for him? So he could be talked into that. At the end of the day, I don't think either are happening. But when it comes to if they are moved and the 49ers don't get either, is it catastrophic? No, because there are other avenues to win. I think that they can find success through the draft or free agency, but it would be nice to get one of those players, absolutely.
I would say for me, there's a few different things to lay out with this, because the question at hand is if Justin Jefferson and Max Crosby, when we open week 1 of next season, if both of those guys were traded or are traded over the offseason and the 49ers don't get either, is it a failure on the 49ers part is the question. First question I have to ask is, do you think both guys are really going to get traded? I think Crosby could. I don't think Jefferson's going to get traded.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. I think they're more likely to add a quarterback than they are trade Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah? Because I'm like, if I'm them and you want to trade, because I've seen somebody on the text line here just a minute ago, 408 says, what if it was like Mac for a 1 and a 3 and Justin Jefferson for Jefferson? And I'm like, but you're getting Mac then to have him throw to who?
Yeah.
Like Addison after suspension again? I don't. The reason you
need Jefferson.
The reason you would trade Jefferson would be to get picks back to add more around J.J. McCarthy if you're sticking with McCarthy.
Right.
Not to add a quarterback to be his replacement or backup and then have nobody to throw to. Like that structurally doesn't seem to make much sense to me.
No.
So I don't really feel like Jefferson's getting moved. I think there's a chance Crosby is. The second tier of this is it's impossible for any of us right now, and this is going to be really intriguing to see over the next few years, how John and Kyle operate the roster with a paid quarterback, right? We knew they paid Jimmy Garoppolo, but at the time it still didn't impact them as much because they drafted well on defense.
Mm-hmm.
And they'd had a better defense, so it didn't seem to be as big of an issue. They weren't paying a running back top-tier money. They weren't paying a receiver or anything. And they aren't now. I mean, after this Ayuk situation, they won't be. But we don't know how they're going to manage the roster and where they put the emphasis when they don't when they do have to pay the quarterback, which they haven't had to do yet, right? So we're only in last offseason was starting to be year one of that. They had to pay Brock, and they did. They only signed Luke Farrell as like a free agent in that main key first free agent window. We talked about how they might be in on other guys later on. That never really materialized. So how do they manage and operate free agency versus the trade market now that they've paid Brock Purdy? Ayuk is off the roster. You've got multiple top-tier money coming back off injuries and one that's going to start the year likely hurt, George Kittle. There are a lot of questions. So we don't really know, and that's something we're going to have to figure out. We kind of knew how they operated before because they had a cheap quarterback. The next thing is, do I think it would be a failure? I think it would be a massive miss. I think if they didn't land one and they were both up for grabs and two other teams landed them, I think it would be a big miss on their part. The question is, what are they asking for? You don't know what the compensation is. Now, Tim Kawakami also had a piece this last season, around deadline time.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about what would you trade for a pass rusher, and we were talking Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, and Max Crosby.
Okay.
Remember, we were just like, would they be available? Would you go try to get one of those guys? And seemingly, Kawakami said the feeling around the team is that they would only break the bank draft pick-wise and money-wise for somebody of that caliber, right? And it was like those three guys. So if one of those guys comes available, and what I know about John Lynch as a GM is that in the time he's been running the 49ers personnel office, he has called on every single top-tier name that has been widely known to be available.
You have to.
Including ones that weren't. We all kind of scoff at that story that he called Belichick and was calling about Garoppolo, but asked if Tom Brady was available. He wasn't kidding. He wanted to know what's the asking price on Tom Brady.
I respect the hell out of that.
I do too. And the more we know about John Lynch, the more we know he picked up the phone and he called on Khalil Mack. And the Raiders and John Gruden and Mayock deemed that the Bears would have had a better draft pick the following year, so they traded Khalil Mack to the Bears.
No. Well, the 49ers had a better offer on the table.
Niners had a better offer on the table, but I thought was that more about animosity?
It was more about animosity.
There you go. Ultimately,
in the end, they were offering more draft picks.
Well, it was more of bit 'em in the assiosity.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Like, just because, that's what I mean, the spite in that is ridiculous. I mean, I get when you're like, I don't negotiate with this team, like Giants and Dodgers, in division, things like that. You're in division, but you won't negotiate with a team you're not even in the same state as anymore.
Well, it also feels, doesn't it feel antiquated at this point? Like, you get over it. If you're not going to deal with anybody in your division and there's all these other teams that you have beef with, you've cut yourself off from a fourth of the league.
And Lynch is like, dude, I didn't even play here. Like, Lynch is like, I work here now. I have nothing to do with what happened before.
And you're in Vegas already, so move on.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, at the time in 2018, I kind of understand it. I mean, like that, Raider fans would have been just so pissed off that happened. But at the same time,
pissed anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. But like for him to stay in the area and play for the 49ers, that would be a tough pill to swallow. But as far as now, yeah, I mean, that would be too. But if it's the best offer on the table, then I hear you.
I think if any of those guys are available, Lynch is on the phone. We know he did it for Khalil Mack and tried or asked about it. We know he's picked up the phone for other big-time players. Just something that come to mind. He traded for Trent Williams during the draft. He made sure that they got him when he was available, a Hall of Famer that was available. Christian McCaffrey was available. They went and they got him. They were down to go get Matt Stafford. Like, guys have become available, and John Lynch has asked.
Yeah.
I would imagine that he picked up the phone and asked about Hendrickson this year. That wouldn't have surprised me at all. So
now Hendrickson is available in free agency this year.
Right, which is a little bit different. So the question is, are they willing to break the bank, and where do they think breaking the bank is for a guy like Hendrickson?
I would not do that for Hendrickson.
I would trade draft picks for Crosby before I would pay the money for Hendrickson. I think Crosby's a better player.
Yeah, Hendrickson's going to turn 31 this year, and you saw his body break down a little bit.
Dude, back. I don't want to hear about back for my pass rush.
Yeah, I would much rather have like a team that needs pass rush, and the 49ers need pass rush, but more of a Tennessee team or even the Raiders. They go break the bank for Trey Hendrickson while you do more reasonable moves. I think that John Lynch is going to be mindful about what he does going forward. Where, yes, if John Spytek calls you and says, what can we do for Max Crosby, you're talking about that. If the Minnesota Vikings call you and talk to you about Justin Jefferson, you're negotiating that.
Or if they become available, I think Lynch picks up and calls them and says, what's the asking price?
Either way, if you're calling them or he's calling you, no matter what. But like those are the guys you definitely move heaven and earth for.
I mean, Trader John, again, he made trades this year, right? He traded for Brian Robinson. He traded for Sky Moore. I mean, I know those are small moves, but he is not it's not like he's somebody who doesn't make trades or make moves.
Yeah.
This isn't the Chicago Bulls who went like 4 years without a trade.
Now, there's somebody on the text line saying, what about A.J. Brown? He looks miserable in Philadelphia. Is he an option? Yes.
I'd take him.
But I will say this. A.J. Brown's the type of guy that we've seen the last few years, even with winning a Super Bowl, where if he's not the focal point of the offense, he gets pissed off. And we know that the 49ers, it goes week to week sometimes, where it could be George Kittle, it could be Tonjes, it could be McCaffrey, it could be Kendrick Bourne, and maybe they're going to get out of that type of offense. I doubt that. I still think that Kyle Shanahan doesn't need a true number one to score 40 points on you. But I still think that the same problems would be there with A.J. Brown if the 49ers traded for him, where they would throw to him and Brock Purdy would have a true number one, but the production he's looking for is to get 10 catches, 110 yards, and a touchdown every week. I don't know if that's going to fit the style of play every week for the 49ers. So while, yes, it's more feasible to get A.J. Brown, I still think he would be a headache.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's noisy. And again, I don't know. I'm curious as to how they manage off-season free agency and spending versus potential trades and draft capital. Like They have a number 27 pick, I think, is where they are this year now.
I got to check.
The top 20, yeah, that's right, because the top 28 are done, and the Niners are 27 based on where they lost and how they lost, I think, in the playoffs. So, yeah, I mean, the draft is as important to me, but is it a failure if they don't land one and they both get traded? It's a miss, but it's hard to say failure because it takes two teams to make a trade. If they're not willing to meet an asking price and we see it and we're like, I mean, I don't know what price would make me think no for Crosby unless you see, like, he went for 5 first. You're like, what? That'd be crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, I'd be like, I don't know if I like that, but it's not that crazy. Like, that's what I mean is if Justin Jefferson gets traded for 2 1s and 2 2s or, a bunch of, like, more than I'm like, I don't know, maybe not for a receiver. For a pass rusher, I'm willing to give up a lot more of that caliber, right? And to pair him with Bosa for a few years, like, you might have something there immediately on defense.
Yeah, but sometimes teams just feel like it's better if we get these draft picks from this team because they're going to be bad next year. I think a lot of teams look at the 49ers and be like, they're not going to be bad next year.
Yeah, of course. It's about who you're competing draft-wise with, and pick-wise with. So it's about what you're willing to get. Some could be comp picks. Some could be pick swap things. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's a failure as long as they're trying to get one. But when we got to see what they go for also to really make that determination. There's also the question of who would you rather have? I would rather have Crosby.
Well, yeah.
I think that changes more I think it changes more of the dynamic of a team. If you have a player of that level and Bosa's back and Warner's back, like now your defense, all of a sudden your secondary doesn't look as turnover empty or as turnover deficient because you're getting pass rush up front. Like a lot of that changes.
Well, they need pass rush.
So I mean, I just think
they've gotten by putting up a lot of points without wide receivers before. But they do need a wide receiver.
I agree.
100%.
I agree. But if I'm giving up draft capital of a high level, I think I'd rather have Crosby. I think you need that more right now.
Absolutely.
Because of what you just said.
Yeah, but to that point, though, of is it a failure or not when it comes to the offseason, I can't say that in an offseason. Like, come back to me when the season's over, and then we'll say if it's a failure or not. Because if they still have a good season, then I can't say that's a failure.
You can judge the offseason and say, we think this is a win. The difference is, like with the Niners, if somebody becomes available for trade, I think there's a chance the Niners can get them. With the Giants, like when Kyle Tucker's available, we're like, they're not even going to talk to him, huh?
Yeah.
Nobody thought that the Giants were getting Schwarber.
No, because John Lynch works the phones.
Nobody thought Ohtani was coming here because there's a problem there. We know that the Warriors would try to add at the deadline we did all through the Bob Meyer years. They were adding at the deadline to compete. You knew that would happen. Brian Sabian did that every year at the deadline because they were in it. He'd add to wherever they had a hole. With the Niners, I do think if a player of this caliber becomes available, John Lynch is going to ask because he can improve the team. And there are some players that are beyond what potential you could have. There's some players that are like Crosby, I think is one, where you look at him and you go, that guy changes our team for at least the next 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. But I also think that, again, I don't think either happened. But if you were going to tell me, like, pick one, I would say Max Crosby's a little more feasible than Justin Jefferson.
I think so, too. I think he's more feasible. And I think if you're giving up those draft picks, that's the type of player you want.
Yeah.
Not that Jefferson's not, but giving up 2 or 3 1s would be a lot for a receiver.
Yeah, but he would do it because he's the best receiver in football.
And Brock could get it in his hands. And think about what Kyle could do with Jefferson, too.
At the same time, that
him an end around.
Kawakami states in the article, you have to pay him. You have to give him a new contract extension. I
just want to say JJ.
Yeah.
We call him the Jefferson Jet. What would the references be on Greg and Tim? They'd go Jeffersons early, huh?
Jefferson Airplane.
They're going to a deluxe apartment in the sky. It's a touchdown for Justin Jefferson.
Moving on up.
Yeah, dude. Exactly. That's exactly where he'd go. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon.
That's not true, Kawakami.
John Herrera.
That's not true, Kawakami.
You and your pot-smoking buddy, Mike Silver.
That's not true, Kawakami.
We'll take a quick break.
All-time presser.
Larry Krueger joins us in a little over an hour at 5:30 talking some Niner football. We'll get into his thoughts on how the Niners go about this offseason. When we come on back.
Marcus Thompson.
Oh, did he check in?
Yeah, he said...
Just got back. Wait, what time this morning you hit him?
I hit him at 10:30 this morning. And I said, any chance 450 could work? He said, yes, sorry, in Boston. Was interviewing Noah Lyles. Okay, there we go.
Oh, wait, 350 or 450?
450.
So he's coming on at 450.
Yes.
Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country, joins us at 450 as he does every week a bit late. After talking to Noah Lyles of the Quad God or whatever Olympic sport Olympic sport he's covering this week. When we come on back, we've started this offseason quarterback conversation, where each quarterback lands and how we view them going into next season. We'll jump back into that by division next. And then Marcus Thompson at 450 plus our conference championship picks. That's all to come. Dirty Work on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The NFL playoffs march on its conference championship weekend as we prepare for a Sunday afternoon doubleheader. It's Patriots Broncos followed by Rams Seahawks. You can catch all the action right here on the Sports Leader. 11 a.m. pregame this Sunday. So get those potato skins and loaded nachos ready. Heartburn is just temporary.
Hey, y'all, it's the cue to call. If you want tickets to Rob Zombie and Dragula, call right now.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic joins us in about 25 minutes. Championship Sunday, the Broncos and the Patriots at noon, and then at 3:30, the Seahawks and the Rams. You can hear it all right here, right, Tim, on Mike Holler's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's him. So we hit the offseason for the Niners, and I started looking back at quarterback play from this year, and like we sort of started this a couple of days ago where we were saying Mike Sando of The Athletic every year does the QB tiers, where he tiers and he pulls executives from around the league on different quarterbacks and where they tier in and based on what they've done in the past, and then we kind of see where they move each year. So we were more looking at each quarterback that played for teams this year and kind of how that movement's going to go, because I don't know if you'd agree. Does it feel like there's more quarterback movement every year now than there was when we were kids?
Yeah, man.
There's tons, like from backups to starters. I mean, there's like, just off the top of my head, probably 5 or 6 jobs open for starting QBs or teams that you think will be looking or having guys compete for a starting QB job.
When it comes to quarterbacks, it's kind of turned into the NBA where you kind of entertain these ridiculous trades. Like years ago, I would have never thought that, who was it initially? Carson Wentz getting traded to the Colts. I was like, that's ridiculous. He's good. He's going to stay there, and sure enough, it happened. Because
there was another one I feel like, 'cause I'm with you. Like that type of
it started with really Matthew Stafford.
Stafford was a huge one.
Getting traded to the Rams. When that happened, I believe on conference championship weekend. Like it was, or no, it was maybe like in between the conference championship and the Super Bowl, where it was just one weekend in the offseason. You're like, that's happening? Holy crap. That's where things changed, where now quarterbacks could be moved like that. And there was one offseason in particular, I think it was the 2022 offseason, where Russell Wilson went to the Broncos, Carson Wentz went to the Commanders, Deshaun Watson went to the Cleveland Browns. There was so much QB turnover. I think Matt Ryan got traded to the Colts as well, where now we kind of anticipate it. Where, like Aaron Rodgers gets traded to the Jets, I believe it. But as far as like, there's some other ones out there. Like there's a rumor out there that the Raiders could trade for Lamar Jackson. I'm like, I don't believe that at all. But yeah, there has been a lot of QB turnover lately in the last few years.
Yeah, well, and then I'm just thinking of teams that could need a starting quarterback this year. And there's a couple of questions. We'll see like what happens, but there's something you're pretty sure about. Like Raiders need a quarterback.
Yeah. And they got theirs, yeah.
Yeah, and they're going to have one, but Dolphins are going to need a quarterback.
Yes.
Cardinals are going to need a quarterback.
I believe so, but there's some thought out there that Michael Bidwell is so cheap. How cheap is he? So cheap.
How cheap is he?
That he doesn't want to pay Jonathan Gannon and Kyler Murray at the same time if they're not going to work for him. So he's going to pay Jonathan Gannon this year to go away. And then also Kyler Murray, if he is released, he's on the books for the Cardinals this year.
At some point, you have to ask the question, like, do you want to own a football team?
Yeah, that's a great question for the Arizona Cardinals.
For Bidwell, it's a great question. I'm like, what?
Well, I don't understand how some owners can be so cheap.
Like, do you want
the
to own
Bengals, the Cardinals? Like, come on.
What's it for? Is it for your ego, which I'm sure partly? But I'm like, well, if you don't want to put stuff into it, what's the point?
They're the only franchise in the NFL, when they do their report cards, they charge their players to take food home.
Yeah.
A doggy bag. We're charging you for that.
So I'm going Raiders, Dolphins, Cardinals, and the Raiders will draft one. Dolphins will need one. The Cardinals may.
Yeah.
Steelers?
Yes.
We'll likely need one. Jets will likely need one.
Mm-hmm.
Colts? Falcons, maybe. It could still just be Kirk Cousins.
I think Kirk Cousins comes back because he likes Stefanski.
But that's a question mark.
Yeah.
Vikings is a question mark on how they operate the McCarthy situation.
I think there's a QB battle in the training camp.
I think so, too. So I'm just like, that's my point, is there's teams that will be adding QB. Even if it's the Falcons, I wouldn't be surprised if they added another one.
Yeah.
They'll need somebody to back up Cousins, even if it is him.
Flacco go to Atlanta?
Maybe to back up Cousins.
It's the geriatric quarterback depth chart with Kirk Cousins and Joe Flacco.
And Penix doesn't have anything to say to anybody.
He's like, I'll just wait.
I got nothing in common. And then the Vikings, like how they operate this offseason at that position will tell you how they feel about McCarthy. Right? The Colts is a weird one because you'd think they want Dan Jones back. We'll see what kind of deal he gets from whoever it is.
But it's just
I think it was
a risky move.
It was a guarantee until the injury. Now it's like it was a one-year contract. How do we navigate it going forward? So that's kind of why we're doing this QB conversation. So I think we left off yesterday talking a lot about Joe Burrow.
Yeah, we did.
And then we got into some Aaron Rodgers talk. We both are in agreement that he's probably gonna
retire. There is a sentiment out there that some people believe that Mike McCarthy could be the difference maker there? And I would say no, because I think Rodgers, he likes Mike McCarthy. He doesn't love him, though, enough to come back and play football.
Like, is that, yeah, if you're that on the fence, he's probably not the difference maker.
No, and I would not hire Mike McCarthy at this point.
Okay, moving on here. How about, here's an interesting situation after the playoffs. C.J. Stroud in Houston.
Yeah.
He's entering year 4.
Yeah.
And year 4 is usually where you start talking contract for a quarterback.
Absolutely.
Because he's not going to go into year 5 generally. So this is the year where they have to make a decision on him.
Yeah.
And they've got Davis Mills, and they've got a defense that's elite. The question is, like, if they didn't turn it over as much, and if Davis Mills, who played for CJ a couple of times this year and looked okay.
Yeah.
I think they went, would they go 2-1 or 1-1?
Him and his long neck. Yeah, they won that game against the Jaguars where I think they scored like 36 points in the fourth quarter. Or maybe it was less than that, maybe like 26. But regardless, he led them to the victory. Yeah, with C.J. Stroud, man, like he was a guy that could have...
He was 3-0, by the way, as a starter this year, Davis Mills. 5 touchdowns, 1 pick.
He was a guy that could have changed the market back in his rookie year when quarterbacks were getting these ridiculous numbers as far as annual salary. And C.J. Stroud was going to be that guy. And then last year, regressed a little bit, okay, but it's a sophomore slump. This year, yikes. And you can't keep blaming it on your offensive coordinator. It can't be where Bobby Slowick's out of work because of you. I'm sorry, but I go with Bobby Slowick on that one because I think he's a damn good coach. And I think I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if he's paired up with Robert Saleh. It sounds like they're waiting on Brian Daboll in Tennessee. If he wants the Bills job, then he could be the coordinator for Cam Ward. But, yeah, I think that C.J. Stroud needs to get his S together because he's not playing well. And you can blame some of those interceptions on the wide receivers with the Texans, but if I were the Texans, I would not pay him right now. I pick up his 5th-year option because you kind of have to. You selected him 2nd overall. But to give him what the market will ask, probably 65 a year or 70, no. He needs to play out of his mind next year in order for me to believe that he can get a contract that warrants that. Or
he led the league in interception percentage in 2023. He threw 23 touchdowns, only 5 picks. And then last year, 20 touchdowns, 12 picks. This year, he only played 14 games, but 19 touchdowns, 8 picks. And then what did he throw? How many picks did he throw in the 2 playoff games?
4 in the first half. He was 1 interception away from pulling, who's my guy? Nathan Peterman.
Nate Peterman, yeah.
Yeah. I think with when it comes to C.J. Stroud, I mean, the market's going to tell you, based on his potential and age, that he should make more money than Dak annually. But that'd be insane to do. But then again, all these guys did. Trevor Lawrence got paid. Tua got paid. But some of these teams didn't believe in doing that. The Texans might be in a position where if he has an okay season, then they break the bank for him. But I would not pay him this offseason. I'd pick up his 5th-year option.
Yeah, I assume they will. I think that's the best way to go about it since he was terrible. And I think that, that playoff game might have cost him money. Might have cost him some situation and some status.
I didn't realize that, we were watching the game at Golden Gate Taproom with everybody, but I didn't realize that Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, I think combined for 5 sacks and a few forced fumbles.
Oh, yeah. The defense.
Competent quarterback play should get you that win.
I'm saying if Davis Mills was their quarterback for longer, he might have been efficient enough to manage them through no turnovers to a playoff win or 2 playoff wins.
And I'm not knocking Drake May. He finished with 3 touchdown passes on that defense and threw a great one.
Fumbled a bunch, though.
He fumbled. More on Kayshon Boutte getting that one-handed grab over Derek Stingley Jr., but he only threw for like $179. If you have a quarterback that can sling it out there, again, it was snowing and the elements played a factor. But yeah, if you have better quarterback play, let's say if you even have Davis Mills out there,
that's what I'm saying.
You may have won the game.
Yeah, turnovers destroyed you, and they kind of won the first one even in spite of him against Pittsburgh. Davis Mills though didn't have a great completion percentage. 159 attempts this year, 91 completions, 57.2. But again, didn't throw all but 1 interception in 160 attempts.
Yeah. So they have a decision to make.
It's a 0.6 interception percent.
The most likely thing is they just pick up the 5th-year option. Same thing with Bryce Young. I don't think he should get a contract. He played well this season, but there were a ton of times against the 49ers. There was one game against the Seahawks where he threw below 100 yards. So I don't think any of these guys warrant a big-time contract, but you got to pick up the 5th-year option.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work rolls on. We'll continue on with some more of these quarterbacks into next week as well. So we're only into the AFC South. I want to talk more about the Colts, but we can do that later. When we come on back, let's talk more about the game this weekend or the games this weekend. Let's give our NFC and AFC championship picks. Who wins it? Who's playing in Super Bowl 60 at Levi Stadium on February 8th in just a couple of weeks? We will do that next. Marcus Thompson joins us at 4:50, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work rolls on a Ska Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you until about 6 o'clock tonight when Larry Krueger takes over with some Niners Nightly. He'll join us at 5:30, and we'll catch up with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic at 4:50. But the conference championship goes down on Sunday. You can hear it right here on KNBR. The AFC at 12, the NFC at 3:30. Let's get right into it here. The Patriots laying 4.5 at the Broncos. Over under 42.5. I think we're probably on the same side of this. I don't know about the spread per se, but I just have a real tough time seeing the Broncos win with Stidham. If they win, they're winning the way they're capable of winning, which is ugly, running the football and playing defense. Can they win an ugly game against the Patriots? Drake May just won where they turned it over. The Texans turned it over 4 times in the first half. He threw for fewer than 200 yards. Who do you got in this one?
I mean, I'm going in the direction of the Patriots, but Jared Stidham is more than capable of winning this game. I mean, he surprised all of us 2 years ago when, New Year's Day, when they played the 49ers, and he put up good stats. I'm trying to pull him up here. But, I mean, Jared Stidham's been in this offense for quite some time, and really Sean Payton, when he comes out after the win against the Buffalo Bills and announces that it's going to be Jared Stidham, he doesn't seem like, oh, man, or, oh, we'll rally around Jared Stidham and we'll play good football. Like, no, like, he believes in him, calls him Stiddy. I think that there's a...
Is he Poach?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to give Stiddy.
I like Stiddy,
We're going to give Stiddy a day.
Stiddy's been in the stable for a while. Bo's been great. I like Nixie, but there's Stiddy.
Nixie, dear. Yeah, Bowie's good. Bowie's feeling all right. Stidham in that game, by the way, against the Niners, New Year's Day 2023, in overtime. Niners win 37-34 to move to 12-4. The Raiders fall to 6-10. Stidham 23 of 34 for 365, 3 touchdowns and 2 picks.
So, I mean, I got to lead Patriots here, but I would be the least bit surprised. Sean Payton is such a good play caller that he could scheme it up for the first 15, and I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they score on the opening possession. That's when things kind of stall for the offense. That's when things kind of get a little funky for Jared Stidham. I think they stay in this game, but I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if it's like Patriots 21, Broncos 16, and the defense keeps them in the game. Drake Greenlaw, Antonio Hufanga, Patrick Surtain, Nick Bonito, all these guys, and you'll have to play with their hair on fire because they're playing with a backup quarterback, but it's just not enough offensively.
Yeah, I fear the Denver Broncos defense. I do. It's part of the reason I didn't want to see them in the Super Bowl. I was like, I just don't want a really boring game. I just don't want it to be a blowout. I'd love to see some fun football, and the Denver Broncos just didn't offer that at full strength to me. I'm with you. I guess it wouldn't shock me at all if the Broncos defense pulled this out and they won a game 17-13, or, you know what I mean? I mean, who knows? I don't think they have to score that much for that defense to find themselves in the Super Bowl, and then you get 2 weeks to prepare Stidham for that game. Now,
but I'll be honest too. I mean,
if he comes out and throws 3 picks, I'm gonna be like, yeah, okay.
But no disrespect to Jared Stidham. I don't want to see him in the Super Bowl.
No, we've been saying that. I didn't want to see Bo Nix in the Super Bowl. So I'm not going to.
I know, but it's like worse where it's like, just at least give me some good quarterback play. Like,
that's my point.
And Jared Stidham's more than capable, but I'm like, at least just give me like Matthew Stafford or Drake May. I'll take Sam Darnold. Jared Stidham,
Stidham last played. Stidham hasn't thrown a pass
since that game in 2022.
Since
or 2023.
Game. Since that game. I know he played the following week against Denver.
Oh, that's right. And then he filled in for Russell Wilson when
he played the following year he played the following week against Kansas City. He played the following season.
Correct, yes.
3 games in Denver, filling in for Russell Wilson. So he has not thrown a pass in an NFL game since January 7th of 2024. It'll be over 2 years since he threw a pass in a game.
2 seasons, yeah. I mean,
he was 20 of 34 in that game, touchdown and a pick.
And also, can the Broncos run the football? Because they couldn't do much on the ground last week against the Buffalo Bills. R.J. Harvey, their rookie, really good in the passing game, not so much on the ground. I think Bo Nix was their leading rusher last week. So if they can't run the ball and they can't throw with Jared Stidham, then yeah, I'm definitely taking the Patriots.
I'm going Pats. I need something in the bowl to have some excitement. I know people think they don't want to see the Patriots win again. I don't care. That's a harmless franchise to me.
It's a different iteration.
Doesn't mean anything to me. Even if it was the same, I'd be like, yeah, whatever. I'd still want them over the Broncos.
Okay, now if it was Bo Nix playing, would you still take the Patriots?
Yes. I don't want the Broncos. I told you my hell would have been Broncos Seahawks.
No, but
even at full strength Broncos, it was Broncos Seahawks. That's still my hell.
Take what you want to see out of it. Like, do you think the Broncos would have had, a better chance to win, obviously, but do you think they would have won this game?
Oh, you mean who would I pick if they had Bo Nix?
Yes.
Boy.
I'd still go Patriots, honestly.
I'd probably still go Patriots, but I wouldn't feel good about it.
Yeah.
I feel pretty good about Patriots here, but I wouldn't feel good about it.
Yeah. I have more confidence.
And the world's picking the Pats, so again, Broncos probably win.
I have more confidence in Drake May than I do Bo Nix.
NFC Championship, it's the Rams at the Seahawks. Seahawks are laying 2.5. Go ahead.
I think the Zach Charbonnet injury is a big deal.
I do too.
And I thought it was going to play a factor in the 49er game. Not the case. Kenneth Walker ran all over him. Look, I think that I can't simplify this matchup as just like who's the better quarterback. If that's the case, I'm taking Matthew Stafford, obviously. Seattle has the better team, but I don't know. There's something about the Rams just playing this team for a third time, and Sam Darnold having his struggles against them, even though he was, he exercised some demons and came back in that game, threw a great touchdown pass to Jack Smith and Jigba, and then the 2-point conversion. But he did throw 2 bad interceptions in that game, and did throw 4 interceptions previously right before Thanksgiving. And then last year had his struggles against the Rams as well. So against my better judgment, I think the Seahawks are the better team, but something about Matthew Stafford right now, I think it's setting up for him to have a storybook ending. So yeah, give me the Rams in this game, but I'm not really confident in that. I think that's just what I want to see.
I want the Rams to win too. But what I know now is we went into that game last week thinking if the Niners are to win, it's because Sam Darnold makes mistakes.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily the case. Sam Darnold didn't play that great last week. He didn't play that great week 18. Played worse week 18, which is maybe why it was 13-3 and not 27 or 30-3. But when it was 41-6 was that the final of that game?
41-6.
Brutal. At 41-6, Sam Darnold threw for under 200 yards and 1 touchdown. He threw for 1 touchdown in 3 games against the Niners this year.
Wow.
And never threw for 200 yards in a game in 3 tries.
Didn't have to.
I don't, not that the third time through doesn't matter, and not that McVay hasn't found more success against that defense than Shanahan. They've got better weapons offensively right now than the Niners do. I heard that pop in person, man, from that Rashid Shaheed touchdown to open the game. That is a hard place to play. And it was loud week 1. Fans were excited then. A shot to go to a Super Bowl. For me, this game isn't about Sam Darnold. If it's close, it's about Sam Darnold. But for me, it's all about the Rams trying to stop that or get through that McDonald defense. And they got stymied in the second half of that game in week 18.
Yeah.
17. 17, right?
17.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're talking about the Niners and 49ers?
No, I'm talking about the Seahawks and Rams.
Oh.
The Rams' offense wasn't as good in the second half against that defense.
You're right about that.
I'm going to take the Seahawks to win this game. I don't like it. I'm not rooting for it. But that's where I'm at. So I'm going Seahawks, Patriots, Super Bowl, a rematch. And then I'm like Princess Leia in the opening scene of a new... Help me, Drake May. You're my only hope.
Yeah,
I'm that little hologram with the cinnamon bun hair. Help me. Help me, Michael Vrabel. You're my only hope.
Yeah, I think both AFC teams are here a year too early. They're just too young and inexperienced.
Stay away from me, Robert Kraft, you creep.
I think the Rams or Seahawks will win the Super Bowl. Yeah.
Yeah. F me.
Yeah.
That's our picks for the NFC and AFC championship games. Tim, you want to give your thoughts?
Well, you can't have Mayo without May, so give me Patriots.
All right, okay.
God. I mean, hold your nose. And I guess Seattle just because of having home field. So it'll be Seattle and Patriots. And at that point, I guess I have to root for the Patriots, which even just saying it, I'm kind of feeling like I got to go to the bathroom and vomit.
Help me, Drake May. You're my only hope.
Is there some solace in the fact that it's not the Tom Brady Patriots, it's a different Patriot team?
No. Why do you hate the Patriots?
We're rooting for laundry, and I hate that laundry.
It's not even Belichick. It's not.
Yeah.
Rooting for myself and gambling in the square that we're
I would be totally fine rooting for Drake May and the Patriots in the bowl. I know some people are like, oh, no. I'm like, here's the thing. I never hated Tom Brady, and I never hated the Patriots winning. I'm not saying it to you. I'm saying it to the masses.
Well, 49er fans feel a certain way because
I get it.
It encroached on Joe Montana being the GOAT.
Yeah, I get it. I didn't see him play. So again, didn't affect me. So I'm like, it didn't bother me.
We're going to hear in a couple weeks, or maybe 1 week. Yeah, whenever this documentary's coming out, where Tom Brady's a part of the 49ers AMC documentary.
Yeah. Does Joe Montana interview him? Joe's like, Tom, what was it like to play in a 5th, 6th,
So what was
7th?
it like to watch me?
What was it like to play in 10? And I can hear it now. I could hear the Gen X 49er fan out there right now going, oh, yeah, what was it like to lose 3? He went to 10. What are we talking about?
So you think Tom Brady
7-3 is better than 4-0?
You think Tom Brady's better than Joe Montana?
I never saw Joe Montana play. I think Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback of all time, statistically, Super Bowl winning wise, numbers wise.
Yeah.
And Joe Montana, I can say that, and I'm not saying he's better. Everyone say, let Tom take the hits that Joe did. Joe took the hits, so Tom didn't have to. Tom's a product of Joe's success.
Right.
It's okay to understand that they played in different eras and acknowledge that what Tom Brady did, we'll never see again. Never. You tell me somebody's going to win 4? Dude, Patrick Mahomes already been to 4, right? Or 5, 4. Is he 3-2? 5.
5, yeah.
Was that 4-0? Yeah, but he's been to 5. He went to more than Joe ever went to. It's hard to win him. He's probably going to win more than Joe had. And Niner fans just have to accept 4-0 is and was the standard, and now it's 7-3.
I never like saying like that quarterback was better than that guy in different eras.
I'm not saying he's better than.
I know. It's kind of like when people like rank like greatest guitarists of all time. Like guys are different. Carlos Santana's different than name it, Jimmy Page or anybody else.
The game changed. Yeah.
What's up?
The game changed.
The game changed. It's different eras.
What's he got analytics involved with his guitar playing?
No, it's
just the equipment.
I don't like Jimi Hendrix is different than Carlos Santana or anybody else. Like it's just different to me. Like I don't know. Like if you're talking about like best thrower of the football ever, most people tell you that's Dan Marino or Aaron Rodgers. But then Patrick Mahomes came along.
Smartest ever is like Peyton Manning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just different. But like the most accomplished quarterback, of course it's Tom Brady.
I'm not going to say he's better than Joe Montana.
But does that mean the greatest of all time? I don't know.
I'm not going to say he's better than Joe Montana. I didn't see Montana play. And if I had, and I did, then I'd give you my honest comp.
Right.
But greatness is different than talent, like you're pointing out with Dan Marino. Nobody will ever say Dan Marino's the greatest of all time, even if he is in fact the best. It's like
pure thrower of the football.
It's like Herbert's like the prototypical best quarterback you could want.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have the accolades that even some of his peers who are as good or don't look as great have. And Lamar Jackson, you know what I mean? So
he plays poorly in playoff games.
Winning matters, and Joe did it all. Did it all, and then Tom did it all and more, and set the record. So that's kind of where I'm at on the Joe and Tom discussion.
All right, so you're going you're going Broncos and Seahawks. Oh, sorry, Patriots and Seahawks. I'm going Patriots and Rams, and Tim's going
Patriots and Rams.
No, Seahawks.
Tim's Pat Seahawks.
I'm going chickens.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go.
Those are our picks. We'll take a quick break when we come on back. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, best sports writer in the country. He'll join us next. Dirty Work on a Friday on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The San Jose Sharks return to action tonight at the SAP Center as they welcome the New York Rangers. Puck drops at 7 p.m. Of note, the team sent forward Igor Chernyshov back to the minors as the team continues to get healthier. For everything Teal, keep it locked to Dirty Work, the hockey leader.
What up, filth? Dirty Work here, Derek Papa and Adam Copeland, here for Jack's Restaurant and Bar. We love Jack's, great food, great drinks, and great people. People at Jack's always hook us up. They always give you great customer service, and they'll do the same for you. Just drop by and say you're a member of the filth, and you'll get the same treatment as us. Jack's is an all-day, any-day kind of place with 5 Bay Area locations: Newark, Pleasant Hill, San Bruno, San Mateo, and San Jose. Jack's is open 7 days a week for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks. And we'll be there for the Pleasant Hill location on February 13th.
Yeah, dude, first time we're venturing out to the Pleasant Hill location. Always been fun stopping at San Jose. I've also done the San Bruno location. That was my first foray into Jack's. Loved it so much, like a decade ago when I was living down this way. Had to stop off at the other location. San Jose, fantastic. The food is great, but check us out. We'll be out there 2 to 6 for our Valentine's Day Massacre show at Jackson Pleasant Hill, February 13th. Love and filth. Make sure you're stopping by to hang out at Jack's. It's a family-run favorite, known for real food, real people, old-school hospitality. It's a beautiful place, awesome place to make memories, whether it's a family meal or a night out with friends or a special occasion. And for a fresh twist, check out Jack's Cantina Jack's in Pleasant Hill, a bold new dining experience with big flavor, lively vibes, and a happy hour that is unmatched with beer, wine, and cocktail specials. Plus, they got $5 tacos. How can you beat $5 tacos? You know I love my way around a happy hour, too.
Oh, I know.
You know I know my way around a Jack's happy hour. I've been known to put them away.
I've seen it.
We're still on the air, huh?
Yeah, we are.
Visit any Jack's location today and review your meal at ilovejacks.com for a chance to win $500. Dude, you have a chance to win money from Jack's for eating at Jack's and then writing a review.
That's a deal.
Yeah, Jack's Restaurant and Bar, 5 Bay Area locations, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We've made the connection with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, best sports writer in the country, and he joins us every Friday. He's with us now on the Uma guest line. What's up, Marcus? Where are you, bro?
I'm in Beantown.
Beantown, baby.
Boston, baby.
You were just talking to Noah Lyles, huh? 48.
Yeah, it's 28 degrees, and my lips feel like concrete. Like, oh man, it is so cold. I don't. How do people do this? I'm ready to pay double my mortgage just so I could never leave California.
So what are you there for? Is it what's the tournament or the meet that you're there for?
No, I was here to do like a little, you know what I'm saying, athletic show.
Yeah.
TV interview with this America's top track star, and I'm working on a profile. It's at the New Balance indoor meet though, with the legend, the Bruin legend Quincy Wilson. I was excited to see Quincy Wilson, the 60. Well, now he's like grown and going to Maryland, but yeah, this the house that Quincy Wilson built.
Marcus Thompson with
And
us on
Kawhi Leonard apparently.
What, Kawhi was out there?
Kawhi just there?
No, just New Balance. So
Oh, right.
Where my Kawhi's at on the wall?
My Kawhi. No, dude, you get the fours. You get the Kawhi fours, bro.
It's not for aspiration. It's for New Balance. Gotcha.
Yeah, I got actually the re-release is what I got, dude. They got the new ones coming out. Marcus Thompson with us on the UMA guest line. Okay, so Marcus, the Warrior news or the Warrior situation. I mean, I've heard you talk about it this week, and everybody's fascinated, I guess, as to how they navigate this. Kuminga, I guess we're waiting for the update on the ankle injury as official
MRI.
as to what went on. But from the Warriors' perspective, do they still feel like, or do you think they feel like they still have to make a move, or even more, especially now, even if Kuminga is not the centerpiece of that?
I think it might be the opposite.
Okay.
I think now they look. I mean, part of the problem is, right, every deal that was on the table was untenable enough for Mike Dunleavy to not pull the trigger, right? It's like everybody's like, man, we'll do it if you throw this in. And there was a level of like, the Warriors are desperate. Take this deal, take this player, give us this pick. Well, now they're really desperate, right? So I don't think the offers are getting better right now. I think their best hope is going to be just to wait until, closer to the deadline. Teams get a little less certain, a little less, a little more like urgent to get rid of some stuff. Teams like Dallas maybe or New Orleans finally say, man, what are we doing? And pull the trigger. I think that's what they're waiting for. But right now, it's almost like you got to be a little bit more cautious because now you're really about to get hustled. I think, to me, that's the approach they take a little bit more. But I do think in hindsight, like knowing where they are, they probably are more willing, if the deal is right, to pull the trigger. So where a player they like, or they'll be like, yeah, I like him, but I don't want to give up a pick. In this situation, I think Mike Dunleavy is like, okay, now I'll give up the pick because you're not just addressing this year, you're also addressing next year in case somehow Jimmy takes a while to get back. So this move that you're making is not just for the right now, it's for like, all right, how do you start next year as well?
But we know how aggressive this owner thinks, and they want to win for Steph in their last remaining years with him. And I know that Kuminga getting hurt changes things, Jimmy changes things, but do you ever think they would just stand pat at the trade deadline and do absolutely nothing?
Yes, they will.
They will?
They've done it before. I don't think it's above them to say we didn't like anything out there.
Right.
And look, when you think about it, they just don't have trade pieces. Like they gave up their best, they gave up pieces during the whole to get Jimmy, right? Like Wiggins was a great piece. Like people wanted Wiggins, he had value. Like they gave that up. So now it's Kuminga who doesn't have value and looked like he was about to grow it, and then boom, right?
Yeah.
So they just don't have like assets. Like Jimmy maybe would have been one. That's out. Kuminga's pretty much very, very low-level asset right now on the market. They got the 26th pick, but what are you pairing that with? Podziemski is probably their greatest asset, but he's not making enough money to get a player back of value, right? Like he's making like $4 million, so that means you could go shop for $4 million, but why would you give up pods for that? So they really don't have a lot of assets right now. And, they're the best. If Kuminga doesn't have value now, maybe he has more value as an expiring contract. Maybe Jimmy has more value as an expiring contract next year. I could see them saying that mostly because it's a stance they've taken before.
Marcus Thompson with us of The Athletic joins us on the UMA guest line. Logan Murdoch the other day reported on Steve Kerr and just the feeling around him in the final season of his contract. And he made it clear before the year that he was just going to kind of go through this and there wasn't any urgency on his side or any animosity on the other side. They were just going to kind of go through it. And I don't know if he's going year to year, making the decision as he goes. Maybe he's made up his mind already. But Logan reported that coaches within the organization have operated under the feeling that he would not be back next year. Do you have a feeling on this? Is there anything you've known or heard about what Steve Kerr's future holds?
Everything I've heard, like Steve is he's gonna resign. But if you're an assistant coach and Steve can't show his hands, right? And he can't let people know what's up, you gotta be prepared for that. Like, what happens if this thing blows up? If there's any coach who could be like, you know what? I don't want to do this no more. It's Steve Kerr. Like, Steve is the most like self-sure guy. Like, he's secure. He'd be like, all right, I don't want to do this. Fine. Which is why he is a lame duck right now, and he doesn't want to talk about it. Whereas other coaches might not like being a lame duck. So, I do feel like no matter what, anyway, they were probably going to make some assistant coach moves. They did lose an assistant coach, to the New York Liberty. But I've always heard Steph Curry and Steve Kerr are linked. So until something happens, that's what I've been operating under, and I haven't heard anything about like he's done. I don't think they'll fire him. I don't think that's on the table. How do you fire like one of the great coaches of all time? Not to mention he's linked to Steph Curry. So it feels like at the end of the year, Steve re-ups unless like what do you do if he leaves? Like, what do you tell Steph? Who you bring in? Like, who's the Mike Brown's in New York? I guess he might go Mark Jackson. Like, what are we doing after this? Well, I don't know how you have that conversation with Steph.
Right.
Well, if it's Steph still, Steph's under contract for one more year. I assume they want to win, so I assume they would go with Terry Stotts maybe, or if they want to get younger. But that's for the long haul. As far as the timeline for when Steve would sign a contract extension, I know 2 years ago it was right after the All-Star break. When would it get weird for you, where it's like we're going pretty long here without Steve getting a contract extension?
He's doing it at the end of the year. Like they've already. That's already been.
I think he said that, right?
From what I've been told, that he's doing it at the end. Like, that's not happening this year. Again, Steve's very comfortable. It felt like this is a situation where they finished last year 23-8, and they had a good playoff run. It felt like Steve came into this year like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I'm asking for the certain amount, and they've been through this song and dance before, Steve and Joe. Pay me this amount. Oh, I'm not getting this amount, and then that's the negotiating. It felt like to me, Steve is like, I'll wait. And if we're a top 5 seed, if everything is going well, that's gonna cost you a little more, right? That's what it felt like. I don't know if it ever felt like Steve was saying, "Let me see if I want to coach again," but it's like,
let me see what I cost. Yeah, what's the price tag?
Yeah, let's see what this price looking like, and then as it gets rough, it's like, you know what? Let's just put it at the end of the year. But I just have a hard time seeing that Steph and Steve's dynamic breaking up. Like, Steph has endured a lot, so like if you can't give him, you know what I'm saying, like the trades he wants and the team. Like, just let him have his coach at least, right?
Yeah.
And if you don't, you might as well just start over with Steph, but just start over.
No, I agree, Marcus. I think that Steve Kerr wants to ride off in the sunset with Steph Curry. But with everything that's gone on with the Kuminga stuff and his owner kind of undermining him in emails, it's not a big deal, but I'm sure it gets to him. Does it kind of feel like Steve Kerr? Like a long time, his whole thing was, I want to play with joy. And Kevin Durant kind of mocked that a little bit, but do you think he's coaching with joy right now?
I do in many senses, because Steve is one of those coaches who like kind of finds value in just being in the mix. Like, he'll say it all the time. Like, you're not winning a championship every year.
Yeah.
Right. And he's getting to coach guys. Like you gotta coach it. There's a part of him that's figuring it out. I know earlier he was saying he hasn't done a good job. I think that part of it, you got to remember too, this is like, just remember 2018, 2019. Like when this team was the team and everything was a drama every day. And then, they went through the Draymond situation. This actually isn't, in their world, that crazy. They're just not that good. That's the problem, right? They're not that good. If they were great, like Kuminga this wouldn't be a big deal, right? This is because they're trying to compete for a championship and stay in the mix. But I think Steve is like, he likes the coaching part. He's got to figure this out and figure that out and develop this player and get that player going. To me, that's the part that always has driven Steve. I don't think they are like joyous and happy like that sense, but they go to, Dallas and they come out and they play like together like a team. Again, not very good, but that their response to that situation is the stuff that Steve like. He's a very, very like, hey, 15 guys, like strength in numbers, like we're in this fight together, we're competing. Like Steve loves that stuff. He's big on that.
Right.
How do you think the league, or how do you view if the Warriors were to try to make a big move this offseason, if they tried to make a pull for Giannis or something like that? I don't know what the structure would even look like or what you'd give up, but how valuable do the Warriors draft picks look in the future? Because you can't trade back-to-back years, but like if we parsed it out and we said, okay, you're looking for a player like Giannis or a big splash like that this offseason, to me, draft picks like 4 and 6 and 2 years out for the Warriors don't look that bad, considering if you're doing that, you're mortgaging your future. They're looking to move Kuminga, and on the roster, there's no plan beyond Steph and this run. You'd be doing that with the hope that player is your next focal point or the next centerpiece of your team, like Luka in LA. But how much value do you see in the draft picks in 28 and 30 and 32 from here on out?
I just don't. I don't buy that whole. I don't buy that deal where like these future picks have a greater value than the present player.
Okay.
I know that's a philosophy, right? And we've watched Oklahoma City kind of put themselves in position by doing it. But to me, so I'm just saying me, like after the Steph Curry era, and you get down to 0 salary cap, because Steph is gone, and that means everybody's gone, or whatever, you got so much cap space. I would believe if I were the Warriors that if I'm dangling 2 max contracts out there, I'm getting 2 players. Like it's happening. You're an $11 billion franchise. You'd have the house that Steph built. You'll have the crazy fan base, the crazy reach. Like I get this notion that people may not like signing with, San Francisco teams. I just don't know if that applies when there's $60 million on the table to replace Steph, $60 million. So I always feel like if everything goes bad and you got to start over, you have max contracts to dangle. And if you don't think nobody can take them, okay, get the pick. That's why Oklahoma City has to do the picks route, because nobody's taking that money. But if you're telling me the number 2 most valuable franchise in sports, according to the recent Forbes report, can't get people to come to Silicon Valley with the max contracts dangling, then yeah, go ahead and keep the picks. But I would always feel like you're going to get a star because you'll have the money, and they're going to go where the money is. So to me, 28, if you end up stuck with no picks in 28, clear the deck and sign free agents. Like there's another way is my point. Like it to me, it's just not that life or death.
Marcus Thompson, we do it with him every Friday here on Dirty Work. Out in Boston, freezing his ass off. Dude, bundle up, man. Get a hand warmer or something. You got mittens? What do you got?
Man, I'm about to go home, bro. Everybody, it's bad in Boston when they're preparing for the storm. I'm like, why y'all scared? Like, if y'all scared, I'm terrified.
Yeah, you should be. We got to get you out of there, bro. We got to get Marcus out of Boston, man. You do not belong there, bro. All right, Marcus, have a safe trip getting back. Have a good weekend. We'll talk to you next Friday.
Later, Marcus.
All right, have a good one.
Later, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Yeah, he doesn't seem like a cold weather guy.
No. I'm not either, really.
No. I mean, I'm fine with it. It doesn't.
But if it's like blistering cold, I'm like, this is miserable.
I mean, if you're like in the weather, in the elements, you're prepared for it. Yeah, it sucks, but it's still. But I'm with him. Like, I couldn't live there. I'm not shoveling my driveway.
Oh, no, like shoveling your driveway or like sitting in your driveway waiting for your car to heat up to get all of the ice off the windshield. And
can you imagine if Tim had to shovel his driveway, dude? He would have got here like 8 o'clock last night.
Although, you know what? I do miss snow days.
Please, I spent more time in snow than probably both of you.
Hold on. Derek misses snow days from Boulder, Colorado?
Yes.
Okay, I was going to say, did you live somewhere else that we don't know?
Oh, no, my friend. When I lived in Boston. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I was like, no way. Okay,
I'm kidding.
You remember some snow days in...
They were few, but yeah, every now and then we got a snow day.
How old were you in Boulder, Colorado?
I lived there from 96 to 2000, so from 5 to 9 years old.
You were born in 91?
Yep.
96 to 2000?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, Millennium happened while you were in Boulder. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you celebrated there.
I had to fight off a lot of Broncos fans back in the day with my Raiders backpack.
Dude, the thing I remember most about the Millennium 99 to 2000 New Year's, like I was a kid. I was 10.
Oh, the world was going to end.
Yeah, that was going to happen, which I never really understood because I asked my dad.
I did not grasp it as a young kid.
I said to my dad, but Dad, doesn't it turn midnight at different times at different places? He's like, yeah, it's not happening. He was like, yeah, don't worry, Y2K, it's fine. And he's like, I was like, yeah, it's everywhere. He's like, no. I was like, but Dad, like it's in Australia, it turns midnight before here, and then in New York, and he's like, yeah, I guess it's not real.
It didn't bother me. Like I wasn't like a young kid being like, oh my God, this is happening. It didn't bother me until you're gonna laugh at me for this. Busta Rhymes had an album called Extinction Level Event, where the whole theme was about the apocalypse, and in the year 2000, the world's gonna blow up.
He's still performing, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I didn't see him until after that for the first time. Yeah.
But like the beginning of the album was like, in 2 more years, the world's gonna blow up, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm scared.
He's like, buy the album now.
Yeah, exactly.
Get it quickly. The thing I remember most is we had a family New Year's party. So all my aunts and cousins and uncles and everybody were over. And my dad had just started showing me Rocky movies. So I was like 10. I'd seen 1, 2, and 3. We'd been like watching them one at a time. And then my dad was like telling my aunts about it. And I remember he said to my aunt, like, yeah, we watched 1, 2, and 3. Got to show them 4. My aunt Tracy's like, oh, is that the one where Apollo Creed gets killed? And I was like,
oh,
what? And my dad lost it when I was pissed. 99 New Year's Eve.
Oh,
it's the only memory I have of that entire night is literally the only memory I have of that night is finding out that Apollo Creed died. And so I watched Rocky IV knowing it was coming.
That's like you revealing to your stepmom that Scrappy Doo's the villain in Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. My dad's like, don't tell. And she's like, how was Scooby-Doo? I was like, yeah, it's good. Scrappy Doo is the villain. My dad couldn't even say a word. He was all pissed. But don't tell her. She was like, I could have gone with you to the movie. I'm not going to see it.
Yikes.
I didn't want to spoil it, dude.
Yeah.
I gave away a lot for Scooby-Doo, too.
I know. It's Scooby-Doo lore.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Friday. Larry Krueger joins us at the bottom of the hour at 5:30, and then he'll be back at 6 o'clock with some Niners Nightly. But when we come on back, your sound soiree for Friday, January 23rd, featuring Carmelo Anthony checked in. Had a pretty reasonable take on Jonathan Kuminga and Steve Kerr on their disconnect. Also, Fernando Mendoza. Derek says you got to hear this.
I mean, you don't. It's just he's just so.
He was on Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah,
I don't watch Fallon like I watch the other one, so I miss this.
I mean, they're both really cheesy. Fallon and Mendoza.
Fallon's a cheese D for sure.
Yeah, this is a little too much for me.
Then we got Jordan Poole who spoke to an elementary school.
This video is insane.
This is wild. So Jordan Poole speaks to an elementary school, and the topic of Draymond Green comes up. And also, you got to hear Sean McVay, whose 40th birthday is Sunday, but he don't want to hear about it.
No.
We'll talk about it next. Dirty Work Sound Soiree on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors fell in Dallas last night, 123-115, despite Steph Curry's heroics. Curry scored 38 points, but Golden State could not keep up in the fourth quarter. And hey, you won't believe it, but Jonathan Kuminga hurt his knee in the first half and did not return. Next up, the Dubs head to Minnesota for a Saturday matinee afternoon showdown. For everything Warriors, keep it locked right here to the Busted Knee Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. The football playoffs are here, Championship Sunday, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action because you can make picks and win money right now in California on Underdog. Playing Underdog, it's easy. You just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. If you get them right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. I'll be playing on Sunday. I've already got some picks in. I told you I was looking at higher on Drake May's passing yards. I'm also looking, by the way, with the Zach Charbonnet injury, on higher on Kenneth Walker's rushing yards. Also higher on Kenneth Walker's rushing plus receiving touchdowns, being that he's probably going to be the goal line back now. We'll see if they elevate Cam Akers. Bottom line is, what are you waiting for? Download the app today and use promo code KNBR to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KNBR. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or older and present in California. Terms apply. See UnderdogFantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Larry Krueger coming up at the bottom of the hour at 5:30 for a hit with us. Talk some Niners with him, as well as at 6 o'clock at the top of the hour with Niners Nightly. But first, we got some stuff to get to in your Sound Soiree. It's some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Your Sound Soiree for Friday, January 23rd, 2026. And it starts with a little Kuminga talk. Why wouldn't it?
Oh, God.
They're talking about it on the national scale now.
Oh, you know what? I actually appreciated this take by Carmelo Anthony.
So he was on the, Carmelo Anthony was on the 7 p.m. in Brooklyn podcast. What time does that air? 7 p.m. in Brooklyn podcast. Here's Carmelo Anthony, former number 3 overall pick, right? Number 2 overall pick. Number 3.
Yeah, 2 after LeBron, yeah.
No, did Darko go?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Did Darko go 2 and Melo went 3? Was that it? And Wade 4?
That sounds right.
I can't get to the sound until Tim finds out.
Hold on, I got it. Give me time here.
Who does it first? Tim or Derek? I think it was Darko 2.
Darko was definitely 2.
He was the 3rd pick.
Melo was the 3rd pick. And Wade was 4?
Damn, you beat me.
Damn, if the Pistons had taken Carmelo, number 2, instead of Darko.
Bosh was 4.
Bosh was 4, that's right.
And that Piston team was stacked.
Well, that's the thing is they'd had that pick and they'd been to the finals.
Yeah,
won the finals.
Well, no, lost in the Eastern Conference Final the year before.
That's right, and then because that year
went to
that
the
they got,
finals the next year.
That year that they got Darko was the same year they traded for Rashid.
Right.
They got Rashid mid-season, and he went off.
God,
hell of a year. But
have a young Carmelo Anthony coming off the bench for that team.
I always think about could you imagine if they'd taken Melo, Bosh, or Wade? that team would have been. I mean, they were already insane. And they were like and they were the best defensive team in the league. Well, they were going Darko out of position of need, and he was, viewed as a prospect. He was like a guy who could score from outside a little bit. He could bang inside, and he couldn't do any of them.
Yeah, would have probably won or probably gone to more NBA Finals instead of losing in the Eastern Conference Finals for years.
It's a great Big Sean line where he says, line after line after line, barcode. Then I'm a blackout in the. He says something about
I don't know.
I'm gonna sign $1 million sign a Millicek Darko. That's it. Nice. Millicek Darko. Bad pick.
That's a bar.
Probably all he got. All right, here's Carmelo Anthony on the 7 p.m. in Brooklyn podcast. And it's a very reasonable take on the Jonathan Kuminga, Steve Kerr situation. I think so, too. Here you go.
Golden State is a system. They have their system. They've been had their system. This is what's going to happen in this system. And if you're going to buy into this system, then you're going to play. Kuminga is a guy who needs freedom. He needs to be free. He needs to be in transition. He needs to just go. But if you're not going to buy into what we doing over here, and you just going to play your style of basketball, that style don't mesh with the style that we actually have going on and what we're known for. To me, that's the friction that's happening over there. Steve Kerr, he not coaching potential. He coaching the system, and for them to not play you 16 straight games, there's been times when none of them guys played. You played the whole bench and still ain't played that man. Yeah. So that's telling me, like, you really ain't with me. I don't know how to handle that as a young kid. Nobody else is telling him how to handle that. So the only thing I know is I don't want to be. I'm unhappy. So we demand, we want, it ain't a demand. It's just I want out. Like, I don't want to be here no more.
So what's the easiest thing to do for the Warriors? Play Kuminga after all this?
And he's going to play. It's just how do you expect the mindset to shift like that when I know you really don't want me like that? You have to, as a front office, make it competitive as long as Steph is there. So because you still have Steph, they have pieces. You know what I mean? We were just singing a different tune when Jimmy was there 5 days ago. Golden State got to hurry up and come up with a plan fast. You could trade Kuminga and you could get something nice back that's going to help you go out there and compete
right now.
Because we got to focus on right now. Steve Kerr is done. Draymond going to be done. Steph going to be done. Like, then what?
I mean, obviously that's before Kuminga got hurt last night. But yeah, I think there's a lot of people on ESPN that just automatically go, Kuminga's right, Steve Kerr's at fault. And of course, I'm talking about Kendrick Perkins there with the voice. But
it's like a Perkins. I was like, what are you doing?
But that was reasonable. And I know that Carmelo, kind of a shaky start to his TV career on NBC, but I thought it was reasonable. There's a system in place, and it's just not working with Jonathan Kuminga. And yes, they're on a timeline. They're trying to win a championship. They're trying to contend, and they're on the same timeline as Jonathan Kuminga. That's all I've been saying for the last few years of this Kuminga mess.
Yeah, I think it's a fair take because it's what we've talked about with Steve Kerr as well. And you said people blame Kerr for his development. I say, yeah, but this is why two timelines don't work. It's tough. It's nearly impossible to develop the talent at the level that it needs to because by nature, great talent at the top of drafts is playing for teams without other talent. That's why they're picking at the top of the draft. Darko Milicic was an anomaly because they happened to get that top pick. You know what I mean? Who was the guy? Len Bias. The Celtics just won a title and they had the number 2 pick the next year.
Yeah.
Or something like that. What I'm saying is...
one of the biggest what-ifs of all time.
Of course, but great teams don't get top talent usually in the draft. And if they get young talent, they're using it and bringing it along in a way that will help them at some point. They did do that with Jordan Poole. They developed it to the point where he was a role player because he showed up at a time where they needed minutes from other players.
Right.
He showed up at a time where there were injuries. He got to play while Steph was hurt. He got to play while Clay was hurt, right? And that became somewhat of the problem with him in needing and wanting to play more. But they did develop that talent. But to Carmelo's point, Steve's not right now coaching development. He's coaching to win. Ryan Warsofsky's coaching to win, of course, but by nature of development.
Yes.
Right? It's two different ends of the spectrum.
That's why a lot of these younger coaches right now across sports are just developing players and also trying to win simultaneously. But Steve Kerr, he was that guy initially, and he still is that guy to a certain extent. He wants younger guys to develop. But if you're not going to do the things that I tell you to do, then I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense anymore.
More from the sounds soiree. Moving on here. How about Fernando Mendoza, future quarterback of your Las Vegas Raiders?
My Las Vegas Raiders?
They're not mine or Tim's. Yours and Marcus's Las Vegas Raiders.
Come on now.
You and Marcus.
Marcus claims the Las Vegas Raiders. I claim the Oakland Raiders.
It's because Marcus is still part of the Raider Nation.
Not me.
Not you?
Not me.
You got citizenship elsewhere now?
Sure. When it comes to Mendoza, he is probably the safe pick. But man, the more I listen to him, the more it's
the worst play. I
don't like him.
You don't like him as a dude.
He's just kind of corny.
It's the worst.
Not kinda. He is
position to be in as a bad team where the Raiders are. They're a bad team, a terrible team.
Yeah.
Without a head coach, in need of a quarterback.
But they need him,
and they don't have a quarterback, so they need a quarterback. But he's not the best quarterback prospect we've had in the last few years.
No, because next year,
if you ranked him among the top quarterbacks in the last 3 years that were the top QB draft picks,
he'd be last. I mean, Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams.
Well, I'm thinking that's going too far back. I'm not saying number 1 picks. I'm just saying top 5 quarterbacks to go in the top 5 in the last few years. Cam Ward would be above him.
Yeah, Cam Ward would be above him. Yeah. Who else won last year?
Caleb Williams would be above him.
Caleb Williams. I mean, last year was only one quarterback or 2 quarterbacks taken in the first round. You take Jackson Dart above Fernando Mendoza? I think so.
I guess, yeah. I don't know that I'd take McCarthy. That's 2 years ago.
You would take Fernando Mendoza over J.J. McCarthy.
I think so.
Yeah, he did more as a quarterback.
I didn't really like McCarthy in college.
Yeah.
I like Mendoza more than I liked McCarthy coming in.
Yeah, I'm too hung up on, scouts are going to tear him apart. You watch when we get to the, draft time, that scouts are just going to say, this guy does not deserve to go first overall. I have a 3rd-round grade on him. I have a 2nd-round grade on him, whatever it is. And, we heard that crap with Shador, and then he went in the 5th round, so who knows? But bottom line is the Raiders need a quarterback, so he's the guy. I just think, I'm going to sound biased here, this time next year, it's going to be a foregone conclusion that Arch Manning is the guy. He should be the guy. Whatever team gets him is getting, in my opinion, the next generational talent. Fernando Mendoza is not that guy, but he's capable of being a solid quarterback. He just needs the pieces around him. They need to redo that offensive line. They need to get better wide receivers. They need a good head coach, an offensive play caller, really.
I forgot that 2 years ago in 2024, we had the same thing as the Trey Lance draft where the top 3 picks were QBs. Caleb, Jaden Daniels, and Drake May.
Yeah. Sorry, say it again, sorry.
Remember we had in the draft with, hold on, I lost my headphones.
Oh, it's all good. Fernando Mendoza.
I was saying in the draft with Drake. In the draft 2 years ago, the 2024 draft, the same thing happened with the first 3 picks as it did in, was it 19 when they drafted Trey Lance, where it went Trevor Lawrence, was it Zach Wilson 2nd, and then Trey Lance 3rd.
And then Trey Lance 3rd, yeah.
I forgot that in 2024, Caleb, Jaden, and Drake May. All 3 so far looking better than the top 3 of that.
Yeah, I would take all those guys ahead of Fernando
all 3.
Mendoza.
Then J.J. McCarthy was the 4th QB taken. Penix was the 4th QB taken. McCarthy was the 5th in the first round.
I would take Penix above Mendoza as well.
Bo Nix was the 6th in the first round.
I would take Bo Nix above Mendoza.
Yeah, I would take him too. So far, the only one we have Mendoza above is
J.J. McCarthy.
J.J. McCarthy.
And he's been terrible in the NFL.
So if we go like the last 3 years, that's right. Yeah, just as how you view them coming in. Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud the year before, the top 2. Anthony Richardson went 4th.
I would take Mendoza ahead of Anthony Richardson. The other two guys.
I think Stroud and Young has shown signs. I don't know how confident I am.
Anthony Richardson was just really raw, and he still is.
He just didn't play much at Florida. He only started for like a season. So.
Exactly.
Anyway, here's Fernando Mendoza. He was on Jimmy Fallon. He's discussing the national championship with Fallon, and this gave Derek the ick. Here you go.
Fernando, what are you doing here? Jimmy, everybody knows that tonight shows where champions go, so here I am. That's right. Come on. That's right you are. Since you're here, I have to ask, how does it feel to win Indiana's first ever football championship? Well, we finally got our coach Ignited to smile. So that was the biggest accomplishment. No, but for real, Indiana's been predominantly a basketball, and football's been in purgatory for the longest time. And our team, with Coach Ignited and a whole bunch of under-recruited guys who have already been doubted their entire lives, now finally marked as national champions, it means the world to all of us. It was the most exciting game. It was the most exciting game ever, and I remember I was watching it in the fourth quarter when you dove in for that touchdown. You did. What were you thinking? What? First of all, look at this. This is the. Look at this. That's you. Bang! That is me.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. I know this goes on longer, but like, it's just cringy with how awkward both those guys are. Jimmy Fallon, but like it was the greatest game ever. Like, no, it wasn't.
Fallon's like that every night, though. I know. He's like that with everybody. Every guest, she's wonderful. She's amazing. The best person. I'm like, every night it's the best person you've ever had.
Oh my God, it's like, the greatest game of all time. 27-21, you.
I don't know. He's a kid.
I know.
He's on national TV.
And then they went on
the Tonight Show. Good for him. I don't know. It doesn't bother me. I don't have to hang out with any of these guys. Can he sling it? I don't think he's saving the Raiders. Is my point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
That's where I'm at.
And then they went on to...
better keep that positivity if you're going to, by the way.
They went on to break records where he threw footballs at records. Literal records.
He broke records by breaking records.
Literally threw records up in the air and throw footballs at them.
Yeah, that's...
And then he said that was his combine.
That's a Fallon bit.
Yep.
You think that helps his stock?
Probably not. Well, I mean, it doesn't hurt it.
By the way, honestly, that's tells me more about him as a quarterback than anything at the combine.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I'd rather him throwing is more valuable to me. Not his pro day, the combine where they're not throwing, where they're running frack.
Yeah,
Marcus Thompson will probably be there with Lyles covering it. I'll be sleeping in the lobby of that hotel again in Indy, next to the Purdue Boilermakers. Anyway, the
Silver.
I don't know. It doesn't bother me. Doesn't change anything about how I feel about it.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, like
you really don't like him. Huh? You get a vendetta?
If he plays no, I don't have a vendetta. If he plays football, well, that's all that matters. But like, as far as like a guy to get behind, I'm like, I don't know about that.
Okay, another piece of sound here. Jordan Poole, former Golden State Warrior.
Oh, this is
current Pelican. He's visiting a New Orleans school, so he's like going to a classroom, talking to a group of kids, and then one of the kids has a question for him. They ask him about his time with the Warriors. They bring up Draymond Green.
And a parent films this and posted it online.
So here you go.
Who was your favorite best teammate when you used to play for Golden State?
Golden State? I had a lot of really good teammates. I would probably say Kevon Looney, who's on our team now. We grew up together, so we kind of had a relationship. But Steph's up there, Clay's up there, Andrew Wiggins up there. All those guys are still super cool. You used to watch when we were in Golden State?
But how did you feel when Draymond punched you?
Oh my God, tough, bro.
How did you feel when Draymond punched you and you hear the mom go, "Oh no!"
Oh my good. Oh my goodness.
God. That was pretty good.
But I still got posted online.
Dude, that kid doesn't even like guarantee because those kids sound those kids sound like they're like 8 years old, right? They got to be little. They're like third graders. Or something.
Yeah.
They got to be like 8 or 9. When that happened, when was it? 4 years ago?
3 years ago.
So there's no way that kid knows that or remembers that. Some kid said at home, Jordan Poole's coming to play, and his older brother or his dad or his uncle.
Ask him how Draymond
ask him
about
what it was like when Draymond punched him.
Oh my God.
But you know what? praise to Jordan Poole for just being like, it was tough, bro. It was
tough, bro.
He answered the question. He's like, oh, come on, little kid, shut up.
He was like, you watched this? We were in Golden State. Yeah. What was it like when Draymond punched you? The kid just blows past him following up like, man, you watch basketball, huh? Yeah. You follow me in Golden State? No, my dad told me. What was it like when you got punched by Draymond?
It was tough, bro.
It's tough, dude. That was tough.
Man, that's going to follow Jordan Poole everywhere. I do feel bad for him.
Got the bag, though. One more from Sean McVay. We love hearing McVay on Dirty Work. Sean McVay, so he's coaching in the NFC Championship. Shot to go to his third Super Bowl on Sunday. It's his 40th birthday. Isn't that incredible? It's incredible that he's been around this long and he's just turning 40.
Yeah, that's insane.
It's his 9th season in the league.
He's turning 40 tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow, day before the game.
Yeah.
But he was hired at 30 years old, right? 31?
Yeah.
31?
Yeah.
Youngest coach in NFL history.
God.
It's incredible. But that's what I mean. It's incredible he's been around this long. He's a guy who's going to coach for a while, maybe take a break and come back, but I don't think he's a lifer.
No,
I don't think he's a guy who's going to be doing, like, he could become a president down the road, but I think he's eventually a media guy, like, at a pretty young age.
Oh, yeah. I think
how Mooch finished early, I think he's going to be doing
I think he coaches football for a few more years, especially if he wins the Super Bowl here, but yeah, he's going to be on TV. He's going to be the next Madden or John Gruden on TV.
Well, here's Sean McVay. He's turning 40 tomorrow, and he does not want to be wished happy birthday. Here he is.
I'm not a big birthday guy, and if you guys say happy 40th, I'll slap the out of you, all right? So, I'm not a big birthday. Here's what I will say. What's a good birthday? When I'm working on my birthday, and if I'm working next week. That'd be a hell of a birthday. That's the only present I want from you, Gary. All right? Thanks, guys.
The only present I want from you, Gary.
He knows all their names.
Yeah, I'm not a big birthday guy. I'm, it's a good birthday. If you wish me a happy birthday, I'm going to slap the S out of you, all right?
I'll slap the out of you.
That was the most honest he's been in a press conference in years. I love that.
But I gotta tell you, I don't have McVay disdain. Like, I don't have
no.
hate. I think he's really ridiculously entertaining because he's also super positive and he's got that funny cadence and he's a maniac about football, but he's such a different guy than Kyle, yet they operate their teams in such similar ways.
I love him as a coach. I just love that Kyle's more real in press conferences and Sean McVay's kind of got the Mendoza ick when he does his press conferences.
I don't know.
I'll slap the out of you.
Except for that.
He doesn't give me the ick. And Mendoza gives you that, I think, and Fallon does, because you're like, it's almost like they don't see that they're doing it. You're like, you don't even know what you're sounding like right now.
Yeah, I know.
McVay's kind of just like playing it up and hamming it up for you.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he's more like, I get it, you get it, but I'm just giving you this.
Yeah.
Whereas Mendoza and Fallon are like, you guys don't get that you're doing that, do you? Do you know what I'm saying? I feel like there's a difference. There's a line for me.
Where, like, Sean McVay's a little more polished and has to be, like, political-like when he does press conferences, where Mendoza and Fallon just they don't realize they're so cheesy. Where Fallon's just like, oh, my God, yeah, Mendoza's here. Oh, greatest quarterback of all time. Oh, my God.
You hate Mendoza for some reason.
I'm fine with Mendoza.
Doesn't sound like
I'm not a Jimmy Fallon
Tim,
guy.
does it sound like he's down with Mendoza?
I feel like you've been on the anti-Mendoza kick here for about a month and a half.
Tim and I have not brought him up like one time ever. You've brought him up every time by yourself just to tell us that you don't like him.
Because he's the number one pick. And
the only reason this can be is that he's going to the Raiders. We wouldn't be hearing about this if the Titans had the number one pick. You know what I mean? Yeah. If another team picked,
you might be right.
If the Cardinals were picking number one, Derek wouldn't be talking Mendoza like this.
I just wish that they got this first round pick next year and Arch Manning was available.
Yeah, 765 says Derek's such a hater on Mendoza, dude. 6'5", 225, super talented. Raiders haven't had a QB in over a decade.
All right, yeah, I mean, draft him. Not a huge fan.
I can't wait till I get a text with a Mendoza highlight from Derek.
Oh, that's gonna be me.
You're not a guy who sends highlights.
No,
you don't
I'm
really
not.
do that.
You sent me like an Anthony Richardson highlight years ago, and I was like, it's a little inaccurate. You're like, oh, Jesus.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Friday. We found out today Sean McVay, the opposite of Tim Webb, doesn't want to talk birthdays. Larry Krueger joins us next. And on my birthday, I get to do it on my birthday.
Out of you.
You don't wish me a happy birthday, I'll slap the S out of you. Larry Krueger joins us next on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Friday evening. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We do it every Friday with Larry Krueger of The Krug Show, and wherever you get your Krug. Available wherever you get your Krug.
Located at Jack's, inside of Krug.
Yeah, right. He's coming up at 6 o'clock with Niners Nightly. Krug, what's going on, bro? How you doing?
What up, Krug?
My guys on a Friday, man, getting ready to usher in the weekend here.
Yeah, excited, man. Championship weekend, always a lot of fun. I do want to start with something a bit somber, though. Just real quick, I want to get your thoughts on the passing of John Brodie, man. We mentioned it when it happened earlier. I mean, a legendary 49er quarterback, MVP in 1970. And one of the coolest things about him, Krug, 57 is when he started his career, but went to Oakland Tech, born in Menlo Park, played at Stanford. You grew up in San Francisco and a historian of the Niners yourself. When you think back to the great years of the 80s, what was your childhood thinking about when you heard about John Brodie and knew about the 17 years as a 49er?
Yeah, I mean, it's all like, before my time, but, I was born in 1970, and so I never saw him play, but, my dad talked about Brodie a lot, and I know when they talked Niners, there was a lot of Brodie talk, and it was equal parts love and frustration, right? Because he was involved with some interceptions and losses, but he was also, the face of the franchise and an MVP and an All-Pro and a Pro Bowler, and I mean, to me, it's just like he's in that kind of special category that there are very few in, as far as like he played on the PGA Tour. I mean, the guy was on the senior PGA Tour. He played in 2 different U.S. Opens. I mean,
That's
how
incredible.
many? Chauncey Gardner-Johnson isn't doing that.
You pick him? Yeah, that's a great call, dude. Dude, that's the guy he went with, Gardner-Johnson. Yeah, dude, he had shown up. He had shown up in Scotland at the Open. You know what I mean? The Open Championship.
I love you, George Kittle, but he ain't doing that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, that is pretty freaking special. I mean, I kind of feel like Steph Curry when I watch him play in Tahoe. I feel like if he really wanted to devote himself to golf, he probably could, find a place on the senior PGA Tour at some point in the future. But, I mean, it's just hard. I mean, Hawk Harrelson, I think, was one that played in the big leagues and also, played in, like, the 73 U.S. Open.
Well,
there's very few guys.
Recently, John Smoltz and Tony Romo have both attempted. I don't know if Tony Romo tried for the senior. I know Smoltz did, and Smoltz is really good and couldn't qualify. He got close but didn't qualify.
Well, and there's a bunch of guys like Rick Rhoden was always great in Tahoe. He was a great golfer. So I mean, there are guys who can do it, but man, it's rare. It's rare. And just as you said, Copes, I mean, born in Menlo Park, high school in Oakland, college at Stanford, 17 years, entire NFL career, all with the Niners. I mean, that's a Bay Area legend. And he's in the Niner Hall of Fame. He's in the College Football Hall of Fame. I mean, R.I.P. John Brodie, one of the best.
I just looked up C.J. Gardner-Johnson golf, and it says here he embraces golf for the first time. So not a golfer. Krug, what were your takeaways from the press conference? It sounds like Kyle's leaning in the direction of having Gus Bradley be the defensive coordinator. Are you good with that, or are you tempted by other guys out there like Raheem Morris or potentially Jim Schwartz?
Well, believe me, when I see the same numbers that you guys see, as far as his rankings and past defense and the different stops with the Colts and Raiders and Chargers. But I'll say this. I mean, I know some old-time football people that love Gus Bradley, that really feel like Gus Bradley's fantastic. Now, I also got a chance this year to talk to Gus Bradley, and I think he's as sharp as a tack. And then I got a chance to talk to Mustafa and Brown and Siegel and these guys, Demo Lenore, and they just swore by him. And then the job that Kyle gave him this year as the assistant head coach was red zone defense, and they were, I think, 24th in defense and 10th in red zone defense, or 14th in red zone defense. So, I mean, they were pretty good defensively in the red zone, and this was not a strength a year ago. So I'm kind of a believer in Gus Bradley. I do understand, Schwartz's resume looks a little bit better. Raheem Morris's resume looks a little bit better if you just want to go with rankings. But, I mean, I think this is part of the master plan from a year ago, and I think they're going to go with Bradley, and I got no problem with it.
Talking to Larry Krueger here, coming up with Niners Nightly at 6 o'clock at the top of the hour. We kind of did a topic based on what you were talking about yesterday with the Tim Kawakami article where he said if Justin Jefferson and Max Crosby were both traded this offseason, I don't think both will be, but if they both were and the Niners didn't land one, would it be a failure? I said no, but I also have confidence that John Lynch would pick up the phone in those situations. And I'd also kind of want to know what they gave up. How could we know they failed? I guess more to my question this offseason, Krug, is last year was not a big free agency offseason for the Niners. How do you think they navigate the roster this time around? Will we see more free agents signed? Will we see a big trade? I don't think everything is going to be a big splash, and I don't think necessarily that's the avenue they go. I think they need more some of their parts types of moves. But how do you think they navigate? Is it more than just like a Luke Farrell this year?
Yeah, no, I mean, those were exclusively special team signings. There's been a lot of years of free agency. I think you can study the different ways different teams have done it. I think the most effective way to do it is the way that Green Bay does it, which is don't go sign a bunch of free agents. Don't. Fill those spots internally or in the draft or after the draft with undrafted free agents and go find a difference maker or two. And I think that was the Niners' thought process in previous years when they brought in a Mooney Ward, when they brought in a Hargrave, and they spent a lot of money. I don't know if those were the right guys because Mooney had concussion issues, and then Hargrave I think was just good but not great. But I like that mindset, which is kind of like what Green Bay did a couple years ago. They didn't go sign a bunch of guys, but they brought in Xavier McKinney. They plugged him in their secondary. He was awesome. They brought in Josh Jacobs. He gave them an element they didn't have. So I'd like to see that, a couple of difference-making type signings, and then the rest of it, do it in the draft or undrafted free agents or trades. I do think you may see the Niners. I would put the over-under on 49er trades at 3.5 this offseason, and I'm going over.
Last one for you, Krug. I want to get your thoughts on the NFC Championship game, third matchup between the Rams and Seahawks. And as a lifelong 49er fan, which outcome do you think would be worse for 49er fans?
Ooh, that's a good one. It's
what hurts more, Krug?
Yeah, I mean, it would be extra special to see Drake May just crowned champion at Levi's. I mean, that's
what I'm saying. That's where I'm rooting. Yeah.
That's what I'm rooting for. My sister moved to Connecticut, so my nephew's a big Pats fan. So, I've got my Pat the Patriot T-shirt, and I'll be busting it out this weekend.
28-3, so I'm going to rock that one? You still got that out there?
What's that?
Your 28-3 T-shirt, you still got that?
No, I mean, that one's faded. Yeah, I mean, I can still wear that as well, but that's faded. And my wife, I notice it takes longer and longer for it to come up from the laundry, and I throw it in the chute. It's like, hey, where is that shirt? You still want that shirt? It's like she's like negotiating it out of the she's like, it's basically going to stay on the first level of the house. It's not getting upstairs.
Doesn't go upstairs. Like, yeah, that's an outside shirt now, Kerr. That's a backyard yard work shirt. Yeah.
I'm being managed. I just want to let you guys know that I'm being managed. All right. I know this day was. I didn't think this day would come. Independent Krug is the best Krug, but you know what? I'm being managed.
So who are you going on the Rams side of things? On Seahawks Rams.
All right. Well, here's the deal. I saw this number. Stafford's leading the league in passing yards or something like that, or maybe passer rating or whatever it is. And they're the number one defense. I just think that if you look at those numbers, the number one defense going up against the passing leader in the history of the playoffs is like 6-0. Give me Seattle at home, and I don't think it's going to be close. I think the Rams are going to be just a lesser version or a better version of the Niners. The Niners ran out of gas, and it was like real obvious at the end that Seattle was better. I think that at the end of this game this weekend, the same conclusion will be there, except the Rams will keep it closer because they got more left, and Stafford's really special. But I like Seahawks, and I like them big. I like them Seahawks by a couple touchdowns by the end.
That's where I'm at. I don't know if I have it that big of a spread, but I feel the same way about the Rams. I think this is the game we see them kind of finally running a gas. They kind of did in the second half against Seattle in Week 17. Larry Krueger coming up with Niners Nightly at the top of the hour. Make sure you're checking him out right here on The Sports Leader and, of course, wherever you get your Krug. Larry, have a great weekend, bro. We'll talk to you next week.
Later, Larry.
Guys, if I can give you any advice, stay independent. Don't be managed.
I'll try.
Words of wisdom from Larry Krueger. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back for the final time this week, we will put the show to bed. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Gary St. Jean joined the morning show today.
Hiya, fellas.
Hiya, Saintly One. He talked about where the Warriors go without Jimmy Butler and his thoughts on the Jonathan Kuminga soap opera. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at thesportsleader.com and on our app. And one more time, just for good measure.
Hiya, fellas.